Chapter 1. The Useless Martial Soul. On a moonless night with a brisk wind. Mother, I will return. Please believe in me. A young boy knelt before a wooden tombstone, speaking with unwavering determination. His name was Lin Xuan, distinguished from the ordinary inhabitants of Douluo, a continent, by his silver hair and entirely black eyes, devoid of any whites, leading the villagers to regard him as an outcast from a young age. Lacking a father, Lin Xuan had always assisted his mother with whatever tasks he could manage. Yet, it seemed that his mother did not harbor affection for him, often gazing out the window with tears streaming down her face. Ultimately, on his 6th birthday, she succumbed to her melancholy. Lin Xuan had never inquired about his father in his mind. The man was as good as non-existent. Little Xuan, are you truly going to leave the village? Startled, Lin Xuan turned to the speaker, the village chief, who loved him even more than his mother. While the villagers ostracized Lin Xuan and his mother, it was the village chief who shielded them from harm. Lin Xuan quickly rose to support the chief, saying, "Grandpa Village Chief, what brings you here? You're still preoccupied with the matter of your useless martial soul, I presume?" The village chief gently ruffled Lin Xuan's hair. Lin Xuan nodded. He was the first person in the village to awaken his martial soul with innate full soul power. Yet his martial soul was deemed useless, as it was neither a tool martial soul, nor a beast martial soul, nor even a plant martial soul, but rather a blank slate. Had it not been for the martial soul mark and the glow of the crystal ball, the soul master who had come to assess the martial souls would not have dared to believe his own eyes. Although this soul master reported Lin Xuan's situation to many and specifically used the example of the esteemed Tang San to advocate for Lin Xuan, the Star Dou Empire showed no interest, with neither soul masters nor soul master academies taking note. Lin Xuan's second test yielded no discernible attribute, meaning he was unaware of what type of martial soul he possessed, rendering him incapable of acquiring soul rings. Should he mistakenly choose the wrong attribute, his fate would be sealed death by explosion. Little Lin Xuan, you and your mother arrived in the village 6 years ago. I actually did not wish for you to stay. Your mother was a high-ranking soul master, and when you came, she was covered in blood, cradling you in her arms while you were still yet to open your eyes. Yet I took you in. Do you know why? The village chief gestured for Lin Xuan to sit, speaking earnestly. Lin Xuan shook his head, having little understanding of the chief's meaning. He knew very little about his mother, but the chief had always emphasized the importance of filial piety. Looking up at the night sky, the chief continued, "Every person has their own value in this world, whether large or small. Those who become heroes are not necessarily born into nobility, and geniuses do not always lead easy lives. Thus, you need not bear too much burden, simply allow things to unfold naturally without placing excessive pressure upon yourself. A useless martial soul is but a temporary label. I, too, was once a soul master, a teacher, until age led me to become the village chief of Hutu village. I educated a group of students, but I never believed that a martial soul with innate full soul power could be deemed useless. It is entirely possible that your martial soul is unique across the continent, which is why none of us can comprehend it." The village chief's words resonated within Lin Xuan like the toll of a great bell. Indeed, how could a martial soul that no one recognized be hastily labeled as useless? Is that truly just? As long as he does not give up, who can say that his journey ends here? "Village chief, what should I do?" Lin Xuan inquired eagerly, but the chief merely shook his head, rising to speak. "The path is yours to tread. Everything depends upon your own fortune. As you leave the village, this is my final visit, but I hope it is not the last. If you find yourself without a place to go, seek out an old fellow named Yi Fanqing at Shrek Academy." With that, the village chief departed into the night, while Lin Xuan clenched his fists, gazing at his mother's tombstone. Though only 6 years of age, Lin Xuan possessed strength and stamina comparable to that of a 16-year-old, making the journey ahead a manageable endeavor. Ultimately, he set forth into the night, leaving behind the village where he had spent 6 years of his life. "I will return." This was Lin Xuan's promise to himself. The journey ahead was fraught with peril, yet he walked on with unwavering resolve. He yearned to uncover the truth, why his mother had arrived here, bloodied and cradling him, why she spent her days weeping and gazing out at the sky, and why his hair and eyes were unlike anyone else's. He must survive to seek clarity. Watching Lin Xuan depart, the village chief's eyes brimmed with concern. He felt deep sorrow for Lin Xuan's childhood. While other children enjoyed the warmth of parental love, Lin Xuan toiled with household duties. This was tied to his innate, full soul power. If he were an ordinary child, he would have long since withered under the strain. It was Lin Xuan's resilience that stirred the chief's affection, prompting him to direct Lin Xuan towards Shrek Academy. This was Lin Xuan's only path to survival. Only Shrek might unravel the mystery of his martial soul. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lin Xuan did not head to Shrek, but resolutely advanced towards the Star Dou Forest. With the gold soul coins inherited from his mother, he reached the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. A 6-year-old child traversing the Star Luo Empire alone was indeed a rare feat. Reflecting the Empire's commendable security along the way, Lin Xuan encountered no ill-intentioned individuals, despite his initial fears of robbery. However, caution was paramount upon reaching the Star Dou Forest. Even Lin Xuan marveled at how many mistook him for a boy of 12 or 13, an age typically associated with soul masters, especially those venturing into the Star Dou Forest. This made many hesitant to conceal anything from him, for soul masters represented the highest echelons of society on this continent. Lin Xuan was unaware of the forest's vastness. He only knew from an ancient book gifted by the village chief that 3/5 of the Star Dou Forest lay within the Star Luo Empire. Gazing at the forest before him, Lin Xuan felt an inexplicable sensation, as though something were calling to him. As he prepared to step into the Star Dou Forest, a hand suddenly clasped his shoulder from behind. Startled, Lin Xuan instinctively recoiled like a wild beast, until his back collided with a tree, revealing a red dagger in his hand, the weapon his mother had wielded in life, which he had used to chop wood. "What astonishing speed!" a girl exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xuan remained tense, fixated on the girl and the middle-aged man behind her. The girl pouted, saying, "Hey, why such a strong reaction? Is it not you who approached me without a word and startled me?" Lin Xuan retorted coldly. Had the previous encounter been with an enemy, he would have met his demi-Shan egregious error indeed. Chapter 2. Princess Tang Xiao of the Tang clan. The girl seemed taken aback by Lin Xuan's response, momentarily speechless, while the middle-aged man chuckled softly, patting the girl's shoulder and gently saying, "My apologies, young man. It appears our young lady has acted rather abruptly. If we startled you, I offer my sincerest apologies." Uncle Tai. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man apologize to Lin Xuan, the girl felt a bit flustered. Nevertheless, she finally spoke up, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to ask you about your journey into the Star Dou Forest." Lin Xuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected a girl as young as Tang Xiao to possess the humility to admit her fault. With both parties having exchanged apologies, Lin Xuan relaxed and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "I overreacted." The middle-aged man was pleased with Lin Xuan's response. Though he hailed from a prestigious background himself, he understood the struggles of common folk. Children from affluent families typically lacked the maturity and experience of Lin Xuan, who was evidently wise beyond his years. It was this resilience that made him a target for the Tang clan's recruitment. As the middle-aged man observed Lin Xuan scrutinized the pair in turn. The girl had blue hair, and her eyes radiated innocence that was impossible to conceal. Upon noticing the emblem embroidered on the middle-aged man's white robe, Lin Xuan was astonished it bore the character Tang on the left breast, indicating his affiliation with the Tang clan. "Predecessor, I shall not disturb you further." Recognizing the middle-aged man's intention to speak, Lin Xuan promptly bowed and entered the Star Dou Forest, leaving the man momentarily stunned as Lin Xuan disappeared into the trees. The girl voiced her displeasure. "Uncle Tai, he has already left. Why did you not stop him? A small child like him entering there is tantamount to walking to his death." "Miss, it is evident that he has no desire to join the Tang clan. He clearly discerned my identity, yet without hesitation, he chose to walk away. Even if we pursued him, we would only leave a negative impression." "Is that so?" Tang Xiao evidently harbored doubts, and middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words, merely exhaling a sigh. His discerning eye had successfully attracted numerous talents to the Tang sect over the years, and the unexpected flight of Lin Xuan was clearly beyond his anticipation. However, since the individual had chosen to flee upon sighting the Tang sect, there must be a reason, and it was unnecessary to delve deeper into the matter. After all, misfortune should not befall the innocent. Even if his parents had some grievances with the Tang sect, it was unwarranted to hold the child accountable. "Let it be, Mississippi. Let us venture into the Star Dou Forest to hunt soul beasts. In a month's time, the enrollment for Shrek Academy will commence," he suggested. "Okay," Tang Xiao replied obediently, nodding her head as she accompanied the middle-aged man into the depths of the Star Dou Forest, heading in the direction Lin Xuan had taken. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan found himself in a predicament, pursued relentlessly by a century-old fire monkey. Blood dripped from his left hand, a testament to the creature's ambush. Clutching a dagger, Lin Xuan darted through the trees in a desperate bid to escape, but how could he possibly outrun the fire monkey? Within mere seconds, his retreat was obstructed. "Damn it," Lin Xuan muttered darkly, glaring at the fire monkey. With his right hand gripping the dagger tightly and his left hand resting against a tree trunk, his chest heaved with exertion. Instinctively, he released his martial soul, its mark emanating a faint silver glow, something he had not experienced before. Yet, he had no time to observe, for the fire monkey lunged at him. Lin Xuan instinctively dodged, but its claws still tore through his shoulder, leaving 5 long gashes that oozed blood. Though he thrust his dagger towards the creature, it evaded his strike, and the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet Lin Xuan understood that he could not afford to fall here. If he did, it would spell his end. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a fissure suddenly appeared to his left, emanating a beckoning voice that urged him to enter. This unexpected distraction cost him the perfect moment to strike, and the fire monkey charged at him once more, sensing the weakness of its human prey. Its crimson eyes glowed with a malevolent light, and Lin Xuan realized he was in a perilous situation. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into the opening to his left, narrowly evading the creature's strike as he vanished from sight. Enraged by the loss of its target, the fire monkey snarled and leapt about. Just as it prepared to depart, a colossal handprint descended upon it, the force of which proved fatal. The middle-aged man, his countenance darkened, approached the scene, surveying the bloodstains on the ground. Tang Xiao, upon seeing the pool of crimson, immediately covered her eyes, fearing she was about to witness Lin Xuan's lifeless body. Had Lin Xuan been present, he would have been taken aback, for the soul rings behind the middle-aged man were a staggering 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 8 rings in total. In Douluo continent, who did not know the name of the formidable Tyson, the current leader of the Tang Sect's power hall, Tyson knelt beside the blood, his brow furrowing as he noted that the trail had inexplicably ceased. He scanned the surrounding trees, finding no vines that could have carried Lin Xuan away. Even if they did, blood would still have dripped along the path. It was as though Lin Xuan had simply vanished. This boy Tyson was astonished by Lin Xuan's methods. No wonder he had seen the fire monkey in such a frenzied state when he followed the blood trail. The fact that Lin Xuan could escape using unknown techniques was indeed remarkable. "Uncle Tyson, is he dead?" Tang Xiao asked, still shielding her eyes in trepidation. After all, she had never witnessed a human corpse, let alone that of a soul beast. There was no need to hunt living creatures when low-level plant-type soul rings could be acquired from flora. "Rest assured he is fine," Tyson reassured her, gently patting her head. Gradually, Tang Xiao opened her fingers to peer through, and upon realizing that he was indeed unharmed, she sighed in relief and inquired, "Uncle Tyson, where did he go?" "Well, I am not certain," Tyson replied helplessly. However, this response drained color from Tang Xiao's face, leading her to suspect that Tyson was deceiving her, believing that Lin Xuan had perished. This thought sent Tyson into a panic, prompting him to divulge everything he knew. The mere idea of Tang Xiao crying terrified him, sending a chill down his spine. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan entered a realm of whiteness, seated on a flight of steps, his gaze distant. Ultimately, he succumbed to the severity of his shoulder wound, for he was still but a 6-year-old child, having lost a significant amount of blood and faced with life-and-death circumstances. He collapsed upon the white staircase. "After all these years, I have finally found someone who resembles me so closely you cannot die," were the last words Lin Xuan heard before drifting into unconsciousness, spoken by a figure clad in white who slowly descended the steps. Chapter 3. The God of Space, Yang Zhao. The man waved his hand, and Lin Xuan was lifted by an invisible force. All the blood that had spilled on the steps returned to his body. The man frowned as he examined Lin Xuan's form. Within him lay a faint bloodline that even he could not identify, potentially complicating future plans. "Ah, well, I had intended to reconstruct you," the man mused. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the dagger in Lin Xuan's hand, and his pupils constricted. This dagger likely bore significant origins. Was this child not an orphan? The revelation astonished him. Since attaining divinity, he had not been so startled in a long time, not even by the renowned Tang San from years past, who, though a genius, was still a mere mortal with research that did not exceed the limits of any world. Yet Lin Xuan possessed a bloodline akin to divine essence, and wielded a high-grade artifact. How could one not be astounded? "Curious, indeed," he muttered, though despite his perplexity, he did not cease the process of enhancing Lin Xuan's physical form. Half an hour later, Lin Xuan's injuries had completely healed, and his innate qualities had been refined to an extraordinary degree. At this moment, even a great soul master would find it impossible to match him in physical combat. Upon completing this transformation, the man transported Lin Xuan to his palace. Although he was a second-level deity, he had never resided in the divine realm, for his power revolved around the manipulation of space. Since becoming the god of space, his primary task had been to mend rifts in reality. Annoyed by the incessant demands, he had torn through the fabric of the void to escape the divine realm, only to find himself pursued relentlessly by others who sought adventure beyond the divine confines. In his slumber, Lin Xuan dreamt of being stranded on a dimly lit island, crying out in despair to no avail. He also envisioned his mother's guilt-ridden gaze before her passing, her desire to convey something unspoken. Overwhelmed by a surge of heat, he felt an insatiable urge to roar, to fight, to kill, to revel. Suddenly, Lin Xuan awoke, sitting upright and releasing a fierce shout at the ceiling. The man beside him was taken aback, for Lin Xuan had undergone a remarkable transformation. His silver hair had turned a fiery red, his stature had grown taller, and his eyes had shifted from black to red, radiating a fiery intensity. Rage? The man exclaimed in astonishment. This is a power that exists only in another realm, a capability akin to that of the colossal behemoth, yet far superior. As it does not induce any loss of reason. Lin Xuan, after letting out a roar, gazed in amazement at his skin, which seemed to be ablaze. He felt an inexhaustible well of strength within him. However, mere moments later, Lin Xuan's state of rage subsided, yet he did not experience any sensation of weakness. He simply found himself unable to reawaken this condition. The man furrowed his brow as he regarded Lin Xuan. Compelled to acknowledge that everything about him signified one undeniable truth, Lin Xuan was not of any world governed by their divine realm. To be frank, he had traversed many worlds, but he had never encountered a lineage as formidable as Lin Xuan's. It appeared that within Lin Xuan flowed only a trace of this bloodline, as if it had been deliberately diluted to prevent its enduring presence in the world. Lin Xuan glanced around and then at the man, his mind ultimately unable to comprehend the situation. Within the brief span of half an hour, the sheer volume of information he had absorbed was overwhelming, leaving him uncertain of the man's identity. His eyes reflected confusion. He should have already perished, succumbing to excessive blood loss. What were those dreams? Was this paradise? Had he truly been slain by the fire monkey? Was the passage he had traversed merely a figment of his imagination? Was this indeed heaven? Lin Xuan closed his eyes, his expression pained. The man let out a chuckle as a luminous orb penetrated Lin Xuan's consciousness. Lin Xuan's body trembled as a torrent of information surged into his mind. The man's name was Yang Zhao, a master of spatial laws, who had ascended to the status of a secondary deity within the divine realm. This was his identity, and his intentions were made explicitly clear to Lin Xuan. He wished for Lin Xuan to inherit his divine estate. Anyone would be overwhelmed by such a tremendous fortune falling upon them, and Lin Xuan was no exception. He felt an unsettling sense of unreality, unable to fully grasp the enormity of it all. Yet, he understood that this was indeed the truth. For Yang Zhao had revealed to him the nature of his martial soul, namely, a spatial martial soul, a rarity on the continent, with soul beasts being even more scarce. Senior, do you comprehend what just transpired? Lin Xuan respectfully inquired, and Yang Zhao, taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. This left Lin Xuan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that even the divine was unaware of his own affairs? Observing Lin Xuan's incredulous expression, Yang Zhao sighed and said, although I am a second-level deity, I am not the ultimate pinnacle of martial arts. You have witnessed all my experiences. It is precisely because I seek to attain the zenith of martial arts that I require you to inherit my divine abode, enabling me to depart with peace of mind. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out. Senior, I shall strive to reach the limit of the ultimate Douluo and then return to inherit the divine abode. Lin Xuan confidently declared, though he could not comprehend why he had become so audacious. In the past, he would never have dared to utter such words. The journey to becoming a limit Douluo was exceedingly arduous, and even as the heir to the divine throne, it was an unattainable feat. Ha 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 ha. Anyone can boast. Yang Zhao laughed heartily. For the next 6 years, you shall remain within my temple, enduring my trials. The divine throne of Yang Zhao is not something that just anyone can inherit. As Yang Zhao spoke, the scene before Lin Xuan shifted, transporting him to a platform where a white tiger stood, gazing warily at him. Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuan quickly entered battle mode, curling his body and gripping a dagger, prepared for the tiger's assault. Kill it. If you cannot slay it, then perish here, Yang Zhao's cold voice echoed. Nodding, Lin Xuan unexpectedly charged at the white tiger. The beast roared and lunged toward him, yet Lin Xuan halted and began to slide, attempting to inflict a wound on the tiger's abdomen midair. Would fortune favor him? Yang Zhao chuckled, for if the white tiger were truly so feeble, he would not have permitted a duel between it and Lin Xuan. In a sudden turn, the white tiger vanished from sight. Lin Xuan was taken aback. But the next moment, he swung a punch behind him. Historically, the outcomes of confrontations between man and beast have favored the latter. And Lin Xuan was sent flying like a disconnected kite, landing at the edge of the platform. His right arm hung limply, and to his surprise, while he could not exert strength with his right hand, it had not been severed. In Lin Xuan's gaze, a fierce battle intent erupted. Before him stood a tiger, unmistakably a spatial-type soul beast. No wonder Yang Zhao had compelled him to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the white tiger. Chapter 4. The Power of Bloodline. Lin Xuan unleashed his spatial martial soul, and for reasons unknown, his combat skills became remarkably adept, as if he had engaged in such endeavors countless times before. devoid of any clumsiness. Yang Zhao also noticed this peculiarity. It was indeed curious, considering Lin Xuan was merely 6 years old, and the degree of his soul's maturity essentially ruled out the possibility of soul possession. What could be the explanation? Although he could not discern Lin Xuan's current state. As long as it benefited Lin Xuan, it sufficed. After all, he was selecting an heir, and the stronger the heir, the better. He estimated that Lin Xuan could reach the pinnacle of a Douluo within a century, at which point he could depart. This thought filled Yang Zhao with inexplicable excitement. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan made his move. He stepped forward, releasing the power of his spatial martial soul. Although he lacked soul rings, he could manipulate the space within a meter around him. With that, he forcefully hurled a dagger towards the white tiger using his left hand. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the white tiger dared not swipe with its claws, opting instead to evade by sidestepping. Lin Xuan seized this opportunity and charged toward the white tiger. Surprisingly, the white tiger did not utilize its spatial abilities to escape. Instead, it let out a furious roar and swiped at Lin Xuan with a paw. Lin Xuan exerted all his strength to raise his right hand to block the blow, but his arm shattered completely, causing him to tumble downward. In his fall, he grasped the leg of the white tiger. The white tiger, undeterred by Lin Xuan, aimed another paw at his head. A cold smile crept onto Lin Xuan's lips, for the dagger that had just been propelled away rebounded back. He had discovered this when he lightly brushed against the edge of the arena, which had sent him bouncing back. In that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He instantaneously disrupted the surrounding space, releasing the white tiger's paw and rolling to the side to evade the incoming strike. His roll was perfectly timed to coincide with the dagger's return path. Upon seizing the dagger, Lin Xuan's hair transformed once more into a vibrant red. With a fierce roar, he lunged towards the white tiger. In that moment, Yang Zhao discerned that it was the instant Lin Xuan grasped the dagger that unleashed his ancestral power. Furthermore, Lin Xuan's strategic utilization of the spatial arena he had crafted to gain an advantage was unexpectedly astute. With a ferocious roar, the white tiger's claws were pierced by Lin Xuan's dagger, yet it still managed to propel Lin Xuan through the air. Remarkably, he did not lose his balance. Regaining his stability, he charged once again at the white tiger. The space was too confined for the white tiger, and Lin Xuan, having exhausted his soul power, shattered the surrounding space, preventing any possibility of escape. This moment was undeniably a definitive kill. Lin Xuan's dagger pierced through the head of the white tiger as effortlessly as if it were penetrating tofu. The quality of the dagger paid no heed to the hardness of the white tiger's skull, and the beast succumbed beneath Lin Xuan's blade. In its fierce eyes lingered a profound resentment, for Lin Xuan appeared too feeble, had it not been for this arena. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's sudden transformation that endowed him with formidable physical prowess, the white tiger would never have met its demise at his hands. Yellow orbs of light materialized around the white tiger, yet Lin Xuan refrained from hastily absorbing the soul ring, choosing instead to revel in the sensations of his own transformation. He felt invigorated, his awareness of the surrounding space significantly heightened, and his soul power recovery rate had accelerated by at least threefold. What was once depleted soul power had now replenished to a tenth, and more alarmingly, his fighting spirit surged. Just as Lin Xuan was engulfed in bewilderment, Yang Zhao appeared on the stage, striking Lin Xuan's hand and causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. As the dagger fell, Lin Xuan instantly reverted to his original state, his crimson hair transformed back to silver, and his fighting spirit began to wane. Accompanied by a sudden onset of pain in his right hand, a sensation he had not felt even during his earlier frenzy. Hiss. Sweat beads formed on Lin Xuan's forehead due to the throbbing pain, and he appeared to be on the verge of collapse. Yang Zhao gazed at Lin Xuan with indifference and remarked, "Do you believe yourself to be exceptionally clever? Sacrificing your previously incapacitated right hand in exchange for the life of your adversary? My apologies, esteemed senior." Lin Xuan hurriedly expressed his apologies. But Yang Zhao shook his head in disappointment. Nevertheless, he waved his hand, restoring Lin Xuan's right hand to its original state. Yang Zhao then gestured for Lin Xuan to sit down, assuring him that there was no need to worry about the soul ring as long as Yang Zhao was present. It would not fade away even after 3 days and nights. Observing Lin Xuan, Yang Zhao suddenly realized that aside from the exchange of injuries during their recent battle, there were no significant drawbacks. In fact, the exchange of injuries could be executed with even greater finesse. However, out of consideration for Lin Xuan's dignity, he proceeded to impart some combat techniques and ways to better harness the power of space. Following this, he encouraged Lin Xuan to absorb the soul ring, which he had specially chosen to be from a soul beast that was 999 years old. Given Lin Xuan's exceptional physique as a great soul master, this challenge was well within his capabilities. Over the next 6 years, under Yang Zhao's rigorous training, Lin Xuan experienced continuous growth, while the world outside underwent tremendous changes. The reason for this upheaval was simple. The Xingluo Empire and the Tiandou Empire had enjoyed an extended period of peace. Many years had passed since Tang San ascended to godhood, and the once strong alliance against the Spirit Hall had weakened due to various interests. Most notably, the Tang sect had become overwhelmingly powerful, causing envy within the Tiandou Empire, let alone the Xingluo Empire. The Xingluo Empire had repeatedly invited the Tang sect to establish a presence within its borders, but the Tang sect, overseen by Tang San himself, was unlikely to abandon its roots. Furthermore, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Haotian School had both chosen to remain hidden. leaving the Tang sect as the sole representative of the three dominant sections. The Tiandou and Xinglua empires were eager to support their own sects in filling the vacancies left by the other two. Throughout these 6 years, Lin Xuan mastered the control of his bloodline power, achieving remarkable command over it, while Yang Zhao discovered that continuous utilization of this bloodline would further enhance its potency. Lin Xuan's mastery of spatial power had reached an extraordinary level. He could sense anyone within a 100-meter radius. His soul power had impressively reached the 29th level. But upon reaching this milestone, Yang Zhao expelled him from the divine space, encouraging him to seek adventure on his own. His eyes had transformed to appear almost normal. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound depth within them, the whites of his eyes seemingly imbued with a power that could consume hearts. An illusion crafted by his spatial abilities. After 6 years without a haircut, he bore a resemblance to a young girl, albeit with a more robust physique. Upon returning to Hutu village, he discovered that the village chief was no longer present. Inquiring about his whereabouts, he learned that the chief had been summoned back to the Xinglua Empire, likely related to some rumors he had overheard during his journey. If a conflict were to arise between the Xinglua and Tiandou empires, it would clearly be disadvantageous. However, the opportunity to compete for a spot among the top 3 sects could not be overlooked. Ultimately, Lin Xuan abandoned the idea of searching for the village chief. Recalling the chief's words that if he had nowhere to go, he should seek out Yufanqing at Shrek Academy. Although he had no knowledge of who Yufanqing was, he nonetheless set out for Shrek City. Chapter 5. How is it you? A week later, Lin Xuan arrived in Shrek City, where the splendor surpassed that of all the cities he had encountered in the Xinglua Empire. Coincidentally, it was the last day for new students to register. After some hesitation, he chose to join the queue, reluctant to seek out Yufanqing, as doing so might create a sense of indebtedness for the village chief. Along the way, he had also learned of Yufanqing's true identity as the dean of the outer court of Shrek Academy, a 95th level super Douluo. Such a status would imply that even if the village chief knew her, their relationship could not be particularly close, perhaps limited to merely assisting her with a minor favor. Furthermore, his own strength was not sufficient to pass the entrance examination, which typically required a minimum of a 20-level Great Soul Master, with higher levels increasing the likelihood of acceptance, while applicants could not exceed the age of 15. As Lin Xuan neared the front of the line, he spotted a familiar figure, Tang Xiao, whom he had encountered 6 years prior. Although both had changed considerably in appearance over the years, certain qualities remained unchanged, such as her lively eyes and flowing blue hair. How is it you? Tang Xiao exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. The man beside her cast a dark glance at Lin Xuan, who merely returned his gaze to the front, as he and Tang Xiao were only acquaintances and had no need to engage further. You're still alive, huh? Tang Xiao had initially thought Lin Xuan was dead, and she was astonished that Tyson had indeed not deceived her. In an instant, her natural exuberance resurfaced, causing her to circle around Lin Xuan, eliciting curious glances from onlookers. Upon realizing that she was conversing with the Tang sect's little princess, many cast envious looks in their direction. Lin Xuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, particularly that of the man behind Tang Xiao. Xiao, who is this gentleman? The man inquired with a suave demeanor, though a hint of malice lingered in his eyes. Oh, I still don't know who you are. What is your name? Tang Xiao asked, turning to Lin Xuan. I am Lin Xuan, a wandering cultivator, he replied. Lin Xuan spoke calmly. After finishing his words, he directly bypassed Tang Xiao and approached the teacher. The teacher scrutinized Lin Xuan and then inquired, name, age, and soul power level. Lin Xuan, 12 years old, level 29 Great Soul Master, he replied. Lin Xuan's words elicited a collective gasp from those around him. Although being a 29th level at the tender age of 12 is remarkable, it is undeniable that all present are prodigies. However, Lin Xuan had just declared himself a rogue cultivator, which left everyone astonished. May I assess your bone age? The teacher inquired earnestly, gazing intently into Lin Xuan's eyes. Lin Xuan nodded and extended his right hand, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, shimmered to life. For a moment, the teacher's hand trembled as he attempted to measure Lin Xuan's bone age. Drawing a deep breath, he released Lin Xuan's hand, regardless of the circumstances. Those 2 soul rings were irrefutable evidence that Lin Xuan had spoken the truth. Even if Lin Xuan were a 16-year-old, he would be sought after, let alone the fact that his true bone age was indeed 12, with exceptionally perfect roots. Here's your identification badge, and this is your dormitory key. In 3 days, your class will be announced on the notice board in front of the academy. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xuan took the identity badge and dormitory key, departing from the scene. Once he left, the crowd began to chatter animatedly. Although the presence of both yellow and purple hues created a stir, it was not entirely unprecedented. Some offspring of prominent families had long been accustomed to soaking in medicinal baths and consuming substances like whale glue to enhance their physical prowess, thereby acquiring soul rings that exceeded the typical age limit. It was evident that Lin Xuan belonged to this category. How detestable. Where did this fellow come from? The young man standing behind Xiao pondered darkly. As the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, he was inherently endowed with exceptional talent. Yet even he could only attain a 998-year soul ring. The prospect of a millennium ring was utterly beyond his grasp. Yet, Lin Xuan had achieved it. Impressive. How did he cultivate? Tang Xiao blinked in astonishment, equally taken aback. Eager to uncover the truth, she pursued him, but Lin Xuan had already entered the boy's dormitory. The dormitory supervisor, however, stopped her with a look of exasperation, leaving Tang Xiao with no choice but to depart in frustration. Lin Xuan arrived at the dormitory, where another person was already present, meditating on the bed. He chose to ignore the individual and instead began to organize his belongings, which were quite minimal. He yearned to venture out and purchase bedding, yet the thought of Tang Xiao and the man accompanying her dissuaded him from doing so. He retrieved a mat he had used on the road and settled down to meditate, on the verge of breaking through to the rank of Soul Master. He had already taken Yang Zhao as his mentor, and over the past 6 years, Yang Zhao had witnessed his dedication. There was no reason to let such a promising talent slip away. Before attempting to expel Lin Xuan, Yang Zhao had inscribed 7 spheres of light within Lin Xuan's body, each representing a soul beast that Lin Xuan was destined to hunt. Yang Zhao had even guided Lin Xuan in selecting the appropriate soul bones. "What is your name?" The young man across the room suddenly opened his eyes and inquired as he prepared for dinner. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a girl, or perhaps it was indeed a girl. However, out of respect, Lin Xuan refrained from probing further and simply replied, "My name is Lin Xuan. I am Ling'er, and I am a girl." The other person clearly had no intention of concealing her identity. Now, it was Lin Xuan who felt awkward. Why was he sharing a room with a girl? Ling'er looked at Lin Xuan and said, "I specifically disguised myself as a boy to wait for you." "What?" Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Ling'er closed her eyes and said, "I have come here disguised as a man at the behest of my esteemed elder, and I have taken residence in this dormitory to await your arrival. As for the purpose of my presence, I am uncertain. Does that mean your elder could foresee my arrival here?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Indeed," Ling'er replied, unperturbed by her elder's divination skills, for her elder was a renowned fortune-teller sought after by both great empires. Lin Xuan felt a surge of curiosity and was about to pose another question when Ling'er coldly interjected, "Though I am unaware of our intended purpose, I must warn you, should you dare to spy on me while I bathe or change, I shall take it upon myself to blind you. Are you not afraid I might inform the teacher? Perhaps I should request a change of dormitory." Lin Xuan, intrigued, inquired further. He considered that he was leveraging his current hold over Ling'er to threaten her. However, to his surprise, Ling'er shook her head and replied, "You may speak freely. My sole intention is to see you, to make you remember me. In the future, I shall not have to painstakingly cultivate a relationship with you, for I find such endeavors utterly distasteful." After uttering these words, Ling'er disregarded Lin Xuan entirely. He remained non-committal, perplexed as to why she seemed disinclined to change dormitories. He was curious to discern Ling'er's true intentions, especially since she expressed herself without any hint of malice. Her demeanor was soft and her tone almost monotonous. This woman was undeniably intriguing. Chapter 6. The Provocation of Shueqi Tian. "Ah, Ling'er, you foolish girl." As Lin Xuan stepped outside, Ling'er burrowed into her blankets, lamenting. Initially, upon Lin Xuan's entrance, she had intended to greet him warmly while concealing her true gender. However, her shyness overwhelmed her, prompting her to feign meditation and refrain from speaking. To her surprise, Lin Xuan also seemed disinclined to converse, and the two remained silent until dinner time. As evening approached, her nervousness resurfaced, mirroring her previous behavior. She pondered why she always resorted to harsh words with men, while her demeanor was entirely different around women. "Oh, what a fool I am. I've ruined everything once again," Ling'er lamented, lightly tapping her forehead. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror and managed to smile, reassuring herself that Lin Xuan would likely not request a room change. With time, he would surely come to understand her. She wondered why her master insisted she disguise herself as a male. Suddenly, a growl from her stomach made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Realizing she needed to hurry, she dashed out of her room, for the dining hall would soon close. Lin Xuan had already prepared his meal and settled by the window when he noticed the young man who had been beside Tang Xiao earlier approaching him. "What is meant to happen will happen," Lin Xuan sighed, setting down his chopsticks and addressing the young man. "Is there something you need?" Lin Xuan rolled his eyes, confronted by yet another self-satisfied individual. Without delving into his own feelings towards Tang Xiao, he merely harbored a fondness for the girl, her innocence undeniably charming. However, the man's words implied he regarded Tang Xiao as his possession. "Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The man's expression darkened, as if shadows could drip from his countenance. Lin Xuan observed the other SI's morph into a void of pure black. He was no pushover. 6 years of life and death struggles had taught him that only through relentless combat could he strengthen his bloodline power. "Remember my name. I am Shueqi Tian. If you possess true skill, I anticipate we shall meet in the class competition." With that, Shueqi Tian turned on his heel and departed, as if he had merely come to assert his dominance. However, upon hearing the name Shueqi Tian, Lin Xuan's expression soured. The surname Shui was almost synonymous with the imperial lineage of the Tiando Empire. It seemed he had inadvertently crossed paths with someone of considerable significance. Lin Xuan chuckled self-deprecatingly before continuing his meal. A few minutes later, Ling'er, bearing a cold expression, sat down with her own plate. After finishing their dinner, Lin Xuan and Ling'er returned to their dormitory side by side, engaging in a conversation that fluctuated between silence and dialogue. To Lin Xuan's surprise, Ling'er's full name was Chu Ling'er, and due to her disguise as a male, she preferred to be called Chu Ling. However, whenever Lin Xuan inquired about anything, she would respond with a curt, icy remark. This evening, Lin Xuan remarkably chose not to practice, an unprecedented decision in 6 years. It was not due to laziness, but rather the overwhelming events that had transpired. Since becoming a candidate for the Divine Envoy, he had maintained a rigorous standard for himself, yet everything still felt surreal. The trio of Tang Xiao, Shueqing Tian, and Chu Ling'er remained shrouded in mystery. Tang Xiao, for reasons unknown, seemed particularly fascinated by him, which inadvertently drew Lin Xuan into a complicated relationship with Shueqing Tian, though he harbored no fear of Shueqing Tian. No one wished to unwittingly provoke such a formidable adversary, especially considering he had no prior acquaintance with Tang Xiao. Oh well, why dwell on such thoughts? Lin Xuan shook his head and closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. By dawn the following day, Chu Ling'er had mysteriously vanished. After completing his morning rituals, he intended to head towards the teaching building to ascertain the class assignments. Given his prowess, he presumed he would be placed in Class 1. However, upon discovering his actual assignment, he was taken aback, for he had been allocated to Class 4. Class 1, without a doubt, was comprised of formidable individuals, including Tang Xiao, Shueqing Tian, and the Prince of the Xingluo Empire. In stark contrast, aside from Chu Ling'er, the most prominent member of Class 4 was merely a level 25 student. What a predicament! How could it be that the daunting class instructor, Wang Lin, was to guide us, beside Lin Xuan? A rather plump boy wore a troubled expression and lamented. It was only then that Lin Xuan surveyed the crowd, noticing that many faces were similarly drawn with concern. Could there be some troubling news about their homeroom teacher? Wang Lin was known as the most stringent homeroom teacher at Shrek Academy, having expelled a majority of underperforming students under his tutelage. While being at level 25 might be perceived as exceptional in the outside world, it was rather common within Shrek Academy, where many simply filled the ranks without true merit. At that moment, Chu Ling'er approached him and spoke, leading Lin Xuan to a sudden realization. He glanced at Chu Ling'er, whose voice now resonated with a distinctly masculine timbre. Furthermore, he was astonished to discover that Chu Ling'er had achieved an impressive level 29. However, it was the formidable presence of Shueqing Tian, boasting a level 36 spirit power, that loomed over Lin Xuan like an insurmountable mountain, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. Lin Xuan, come with me to see the dean. Tang Xiao exclaimed angrily as he strode up to Lin Xuan. Taken aback, Lin Xuan inquired, "What's the matter? Is the dean looking for me?" "No," Tang Xiao replied. "But with your abilities, why were you not placed in Class 1? Even Class 2 would suffice. Isn't being in Class 4 a waste of your talent?" Before Lin Xuan could speak, Chu Ling'er burst into laughter. Tang Xiao, observing Chu Ling'er, realized that her concern for Lin Xuan was perhaps excessive, considering they were merely strangers. Lin Xuan shot a glare at Chu Ling'er before addressing Tang Xiao, saying, "Thank you, Tang Xiao, but I believe that since the teachers at Shrek are quite competent, the class assignments are likely at the school's discretion, so there's no need to trouble the director." However, just as Tang Xiao was about to respond, Chu Ling'er positioned herself before Lin Xuan, looking down at Tang Xiao and declared, "Tang Xiao, Lin Xuan is not only my roommate but also my classmate, so there is no need for you to concern yourself." Lin Xuan gazed at Chu Ling'er and Tang Xiao, pondering whether this could be likened to an old hen guarding its nest. Were these two women actually quarreling over him? Shaking his head, Lin Xuan pulled Chu Ling'er behind him and said, "In the future, when I converse with my friends, please refrain from interjecting, all right? We aren't particularly close, after all." Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes and retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. Tang Xiao, being the young lady that she was, had always been accustomed to being treated with kindness. Now, faced with Chu Ling'er's assertiveness, she found herself at a loss for words. "Tang Xiao, I truly appreciate your concern for me. Rest assured, I am not a child. If I genuinely find myself unable to learn anything, I will switch classes," she stated. "Just make sure to take care of yourself. I wouldn't want such a brilliant talent like you to be overlooked," Tang Xiao replied before departing. Lin Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. He was taken aback by Tang Xiao's kindness and considering approaching the headmaster on his behalf. Chapter 7. What's wrong with liking you? How wonderful it is that such an adorable girl is concerned about you, Chu Ling'er remarked from behind Lin Xuan. The hint of jealousy in her words was palpable. Turning to face her, Lin Xuan asked, "What is your intention?" "Their concern for me is their own business. But do you have feelings for me?" "What if I do?" Chu Ling'er replied, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone around to hear. The crowd turned in astonishment, for Chu Ling'er, with a male physique and a masculine voice, elicited a collective gasp from those present. Lin Xuan was taken aback as he gazed at Chu Ling'er, who bore a smile in her eyes. Frustration welled within him, yet he found himself utterly helpless. After all, how could he possibly shout out that Chu Ling'er was a girl? Who would believe such a claim? It would only serve to exacerbate the situation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Xuan, prompting him to step in front of Chu Ling'er. She assumed he was about to act against her, but in the next moment, his actions left everyone breathless. Lin Xuan placed his hand on Chu Ling'er's waist and kissed her passionately. All the girls covered their eyes in shock, while a significant number of boys fell to the ground, startled by the scene. Among the crowd, Shueqing Tian, initially furious, was rendered speechless upon witnessing the two men locked in a kiss. Outrageous. A furious shout broke the moment, separating Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. Chu Ling'er's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, while Lin Xuan laughed heartily, deciding to deepen the misunderstanding rather than clarify it. You two, come to the disciplinary office. The headmaster glared at them, his expression grim. The state of society had deteriorated, morals had declined. Two male students dared to kiss in public. What a disgrace. They were reprimanded for a full hour in the disciplinary office. Fortunately, Lin Xuan had prepared his excuses in advance, and the headmaster could not genuinely expel them. Although relationships were prohibited in the outer academy, it was beyond their jurisdiction. Just as a prince of the Xinglua Empire would inevitably have a lifelong companion, such matters could not be forbidden. The trouble arose because Chu Ling'er appeared male at that moment, making the situation more complicated, yet the public display of affection remained the core issue. You two will receive a warning. If you are caught again this semester, you will be expelled, the headmaster declared sternly. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Ling'er couldn't even muster the energy to respond, which infuriated the headmaster to the point of near apoplexy. Had it not been for their evident talents, he would have surely documented their transgressions. Rest assured, we shall not repeat this mistake, Lin Xuan assured the headmaster. Lin Xuan solemnly accepted the disciplinary notice. Upon exiting the office, the director's expression remained as dark as a charred pot. A middle-aged man seated nearby nodded in satisfaction. The director turned to the man and inquired, Director Yi, why did you not permit me to impose a severe penalty on them? The middle-aged man was, in fact, Yi Fanqing, the very person Lin Xuan sought. A fact unbeknownst to him. Yi Fanqing smiled and replied, Do you truly believe that Chu Ling is a male? If not male, then is she female? That is impossible. Our entrance examinations also assess bone age. Chu Ling indeed possesses the skeletal structure of a male, the director questioned, perplexed. Yi Fanqing shook his head and said, Her master must be the starless Douluo. I trust you are aware of this? The fortune teller who is rarely seen? The director was taken aback, as it was rumored that the starless Douluo had no apprentices. How could he have taken a girl as a disciple and even sent her to Shrek Academy disguised as a boy? Could it be? Indeed, it is all for Lin Xuan. I never anticipated that the young man my teacher spoke of harbored so many secrets. Unaware of the conversation in the disciplinary office, Lin Xuan remained silent on the journey back, and upon returning to the dormitory, Chu Ling'er suddenly swung a punch toward his face. Naturally, Lin Xuan would not allow her to succeed, immediately grasping her fist. He looked at Chu Ling'er coldly and remarked, Is this your way of expressing affection for me? You should not treat me this way. I warned you that if you peeped at me, I would gouge out your eyes, and now that you have kissed me, I will sew your mouth shut. Chu Ling'er's left hand struck Lin Xuan's abdomen, and he refrained from retaliating, allowing the blow to land squarely. Then, he collided his head against hers in an intimate encounter, leaving her momentarily dazed. Chu Ling'er, do not overstep your bounds. My indulgence toward you is merely to discern the true nature of your intentions, yet you disturb those around me. Whatever matter Tang Xiao has with me does not concern you, so refrain from creating absurdities. Lin Xuan gazed at Chu Ling'er and spoke coldly, finding this obstinate woman exceedingly difficult to handle. Chu Ling'er pressed her forehead, her eyes fixed on Lin Xuan with an icy demeanor. Internally, she was in a state of great anxiety, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, she could not manage to control her expression, as if another entity were orchestrating her demeanor. She yearned to articulate her thoughts clearly. Lin Xuan released his grip on Chu Ling'er's hand. With 7 days remaining before classes commenced, the following day, the announcement regarding Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er spread throughout the entire school. Anyone passing by Lin Xuan's room would hasten their steps, for he had become notorious. Labeled as a demon with a singular affection for boys, with Chu Ling'er being the first unfortunate victim. During these 7 days, Tang Xiao did not seek out Lin Xuan again, granting him a welcome solitude. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er departed that very night and did not return. Throughout this week, Lin Xuan devoted himself to solitary cultivation, feeling an increasing proximity to the realm of Soul Sovereign. After finishing his breakfast alone, Lin Xuan entered the classroom amidst the murmurs of his classmates. To his surprise, he discovered that Chu Ling'er was already seated inside. Intentionally, he chose to occupy a position directly opposite her, yet unexpectedly, she did not pursue him. The desks in the classroom were arranged according to the number of students, which inevitably meant that two unfortunate souls would end up seated with Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. As fate would have it, the last two to enter the classroom were two girls. Just as Lin Xuan contemplated rising to sit beside Chu Ling'er to spare the others from discomfort, she stood up first, but instead of moving towards him, she grasped one of the girl's arms and pulled her to the seat next to her. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes, pondering the intentions of Chu Ling'er, while another girl sat beside him, seemingly on the verge of tears, sitting upright as if Lin Xuan were a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er was engaged in lively conversation with her deskmate. The atmosphere fell silent abruptly when a thunderous shout halted all chatter, including that of Chu Ling'er. A man clad in a black teacher's robe strode into the classroom. This must be the homeroom teacher, Wang Lin. He placed the textbooks on the desk and, with a nonchalant tone, commanded, Lin Xuan, Chu Ling, stand up. As soon as his words were uttered, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling rose immediately. Wang Lin scrutinized them and declared, "Go outside for a run. You won't attend class this morning, 100 laps. Should either of you fail to complete the task, the other shall forfeit lunch and continue running." Chapter 8. Mutual assistance on what grounds? Chu Ling questioned Wang Lin coldly. Even with her generally good temperament, she could not tolerate the notion of a girl having to run 100 laps. Despite their plethora of unresolved issues, they had already faced disciplinary action. You tarnish the class's reputation. Lin Xuan acknowledges his own faults. As students of Class 4, you should prioritize the honor of your class rather than questioning my methods of discipline, Wang Lin replied, narrowing his eyes with a chilling demeanor. Just as Chu Ling was about to retort, Lin Xuan dashed into the classroom, grasping her arm and leading her to the playground. The moment they exited, he heard Chu Ling lamenting, and in an effort to avoid being implicated, he mustered the courage to pull her outside. "Why are you dragging me?" Chu Ling queried, perplexed. Lin Xuan sighed and replied, "Just run. I still want to attend class." Seeing Lin Xuan's determination, Chu Ling reluctantly acquiesced to join him in the run. Both were peak soul masters, and running 100 laps without burden was manageable. The first 50 laps posed no challenge for them, but by the 65th lap, Chu Ling was beginning to struggle for breath. Lin Xuan glanced up at the teaching building, where Wang Lin observed them, realizing that rest was out of the question. He intentionally slowed his pace to accommodate the breathless Chu Ling. "Release your martial soul, otherwise, you won't manage," he urged. "All right." Chu Ling nodded, unleashing her martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings materializing behind her. With the release, the pressure diminished significantly. She could have automatically released her martial soul after 5 more laps due to fatigue, but doing so now would conserve her energy. Lin Xuan, being considerate, ran ahead of her to reduce any resistance. By the time they reached the 88th lap, Chu Ling could no longer endure. Just as her consciousness began to wane, and she was about to collapse, Lin Xuan caught her in his arms. Chu Ling attempted to speak, but Lin Xuan did not afford her the opportunity. He hoisted her onto his back and activated his martial soul. His stamina was sufficient to complete another 12 laps, yet carrying even a girl would be a considerable burden. He cast a determined glance at Wang Lin, his eyes brimming with resolve, and shouted as he accelerated. "What a clever little one," Wang Lin remarked, a rare hint of amusement gracing his usually stern visage, likely shocking those who witnessed it. Wang Lin was well aware of Chu Ling's true identity and gender, yet he treated her as he would any male student. For she was still his pupil, albeit one who donned a male guise. Lin Xuan finally completed the last 12 laps after 20 minutes, just as the class was concluding. He and Chu Ling'er had run for a total of 6 hours. Even at this moment, Lin Xuan's hands and feet trembled incessantly, yet his spirit remained remarkably invigorated, as if he could continue running. "Hey, you can't be serious, can you?" Lin Xuan glanced at Chu Ling'er, who had fallen asleep on his back, rendered speechless by the sight. It was remarkable that she could slumber so soundly despite the jostling. Rather than rousing her, Lin Xuan carried her back to the dormitory. Noticing that she was drenched in perspiration, he unceremoniously placed her at the bathroom door before departing. The moment he left, Chu Ling'er opened her eyes. Casting a cold glance in the direction he had gone, she remarked icily, "Considering your decent treatment of me, I shall overlook this for now." Having said this, she closed her eyes once more. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan returned to the office, where Wang Lin awaited his arrival. As Lin Xuan entered and took a seat, Wang Lin chuckled wryly. "Was it truly necessary for you to come without taking a shower? I feared it might disrupt the teacher's mealtime." Lin Xuan responded, "What about you? I can manage with dry rations. I've grown accustomed to it." Their exchange revealed to Wang Lin that Lin Xuan harbored some grievances. He looked at Lin Xuan and inquired, "Are you standing up for Chu Ling'er?" "Teacher, you were fully aware that Chu Ling'er is a girl. Why then did you make her run 100 laps? If it had been anyone else, they would have surely collapsed. 100 laps far exceed the limits of even a great soul master." Lin Xuan spoke with indignation. His keen eyesight having caught a glimpse of Wang Lin smiling at the moment, he lifted Chu Ling'er onto his back. This led him to form such a conjecture. Furthermore, the likelihood of cross-dressing at Shrek Academy is minimal. It is more probable that the academy merely turns a blind eye while still informing the class supervisor. Quite meticulous, indeed. I had anticipated this from the very beginning. My actions were intentional. You are capable of absorbing the soul rings of 2,000-year-old soul beasts at the 20th level. Could you not endure for 100 cycles? Wang Lin observed Lin Xuan with satisfaction. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he finally comprehended the tenacity of this class supervisor. Wang Lin rose and addressed Lin Xuan. "In truth, neither of you was meant to be transferred here. Rather, the school specifically arranged for your presence. Do you understand the significance of Class 4? "I do not." Lin Xuan shook his head, while Wang Lin sighed and said, "Class 4 represents the weakest of Shrek. Or rather, it is Shrek's selection of subpar candidates. However, among you, there exists a glimmer of talent, and there may well be students who blossom later in life. This is why I am here as your homeroom teacher. You should know that 70% of my students have successfully passed the inner academy assessments. Yet, I was transferred here after expelling a genius youth. Perhaps you do not fully grasp my intentions, but I want you to become the class leader." I wish for you to enter the inner academy and prove that the individual I dismissed was not a peerless genius, but merely an ordinary talent. Wang Lin gazed at Lin Xuan with fervor, prompting Lin Xuan to pause, quickly realizing Wang Lin's meaning. He wanted him to rise to that individual's level and then surpass him. Why should I do this? He pondered, feeling that it was indeed a tall order. Yet, it was Wang Lin's lifelong aspiration. If you are unwilling, then so be it. After all, you are my last batch of students, Wang Lin lamented as he took a seat. Observing Wang Lin's pained expression, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled his mother. What had caused her to wear such a sorrowful visage? Was it due to someone? Was it because someone was too powerful for her to contend with? For reasons unknown, Lin Xuan felt an urge to assist Wang Lin, yet he needed to uncover the entire truth. Therefore, Lin Xuan inquired, who is that person? He is a member of the Holy Spirit cult, Wang Lin replied. The origins of the Holy Spirit cult are shrouded in mystery. No one knows precisely where they come from. However, there is a rumor that the organization is composed entirely of evil soul masters. Impossible. Evil soul masters would be eradicated the moment they are discovered on the continent. How could they possibly form a cult? Lin Xuan shook his head in disbelief and exclaimed. Chapter 9. Secrets. The evil soul master indeed lurked in the shadows, continually hunted by others. However, many of these evil soul masters grew stronger amidst the pursuit, gradually banding together to form a hidden faction. Though rumors circulated, their veracity remained uncertain. Wang Lin also shook his head, clearly reluctant to accept that the evil soul masters had gained such prominence. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that the odds were exceedingly slim. Even if evil soul masters existed, it would be difficult for them to establish a significant presence, as the formidable powers of Shrek Academy would not remain idle. And the two empires were not without their own strong warriors. The individual I wish to discuss has a profound connection to the Holy Spirit sect. Over the years, I have diligently researched this person, probing for information among the merchants of Shrek City, and ultimately, I have come to the conclusion that the Holy Spirit sect indeed exists. I am eager to learn more. Lin Xuan spoke with a grave expression, acknowledging that matters concerning the evil soul masters left him no choice but to act. Evil soul masters are universally reviled across the continent, thus even Lin Xuan felt compelled to eliminate them. Wang Lin sighed and recounted, a decade ago, the former head instructor was nearing retirement, and I was poised to take over. My academic achievements were well recognized, boasting a 70% pass rate for the external academies class, largely due to the students' inherent talent, but more importantly, my hands-on approach. I tailored unique cultivation plans for each student. However, the appearance of one individual led me to a profound low. That individual was Chun Yin, who entered Class 1 with a soul power level of 32, radiating the brilliance of a genius alongside the princes of the Tiandou Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Naturally, I held high hopes for him, as he was a rogue cultivator demonstrating rapid advancements in strength. Yet, it soon became apparent that something was amiss, for his progress was alarmingly swift, while his female classmates' abilities stagnated, arousing my suspicions. At this juncture, Wang Lin painfully closed his eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke again. Ultimately, I discovered the truth too late. The girl who had been in a relationship with Chun Yin perished, her life extinguished just outside Shrek City. This incident sent shockwaves through Shrek Academy, and I was horrified to find that her demise was gruesome, seemingly a result of having her life force drained. Considering Chun Yin's rapid cultivation, I raised my doubts and branded him the prime suspect in her murder. Yet, not only did Chun Yin clear his name, but he also found a reason to withdraw from the academy. Lin Xuan, in astonishment, surmised the events that were about to unfold. Wang Lin nodded, tears streaming down his face as he recounted. During that year's Grand Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, Shrek Academy faltered, failing to secure the championship title. The pivotal battle was when Chun Yin triumphed over our external academy's prodigy. As a result, I was subjected to public scorn. Not only did I forfeit my chance at becoming the director of instruction, but I also lost my qualifications as a teacher, relegated instead to the position of homeroom teacher for Class 4. This incident became a blemish on Chun Yin's life. From that moment onward, he became taciturn. Although he continued to teach diligently, he lost that spark of enthusiasm. Furthermore, the students in Class 4 were a mixed bag. He understood the school's intentions, that he was to weed out the subpar students. However, his patience was waning, as he drew ever closer to the truth. He was determined to expose Chun Yin's true nature while simultaneously vindicating himself in the eyes of Shrek Academy. How did Chun Yin manage to clear his name? Lin Xuan inquired with confusion. Typically, the methods employed by such malevolent soul masters would be detected. If one truly relies on absorbing the power of others to enhance their strength, how could Chun Yin possibly exonerate himself here at Shrek? Chun Yin's martial soul is the radiant flame. What? Lin Xuan was taken aback, revealing an expression that seemed to question, are you jesting with me? How could the flame of light possibly cultivate an evil technique? No wonder Shrek Academy found it hard to believe. Any reasonable individual would harbor doubts. I am uncertain of the means he employed, yet he now stands as a duke of the Tiandou Empire, with his soul power nearing the level of soul sage. It is quite difficult to fathom, isn't it? A decade ago, when he departed from Shrek Academy, He was merely a soul master, and now, 10 years later, he has astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of Soul Emperor. This irregular pace of advancement has gradually led to a lack of accountability directed towards me. But I shall not concede. Lin Xuan gazed at Wang Lin, feeling a twinge of regret. Wang Lin's words seemed to diverge from his initial promise to devote himself to nurturing Lin Xuan. With a serious expression, Wang Lin stated, "My intention in cultivating you is not for any personal gain, but to demonstrate to Shrek that I still possess the teaching prowess of my earlier days. I have committed no wrongdoing. Once I have completed your training, I will be at ease in my quest for the truth. Even if my future holds death, I wish for others to comprehend my actions and the reasons behind my unwavering dedication. I shall strive earnestly, and if that Chunyin truly is a malevolent soul master, it is my duty to eliminate him. However, for now, I remain your student." Lin Xuan nodded without making any commitments. After all, this matter was solely based on Wang Lin's perspective. He had no knowledge of what kind of person Chunyin truly was. At present, he was merely a student. "Very well, let us take a shower and have a meal. There is still time." Indeed, Lin Xuan left the office and returned to the dormitory, where Chu Ling'er had already awakened. After taking a shower, she sat on the bed, relaxing her body. Lin Xuan paid no heed to Chu Ling'er as he took his clothes to the bathroom. After finishing his shower, Lin Xuan looked at Chu Ling'er and inquired, "Will you be able to attend the afternoon class? If not, I can ask the teacher for a leave of absence. I can manage." Chu Ling'er replied softly. Her head lowered. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed by the absence of her usual assertiveness. Instead, her tone bore a hint of fragility. However, he did not dwell on it, and went to have his meal, bringing back a portion for Chu Ling'er afterward. Lin Xuan sat on his bed, eyes closed in meditation. With half an hour remaining before his afternoon class, he had ample time to cultivate an entire cycle. This 100 rounds had not been without effect. His bottleneck had loosened slightly, and within a month, he would surely break through to the Soul Master stage. Of course, engaging in sparring with others would expedite his progress even further. Chu Ling'er, her cheeks flushed, gazed at Lin Xuan, perplexed by her newfound ability to voice her thoughts. How would she face him afterward? Would he harbor resentment toward her? Her heart was in turmoil. The events of the morning had greatly affected her. Lin Xuan's support felt akin to that of an elder brother. Did he truly dislike her? Half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Xuan ceased his meditation, rising to say, "Let us go. It is time for class. We mustn't be late." Chu Ling'er nodded obediently, trailing behind Lin Xuan as they made their way to the classroom. They were the last to arrive, nearly stepping in just as Wang Lin entered. Wang Lin had already composed himself, reverting to his usual stoic demeanor, which left the classmates too intimidated to speak. Chapter 10. Class Monitor Lin Xuan, stand up. Yes. At the call of his name, Lin Xuan immediately rose. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction before addressing the class. "I propose Lin Xuan as our class monitor. Is there any dissent?" "No." The entire class responded in unison, acknowledging Lin Xuan's undeniable strength as the most formidable in Class 4. They had no grounds for protest, especially since Chu Ling'er had yet to voice her opinion. Wang Lin surveyed the room before turning to Chu Ling'er, asking, "Do you have any objections?" "No." Chu Ling'er stood and coldly replied. Wang Lin gestured for them to sit, but just as he was about to continue, a knock at the door interrupted him. He cast a cold glance towards the source of the sound, discovering the Class 3 homeroom teacher, Chu Jian, wearing a smile. "What brings you here, Teacher Chu Jian?" "ISNT at class time." Wang Lin stepped forward, his aura emanating as he released his martial spirit, manifesting 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings. Chu Jian appeared taken aback by Wang Lin's display of power. "Teacher Chu Jian, your impulsiveness every year is unbecoming of a Class 3 homeroom teacher. It's quite embarrassing," Wang Lin remarked, casting a glance at the 3 individuals accompanying Chu Jian, who were equally astonished to realize that the Class 4 homeroom teacher was a Soul Douluo. Chu Jian, unaware of Wang Lin's ascent from the pinnacle of Soul Sage to Soul Douluo, found himself at a disadvantage. "Teacher Wang Lin, I am here not merely for pleasantries, but because we had agreed to spar at the beginning of each term." "Oh, I had forgotten," Wang Lin replied. Then called out to the students, "Lin Xuan, Chu Ling'er, and Su Luoluo, stand up." "Yes." Lin Xuan, Chu Ling'er, and a seemingly frail young boy stood up. Wang Lin turned to the others and instructed, "Mao Luo-san, lead the others to the arena. Lin Xuan, accompany me." "Understood." A bespectacled boy rose, and Lin Xuan, along with the other 2, followed Wang Lin. As they made their way, Wang Lin remarked, "Please share the details of your martial spirits and soul skills." "This." Lin Xuan hesitated, and Wang Lin, perceiving his uncertainty, spoke up. "There will be no competitive matches within the class. It is a cohesive unit. Even during the freshman assessments, you will not compete against your own classmates, except in the finals. Moreover, Su Luoluo is the only individual I have chosen in this class who can effectively collaborate with both of you." "Well, I shall go first." Su Luoluo chimed in cheerfully. Lin Xuan suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. Despite being the class leader, he had not yet integrated into the group. With her head bowed, Su Luoluo continued, "My martial soul is the water element, and I am a level 26 control-type spirit master. My first soul skill is Water Bubble, which can encase a person within a bubble of water. Unless they are 3 levels higher than me, it will not be broken for a minute. My second soul skill is Water Spear, which allows me to conjure spears made of water, suitable for both combat and throwing. The first soul skill requires considerable soul power, and after using it, I can create a maximum of 5 spears, each possessing the striking force of a level 21 Great Soul Master. After Su Luoluo concluded, she glanced at Wang Lin, who nodded in satisfaction. Wang Lin had specifically sought her out, acknowledging her as the 3rd most formidable spirit master in the class, which is why he included her in Lin Xian's team. I am Lin Xian, my martial soul is the Shadowless, and I am a level 29 agility type spirit master. My first soul skill, Spatial Shift, allows me to tear through space within a radius of 100 meters centered on myself. My second soul skill, Spatial Slice, can shatter the surrounding space, creating blades of wind to sever my opponent. I am Chu Ling, my martial soul is the Nine-Tailed Fox, and I am also a level 29 control type spirit master. My first soul skill, Clone, enables me to create a perfect duplicate of myself, which can utilize other soul skills. My second soul skill is Seduction, which can enchant any individual within a 3-level difference from me. Wang Lin nodded approvingly as the 3 made their way to the arena area. Although it was class time, several students were engaged in duels. As first-year students, they all wore white robes corresponding to the colors of their 10-year soul rings. Once Wang Lin completed the necessary procedures, they awaited Chu Jian to bring forth the talents of Class 3. In a moment, whether you win or lose, keep one individual in mind, Li Qi from Class 3. His soul power is at level 32, which exceeds the limit of Chu Ling's seduction skill. In my estimation, you may only enchant him for an instant. As for the other 2, I suspect they are both level 28 Great Soul Masters. Now, you may devise your tactics. Wang Lin shared the information he had, and Lin Xian furrowed his brow, looking at Su Luoluo and asking, "Can you lend me 3 of your water spears?" Certainly. When used in combat, the water spear does not expend its full power like when thrown. Rather, it dissipates gradually. If you, Brother Lin, intend to engage Li Qi in close combat, 1 water spear can sustain you for 3 rounds. That will suffice. Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. His greatest reliance lay in the dagger left to him by his mother. The reason weapons were not permitted in the arena was simple, the variable known as the Tang sect. Generally, affluent individuals could acquire a full set of hidden weapons from the Tang sect, granting them an advantage over soul masters of equal rank. However, not everyone could obtain these weapons. At least, Lin Xian did not possess them, nor did Chu Ling'er. You can devise the strategy, she said, looking at Lin Xian with trust. He nodded. Since he had chosen to participate, victory was his goal. Their overall strength was merely lacking a soul ring, and he was particularly wary of Li Qi's martial soul. Meanwhile, Chu Jian addressed the 3 in front of him. Originally, our class had a solid chance of defeating Class 4, but inexplicably, this year, 2 individuals from Class 4, both at level 29, have joined. Moreover, that Lin Xian possesses 1 yellow and 1 purple soul ring. I hope you will not underestimate this battle. Rest assured, Teacher Chu, I will secure the win, replied the burly Li Qi earnestly. The woman beside him appeared unconcerned about the trio's strength. In her eyes, this was a guaranteed victory. Chu Jian, perceiving the woman's mindset, chose to remain silent, as she hailed from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, having been raised with an inflated ego. And with the amplification of the 7-treasure glazed tower, he truly doubted Class 4 could best them. Once all the students from both classes took their seats to observe, Lin Xian and his companions entered the largest arena, measuring exactly 100 meters. Lin Xian regarded Li Qi with fierce determination, while Li Qi's face radiated unyielding pride. Now that you are prepared, please announce your names. Chapter 11. The Battle of Honor. Lin Xian, Class 4, Level 29 Agile Attack Soul Master. Chu Ling'er, Level 29 Control System Soul Master. Su Luoluo, Level 26 Control System Soul Master. Li Qi, Level 32 Power Attack Soul Master. Ningya, Level 28 Support System Weapon Soul Master. Lin Xuan, Level 28 Agile Attack Soul Master. After the 6 announced their names, they positioned themselves appropriately. Su Luoluo stood behind Chu Ling'er, while Lin Xian took the forefront. Li Qi also stood at the front, releasing his martial soul, from which 4 robust spider legs sprouted, their tips sharp enough to instill fear. On the other side, Ningya summoned a 7-treasure glazed tower, while Lin Xuan sprouted a pair of cat ears and transformed his hands into cat paws. Lin Xian's expression changed. What a divine combination. The 7-treasure glazed tower threatened to dismantle all his carefully laid plans. Fury bubbled within Lin Xian, almost causing him to spit blood. Yet with the arrow already on the string, he could not hold back. Su Luoluo swiftly conjured a water spear and tossed it to Lin Xian. Just as he was about to act, Ningya's 2 soul rings flared to life. 7 treasures, glazed tower. The first is speed, the second is strength. With Ningya's amplification, Li Qi's 3rd soul ring ignited, enveloping Lin Xian in a green light. The 3rd soul skill, Binding Web, was unleashed instantaneously. Wang Lin gazed at Li Qi in astonishment, yet he held confidence in Lin Xian. As expected, Lin Xian's 1st soul ring illuminated, and he executed a spatial shift, appearing directly behind Li Qi, thrusting the water spear towards his heart. Li Qi, Ningya shouted, but the next moment, her soul skill was interrupted as she was attacked. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er had already unleashed her doppelganger and engaged in combat with Mo Zixuan, while her main body employed a charm skill to disrupt Ningya's soul skill output. Simultaneously, Su Luoluo hurled his second water spear forcefully at Ningya. Li Qi did not turn back. Instead, he lunged at Lin Xuan with his spider legs. Ignoring the attack, Lin Xuan activated his first soul skill once more, ascending above Ningya, and unleashed his second soul skill, Spatial Blade, sending countless blades of space hurtling towards her, a guaranteed kill. Just as the attack was about to descend, an elder appeared, rescuing Ningya. Lin Xuan immediately turned to Mo Zixuan, who realized the situation was dire. He released his second soul skill, conjuring a doppelganger identical to himself that fled in the opposite direction. Lin Xuan used spatial shift to intercept the fleeing doppelganger, delivering a powerful punch. Yet in the next instant, Mo Zixuan broke into a deep smile, his form exploding, enveloping Lin Xuan in a pink mist. Mo Zixuan's expression was one of delight. His second soul skill, Phantom Clone, was not merely for escape. When the clone was attacked, it would self-destruct, releasing a hypnotic mist. Lin Xuan, at the center of this mist, would likely be incapacitated for an entire day. However, in the next moment, Mo Zixuan's smile froze. For Lin Xuan found himself encased within a massive water sphere. As Su Luoluo emerged from behind Chu Ling'er, his face pale and holding only 3 water spears. His soul power entirely depleted. This was his on-the-spot judgment. The original plan was to use the water bubble to trap Li Qi and then have the 3 of them focus fire on Mo Zixuan. However, Mo Zixuan's unexpected second soul skill forced him to utilize his first soul skill to protect Lin Xuan. Charm, Chu Ling'er declared coldly, and Mo Zixuan felt a wave of dizziness. She seized a water spear and hurled it at the unsuspecting Mo Zixuan. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his first soul skill, his hands sliding forward, causing the water spear to break mid-air, losing its potency. Yet, Chu Ling'er would not let such an opportunity slip. She charged straight at Mo Zixuan. At that moment, Li Qi made his move, releasing his second soul skill, causing spikes to rise beneath Chu Ling'er's feet, ground spike trap. Chu Ling'er's expression changed. She was unable to defend herself and was rescued by the elder. Her face paled in disbelief as she slammed her fist into the ground. Not expecting to fall for such a trap, what began as a favorable 2-on-1 scenario had rapidly reversed, leaving Lin Xuan alone to confront 2 opponents. Lin Xuan approached the direction where Chu Ling'er had been eliminated and picked up the remaining water gun, positioning himself defensively with one in each hand. Mo Zixuan retreated to Li Qi's side. Li Qi turned to Mo Zixuan and inquired, "Can you still fight? I can still engage in battle. Though my soul power is quite depleted," Mo Zixuan replied resolutely after taking a deep breath. Li Qi nodded and addressed Lin Xuan, "You should withdraw. This is merely a competition, and there is no need to risk lasting repercussions. The allure lies not solely in the skills of this moment. Without timely treatment, you may face lingering effects. But there are no buts." Mo Zixuan attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Li Qi. With no choice, Mo Zixuan exited the arena to receive treatment. Only Lin Xuan and Li Qi remained on the stage, both having expended considerable energy. Li Qi had unleashed 2 soul techniques, which took a toll on his soul power, while Lin Xuan continually employed his first soul technique, leaving uncertainty about his own energy reserves. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Qi, perplexed by the nature of Li Qi's first soul skill. Presently, Li Qi's third soul skill was of no consequence to him, and the second was equally ineffective. However, even with the ability to tear through space, a stealthy ambush was impossible, as the 4 spider legs formed an insurmountable barrier. Die! Li Qi's gaze sharpened as he charged directly at Lin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan activated his second soul ring, shattering the space around him. Blades of spatial energy surged towards Li Qi, while the spider legs behind him swayed vigorously, shattering one blade after another. Yet, the spatial blades were not mere sponges. They were sharp as daggers, leaving countless small wounds on the spider legs. Lin Xuan thrust his water spear towards Li Qi, who, to Lin Xuan's dismay, extended his right hand to grasp the water spear directly. "This is bad." Lin Xuan's expression changed abruptly as spikes erupted from the ground. He leaped backward, aware that behind him lay the arena's edge. A fall would mean his defeat. The destruction of space was a calculated risk he embraced as he positioned himself for a desperate struggle. Now, however, it was Li Qi who found himself in a precarious situation. Lin Xuan tore through the fabric of space, appearing behind Li Qi, and thrust the water spear toward his back. Li Qi's spider-like legs lashed out, but Lin Xuan inhaled deeply and struck at the 2 legs with his fists. Remarkably, his strength deflected one of the legs, yet 2 others still pierced through his shoulder and abdomen. Li Qi's first soul ring ignited, and the elder's expression shifted as he realized Li Qi intended to poison him. In Li Qi's eyes, he saw a glimmer of murderous intent. Just as he prepared to intervene, an unexpected transformation occurred. Lin Xuan's entire being seemed engulfed in flames, his hair and eyes turning a fiery crimson. He grasped the spider legs, impaling him with both hands and, to the astonishment of all, wrenched them apart with sheer force. A scream escaped Li Qi's lips as he collapsed, his martial spirit wounded. The elder rushed to the center of the arena, separating Lin Xuan from Li Qi, who immediately exited his frenzied state. He cast a cold gaze at Li Qi, pondering why he had resorted to such lethal measures. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's transformation, he would have been poisoned to death. Is everything all right? The elder inquired, confirming Li Qi's condition before hastening to Lin Xuan, using acupressure to staunch his wounds. The elder had hesitated to assist Lin Xuan immediately because the injuries were not life-threatening. Lin Xuan had adeptly redirected the two spider legs aimed at him, and the elder, drawing on his battle experience, understood Lin Xuan's intentions. Had Lin Xuan acted sooner, Li Qi would have been powerless to defend himself. While this life-or-death combat method was not encouraged, it was not entirely condemned either. The students were not sheltered flowers. They would eventually face the world, where treachery and survival of the fittest prevailed. Those unprepared for downfall would meet untimely ends. Li Qi's actions, though misguided, were not entirely without justification. Yet, Lin Xuan's ability to counteract the poison was unexpected. Li Qi's approach was inappropriate. They were all students, and there was no need to seek each other's lives. In the event of Lin Xuan's demise, Li Qi would merely face expulsion. Thank you, senior. Lin Xuan expressed his gratitude. Lin Xuan's berserk state is extraordinarily formidable, rendering him impervious to all negative effects, even allowing him to nullify the sensation of pain. However, the conditions for its activation are rather stringent. The first method involves wielding a dagger, which can trigger it directly. The second occurs in moments of life and death crises, akin to when Li Qi was poisoned moments ago. Chu Jian, your student's capabilities may be lacking, yet his ruthlessness is commendable, Wang Lin coldly remarked as he stepped onto the stage. Chu Jian, cradling the unconscious Li Qi, nearly lost control upon hearing Wang Lin's words. But he managed to restrain himself, knowing that dueling between teachers is strictly prohibited. Any infraction would result in severe penalties for both parties. Wang Lin, however, seemed unconcerned, as he would be departing after overseeing this cohort of Lin Xuan. Chu Jian, on the other hand, had much to consider. Students of Class 3 returned to the classroom. Chu Jian declared with a dark expression, escorting Li Qi to the school infirmary. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was similarly assisted by Chu Ling'er to the infirmary. Both Lin Xuan and Li Qi bore significant injuries, particularly Lin Xuan, whose abdominal and shoulder pain intensified after the berserk state, causing him to grimace and draw sharp breaths along the way. Chu Ling'er, with a smile, quipped, "Why exhibit such bravado? Who truly wishes to embrace defeat?" Lin Xuan helplessly remarked that the head of the school infirmary was a bearer of the tree of life martial spirit. In an instant, both Lin Xuan and Li Qi's injuries were healed, and after confirming that there were no lingering effects, they returned to the classroom. On the way, Li Qi cast a glance filled with combat spirit at Lin Xuan before departing, leaving Lin Xuan puzzled by the fact that this guy did not utter any harsh words. Nonetheless, it was a relief to avoid further trouble. Wang Lin granted Lin Xuan and the others the entire afternoon off, as he commenced physical training with the remaining students in the class. Su Luoluo returned to her dormitory, and Lin Xuan had yet to express his gratitude. Had it not been for Su Luoluo's performance in today's match, he might have already faced defeat. It was time to head back. Lin Xuan smiled helplessly and returned to the dormitory with Chu Ling'er. He sensed a loosening of the bottleneck he had encountered and began to exert himself fully to break through to the Soul Sovereign realm. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er observed Lin Xuan with a hint of confusion. An energy within her seemed to resonate with him. She immediately thought of the possibility of a martial soul fusion technique. Yet one soul was a nine-tailed fox and the other a space martial soul. How could there be any connection? Shaking her head, she pondered what other link could exist if not this one. What are you doing? Lin Xuan suddenly opened his eyes, his expression peculiar as he spoke. It was not intentional on his part. Rather, it was the proximity of Chu Ling'er that rendered him unable to concentrate on his breakthrough. Startled like a frightened rabbit, Chu Ling'er let out a piercing scream, retreating rapidly until she collided with the bedside table, cradling her head in her hands. Why such an exaggerated reaction? I recall that you used to speak to me with icy words, unfazed even when I kissed you. Lin Xuan, stroking his chin, spoke with a hint of perplexity. He even entertained the notion that Chu Ling'er had been swapped during those 7 days. Perhaps this was her sister or younger sibling. The possibility of her being a sister seemed more plausible, given her evident shyness. Don't scare me, Chu Ling'er protested, covering her head in a display of indignation. Lin Xuan, momentarily taken aback, reached out and playfully pinched her cheek, inquiring, "Are you Chu Ling'er's sister or elder sibling? What are you doing?" Chu Ling'er exclaimed, swatting his hand away. Rising to stand before her, Lin Xuan pressed on, "What is your true intention in approaching me? If you reveal your purpose, I can assist you. After all, we have fought side by side, and I consider you a friend. I shall certainly lend my aid to a friend in need. Stay away from me," Chu Ling'er retorted. Her cheeks flushed. For reasons unknown, whenever Lin Xuan drew near, her heart raced, and she became acutely aware of the resonance of his presence within her. Lin Xuan, too, had noticed this peculiar connection. He had previously overlooked it, but now he realized that his own bloodline power was instinctively stirring. and the request it made was to consume the Chu Ling'er before him. Lin Xuan took a few steps back, his demeanor cautious as he inquired. Chu Ling'er, avoiding his gaze, appeared restless and hesitant, prompting Lin Xuan to realize the gravity of the situation. This must be her mission. In a hushed tone, Chu Ling'er confessed, "My purpose here is to retrieve something from within you." As she trailed off, Lin Xuan comprehended her intentions. She sought to acquire the bloodline power residing within him, while he, too, yearned for the strength embedded within her. Thus, he posed the question, "Do you intend to take my life?" Lin Xuan returned to his bed, intrigued and questioning. He found it hard to believe that Chu Ling'er would act in such a manner. It seemed evident that she was a remarkably kind-hearted young woman, for she had numerous opportunities to take action, including the journey to the infirmary today, where she could have easily struck and fled from Shrek City. "I don't know," Chu Ling'er replied, shaking her head in confusion. Lin Xuan chuckled heartily, delighted by her response. He closed his eyes to continue his cultivation, wishing to avoid listening to any more of Chu Ling'er's lamentations. Wang Lin's tale had been sufficiently melodramatic, and he feared that Chu Ling'er's story might be even more so. He believed that in due time, the truth would reveal itself. Chu Ling'er gazed at Lin Xuan with a complex expression, her soul power beginning to coalesce, and her soul ring already manifested. Yet, Lin Xuan remained in his meditative state, signaling to her that she would not take action. Biting her lip, Chu Ling'er felt her second soul ring tremble, as if the alluring power would spring forth at any moment. Her fingernails elongated, yet despite her turmoil, she found herself unable to act. It seemed that if she did, she would be engulfed by regret. The reason for her hesitation eluded her. Eventually, feeling defeated, Chu Ling'er sank back onto the bed. She could not bring herself to act. Feeling frustrated, she scratched her head and glanced at Lin Xuan before heading off to take a shower. Lin Xuan opened his right eye and smiled. Chapter 13. Breakthrough to Soul Master. This young lady is indeed remarkably kind. Lin Xuan murmured softly before embarking on a genuine breakthrough of his limitations. Although certain matters between the two remained unspoken, an understanding had been reached. Once the knot in their hearts was untied, everything felt remarkably clearer and invigorating. The power of space, the perception of spatial fluctuations. Lin Xuan silently contemplated, recognizing that each breakthrough represented the most opportune moment to comprehend the essence of spatial power. His soul energy circulated within him, traversing through 1 cycle, 5 cycles, 10 cycles. As he relentlessly assaulted his own limitations, the surrounding spatial energy grew increasingly dense, prompting Chu Ling'er to refrain from lingering in the dormitory. At last, in the dead of night, Lin Xuan shattered his bottleneck, ascending to the realm of Soul Master. He fervently absorbed the soul energy from the heavens and earth, while simultaneously perceiving the fluctuations of the surrounding space. During a breakthrough, each individual draws soul energy to envelop themselves, causing the ambient space to ripple in response. At that moment, Lin Xuan abruptly opened his eyes, without unleashing his martial soul. He extended his hands forward, grasped, and then swept to the left and right. A rift in space was thus torn open by his sheer will. How exhilarating! Lin Xuan clenched his fists tightly. The soul beast suitable for his third soul ring resided within the Star Dou Forest. Now, he merely needed to await the school's monthly expedition to the Star Dou Forest to acquire the soul ring. Although Yang Zhao had not disclosed the nature of the third soul skill, it was evident that it would undoubtedly possess offensive capabilities. What Lin Xuan currently lacked was a means of attack. While his spatial power allowed for exceptional escape, his prowess in direct confrontation was woefully inadequate. In his recent battle against Li Qi, he had triumphed only by exchanging injuries, primarily due to his lack of skills that posed a direct threat to his opponent. And he had narrowly avoided a disastrous defeat. Lin Xuan took a refreshing bath and changed into a new set of clothes before resuming his cultivation. In the morning, Chu Ling'er returned, and the two shared a meal before heading to class. Today, it was not Wang Lin who taught, after all. He had only instructed on the first day, and normal classes resumed on the second. The theoretical lessons covered the history of Shrek and various knowledge about martial souls. While this information was beneficial for most, it held little relevance for Lin Xuan. However, it did provide insights into the shortcomings of beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Life had settled into a monotonous routine, revolving around the teaching building, the cafeteria, and the arena. Since that time, Li Qi seemed to have developed an infatuation with Lin Xuan, frequently seeking him out for sparring sessions. Naturally, Lin Xuan, having broken through to Soul Master, was unafraid of such challenges. Remarkably, within a mere month, they had sparred 36 times, with Lin Xuan winning 14 and losing 22 matches. The disparity in their strengths was evident. If you choose a powerful ambush skill for your third soul ability, I fear I won't be able to withstand it, Li Qi remarked bitterly, sitting beside Lin Xuan. Although he had won more often, he understood that once Lin Xuan acquired his third soul ring, the situation would dramatically shift. Lin Xuan chuckled, not daring to retort. After parting ways with Li Qi, he sought out Wang Lin to inform him about the plan to obtain a soul ring the following day. Do I need to accompany you this time? I'm worried that those fellows from the inner academy won't be able to locate the soul beast you're seeking, Wang Lin inquired, his brow furrowing with concern. Lin Xuan paused momentarily before realizing that typically, It was the senior students from the Inner Academy who led the expeditions to obtain soul rings for the lower grade students as a form of training. He shook his head and replied, "There's no need for that. The teacher will still be conducting classes tomorrow, right? I have faith in the academy, and even if I don't acquire a soul ring, I can continue to cultivate. I already feel that I am on the verge of breaking through to level 32. That's good to hear." Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction before handing Lin Xuan a black card along with an invitation. Upon examining the invitation, Lin Xuan discovered it was for the Shrek Treasure Pavilion, while the card was a crystal card containing at least 200,000 gold soul coins. Lin Xuan was utterly hesitant to accept the card. Wang Lin gazed at him and said, "The Treasure Pavilion offers not only soul bones, but also various elixirs and extraordinary materials that can transform the body. While I cannot afford the soul bones, you may acquire items that would be beneficial for yourself. Once you have made your purchases, simply return the card to me." "No, teacher. I cannot accept such a precious item," Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan shook his head and returned the card to Wang Lin. Wang Lin gazed at the black card before him and remarked, "I knew you would be reluctant to accept it. Rest assured, it is merely a loan, which you will need to repay in due time. Would it not be a pity if you came across something you desired at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, but lacked the means to purchase it?" Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, encountering something splendid yet lacking the means to acquire it could lead to prolonged regret. With this thought in mind, he carefully tucked away the invitation and the black card. The date inscribed on the invitation was a fortnight hence, perfectly coinciding with his return from hunting soul beasts. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xuan returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings in preparation for his departure the following day. Lin Xuan, at the base of the dormitory, Chu Ling'er waved her hand to catch his attention. Lin Xuan halted, gazing at her with a smile. "Have you made a breakthrough?" "Yes, but I am a whole month behind you," Chu Ling'er replied, her voice tinged with disappointment. Lin Xuan gently patted her head and remarked, "You are reluctant to engage in combat. The best way to achieve a breakthrough lies not in solitary cultivation, but in battling and sparring with others." "I have no desire to spar with men," Chu Ling'er replied, scrunching her nose in distaste. Lin Xuan shook his head, and as they walked together, their laughter drew curious glances from passers-by. Recalling the rumors surrounding them sent a chill down many spines, yet neither Lin Xuan nor Chu Ling'er paid it any mind. They understood each other's identities, and that sufficed. The following morning, Lin Xuan accompanied Chu Ling'er to the entrance of Shrek Academy, where they encountered two young men and a young woman awaiting them. Judging by their robes, one of the young men was a fifth-year student, the other a fourth-year student, while the young woman was a first-year student like themselves. Lin Xuan recalled she was from Class 2. Noticing the arrival of Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er, the eldest of the two young men spoke up. "Is everyone here? I am Qianjun, a fifth-year student, and I will be responsible for escorting you to the city gate to meet with the supervising teacher." "Thank you, senior," Lin Xuan responded courteously. The four voices of Lin Xuan and his companions harmoniously echoed, as they all became acquainted with each other's names during their journey. Qianjun, a fifth-grade student boasting a formidable level of 49, was undoubtedly the strongest among the external academy, surpassing even the sixth graders in prowess. The other fourth-grade student, Lu Qiao, possessed a soul power of 39, while the lone female, Du Zitong, exhibited a soul power of 29. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Xuan experienced a peculiar fluctuation within his spatial martial soul upon glimpsing Du Zitong. "What is wrong?" inquired Chu Ling'er, noticing Lin Xuan's dazed gaze fixed on Du Zitong. Lin Xuan merely shook his head and gestured for her to refrain from questioning further. Acknowledging his silent plea, Chu Ling'er nodded in understanding. Upon reaching the entrance, a man clad in a crimson robe was whistling, awaiting their arrival. "Ah, you have arrived. I am Wang Tianyu, an Inner Academy student, here to escort you to the Star Dou Forest. Greetings, senior. I am Qianjun, the leader for this expedition." Qianjun respectfully introduced himself. Wang Tianyu smiled and nodded, replying, "There is no need for such formality. You will eventually enter the Inner Academy, especially you, Qianjun. You have already made a name for yourself there. Your praise is too generous," Qianjun humbly responded. Thus, the six of them set forth on their journey to the Star Dou Forest. Naturally, they could not traverse on foot. A merchant convoy was en route to the Tiando Empire, and they were permitted to accompany them under the condition that they safeguard the merchant fleet. "We appreciate your assistance," the convoy leader remarked with a smile. Wang Tianyu waved his hand reassuringly, indicating that there would be no danger in escorting the goods from Shrek Academy. Moreover, with Wang Tianyu's strength being among the elite within the Inner Academy, Lin Xuan learned that this senior possessed an impressive cultivation level of 76 and was a member of the previous year's championship team in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, which Lin Xuan and his companions would inevitably participate in. Throughout their journey, they inquired about the tournament's happenings, while Du Zitong remained withdrawn in the far corner of the carriage, her head bowed in shyness. "Will you be participating?" Lin Xuan cast a glance at Chu Ling'er, who nodded in understanding. She approached Du Zitong and inquired, "What is wrong? Is there something amiss?" Du Zitong, her eyes brimming with tears, replied, "I feel an overwhelming sense of unease. I sense that something dreadful may occur on our journey, and with Lin Xuan inside the carriage. I find it hard to breathe shocked, Chu Ling'er observed Du Zitong, who appeared as frightened as a small rabbit. Furrowing her brow, Chu Ling'er gently patted Du Zitong's back, urging her to calm down, while Lin Xuan remained perplexed. Something wrong? Wang Tianyu, upon hearing Du Zitong's words, was the first to exit the carriage, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lin Xuan also disembarked, and as soon as he stepped outside, Du Zitong sighed in relief. As long as Lin Xuan was out of her sight, her discomfort would lessen. Qianjun and Lu Qiao joined in to comfort Du Zitong. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan walked alongside the caravan, pondering what could possibly cause a disturbance in his spatial martial spirit. He had named it Juing, which essentially represented the power of space. After providing comfort, Chu Ling'er stepped outside and exhaled deeply. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. She approached him, surveying the surroundings before stating, "She possesses no bloodline power. I have detected her using my nine-tailed fox bloodline. Do you have any grievances with her?" Lin Xuan replied, "None at all. I have merely encountered her once, about half a month ago when we crossed paths with Class 2 in the arena. Other than that, we have had no further interactions." Lin Xuan stated with certainty, unable to fathom the purpose behind Du Zitong's actions, yet feeling restrained from inquiring. He was already a meter away from her, and she seemed to struggle for breath. If he were to draw closer, he might very well faint. "Rest assured, the senior students will handle any matters," Chu Ling'er reassured, gently clasping Lin Xuan's hand. In the distance, Wang Tianyu, just returned, felt a sudden chill. Could the rumors truly be accurate? He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Noting Chu Ling'er leaning her head against Lin Xuan's shoulder, nestling against him like a delicate bird, Lin Xuan cleared his throat and remarked, "Senior, you could have announced your arrival." Wang Tianyu, with an awkward smile, replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Please, continue." He retreated back into the carriage, while Chu Ling'er's face flushed crimson, and Lin Xuan could sense the warmth radiating from her cheeks. She whispered, "Did he see everything?" "Pretty much," he responded. Lin Xuan, feeling helpless, remarked that he sensed spatial fluctuations behind him, and without a doubt, it was Wang Tianyu. He gently patted Chu Ling'er on the back and said, "Go inside. I will stand guard. Comfort Du Zitong and subtly probe for information on my behalf." "All right," Chu Ling'er nodded, composing herself as she entered the carriage. Lin Xuan dismounted the cargo vehicle and gradually moved forward, heightening his spatial awareness to the maximum. He could sense anyone entering within a radius of 150 meters. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an oddity about Du Zitong, a sensation he could not articulate. However, 3 consecutive days passed without encountering anyone. Moreover, they had already crossed into the border of the Tiando Empire, a region devoid of bandits. Even Wang Tianyu had relaxed his vigilance, yet Lin Xuan remained cautious. Despite Chu Ling'er inquiring over the past few days, she had gleaned little information. Whenever Lin Xuan approached her, she would hastily flee. At that moment, dawn broke, and everyone in the caravan remained alert. Lin Xuan had warned the caravan leader, who initially dismissed his concerns. However, upon hearing Wang Tianyu's words, they grew vigilant. They were nearing the borders of the Tiando Empire, and it was unwise to let their guard down and risk a surprise attack. "Where is Du Zitong?" Lin Xuan inquired. Noticing that Du Zitong had not yet emerged from the carriage, the others shook their heads. Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted within the carriage. This disturbance went unnoticed by everyone except Wang Tianyu, who sensed an anomaly. With a fierce shout, Lin Xuan activated the first soul ring of his martial spirit, and he manifested inside the carriage. Du Zitong sat there, expressionless, gripping a piece of azure stone. "Coordinates!" Lin Xuan exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the azure stone, which caused his spatial martial spirit to tremble incessantly. He felt an overwhelming urge to swiftly consume the stone. The second soul ring of Lin Xuan illuminated, shattering the spatial realm surrounding Du Zitong and nullifying the spatial power emanating from the azure stone. Du Zitong's countenance shifted as he instinctively prepared to act, but was suddenly enveloped in a swirl of pink light. In the next instant, Lin Xuan materialized before him, a dagger poised against Du Zitong's throat, while the azure stone was discreetly stowed away in his pocket, devoid of any spatial fluctuations. Chu Ling'er, having followed Lin Xuan into the fray, unleashed her charm skill the moment Du Zitong attempted to mobilize. Just as Lin Xuan was about to inquire further, a furious roar echoed from Wang Tianyu. "Enemy attack!" cried the caravan leader in a harrowing tone. Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er emerged from the carriage to witness a tide of masked assailants in dark garb surging towards the convoy. Among them, Wang Tianyu found himself entangled with the soul Douluo, while another soul emperor engaged in combat with Qianjun and Lu Qiao. As prodigies of Shrek, they possessed certain abilities, yet their focus lay elsewhere. With a swift motion, Wang Tianyu launched a crimson flare into the air, the red signal flare exploding against the sky, a distress signal for aid from the inner academy. Anyone witnessing this signal with ties to Shrek would be compelled to converge upon this location, a tactic inspired by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. "There is a soul saint." The caravan leader cried once more, his voice laced with despair. A masked figure approached him, seizing his throat and demanding, "Where is the item?" "What item?" The caravan leader gasped for air, yet resolutely refused to divulge the information. It was a matter entrusted to him by Shrek, and he was bound to protect it with his life. The man, disheartened, shook his head and placed his left hand upon the leader's head. In the next moment, the leader's face contorted violently, soul-searching. Lin Xuan's expression was one of horror. In the next moment, without a second thought, he tore open a rift in space and appeared before the man, striking down with a dagger. The man, momentarily caught off guard, instinctively thrust his left hand toward Lin Xuan, but in an instant, Lin Xuan's dagger severed the man's hand with precision, leaving a clean wound. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the man as his sixth soul skill activated, releasing a cloud of black mist that emanated from the center of his body. Anyone engulfed by this black mist was transformed into a lifeless husk. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already returned to the carriage with the boss, who appeared dazed, clearly suffering from the aftereffects of soul-searching. Soul bone. In the fifth carriage, the boss murmured absently. Lin Xuan paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Chu Ling'er had also brought Du Zitong back into the carriage. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Ling'er earnestly and said, "No matter what happens, do not come out. I will handle everything." "I will go with you," Chu Ling'er insisted, grasping Lin Xuan's shoulder. Lin Xuan shook his head and gently patted her cheek. "Rest assured, I cannot possibly die. You must take care of the boss here and keep an eye on Du Zitong. If she makes any moves, do not hesitate to eliminate her. We are outside the borders of the Heaven Dou Empire, and help will arrive soon. Be cautious." Seeing that Lin Xuan was unwilling to let her accompany him, Chu Ling'er refrained from arguing further. Lin Xuan exited the tent, and at this moment, the caravan's guards had been nearly annihilated, the majority being ordinary people. The man whose hand Lin Xuan had severed was relentlessly searching for him. Lin Xuan quickly tore through space to evade detection, silently counting the carriages until he finally located the fifth one. However, that carriage was situated right next to the man, and in the sky. Wang Tianyu was gradually losing his strength. The Soul Master was delivering lethal strikes at every turn, while Qian Jun and Lu Qiao resorted to hit-and-run tactics to ensure their survival. This situation is dire. Lin Xuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. With their guards annihilated, survival for him and his companions seemed impossible. Moreover, the fifth carriage was too distant for him to reach. He prepared to flee. Adhering to the age-old tactic that suggests retreat is the best course of action. However, in the next moment, a thunderous shout echoed through the sky as a group clad in Tang sect attire entered the fray, led by none other than Tyson, someone with whom he had shared a fleeting encounter. With the arrival of the Tang sect's reinforcements, the elder bellowed, "Quickly take the items away. You shall not succeed." Tyson roared back, engaging in a fierce battle with the elder, whose fury was palpable, nearly causing him to vomit blood. The plan, initially well laid, was now thwarted by the unexpected presence of the Tang sect. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the elderess words, abandoned his quest for revenge against Lin Xuan and began dispatching individuals to search the cargo carriage, while others fought valiantly to hold back the Tang sect members. Lin Xuan sensed an opportunity arising. As the middle-aged man rushed towards the first carriage, Lin Xuan utilized his first soul skill to position himself behind a cloaked figure, swiftly ending the man's life with a dagger and began rummaging through the cargo inside the carriage. Midway through his search, however, an immense force suddenly struck him from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably. He glanced back at the ominous black mist, a chill of dread washing over him. As the middle-aged man coldly observed him, evidently, the black mist was the manifestation of the man's soul skill. The middle-aged man commenced a search of the fifth carriage, unaware that Lin Xuan had already secured the most exquisite box. "You cannot escape." The man unleashed his fifth soul skill towards Lin Xuan. In that instant, Lin Xuan attempted to tear open a spatial rift, but was enveloped by the black mist the very next second. The frenzy skill activated instantaneously, and just before his consciousness faded, Lin Xuan managed to tear open the rift and slip inside, where he retched violently as the black energy infiltrated every corner of his being. He struggled to expel it with the might of his bloodline. Bold! Tyson's furious shout indicated he had discovered the unfolding events. He struck the middle-aged man, causing him to spit blood, had it not been for his advanced cultivation. That blow could have cost him his life. Retreat. The elder, realizing their plans had been compromised, issued the order with a grim countenance. Lin Xuan, feeling the shift, tumbled out of the spatial rift. "Lin Xuan!" Chu Ling'er cried out in concern, rushing to his side to check his injuries. Lin Xuan's wounds were primarily internal, a result of withstanding the force of a Soul Saint strike. Although it was a summon of the Soul Saint, it bore the full weight of a peak Soul King's attack. His survival was owed to the enhancements made to his physique by Yang Zhao. Tyson descended from the skies and administered a pill to Lin Xuan, while the disciples of the Tang sect began to tidy up the aftermath. Meanwhile, the instructors from Shrek Academy had also arrived. After handing the box to the instructor, Lin Xuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Tyson, observing Lin Xuan, sighed. "I never expected this lad to have grown so formidable after 6 years." After exchanging pleasantries with the Shrek instructors, Tyson took his leave. Wang Tianyu, noticing the grim expressions of his junior disciples, felt a pang of unease. Despite their vigilance on the third day, they had still fallen into a trap, oblivious to the fact that the true mastermind was one of their own students. This is bad. Teacher, senior. Du Zitong Shi. Qianjun exclaimed in terror. Wang Tianyu's heart skipped a beat as he rushed into the carriage, only to find it occupied by a barely conscious boss and a piece of azure gemstone. With Du Zitong nowhere to be found. Cursed fate. Wang Tianyu roared in frustration, unaware of these developments. Lin Xuan and his companions were settled in Kodo City at the border of the Tiando Empire, while Shrek Academy issued a continent-wide bounty for the man and the elder, both of whom, despite their masked faces, had revealed their identities through their soul skills and martial spirits, renowned evil soul masters. On the third day, Lin Xuan had awakened, his injuries having largely healed under the treatment of medicinal elixirs. He could be regarded as the foremost contributor in this endeavor. The soul bone was a coveted item sought by influential figures within the Tang sect. Originally intended for discreet transport, it seems that the information had somehow been leaked. Or perhaps an insider within Shrek Academy had become aware of this matter. Du Zitong serves as a prime example. An academy student had managed to infiltrate the convoy, collaborating with external forces. Lin Xuan furrowed his brows upon learning of Du Zitong's disappearance. Chu Ling'er assured him that she had not allowed Du Zitong to leave the carriage. She had only exited after the call for retreat and happened to witness Lin Xuan descending from the sky. At that moment, Qianjun and Lu Qiao were beside the carriage, and they were undoubtedly innocent, while Du Zitong had not untied her ropes. Chapter 16. The Ethereal Stone. All right. I am not blaming you. Do not take it so seriously. As long as we are all fine, that is what matters. Who says everything is fine? That Du Zitong caused you serious injuries, and I will not let her off easily. Chu Ling'er exclaimed angrily, shaking her fists. Lin Xuan chuckled and affectionately ruffled Chu Ling'er's hair, realizing that she truly seemed to have developed feelings for him. However, he found no reason to reject the presence of such a charming girl. It was certainly preferable to being accompanied by a boisterous young man. Yet, the mere thought of Du Zitong ignited a spark of anger within Lin Xuan. This individual was an exceptional actor, leaving him genuinely believing the fault lay with him, unaware that her actions were merely a ruse to obscure the spatial fluctuations of that stone. No, this was not right. Lin Xuan suddenly paused, hastily grasping Chu Ling'er's shoulders as he inquired, "Where has that azure stone gone?" "I handed it to the supervising teacher," she replied. The teacher could not discern any significance in the stone. It merely appeared to be an ordinary rock. "It cannot be an ordinary stone," he insisted. Lin Xuan shook his head, surmising that only he could discern the significance of that stone. After all, without a spatial martial soul, one could hardly perceive that peculiar fluctuation of space. Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er arrived side by side before the door of the instructor's quarters, and before they could knock, the door swung open, clearly indicating that the teacher was aware of their arrival. "Greetings, teacher." Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er respectfully bowed. The elderly man looked at them kindly and said, "Please, take a seat." Lin Xuan guided Chu Ling'er to sit on the sofa. Just as he was about to speak, the elder spoke first. "Lin Xuan, you have performed admirably this time. The school has already prepared your reward, and the Tang sect has even sent a magnificent gift." "Teacher, that is what I ought to do. As for the reward, I believe that my seniors have contributed even more. Receiving it alone feels somewhat undeserved." Lin Xuan rose earnestly and remarked that his contributions seemed rather insignificant compared to those of his seniors. Wang Tianyu had fought valiantly against the soul Douluo with the physique of a soul sage, while Qianjun and Lu Qiao had managed to entangle a peak soul emperor. The entire escort team had been decimated, and the caravan owner suffered a grievous injury to his sea of consciousness as a consequence. "There is no need for such humility," he continued. "They too have their own rewards. Even Chu Ling'er has been recognized. The school will not neglect any of you. The fact that you survived is the finest testament to your abilities, especially you, having saved the caravan owner without revealing the location of the soul bone, and retrieving it at the cost of your own injuries. You performed admirably. Do not forget, you, who have yet to attain the rank of soul master, dared to contend with the soul sage. While your martial spirit and weapon undoubtedly played a role, it also required immense courage." The elder's words made Lin Xuan feel somewhat bashful. The elder then produced a large chest and spoke solemnly. "This is a complete set of hidden weapons sent by the leader of Tang's sect. Considering that you are unfamiliar with their techniques, the assortment includes concealed swords, crossbows, throwing darts, Zhuge divine crossbows, shadowy projectiles, and the flying divine claws, among others. These should adequately equip you for a significant advancement in combat." Lin Xuan stared blankly at the hidden weapons before him. As someone of his stature, acquiring such items would have been impossible, yet the leader of the Tang sect had gifted them to him. Could it truly be merely an expression of gratitude for safeguarding the soul bone? The elder, seemingly discerning Lin Xuan's thoughts, chuckled and remarked, "The leader of the Tang sect has indeed stated that should you desire more, he welcomes you to come and learn the art of hidden weapons at the Tang sect. At that time, you will be equipped with items such as the Dragon Whisker Needle and the Mother and Son Pursuit Soul Pill." Lin Xuan, taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief as he shook his head. It turned out they were trying to win him over, but unfortunately, he harbored no intentions of joining their sect. He accepted the box and replied earnestly, "I shall give it some thought." "Now what brings you to me?" The elder replied, "Well, I wish to inquire whether you still possess the azure stone left by Du Zitong back then. Indeed, I do, the elder nodded, retrieving the azure stone from his bosom. It was then that Lin Xuan observed the stone up close. It was the size of a fist, exhibiting a translucent azure hue, devoid of any impurities. He unleashed his spatial martial soul, but in the next instant, he felt an irresistible pull, and Lin Xuan vanished from sight. The elder stared in shock at the stone that had fallen to the ground, while Chu Ling'er stood in a daze. The elder hastily picked up the stone and attempted to channel his soul energy into it, but to no avail. Just as he was growing anxious, Lin Xuan reappeared in the same spot, startling the elder. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings, displaying a look of astonishment. He had just found himself in a world of pure white, devoid of any presence. A thought of departure flickered in his mind, and then he returned, only to discover that a third of his spiritual energy had vanished. Had he truly entered within this stone? Lin Xuan, where have you just been? Chu Ling'er inquired, her concern evident as she regained her composure. The elder observed Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er with a twinge of discomfort. He was well aware of Chu Ling'er's esteemed background. He couldn't help but wonder how the old coot would react upon discovering that his most cherished disciple had been captivated by this young man before him. Clearing his throat, the elder asked, could you elaborate on what transpired? Certainly, Lin Xuan recounted all that he had just experienced. It was, in fact, a mere passage into a world of white, followed by his return. Such simplicity, however, confirmed one crucial fact. Du Zitong was concealed within this stone, thus elucidating the mystery of his sudden disappearance. Can you take me inside? I shall give it a try. Lin Xuan unleashed his martial soul, grasping the elder's hand as he summoned the power of space. However, only he was drawn into that white realm, while the elder, despite feeling the pull, was repelled and thus remained outside. In the next moment, Lin Xuan emerged from the void. He began to comprehend that this stone could only facilitate his solitary entry into the spatial force. The elder stroked his beard, perplexed, and inquired, are you certain that this is a world in itself, and not merely a teleportation to another location using this stone? This is quite straightforward. Lin Xuan picked up the box of hidden weapons and infused it with soul power directed towards the ethereal stone. In the next instant, the box vanished. Upon infusing the soul power once more, the box reappeared. The elder immediately understood. It became evident that this world was not devoid of items capable of storage. For instance, the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, utilized by the ancestor of Tang San, was indeed a storage soul guide. The origins of soul guides remain a mystery to all. Yet it is well known that storage soul guides require a unique metal for their creation. This special metal is exceedingly rare and, even when found, the method of crafting remains elusive. Could the stone before them possibly be the material for a storage soul guide? The elder suspected otherwise. For this item could only be manipulated by me. A simple illustration of this is that it contains nothing within. Furthermore, would those who ambushed us truly use a genuine storage device as bait? Chapter 17, Stalemate. That is a valid point. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that were the case, he would never dare to bring forth such a precious item. Although the Douluo continent possesses items like the Qingquan bag, such artifacts have long been lost to time, existing only in the hands of select individuals. So, you intend to enter and retrieve Du Zitong? It is imperative that I find her. She must possess a wealth of knowledge. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to seek refuge within this stone. I must locate her. Lin Xuan resolutely declared that without locating Du Zitong, many matters could not be substantiated, and furthermore, a life must be accounted for in the wake of the fallen guards. Most crucially, it was imperative to uncover who had leaked information within Shrek Academy. I cannot allow you to go, Chu Ling'er implored, grasping Lin Xuan's hand. He gently shook his head in response. The elder, recognizing the futility of his attempts to dissuade Lin Xuan, offered, take this. It is a puppet, acquired at great expense from the Tiangue sect. A school proficient in the art of puppetry. Originally intended for my future disciples, you may make use of it as you see fit. The puppet possesses combat capabilities equivalent to that of a pinnacle soul king, yet it demands a substantial amount of soul energy. Lacking sufficient soul power, you will only be able to harness a third of its potential, akin to that of a peak soul sect. Lin Xuan gazed at the puppet before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a living being, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. His greatest apprehension was that Du Zitong might have some hidden accomplices within. Lin Xuan soon discerned that as long as one possessed even a modicum of spatial power, entry into this realm was feasible. For instance, the skill of teleportation manifested such power. Thus, he surmised that Du Zitong was merely familiar with a few rudimentary techniques. He reminded himself to proceed with caution. Even if he located Du Zitong, he must not rush. Should he suffer losses here, he would have no face to return. The elder grasped Lin Xuan's arm and spoke in a hushed tone. Lin Xuan nodded, feeling the pure soul energy being infused from the elder's hand. Though it could not enhance his cultivation, it could be wielded as a temporary reservoir of soul power. Rest assured, I shall return. Lin Xuan vanished into thin air, entering the world within the stone. He had deliberately brought in a box of hidden weapons and infused his puppet with soul power to keep a vigilant watch over the surroundings. He then began to peruse the manual for the Dugu crossbow. while mastering the other concealed weapons would take some time. He was already familiar with the illustrious reputation of the Zhuge crossbow, especially since this trip to the Tang sect had afforded him the opportunity to acquire an enhanced version of it, with an estimated cost exceeding 4,000 gold soul coins. And yet, it remained elusive in the market. After assembling the Zhuge crossbow, Lin Xuan cautiously advanced, releasing his martial soul. He was unaware of the true vastness of this white world, and it appeared to have no end. The blinding white light nearly rendered him blind. The puppet walked 10 meters ahead, a safe distance ensuring that if Du Zitong had laid any traps, the puppet would trigger them first. Should there be no traps, he could swiftly shift to the puppet side if attacked. Stop! Just as Lin Xuan remained on high alert, Du Zitong approached from the front, casting a cold gaze upon him. Behind Du Zitong, a furry bear stood watchfully, eyeing Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised the Zhuge crossbow, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Du Zitong chuckled and said, "There's no need to look around. It's just the two of us here." "And what about the one next to you?" Lin Xuan inquired. "That is my companion, the eternal soul beast, the illusory crystal bear." Illusory crystal bear? Lin Xuan's countenance shifted dramatically. He was aware that the illusory crystal bear, a legendary soul beast long thought to be extinct, possessed the abilities to manipulate its surroundings and induce chaos within space. To his astonishment, he encountered one here. Nevertheless, he felt little trepidation, for although his puppet only boasted the combat prowess of a pinnacle soul master, its essence was firmly rooted in the strength of a peak soul emperor. Confronted by a 10,000-year soul beast, he could at least buy himself time to escape. "To be honest, I truly wish to eliminate you here, for you have utterly sabotaged my plans." Du Zitong observed the murderous intent in Lin Xuan's eyes, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor of vulnerability. Lin Xuan smiled and set down the Zhuge divine crossbow, saying, "If your reliance is solely on this illusory crystal bear, I advise you to abandon that fantasy. I could depart from here and entrust the stone to the teacher outside. After all, he is a titled Douluo and should have no trouble keeping you occupied for a lifetime. How long do you think your provisions can sustain you? If I am not mistaken, this entire white realm is merely an illusion, is it not?" Lin Xuan's words rendered Du Zitong's expression even more dismal. She sighed and remarked, "It is utterly impossible for me to step outside. I would rather perish of hunger here than venture out. What if I were to force you out?" Lin Xuan, stroking his chin with curiosity, inquired. Du Zitong scoffed, saying, "You may attempt it. This world can only extract lifeless objects, nothing more." "Then, does this mean there is absolutely no food within?" Lin Xuan suddenly realized something, causing Du Zitong to blush and nod slightly. She had been hungry for several days, and if it weren't for her dwindling strength, she would not have concealed herself here. If it were just Lin Xuan, she might have fought back. But with the Zhuge divine crossbow in Lin Xuan's hand and a puppet for protection, she had no chance of victory. Lin Xuan, aware of this, looked at Du Zitong and said, "Let us negotiate terms. If you are willing to die for your beliefs, that is an option. I will not go out, and you must release me. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. Are you not aware of the situation? I am the butcher, and you are the meat. I can do as I please. After a few days, I will obtain the third soul ring within the Star Dou Forest and return to confront you. I must inform you that by then, I will kill you outright to assuage my guilt." "What do you intend to do?" Du Zitong asked, unwilling to concede. The situation was indeed as Lin Xuan described. In 2 days, she would likely faint from hunger, and the illusion crystal bear would lose its ability to maintain the illusion. At that point, she would be at the mercy of others. Although Shrek Academy was a school, they possessed means to coerce others to speak. Given that Shrek had numerous enemies, I can reveal who contacted me, but there are many whom I cannot name. I cannot betray them, Du Zitong said, biting her lip in a gesture of compromise. However, Lin Xuan had no intention of negotiating. He simply departed from that world, leaving Du Zitong in a state of shock. Lin Xuan knew he had caught a big fish. He reported everything that had transpired to the elder and explained that in 2 days, he would enter to extract all the information Du Zitong possessed. The elder nodded and informed him that he would bring some items for Lin Xuan in 2 days. After expressing his gratitude, Lin Xuan returned the stone and puppet to his teacher, then took the box of hidden weapons and returned to his room with Chu Ling'er. Chapter 18. Insights from the Devourer bug. Upon returning to his room, Lin Xuan let out a sigh of relief, as some matters had finally been resolved. Chu Ling'er approached him from behind and began to massage his shoulders. Lin Xuan turned to her and, with a smile, inquired, "What's this? Have you truly developed feelings for me?" With a blush, Chu Ling'er nodded shyly. Lin Xuan was the only boy with whom she could engage in a normal conversation. No matter the circumstances, he would always stand in front of her, whether it was during laps on the playground or in life-threatening situations. This provided her with a sense of security that she felt only in the presence of her master. Why bother? Lin Xuan chuckled lightly as he handed the box in his hand to Chu Ling'er. She accepted it, momentarily speechless. Lin Xuan grasped her hand earnestly and said, "You are the first woman to accompany me. To be honest, I have always regarded you as my best friend. However, since you have expressed your feelings, I shall not refuse you. There is nothing of value in my possession, so I gift you the hidden weapons within this box for your protection." "Friends?" That answer is truly hurtful. Chu Ling'er retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. Since you say so, I shall not reveal my true self to you, humph. Lin Xuan laughed heartily, unbothered by her response. The hidden weapons were indeed meant for Chu Ling'er. Her master was not the type to provide such tools, otherwise she would have been equipped long ago. In a way, he felt he was merely offering a flower to the Buddha. The next morning, shortly after completing his morning routine, Lin Xuan received notice to prepare for departure. With only 7 days remaining until the Treasure Pavilion exhibition, Wang Tianyu was clearly eager not to waste any time. After obtaining the teacher's consent, he accompanied several individuals into the Star Dou Forest. Returning to this forest stirred profound feelings within Lin Xuan. Though he had little else to contemplate, merely that he would emerge transformed, akin to a phoenix rising from the branches. Do you have a soul beast in mind? The elder inquired. Qianjun and Lu Qiao immediately reported their desired soul beasts, and following them, Lin Xuan did the same. Only Chu Ling'er remained undecided. The elder nodded and departed. Wang Tianyu remained vigilant, guilt weighing heavily upon him from the previous incident. Although he had not completely relaxed, his caution had diminished significantly. This journey was initially intended for us to acquire our own soul rings. However, the previous events were too sensational. Now, the individuals from Shrek Academy seeking soul rings are led by elders of title Douluo rank, Wang Tianyu explained. He had initially been in charge of leading the team, but now he found himself feeling rather useless, which was quite frustrating. While Shrek Soul Saints would typically not lose to a Soul Douluo, the opposition was no ordinary Soul Douluo, leaving him somewhat disheartened, as his chance for fame had evaporated. After waiting for an entire morning, the elder finally presented 4 soul beasts of varying sizes before them. Lin Xuan's expression brightened at the sight of a feeble white meatworm. This was his target. The elder had specifically found one that reached the limit Lin Xuan could absorb. This soul beast, known as the devouring insect, lived by consuming spatial power. And the longer it survived, the more beneficial it was for those proficient in spatial abilities. Go ahead and absorb it quickly, the elder urged with a smile. The group nodded and promptly ended the life of the soul beast to begin absorbing the soul ring. The elder observed the youths with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Wang Tianyu leaned closer to the elder and asked, Old Kong, are these individuals promising? Indeed, they possess greater strength than your generation's reserve team. It is a pity for Qianjun. Though he has reached the rank of Soul King, he can only participate in one competition, Old Kong remarked. Gazing at the resolute expression of Qianjun with regret, Wang Tianyu nodded in agreement. While a Soul King could gain a spot as a main team member in the Inner Academy, only advanced Soul Kings could do so. With a year until the next competition, the most crucial candidates remained Lu Qiao, Lin Xuan, and Chu Ling'er. Chu Ling'er, have you decided on a soul beast? Old Kong inquired. Chu Ling'er furrowed her brow but eventually spoke. I hope to find a fox-type soul beast with offensive skills. Offensive skills. I understand. Old Kong smiled, recognizing her indomitable spirit. Although, according to the traits of the nine-tailed fox martial spirit, offensive skills would typically detract from its essence. Old Kong refrained from discouraging her. Moments later, he presented a feeble white fox before Chu Ling'er. For hours later, Lu Qiao was the first to awaken. Roaring triumphantly as 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, radiated behind him. Old Kong nodded in satisfaction. Lu Qiao was of an age to participate in 2 soul master competitions, though his eligibility for the next was uncertain. If he failed to enter the Inner Academy within 5 years, he would not be selected as a main team member for the upcoming competition. Half an hour later, Qianjun also opened his eyes, displaying a calm demeanor. Yet his eyes revealed an unmistakable fighting spirit. He continued to sit cross-legged, attuned to his state, while Lin Xuan remained as still as a monk in meditation, exhibiting no signs of movement whatsoever. Lin Xuan was not merely absorbing the soul rings. He was also experiencing the comprehensive understanding of the void-devouring insect's spatial perception. His comprehension of spatial power remained superficial, albeit this superficiality was assessed through the lens of Yang Zhao. In the Douluo continent, Lin Xuan had attained the status of a spatial master. However, having witnessed Yang Zhao's prowess, Lin Xuan recognized that his own abilities were primarily defensive, meant for self-preservation. The true essence of spatial power lies in the pursuit of enemies, allowing one to vanquish foes without them perceiving the assailant, ensnaring them in various spatial rifts. The essence of spatial power is rooted in sensing the fluctuations around oneself. It is akin to the wind, necessitating the grasp of its patterns to rend open spatial fissures. Before Lin Xuan, it seemed as though a grand portal had swung open. This was the method by which the void-devouring insect consumed the fabric of space. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to tear open a rift in space without encountering a tempest of cosmic winds. It was only then that Lin Xuan began to absorb the power contained within the soul rings. 3 hours later, the sky had darkened. And it was at this moment that Lin Xuan finally opened his eyes, only to behold a pair of expressive, large eyes gazing at him with concern. Lin Xuan chuckled softly and patted Chu Ling'er before rising to clasp his hands together in a gesture of respect towards the gathered crowd, saying, I appreciate your patience. Esteemed seniors. Not at all, Wang Tianyu replied with a smile. It is quite a rare sight to witness a person absorbing a 3rd soul ring for 7 hours. Despite the soul ring's age being 6,999 years, which is far beyond the typical limit for a third soul ring. Lin Xuan's second soul skill utilizes a 1,000-year soul ring, so complications are unlikely, as a 1,000-year soul beast lacks the ability to exert psychic pressure. Since everything is prepared, let us return. Although we are at the periphery of the Star Dou Forest, it remains perilous to stay overnight. Chapter 19. No Star Douluo. Upon returning to their inn, the group enjoyed a restful slumber, while only Elder Kong remained tirelessly occupied. Being at the border of the Tiandou Empire posed significant challenges in procuring necessary supplies. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er sat together by the window, gazing at the moonlit sky. For reasons unknown, Lin Xuan's thoughts drifted to his mother, a figure of profound sorrow in his heart. His ultimate ambition in this life was to unravel the mysteries of his lineage. At present, the most pressing matter was for him to inherit Yang Zhao's divine legacy, as only then could he claim the right to seek vengeance. For his mother's weapon was a divine artifact, and his bloodline surpassed even that of the divine. What troubles you? Chu Ling'er asked tenderly, clasping Lin Xuan's hand in concern. Lin Xuan shook his head, choosing not to divulge his inner turmoil to her. He believed that Chu Ling'er could offer no assistance, only adding to her worries. Aware of Lin Xuan's intent to keep his thoughts hidden, Chu Ling'er refrained from pressing further. Just as she contemplated speaking again, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear. She bit her lip and turned to Lin Xuan, saying, "I need to step out for a moment." "What is it?" Lin Xuan furrowed his brows, but soon relaxed them. "If a few of you wish to leave, so be it," he said, gently patting Chu Ling'er on the back and leaving a spatial imprint. "With this mark, no matter where you go, I will be able to find you. Do not worry. I shall return shortly." Chu Ling'er nodded and departed from the room. Lin Xuan sighed. He longed to share some of his burdens with someone, yet he knew that voicing such concerns would only portray him as weak. Furthermore, others are not mere receptacles for one's negativity. One should never unload their burdens onto friends. After leaving the inn, Chu Ling'er found herself in a narrow alley, where an elderly man cloaked in black robes gazed at her with an expression of helplessness. Bowing her head, she resembled a child who had committed a wrongdoing. The elder embraced her and sighed. "Ling'er, do you recall the promise you made to me? That you would not develop feelings for Lin Xuan, nor seek to acquire the bloodline within him?" With a trembling voice, Chu Ling'er replied, recalling the vow she made 7 days prior to the start of school in Shrek City. The elder, known as the No Star Douluo, sighed deeply. It was true that Chu Ling'er's martial spirit was the nine-tailed fox, but her parents had met with tragedy while hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury. At that time, her mother was pregnant with Chu Ling'er and passed away shortly after giving birth, leaving behind a substantial inheritance and 3 soul bones, gifts that the elder preserved for Chu Ling'er's future. He had shared a brotherly bond with her father, and though he had a noble status on the continent, few regarded him with respect, save for the Tang clan, Shrek Academy, and the royal families of the 2 great empires. "My dear disciple, you are burdened with a heavy fate. That bloodline is the only thing that can save your life." The No Star Douluo spoke, tears streaming down his face. When Chu Ling'er awakened her martial spirit at the tender age of 6, it was discovered that she possessed a dual spirit body, along with the bloodline of a soul beast. This meant that within her small frame, there resided 3 powers, the most perilous being the soul beast bloodline. While it currently enhanced her strength, it would fully manifest upon her reaching the soul sage level, transforming her from human into soul beast, a phenomenon never before witnessed. His martial spirit, the astrology pearl, had perfectly replicated this ominous scenario. Each thought of it filled the No Star Douluo with despair. Over the ensuing 6 years, he traversed the entire Douluo continent, visiting the Haotian sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the royal families of the 2 empires, and numerous hidden sects, even venturing to Shrek Academy, which had long been at odds with him. Ultimately, he sacrificed 5 years of his own lifespan to divine a solution, resulting in a vision of a singular figure. That figure was Lin Xuan. The No Star Douluo promptly utilized his divination to locate Lin Xuan's likely whereabouts, urging Chu Ling'er to disguise herself as a male to obtain whatever might resolve her bloodline dilemma. He initially believed his disciple would excel in this mission, yet was taken aback to discover her burgeoning affection for Lin Xuan, leaving him at a loss for words. Chu Ling'er wiped her tears and said, "Master, it is all right. If this is my fate, I am willing to accept it. I will exhaust every effort to help you find another solution." The No Star Douluo resolutely replied. Although he was only 80 years old, he appeared as though he were 150, a result of his excessive divination and probing into fate. When he realized his time was drawing near, he would spend his life on one final divination. As they engaged in a profound discussion, Lin Xuan was summoned by Elder Kong. Unbeknownst to them, it was Elder Kong who had called for the No Star Douluo, for the entire Shrek Academy was not particularly welcoming to him, save for the leaders of the Sea God Pavilion, who regarded him as a friend. Elder Kong had summoned Lin Xuan out of concern that Du Zitong might starve himself to death, wishing for Lin Xuan to check on him. Upon receiving the Azure Stone, Lin Xuan nodded, recognizing it as the Void Stone, a substance found within natural spatial rifts, not the artificial tears created by his own hand. "How is it? Did the occupant perish from starvation?" Elder Kong inquired anxiously. Lin Xuan shook his head. The recent enhancement of his spatial powers allowed him to detect 2 life forces within the Void Stone, though Du Zitong's life force was exceedingly faint, flickering like a candle in the wind. Lin Xuan looked at Elder Kong and declared, "We cannot wait until tomorrow. It will be too late. I must enter." "Very well. I have fully charged the puppet with soul energy. This time, it will possess the combat prowess of a peak soul emperor and withstand a full strike from a soul sage. Exercise utmost caution," Elder Kong instructed as he handed the puppet to Lin Xuan. Nodding, Lin Xuan took the puppet and ventured into the depths of the Void Stone. The interior was no longer a white world but a desolate landscape, devoid of sunlight, yet faintly illuminated. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, taken aback by the cramped space, which appeared to be less than 30 square meters. A large, furry bear lay protectively in the corner, its watchful gaze fixed upon him. Meanwhile, the emaciated Du Zitong rested upon the shimmering bear, her eyes fluttering open briefly before closing again upon noticing Lin Xuan's presence. Chapter 20. Speculation. Leave me be. "I would rather starve than utter a word," Du Zitong said weakly. Lin Xuan shook his head and placed the food he had brought before the crystalline bear, which eagerly nudged Du Zitong with its head, seemingly urging her to eat. Yet, she did not even open her eyes. Lin Xuan felt a pang of concern. What could possibly compel an ordinary person to safeguard secrets for a group of malevolent soul masters, even to the point of self-imposed starvation? Puzzled, he settled beside her and inquired, "Are you a soul master?" To his embarrassment, Du Zitong ignored him entirely, while the bear vigorously shook its massive head in response. Lin Xuan was aware that Du Zitong's martial soul did not resemble that of a soul master. But the figure mentioned by Wang Lin lingered in his thoughts. How could a bearer of the light flame martial soul possibly be a soul master? "Du Zitong, I cannot ascertain whether you have been deceived or if I have misinterpreted something. You must eat so that I may comprehend the sequence of events. I am not so naive as to believe that all good people are virtuous, nor that all villains are irredeemable. Thus, I must uncover the entire truth," Lin Xuan said. And Du Zitong's body trembled slightly. She opened her eyes, filled with skepticism as she gazed at Lin Xuan. Ultimately, she reluctantly consumed the food brought by the illusion crystal bear, tears streaming down her face throughout the entire ordeal. Lin Xuan, prepared to act as a human lie detector, observed her closely. After Du Zitong finished eating, she continued to sob quietly. Lin Xuan did not rush her. It was only after half an hour that Du Zitong wiped her tears and, with swollen eyes, looked at Lin Xuan and asked, "What do you wish to inquire about? Given your young age, how did you come into contact with the malevolent soul masters?" Lin Xuan immediately posed his first question, to which Du Zitong's expression darkened as she replied, "I was actually taken against my will, snatched from my parents' arms by a notorious evil soul master. Thus I know nothing of my true lineage. Subsequently, I was rescued by another soul master, a good man who consistently aided the impoverished. His descent into the realm of evil soul masters was solely due to his martial spirit, which incensed me greatly, for it was he who saved my life. However, 3 years ago, a group of individuals approached my adoptive father, expressing their intent to form a cult of evil soul masters, uniting all of them. My adoptive father was initially thrilled, but upon arrival, he discovered that these individuals were indeed genuine evil soul masters. In order to avoid contamination, my father had no choice but to undertake a covert mission within Shrek Academy, hence I cannot disclose who is present there," Du Zitong stated resolutely. Lin Xuan felt a profound sense of difficulty. Her words bore such authenticity that it left him with little reason to disbelieve her. Yet, recalling the woman's acting prowess, he found himself wavering. "All right, even if I choose to believe you, if your adoptive father is truly as noble as you claim, why would he wholeheartedly assist that so-called Holy Spirit cult? How do you know the name Holy Spirit cult?" Du Zitong inquired in astonishment. Lin Xuan momentarily froze, realizing that Wang Lin's information was indeed accurate. From Du Zitong's astonished gaze, he discerned her shock, indicating that the Holy Spirit cult was indeed the name of this group of evil soul masters, using the guise of Holy Spirit to engage in nefarious activities. "How do I know? My father infiltrated Shrek Academy 3 years ago, and I have only just arrived this year. If it were not for, how many people are there?" Lin Xuan felt on the verge of fainting. What on earth is Shrek doing? From Du Zitong's words, who knows how many individuals have infiltrated over the years? Shrek's educational philosophy seems to embrace any talent, without questioning their origins. As long as they are not utterly heinous, they are generally accepted. However, this approach appears excessively lenient. It is likely that most of those who have infiltrated are merely ordinary individuals who have been brainwashed. He now harbors grave doubts as to whether Chun Yin is allied with the evil soul masters out of envy for their rapid advancement in power. Your adoptive father must be someone from the Sea God Pavilion, and he must have joined Shrek Academy within the last 3 to 5 years. This individual was undoubtedly obscure before, and he must have claimed to be a loose cultivator. Lin Xuan stroked his chin and suddenly spoke softly. In the next moment, Du Zitong exuded an astonishing aura of killing intent. Her beautiful eyes widened as she gazed at Lin Xuan, while the 2 yellow soul rings behind her flickered incessantly, and the slender sword in her hand appeared poised to strike at Lin Xuan in an instant. Lin Xuan gazed coldly at Du Zitong. If these matters were indeed true, then Lin Xuan's analysis must be correct. However, Du Zitong's adoptive father could not possibly be so foolish. He must have accompanied someone to Shrek Academy, aspiring to assume the role of a teacher. Moreover, this individual was likely a peak soul Douluo who had recently broken through to title Douluo, gaining a 9th spirit ring with the assistance of Shrek Academy. Du Zitong, do you believe I intend to uproot everything? I merely wish to ascertain the identity of your contact. Should you disclose this to me now, I shall refrain from causing him any distress. If he is indeed a benevolent soul, I trust he would be inclined to reveal to me all the malevolent spirit masters within Shrek. I shall kill you. Du Zitong's first spirit ring ignited, and the slender sword in his hand split into 3, lunging toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan chuckled softly as 3 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, materialized behind him. His 3rd spirit ring glowed, and a silver longsword appeared in Lin Xuan's grasp. With the activation of his 3rd spirit skill, space solidification, he could manifest the power of space into tangible forms, transforming it into a sword, a blade, or even a shield. This ability swiftly alleviated Lin Xuan's predicament of insufficient offensive power. With a swift motion of his sword, Lin Xuan parried the true attack, while the other 2 assaults transformed into mere illusions. He extended his left hand towards Du Zitong, who was on the verge of unleashing her soul skill, only to realize she was surrounded by an intricate web of spatial blades, a manifestation of Lin Xuan's 2nd soul skill, spatial cut. Grasping Du Zitong's neck with his left hand, the anxious illusion Crystal Bear attempted to rush to her aid, only to be obstructed by the puppet, forcing it into a fierce struggle. Lin Xuan regarded Du Zitong with a frigid gaze and declared, "You are presented with but one choice. Reveal the identity of your adoptive father, and I promise to seek him out for a private discussion. Alternatively, you may meet your demise here, your corpse displayed before Shrek Academy, left to the elements atop Shrek City for 3 days and nights, while your adoptive father is besieged by the elders of the Sea God Pavilion." Du Zitong longed to embrace the latter option, unwilling to be manipulated by Lin Xuan, a man whose very presence repulsed her. Just moments ago, he had feigned courtesy, only to turn against her once he had extracted the information he sought. "I shall tell you." Du Zitong exerted all her strength to utter those words. Lin Xuan sighed and released his grip, resorting to such means to elicit her confession. The rationale was simple. Du Zitong remained but a girl, and although she refrained from disclosing a name, the crucial temporal detail she provided was sufficient for Lin Xuan. Chapter 21. The honor bestowed my adoptive father is named Yankaidi. Lin Xuan nodded and departed from the ethereal stone. As soon as he left, Du Zitong covered her face and wept bitterly, while the illusory crystal bear could only comfort her with its fluffy body. Though it was a spirit beast, it possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Upon Lin Xuan's emergence, Elder Kong inquired with concern, "How did it go?" His brow furrowed slightly upon noticing the scars on the puppet. Although Lin Xuan had mentioned the existence of 10,000-year soul beasts, it appeared that this one was not below 30,000 years in cultivation. Lin Xuan shook his head and said, "Elder Kong, I need you to provide me with the list of elders who joined the Sea God Pavilion within the last 5 years, including those teachers in the inner academy whose cultivation exceeds that of a soul Douluo. That one be necessary." "I have it here," Elder Kong replied, handing him a manual. It was a handwritten record, evidently compiled by Elder Kong himself, detailing the entry dates and identities of all the inner academy teachers, as well as the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. Although he was also an elder, his status was subordinate only to the pavilion master and the vice master. "Lin Xuan, I have great faith in you. I have witnessed the contributions you have made to the academy, and I believe you will certainly be able to find him." "Thank you, Elder." Moved by the gesture, Lin Xuan remarked that Elder Kong's willingness to entrust him with this booklet signified an unequivocal trust. Without revealing his intentions, Lin Xuan discreetly searched through the roster of elders and, indeed, found Yankaidi, who had arrived at Shrek 3 years prior. Lin Xuan inquired, "Elder Kong, who is aware that this journey will transport soul bones?" While all the elders were cognizant of this, only 2 instructors from the inner courtyard possessed that knowledge. Elder Kong indicated the names of the 2 individuals to Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded, acknowledging that Du Zitong's words bore considerable truth. At this moment, the most pressing matter was the ethereal stone. Lin Xuan needed to devise a compelling reason to approach it, for this was no ordinary ethereal stone. It had been meticulously refined. Should he succeed in acquiring it, he might glean some invaluable insights. Lin Xuan and Old Kong exchanged a few more words, during which he mentioned several names to keep an eye on. According to the intelligence, the Holy Spirit sect had begun an extensive recruitment of evil soul masters 3 years ago, with their primary target not the 2 great empires, but rather Shrek Academy. This revelation left Lin Xuan speechless. However, he had little time to ponder over it, as he was to return to school the following day. The recent hunt for soul beasts had taken merely a day, shattering the record of Shrek Academy. Special circumstances warranted special treatment. The next morning, Chu Ling'er returned with red, swollen eyes, immediately lying down in Lin Xuan's embrace to sleep, unconcerned about her current appearance as a boy. Lin Xuan made no attempt to argue, and neither did Wang Tianyu and the others dare to speak out. The journey back to Shrek took 3 days, leaving them with only 3 days to prepare for the upcoming exhibition at the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Upon their return, they were greeted at the school gates by a group of elderly men, all smiling warmly at them, a sight that startled Wang Tianyu. Principal, Vice Pavilion Master, what brings you out here? Naturally, your significant accomplishments with these young ones merit our warm welcome, Night Star replied, casting a teasing glance at Wang Tianyu. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wang Tianyu managed a shy smile. Night Star then turned to the four of them, saying, "You four did exceptionally well this time. I am Night Star, the principal of the Outer Academy." Upon hearing this, Qianjun and Lu Qiao became visibly excited. They had only encountered the vice principal during the annual assessment and never expected Night Star to personally greet them outside Shrek City. Night Star continued with introductions. "This is the Vice Pavilion Master of the Sea God Pavilion. You may refer to him as Elder Long. The esteemed elders behind him are all from the Sea God Pavilion, and I shall not introduce them individually, as they prefer to keep a low profile." "Ah, Night Star. You still possess that silver tongue," Elder Long chuckled. Night Star nodded and then produced four medals, carefully placing them around the necks of the four students from the Outer Academy. They recognized these medals as symbols of the highest honor from Shrek Academy, with a golden plate engraved with the Academy's emblem. Elder Long, satisfied, turned to Lin Xuan and inquired, "Young one, may I have a word with you privately?" "Of course." Elder Long. Lin Xuan nodded, then gently patted Chu Ling'er on the shoulder before departing with Elder Long. The others continued to receive their honors. Upon reaching Elder Long, Lin Xuan was suddenly met with an immense pressure as Elder Long turned and placed a hand upon his shoulder, nearly causing Lin Xuan to cough up blood. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing, the pressure dissipated instantaneously, and Elder Kong appeared behind him, steadying him with a supportive hand. Lin Xuan was nearly overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Elder Long smiled and nodded at him, while Elder Kong sighed in resignation and proceeded to assist Lin Xuan in regulating his blood circulation. What on earth were these two venerable elders up to? Lin Xuan spoke weakly, to which Old Long chuckled, saying, "There is no other choice. The matter of rooting out the traitor within the academy involves too many complexities. I must ascertain that you are not under the control of the evil soul master before I can place my trust in you. After all, Du Zitong is hiding within the ethereal stone. None can know what transpired between you two inside. It is entirely possible that you have exerted control over her. Yet it is equally plausible that she has dominion over you. Therefore, I must ensure all contingencies are accounted for. I can understand this point, but it is still prudent to mention it in advance." Lin Xuan spoke helplessly, fully aware that gaining trust required rigorous assessment. Yet, he wished for some psychological preparation. Elder Long and Elder Kong exchanged knowing smiles, with Elder Kong stating, "I have conveyed everything you told me to Elder Long. Now, we wish to hear your perspective. Do you truly wish to listen?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Indeed, this matter can only be accomplished by you. I can assure you that very few at the Academy possess the mastery of spatial power, and we find it difficult to trust even them." Elder Long nodded solemnly. Lin Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking, "May I inquire whom you deem trustworthy at Shrek Academy?" "The Sea God Pavilion Master, myself, Elder Kong, Elder Ming, Elder Yi, and all the deans of both the internal and external colleges, as well as a select few students, including you now," Elder Long candidly replied. Lin Xuan nodded in understanding. Ultimately, Shrek Academy was merely an institution. Its educators were either outsiders or former students of Shrek. This generational transmission assured that graduates would never oppose Shrek, which maintained its neutrality, enabling it to thrive peacefully for centuries following the ascension of the seven monsters. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xuan remarked, "To be frank, I do not believe the situation is as dire as you two perceive." "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Elder Kong inquired. "Firstly, based on my understanding, the Holy Spirit cult has only gradually formed over the past decade. Its members are quite heterogeneous, and according to what Du Zitong has mentioned, those introduced within the past 3 years are most suspect. Furthermore, Chapter 22, Surveillance. Furthermore what?" Elder Kong and Elder Long exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Xuan hesitated before continuing. "Do you all remember the matter of Chunyan?" "Chunyan?" Elder Long appeared bewildered, yet Elder Kong seemed to recollect. As Elder Long was responsible solely for internal matters, he was unaware of the broader context, whereas Elder Kong oversaw the safety of Shrek as a whole. The incident involving Chunyan had caused quite a stir, and he had personally reviewed the case, deciding to suspend Wang Lin for reflection. Elder Kong inquired with curiosity. "Wang Lin must have mentioned something to you, correct? I take this matter very seriously. Although I am unsure how Chunyan advanced his cultivation so rapidly, his foundation is remarkably solid, devoid of any signs of external assistance, and his martial soul is exceedingly pure, which makes it nearly impossible for him to be a malevolent soul master. Is that truly the case? Have the culprits been identified?" "Not yet, but as you are aware, one is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Wang Lin has no evidence, nor can he prove that the boy was killed by our students. Thus, I cannot simply acquiesce to such unreasonable accusations." Elder Kong lamented. In his view, Wang Lin had become irrational, possibly due to some unknown rift between the two. Yet Lin Xuan could not share this sentiment. If Chunyan were indeed innocent, how could Wang Lin be so resolute in pursuing him? "Let us not dwell on this," Lin Xuan interjected. Do you still need to converse with Du Zitong regarding the ethereal stone? If no further experimentation is required, I intend to have the pavilion master attempt to forcibly extract Du Zitong. Elder Kong regarded Lin Xuan with a questioning gaze. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He wished to refuse, yet feared that such a denial might arouse suspicion. Reluctantly, he replied, I only hope that after the pavilion master has concluded his efforts, he can return the ethereal stone to me, as it holds great significance for me. I will relay your wishes to the pavilion master. Should he agree, I will seek you out, Elder Kong assured him. Thank you, Elder Kong. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and spoke, while Old Kong smiled and, along with Old Long, vanished from the scene. Lin Xuan wiped his brow, silently praying for Du Zitong's well-being. It was clear that the master of the Sea God Pavilion possessed strength no less than level 98, and he could not be certain that such a formidable individual could not breach the ethereal stone. This young man, with his silver tongue, likely harbored prior knowledge of the traitor's identity. Old Long, observing Lin Xuan from the sky, chuckled and remarked, while Old Kong nodded in agreement. In truth, he was well aware that Lin Xuan had been deceiving him, yet he recognized that Lin Xuan must have his own reasons. They would clandestinely safeguard Lin Xuan, allowing him to lead them to the traitor. Glancing at the ethereal stone in his hand, Old Kong declared, let's hold off on giving it to Old Hua for now. Indeed, Old Long replied, excitement evident in his voice. The master of the Sea God Pavilion is on the verge of breaking through to the ultimate Douluo, which will undoubtedly bolster Shrek's confidence in facing unknown adversaries. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, Old Kong and his companion were covertly monitoring him. Upon returning to a distance where he could not spot Chu Ling'er, he made his way directly to Shrek Academy. Although it was class time, he fortuitously encountered Wang Lin. It was supposed to be my class today, but knowing you were returning, I swapped classes with the other teachers. Ah, I see. Lin Xuan took a seat, and Wang Lin gazed at him, inquiring, I am aware of the events that transpired on the road. How do you feel about it? Congratulations, Teacher Wang. Indeed, the Holy Spirit sect exists. However, there is also unfortunate news. It is highly likely that the sect is under the control of an evil soul master surpassing even the Super Douluo. To confront them alone would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. And what of it? I must compel Chunyan's true identity to surface. I cannot allow a heinous criminal to live brazenly in the light. Feigning virtue, Wang Lin declared resolutely, his fingers drumming on the table. Lin Xuan paused momentarily, then found solace in Wang Lin's conviction. Were he in Wang Lin's position, he would act similarly, even if the world condemned him. He would strive to expose the true nature of his enemy. Lin Xuan, you have performed admirably. As your teacher, I must say you are my finest student, calm, intelligent, and possessing your own discernment. Such qualities are rare for one so young, merely 12 years old. I hope you can reach even greater heights, which is why I wish for you to refrain from involving yourself in these matters prematurely. Remember, rigidity leads to breakage. One must navigate with finesse. Regarding the situation with the Holy Spirit sect, to be candid, you need not seek the spotlight so eagerly. I fear those concealed within the school affiliated with the sect will seek to eliminate you at the opportune moment. Wang Lin knelt before Lin Xuan, speaking earnestly. Lin Xuan nodded. He was acutely aware of the potential consequences. Yet, in that moment, he had acted impulsively. Had he remained passive, Wang Tianyu might have fallen, and even Qian Jun and Lu Qiao would not have been spared. He had no choice but to intervene. A genius is deemed such because their future is unpredictable. However, a fallen genius is ultimately inconsequential. Even a soul Douluo can easily extinguish the so-called genius beneath their heel. Lin Xuan had unwittingly exposed himself. His spatial power of force feared across the continent. Elusive and adept at evasion, these labels had been affixed to Lin Xuan. His ability to evade the attacks of a soul saint stood as the finest testament to his prowess. By tearing through space to conceal himself, no one could reach him. Perhaps only a Super Douluo could compel Lin Xuan to emerge, as they possessed the ability to subtly alter the spatial structure, forcing him out of hiding. Now that I have acted, please do not discourage me, teacher, Lin Xuan said with a face, while Wang Lin chuckled heartily. He produced a small shield and handed it to Lin Xuan, who accepted it with a puzzled expression. Wang Lin looked at Lin Xuan and said, drop a drop of blood on it. Though Lin Xuan was perplexed, he nonetheless pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall. In the next moment, the shield vanished from sight, and astonishingly, a small shield materialized within his dantian. Wang Lin expressed his satisfaction, stating, the Shantian shield was crafted by me a decade ago at the Tang clan. It possesses a remarkable quality, allowing it to be stored within the dantian and retrieved at will. 10 years ago, a formidable weaponsmith, having attained the status of a divine craftsman by the age of 60, created this extraordinary weapon that could be housed within the dantian. However, for reasons unknown, he met an untimely demise, and the Tang clan never had the opportunity to inherit this skill. Thus, this shield stands as his legacy, one less artifact in existence. The material is sourced from the hide of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. 10,000-year-old soul beast hide. Lin Xuan gazed at Wang Lin in astonishment, to which Wang Lin replied with a helpless smile, I purchased it from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Ah, now it makes sense. Lin Xuan scratched his head, acknowledging the significant assistance provided by the shield. Wang Lin looked at him and advised, this shield can withstand the full force of a super Douluo's attack. Yet you must understand the sheer power behind such an assault. It could leave your entire body fractured, and the shield would undoubtedly shatter. Even the full strength of an ordinary title Douluo would render the shield utterly useless. Therefore, I have given this to you merely to guard against any ambush from a title Douluo. Chapter 23, A Solemn Meeting. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xuan moved. Remarked that he must acknowledge Wang Lin's selflessness. However, this affection bore a weighty burden. It was evident that Wang Lin was resolutely determined to confront Qin Yan, which compelled him to impart everything he had to Lin Xuan. The Xiantian shield was akin to a second life for him. As long as it could withstand a strike from the title Douluo, he would be able to tear through the fabric of space and escape. In such a scenario, a super Douluo would be unable to intercept him if they were caught off guard. Very well, do not linger here any longer. Remember to attend class as usual tomorrow. And be mindful that the class monitor from the second class has taken an interest in you. The class monitor from the second class? Why? Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had never had any grievances with the class leader of Class 2. Wang Lin let out a cold laugh and remarked, in reality, it is his own issue. He mistakenly believes that you deliberately framed Du Zitong as the mastermind behind the stolen goods, thinking that you and your group conspired to ensnare her. After all, Du Zitong is a girl. Has the school not provided any clarification? Lin Xuan felt a profound headache. What on earth was the class leader of the second class trying to accomplish? Wang Lin shook his head and remarked, he is merely a child, blinded by momentary desires. What you have done is evident to any discerning person. It is simply that he refuses to accept the truth. This certainly poses a dilemma, but it matters not. Let him come. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, expressing his indifference towards the challenges posed by the class leader of the second class. He had attained the rank of Soul Master and significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities, rendering him unconcerned about any confrontations. Matters could be resolved after the battle. Indeed, this was commendable. To ascend to the ranks of advanced Soul Masters, one must engage in continuous combat, for only through real-world experience can one truly grow. Hee. I feel quite flattered by the teacher's praise. Lin Xuan chuckled heartily, while Wang Lin, casting a glance at him, playfully chided, just get lost. After bidding farewell to Wang Lin, Lin Xuan returned to his dormitory, where Chu Ling'er was listlessly gazing out at the scenery. Lin Xuan embraced her from behind and inquired, so, what did you discuss with your master the other day? Nothing much, Chu Ling'er replied evasively. Lin Xuan chose not to press further. After dinner that evening, he made his way directly to Yang Kaitai's residence. Uncertain whether Yang Kaitai's words would mirror those of Du Zitong, he felt compelled to investigate. Moreover, he was confident that Yang Kaitai would not dare to act against him, especially with the formidable support he possessed, the Xiantian shield gifted by Wang Lin. Yang Kaitai, a title Douluo at the 91st rank and a newly appointed elder of the Sea God Pavilion, could only be found within its confines. Lin Xuan, aware of his lack of qualifications to enter, nonetheless reported the situation to the teacher on duty by the Sea God Lake. Upon learning of Lin Xuan's identity, the teacher did not hesitate to contact Yang Kaitai. Inside the Sea God Pavilion, Yang Kaitai was taken aback by the notification from the duty teacher. Sighing, he instructed, let him in. Understood, Elder Yang, the teacher replied respectfully before withdrawing. Yang Kaitai, with a hand to his forehead, realized that Lin Xuan's arrival was laden with implications. Knowing that the academy had apprehended his adopted daughter, he had already steeled himself for this moment. Even with wings to fly, escape from the Sea God Pavilion was impossible. At that moment, Lin Xuan casually arrived at Yang Kaitai's door and clasped his fists, saying, Elder Yang, I apologize for the intrusion. With a heavy sigh, Yang Kaitai used his soul power to seal the room, isolating it from the outside world. Unfazed, Lin Xuan effortlessly tore open a rift in space before Yang Kaitai, causing the elder to momentarily choke on his breath. This was Lin Xuan's way of indicating that spatial confinement was futile. He did not need to flee, merely to conceal himself within. Where's my daughter? Yang Kaitai asked bluntly. Lin Xuan shook his head, responding, you certainly grasped the situation well. Du Zitong nearly starved herself to death for you. Have you mistreated her? Yang Kaitai's aura turned dangerously intense as he fixed a piercing gaze on Lin Xuan. With a chuckle, Lin Xuan replied, as a sinister soul master, inflicting the most grievous tortures upon her would not pose a challenge. However, I am not inclined to act in such a manner. We made a deal. She shared her past with me, stating that you are a kind-hearted individual, unjustly labeled a sinister soul master due to your martial spirit. That is indeed the case, Yang Kaitai admitted, a sense of humiliation washing over him. Here he was, a title Douluo, being addressed in such a manner by a mere soul master. Lin Xuan nodded, though internally he felt uncertain, forcing himself to maintain an assertive demeanor. In that case, I will trust both you and your daughter. Frankly, I believe Du Zitong is capable of reforming, but I harbor no such belief regarding you. You disclosed Shrek Academy's plans to transport soul bones. If you genuinely cared little for the spirit hall, you could easily feign ignorance to excuse yourself. Therefore, I am inclined to have you dealt with. Lin Xuan shook his head and spoke coldly, revealing his true thoughts. However, Yang Kaitai remained unfazed. He gazed at Lin Xuan and remarked, the youth is indeed formidable. Not only do you know my identity, but you also dare to confront me alone. Your words are as sharp as blades, cutting through the air with precision. Indeed, I deceive my daughter. I am not as virtuous as I may appear. I am a man stained by darkness, one who has taken many lives and caused great suffering to others, yet I have also saved and aided many. To me, this is a form of atonement. As for why I would betray the information of Shrek Academy, that question seems rather naive. I find the inner workings of the spirit hall intolerable, yet since the moment of my birth, I have been labeled a sole master of evil. Did you save Du Zitong as an act of atonement as well? Naturally. Throughout my life, the people I have killed, regardless of right or wrong, were those I deemed necessary to eliminate for my own survival. I cannot abide those who kill merely to satisfy their own selfish desires. Had I not intervened, you might have encountered her, lifeless and vacant, at some auction house. Listening to Yang Kaidi's retort, Lin Xuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This was not a world of fairy tales. What awaited everyone was merely the cold brutality of conflict. If what Yang Kaidi asserted was true, then he was merely taking lives to preserve his own, a notion that bore no moral quandary. Even Lin Xuan himself. In light of this, it appears there is nothing left to discuss. This world is rife with contradictions. What you perceive as justifiable may indeed be correct in your eyes. Yet how many of those you have slain did so in the name of justice? Their justifications hold no less validity. It seems we have reached an impasse. Lin Xuan suddenly felt a wave of ennui. Every individual possessed their own motives, yet he found himself compelled to uphold the righteous path for the sake of Shrek. Yang Kaidi nodded, aware that his words would fail to resonate with others. The two stood frozen in place, neither daring to make a move. Chapter 24. Compromise ultimately. It was Lin Xuan who yielded. The situation had become clear, and there was no need to squander his Xiantian shield for the sake of Yang Kaidi. He believed that the master of the Sea God Pavilion and Elder Long were closely monitoring the developments within. I concede, the old man admitted. I only hope that after my demise, you will take good care of my daughter. She is merely a pitiable girl who followed my orders. Upon finishing his words, Yang Kaidi's figure was illuminated by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings. Lin Xuan immediately tore open a spatial rift to escape, but unexpectedly, Yang Kaidi slammed his hand on the table, and a formation materialized beneath his feet. Upon recognizing the formation, Lin Xuan's expression changed drastically. It was a teleportation formation. As Lin Xuan had anticipated, there were those within the Holy Spirit sect who understood the power of space. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul, activating his second soul ring. The teleportation formation erupted in a burst of green light before detonating. Lin Xuan managed to disrupt the spatial structure of the teleportation array. Yet the next moment, Yang Kaidi, with an expression of indifference, launched a punch towards Lin Xuan. Xiantian shield. Lin Xuan roared, and the Xiantian shield materialized before him, fully shielding him. However, the assault did not strike the Xiantian shield. Instead, a golden hand emerged in front of it, grasping Yang Kaitai's fist. Yang Kaitai stared in terror at the ceiling. Above his room, an elderly man sat with closed eyes on a bamboo chair, while Kong Lao and Long Lao, behind him, watched the scene in the mirror, their foreheads damp with sweat. The mirror vividly displayed the circumstances within Yang Kaitai's room, startling them. The Xiantian shield might indeed withstand Yang Kaitai's blow, yet none of them felt entirely assured. This young man is remarkably audacious, Kong Lao remarked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Long Lao nodded. Lin Xuan's actions were undeniably perilous, but at least they had located the individual. Without hesitation, Yang Kaitai tore apart his barrier and fled. Long Lao chuckled and promptly pursued him. They could not engage within the confines of Shrek City, but once outside its borders, Yang Kaitai, no matter how swiftly he flew, would remain within Long Lao's grasp. As Yang Kaitai exited Shrek City, a tremendous pressure immediately descended upon him. Long Lao observed him coldly from the air, his presence accentuated by 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red soul rings, all shimmering incessantly. Despair washed over Yang Kaitai's face. He had colluded with evil soul masters, undermining the Academy's interests, which was his first transgression. The second was daring to attack a student within the revered Sea God Pavilion, particularly one who had recently earned the title of Academy Hero. Long Lao bellowed. Yang Kaitai trembled incessantly, his soul power sluggish, sometimes seemingly blocked, rendering him incapable of resisting Long Lao. His only path to survival was painfully clear, and his expression was grim. I am willing to reveal the identities of the Holy Spirit sect members within Shrek City, Yang Kaitai uttered weakly, his body collapsing as he fell to the ground. Long Lao snorted, seizing Yang Kaitai and soaring towards the Sea God Pavilion. The bitter look on Yang Kaitai's face indicated his utter defeat. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan was pulled out of the Sea God Pavilion by Kong Lao, feeling somewhat dejected. Had he allowed the Xiantian shield to shatter, he would likely be inclined to slap himself. Observing Lin Xuan's gloomy expression, Kong Lao laughed heartily. Come now. Don't be disheartened. You performed admirably. Others might not have done as well. He chuckled. It was also my intention to keep you in the dark. You think your little schemes could elude us? We were already aware. Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived in time to rescue you. Kong Lao patted Lin Xuan's head, and as Lin Xuan brooded, Kong Lao handed him the ethereal stone. Lin Xuan looked in astonishment at the stone in his hand before glancing at Kong Lao. Do not concern yourself. The ethereal stone has been sealed. Anything exceeding the rank of Soul King cannot emerge from it, meaning only Du Zidong can come forth. Not the Soul Beast, unless you bring it out yourself. Kong Lao's words warmed Lin Xuan's heart. He felt the warmth of home. Without needing to voice his thoughts, these elders always seemed to understand his needs. Kong Lao patted Lin Xuan's shoulder, saying, focus on your studies. You needn't worry about matters here. You must strive for first place in this semester's assessment. Otherwise, you would disappoint both me and Old Long's expectations. I will do my utmost, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan nodded earnestly and returned to his dormitory. He no longer needed to concern himself with Yang Kaidi's fate. It was evident that Yang Kaidi was not the upstanding character that Du Zitong had described, yet he was not entirely despicable either, at least from his own standpoint. He had committed no grave errors. In the days that followed, Lin Xuan occupied himself with attending classes and delving into the mysteries of the ethereal stone. Indeed, it was apparent that there were artificial influences embedded within the stone, and Lin Xuan could sense his inadequacies in power. Should his mastery of spatial forces reach a higher level, he would uncover further capabilities of the ethereal stone, which undoubtedly extended beyond mere signal transmission and item storage. And thus, Lin Xuan awaited the day of the Treasure Pavilion's auction. Numerous individuals had received invitations, including both Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. Initially, Lin Xuan intended to attend with the invitation provided by Wang Lin, perhaps due to his burgeoning reputation that warranted an invitation from the Treasure Pavilion. Are you ready? Honestly, you don't even have a decent outfit, Chu Ling'er complained. Lin Xuan awkwardly scratched his head. He had originally planned to wear his school uniform. But upon glancing at the back of the invitation, he felt a wave of embarrassment. Formal attire was a prerequisite for entry into the Treasure Pavilion. This stipulation was, in fact, a measure to ensure the safety of the attendees, considering that the annual auction was not solely attended by Shrek Academy students, but also a diverse array of individuals, including potentially sinister soul masters. Lin Xuan donned a garment that had never graced the form of Chu Ling'er before. Although the attire was rather ample for her, it fit Lin Xuan somewhat snugly. However, this was of little consequence. The elegant white robe transformed his appearance, rendering him distinctly different from his former self. Now this is more like it. Let us proceed, Chu Ling'er remarked with a bemused smile, covering her mouth. Lin Xuan, with a sense of resignation, nodded in agreement. The two departed from the academy, navigating through the bustling streets, their singular aim being the Treasure Pavilion. As they approached the entrance, a young lady interposed herself before them. With a warm smile, she inquired, I am Xiao Qing, a service staff member of the Treasure Pavilion. Might I kindly request to see your invitation letter? Of course, came the reply. Lin Xuan handed the invitations of the two to Xiao Qing. After glancing at them in astonishment, she hurried to the service desk and presented the invitations to an elderly-looking woman. The woman quickly approached Lin Xuan and said, esteemed guests, I shall be your guide for the tour of the Treasure Pavilion. You may call me Xiao Feng. Thank you very much, replied Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded. It mattered not who led them, as little Feng cheerfully guided the two into the interior of the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 25. The bone of the left arm of the Radiant Fox. This area is our exhibition zone, little Feng announced with a smile. Everything here is available for direct purchase, not subject to bidding. Feel free to browse. Lin Xuan nodded in understanding, realizing that she was merely inviting them to take a look. Both were children, devoid of substantial funds. Indeed, as Lin Xuan surmised, the items here had a minimum price of 8,000 soul coins. As they approached a display case, Chu Ling'er suddenly halted, and Lin Xuan stopped as well, furrowing his brow at the sight before them. Clearly inscribed was bone of the left arm of the Radiant Fox, priced at 6 million soul coins. The area around the soul bone display was crowded with onlookers. Lin Xuan gently pulled Chu Ling'er closer to better observe the soul bone, sighing inwardly. While it was undoubtedly a fine soul bone, who could afford such a luxury? Just as Lin Xuan pondered this, an aged hand rested upon his shoulder. He turned to find a kindly old man gazing at him. I shall take this soul bone, the old man declared. Master? Chu Ling'er exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the elder as the revered Wuin Douluo. Lin Xuan felt an awkward flush creep over him. Unperturbed by the payment Lin Xuan had made for the soul bone, Wuin Douluo turned to Chu Ling'er and said, I came here specifically for this soul bone. After years of wandering the world, wealth has become inconsequential. Master, thank you. Chu Ling'er beamed with gratitude. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood nearby, head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing. Wuin Douluo then addressed Lin Xuan, saying, Young man, may we have a private conversation? Of course, esteemed elder, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan hurriedly nodded in affirmation. Then, Wuin Douluo pulled Lin Xuan to a secluded corner. The previously beaming Wuin Douluo instantly wore a long face, gazing at Lin Xuan as he inquired, Youngster, do you harbor feelings for Lingyo? Yes, esteemed elder, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan truly has no way to justify himself. Both of them are merely children in the throes of their first feelings of affection, and it is entirely natural for them to care for and develop feelings for one another. To deny it would only evoke a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Young man, You must understand the reason I sent Ling'er to approach you, correct? It is for the sake of the bloodline that resides within me. Although Chu Ling'er has not explicitly stated it, I am aware that it likely concerns matters that could jeopardize my own interests. Lin Xuan's response left Wuxing Douluo astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Xuan possessed such profound understanding. Nodding in satisfaction, he solemnly remarked, "This matter transcends mere threats to your interests. It is a situation where only one of you can survive." Lin Xuan stared in astonishment at the starless Douluo. He wished that the starless Douluo's words were merely a jest, yet the seriousness etched upon his face indicated otherwise. Instantly, Lin Xuan's expression darkened. The starless Douluo spoke of the three forces within Chu Ling'er, elucidating why she treated outsiders with indifference while showing a modicum of warmth towards her female companions. It turned out that one of those forces interfered with her demeanor. However, that force was aligned with Chu Ling'er. While the bloodline of the soul beast posed the most significant threat, can my bloodline truly assist Chu Ling'er? Lin Xuan gazed earnestly at the starless Douluo, who found himself momentarily speechless, caught in the depths of Lin Xuan's eyes. Although he lacked certainty, he had foreseen the outcome, which assured that Chu Ling'er would remain unharmed. However, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to this certainty. To speak candidly, esteemed elder, I am willing to relinquish my bloodline power. In the past, I would have done so without hesitation, but now I have made a promise to another elder, which prevents me from compromising my foundation. If you can devise a flawless method to extract my bloodline, I would gladly save Chu Ling'er. Young man, the starless Douluo patted Lin Xuan reassuringly, acknowledging him as a worthy choice of Chu Ling'er. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er concealed herself around the corner, stifling her sobs to avoid being heard by Lin Xuan. She never anticipated that he would be willing to forsake his own bloodline power for her sake. Lin Xuan turned to the starless Douluo and boldly inquired, "Esteemed elder, may I ask what would happen if Chu Ling'er were to remain at the pinnacle of Soul Emperor indefinitely? You are overthinking it. I even contemplated allowing Ling'er to live as an ordinary person. However, that soul beast bloodline, along with another force, will continuously absorb soul power to enhance Chu Ling'er's capabilities." Lin Xuan, upon hearing the response from the starless Douluo, couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This truly was a remarkable tool for cultivation. Setting aside the backlash from the soul beast's bloodline, the starless Douluo gave Lin Xuan a knowing glance. Curiously, Lin Xuan turned his gaze and immediately sensed that Chu Ling'er was crouched in a corner, quietly weeping. It appeared that the starless Douluo had indeed recognized him. Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, the starless Douluo vanished, leaving behind a neatly wrapped soul bone. Lin Xuan picked up the soul bone and knelt before Chu Ling'er, gently wiping away her tears as he softly reassured her, "Do not worry. I will find a way alongside your master." Chu Ling'er nodded through her sobs. Lin Xuan observed her and remarked, "Your tears are making me want to cry. It's not such a grave matter. There is no need to act as if we're parting for eternity. I will undoubtedly find a way to save you. I believe in you." After conversing for half an hour in this manner, a visibly anxious Xiao Feng finally located the two. He looked at Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er with a peculiar expression before lowering his head and stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction has commenced. Please take your seats. Would you kindly lead the way?" Lin Xuan rose and pulled Chu Ling'er, who dared not look at the two of them, leading the way ahead. It was evident that she had misunderstood the situation, yet Lin Xuan was disinclined to clarify anything. After the two took their seats, Wuxing Douluo also entered his private room, where he was met with the mischievous gaze of old Kong, who grinned at him. Wuxing Douluo angrily retorted, "Isn't Shrek Academy supposed to prohibit romantic relationships between men and women? You old rascal are deliberately setting me up." Old Kong chuckled, "Shrek has no explicit rule against dating. You know." Wuxing Douluo, disinterested in bantering with the old man, snapped back, "Spare me the nonsense. Did you intentionally use that soul bone to swindle my money? 600,000 gold soul coins. Why don't you go rob a bank instead?" Now, old Huang, that remark is quite excessive. What the treasure pavilion offers has nothing to do with Shrek Academy, Old Kong replied sternly, infuriating Wuxing Douluo, whose forehead bulged with veins. Everyone knew that the treasure pavilion was a property of Shrek Academy, and that soul bone was clearly provided by them. If it weren't an 80,000-year-old soul bone, he wouldn't have fallen for this trap. Shrek is lacking funds, isn't it? Just watch, you'll see what this 600,000 is for by tomorrow. I warn you. Do not provoke the spirit hall, at least not for now, Wuxing Douluo said gravely, pulling Old Kong aside. Old Kong looked at him in surprise, sensing that the old man was concealing something from him. Chapter 26. Contest for the Heavenly Silver Armor. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Treasure Pavilion auction. I am the 10,000 Treasures Douluo, and I hope you'll forgive any oversight on my part, the white-haired elder on stage said with a smile, prompting immediate laughter and agreement from the audience. Soon, the first auction item was presented, causing Lin Xuan to roll his eyes. Indeed, no large auction was complete without items from the Tang sect. The item up for bid was a piece of soft armor, specifically designed for women, which made Lin Xuan's tongue click in disbelief. What did this imply? The 10,000 Treasures Douluo, still smiling, declared, "Behold the heavenly silver armor. Crafted entirely from secret silver, recently mined by the Tiando Empire. This armor is tailored for women, gentlemen, so ensure your female companions feel secure. The starting bid is 10,000 gold soul coins. This statement sparked murmurs among the crowd. But both the Tiandou Empire and the Xinghua Empire's royal families were eager to participate. The technique of crafting with secret silver had long been lost. Yet with the collaboration between the Tang sect and the Haotian sect, the dream of refining with secret silver was within reach. 30,000, 35,000, 40,000. Lin Xuan lowered his gaze upon the heavenly silver armor, an item he yearned to acquire. However, he was limited to the golden soul coin card bestowed upon him by Wang Lin, which contained merely 200,000 golden soul coins. While it was indeed sufficient to procure the armor, it would leave him bereft of resources for future endeavors. His primary objective remained the pursuit of rare treasures for cleansing the marrow, though he was uncertain of their existence. Perhaps it's best to let it go, Chu Ling'er remarked, gently patting Lin Xuan's hand. She had not brought much money on this outing and had no need for the heavenly silver armor. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded. Yet a resolve had already taken root within him. Meanwhile, the Wuxing Douluo in the box fixated on Lin Xuan, eagerly anticipating his next move. Are you truly selling a disciple for a piece of heavenly silver armor? Kong Lao, fully aware of the old man's intentions, inhaled sharply. The Wuxing Douluo cast a sidelong glance at Kong Lao and retorted, Old Kong, do not tell me that Shrek intends to separate them. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to disrupt a single marriage. I hold great admiration for Xiao Xian. Hey, you old rascal, Kong Lao exclaimed, glaring at the Wuxing Douluo before rising in indignation. Yet, in the next moment, all eyes turned to the box, and Kong Lao's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and sat down. Although the glass exterior of the box concealed its interior, those familiar with him recognized his presence. At this juncture, the bidding had escalated to 120,000 golden soul coins, with Xue Qingtian as the contender. Despite knowing that it was a creation of the Tang sect and that even the mithril was sourced from the Tiandou Empire, he was determined to present it to Tang Xiao as a gesture of affection. 125,000. Just as Xue Qingtian believed that the heavenly silver armor was within his grasp, a voice shattered his illusion. Xue Qingtian glared at Lin Xuan, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury, convinced that Lin Xuan intended to secure the armor for Tang Xiao, deliberately pitting himself against Xue Qingtian. 130,000. What was Lin Xuan up to? In the Star Dou Empire's box, Dai Lin regarded Lin Xuan with astonishment, while Zhu Lin beside him shared a similar curiosity. Having heard tales of Lin Xuan, they were surprised that he dared to vie with the madman Xue Qingtian for a woman. 140,000. 150,000. 160,000. Xue Qingtian gritted his teeth, uttering a price that weighed heavily upon him. This sum of 160,000 represented the entirety of his savings from 6 years at Shrek. As a mere prince who had entered Shrek at the tender age of 6, he had not amassed great wealth. Moreover, should word of this event circulate, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. 180,000. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes in annoyance, while Xue Qingtian almost bit his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he had no choice but to concede. Wanbao Douluo watched Lin Xuan with a smile, surprised that the first auction item was such a sensation. Many looked at Lin Xuan with pity. After offending Xue Qingtian, how could he expect to have a good life? Chu Ling'er, lowering her head, pinched Lin Xuan, intensifying his already painful predicament. The next auction item was merely a brief interlude. The subsequent items consisted of weapons, armor, or elixirs, none of which caught Lin Xuan's interest. However, the next item caused a ripple in his martial soul, reminiscent of the last time he sensed the presence of the ethereal stone. This time, the fluctuation was evidently less intense. Lin Xuan glanced at Xue Qingtian, realizing he was left with only 20,000 gold soul coins. He knew he could not win if he bid on this item. Wanbao Douluo produced a scroll, grinning as he announced, an empty map with nothing inscribed. Yet some can sense energy fluctuations upon it. Perhaps it is a treasure map, waiting for the right force to unlock it. If anyone wishes to try, it starts at 1,000 gold soul coins. Such words were not likely to entice buyers. Yet 1,000 gold soul coins was indeed the most affordable item of the day. An elderly man contemplated for a long moment before gritting his teeth and declaring, 1,010. Instantly, the crowd erupted in laughter. Lin Xuan wiped the sweat from his brow, bemused by the eccentricity of the man. Did he not have at least 10,000 gold soul coins upon entering the treasure pavilion? Such a low bid. However, the old man's offer spurred those who were waiting for a windfall to act, and the price of the scroll quickly escalated to 5,000 gold soul coins. Lin Xuan glanced at Xue Qingtian and finally gritted his teeth, stating, 20,000. 40,000. As expected, Xue Qingtian promptly raised the bid immediately after Lin Xuan's offer. Lin Xuan chuckled and replied, then it's yours. 60,000. Just as Lin Xuan was about to give up, the voice of Wuxing Douluo echoed through the hall. Lin Xuan paused, then understood. This was a gesture of reciprocity. It seemed he had indeed made the right choice by previously bidding on the silver armor. Upon seeing Wuxing Douluo bid, Xue Qingtian fell silent, as his sole intention was to prevent Lin Xuan from obtaining what he desired. The auction continued to be vibrant, and after half an hour, just as Lin Xuan began to feel drowsy, the main event finally arrived. My master communicated to me that he will assist in acquiring the next item, the cleansing elixir. Chu Ling'er suddenly whispered into Lin Xuan's ear. Lin Xuan looked up to see Wuxing Douluo's box. It appeared this old fellow was privy to insider information. Wuxing Douluo, of course, was aware of this. And with a mischievous turn, he addressed Kong Lao. Ah, Kong, is Lin Xuan not a genius from your academy? Kong Lao instantly sensed something amiss. What was this old fellow up to? Nevertheless, he responded. Indeed, he even helped Tang Min retain a piece of soul bone. Ah, that is how it should be. Look at Tang Min. They promptly gifted this young lad a set of hidden weapons. What about Shrek? Wuxing Douluo lamented, clasping his chest in feigned sorrow. Kong Lao's heart skipped a beat, and he sensed that his ominous premonition regarding the cleansing elixir was about to materialize. Chapter 27. Cleansing elixir. Don't even think about tricking me. If you wish to buy the cleansing elixir for your disciple, do it yourself, Kong Lao declared. Closing his eyes and adopting a posture of indifference to the outside world, Wuxing Douluo, confident, gazed at Wanbao Douluo below. There were 10 cleansing elixirs in total. The imperial families of the Tiandou and Xinglua empires, along with Tang Min, Haoyan sect, and 7 treasure glazed tile sect, would each claim one, leaving only 5 available. These were auctioned by Shrek Academy, as they were discovered during an exploration of ancient ruins by the Shrek elders. Naturally, each consumed would be one less available, and their efficacy was jointly certified by the 5 major powers. The first 5 were swiftly claimed. When it came to the 6th, Wuxing Douluo refrained from bidding. However, at the 7th, 8th, and 9th, he finally made his move, calling out to Wanbao Douluo, 100,000 gold soul coins. Instantly, most participants withdrew from the competition. 100,000 gold soul coins was already a substantial price. After Wanbao Douluo acquired the final elixir, he cast a sidelong glance at the still pretending Kong Lao. Old Kong, I bought the one meant for my disciple. Naturally, I must look after him. As for that Lin kid, Kong Lao's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he cursed Wuxing Douluo profusely. This situation should have been Wuxing Douluo acquiring the cleansing elixir to gift to Lin Xuan. His original intent was to pull a fast one on his old friend, but it seemed he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Lin Xuan was unaware of the circumstances above. To him, the presence or absence of the cleansing elixir was of little consequence. The auction continued, with participants competing fervently, their faces flushed with excitement. Old Kong, clearly unable to remain passive, was well aware of Lin Xuan's situation. What could 200,000 gold soul coins accomplish? He hesitated momentarily, and Lin Xuan was taken aback by his words, which were unmistakably. He would cover the cost of the cleansing elixir if it were secured. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan promptly raised his bidding card and declared 110,000 gold soul coins. However, this amount was evidently insufficient to secure the final cleansing elixir, and the price quickly escalated to 130,000. Lin Xuan shouted again. 140,000 gold soul coins. 150,000, came a dark voice, causing Lin Xuan's expression to sour immediately. It was none other than Xue Qingtian who had entered the fray. Lin Xuan was uncertain whether Xue Qingtian possessed another 150,000 gold soul coins, as he himself had spent a considerable sum at the auction. Old Kong in the private box was nearly caught off guard, having forgotten about Xue Qingtian's involvement. He shot a fierce glare at the smirking Wuxing Douluo and exclaimed, 151,000. Seeing that Lin Xuan did not raise his bid, Xue Qingtian naturally conceded. In the end, Old Kong was once again outmaneuvered by his old friend. Wuxing Douluo chuckled heartily, patting Old Kong on the shoulder. Now that's more like it. You could have secured it earlier, but insisted on spending more. I told you, Old Kong, you're quite the character, just like your martial spirit, the peacock, so miserly. Get lost. You old rascal, I've been swindled since I've been with you. Do you think I have as much money as you, you charlatan? Mind your own business. Wuxing Douluo rolled his eyes, ignoring the flustered Old Kong. The auction had concluded, and it was time to settle payments and collect the items. Lin Xuan, accompanied by Chu Ling'er, exited the auction hall, only to be confronted outside by the visibly displeased Xue Qingtian. Lin Xuan shielded Chu Ling'er behind him and inquired, What business do you have with me, Prince Xue Qingtian? I warned you that day not to harbor any devious intentions to curry favor with Tang Xiao, or I would ensure your utter defeat in the class competition. Today, I challenge you to a duel. Xue Qingtian's declaration drew curious glances from onlookers. Lin Xuan chuckled and replied, Xue Qingtian, I believe you are mistaken. I have only met Tang Xiao a few times and regard her as a friend. My words are not for the sake of justification, but rather to clarify that Tang Xiao is not your personal possession. After Lin Xuan concluded his words, he stood tall and gazed at Xue Qingtian, whose aura had reached a perilous peak. Lin Xuan subtly released the pressure of his bloodline power to suppress Xue Qingtian. Just as Xue Qingtian prepared to strike, a sudden cough interrupted their confrontation. Instantly alert, Xue Qingtian realized that they were in the treasure pavilion, not on his home turf in the Heaven Dou Empire. Engaging in combat here would entail significant repercussions, even for the Heaven Dou Empire. And the other princes were undoubtedly watching him closely, wary of any misstep. With a huff of indignation, Xue Qingtian swept away in agitation. Lin Xuan shook his head in regret. He was equally eager to ascertain the gap between himself and Shui Qingtian. Logically, Shui Qingtian should not have made any progress, as it required an immense amount of resources for a soul master to advance a single level. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of this, as his own cultivation speed had already slowed considerably at level 32. After 6 months, he would be fortunate to reach level 34 in the upcoming class competition, while Shui Qingtian could potentially reach level 38. Furthermore, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to the nature of Shui Qingtian's martial soul, although Shui Qingtian likely had a comprehensive understanding of him. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan harbored no fear. He collected the items he had auctioned at the exchange within the treasure pavilion. With just a small amount of money remaining, he had no intention of perusing the stalls. His wait was solely for the arrival of Wuxing Douluo, and indeed, a few minutes later, Wuxing Douluo appeared before Lin Xuan, accompanied by the visibly troubled Elder Kong. Lin Xuan immediately greeted them with respect. Elder Huang, Elder Kong. You've done well, young man. I recognize your efforts, Wuxing Douluo remarked with a smile, giving Lin Xuan a hearty pat on the shoulder that nearly knocked him off balance. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er shyly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Elder Kong shot a disapproving glance at Wuxing Douluo, then handed Lin Xuan a porcelain vial and a card. Elder Kong, I can accept the elixir, but I cannot take this gold card. I already owe teacher Wang Lin 200,000. If you lend me another 500,000, I will be enslaved to repay it for the rest of my life. Lin Xuan, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, while Kong old man chuckled heartily. You may take it. In a few years, when you become a high-level soul master, you'll realize that repaying this 700,000 is but a trivial endeavor. However, seeking 50,000 now is akin to reaching for the stars. Indeed, Lin, accept it. Alas, I find my funds depleted by soul bones. I brought very little this time. The Wuxing Douluo chimed in with a laugh, which almost caused Kong old man, already feeling disheartened, to choke on his breath. Today, he felt thoroughly exasperated by this old friend's antics, and Lin Xuan could only gratefully accept the offer. The exhibition area of the treasure-gathering pavilion had nearly been emptied, with only items remaining that Lin Xuan had no need for. As he prepared to depart, a pair of individuals, a man and a woman, obstructed his path. Upon closer inspection, he noted their attire marked them as citizens of the Xinghua Empire, their distinct heterochromia serving as a hallmark of the imperial lineage. Lin Xuan, greetings. I am Dai Lin, and this is my future wife, Zhu Lin, the man introduced himself. It is an honor to meet your highness and the future princess. As a citizen of the Star Dou Empire, Lin Xuan naturally adhered to the proprieties, while Chu Ling'er merely nodded in acknowledgement without further display. Being from the Heaven Dou Empire, Dai Lin was indifferent to Chu Ling'er's demeanor. He turned to Lin Xuan and said, Brother Lin, there is no need for such formality. Although I am a prince, our relationship at Shrek is merely that of classmates. You may simply call me Dai Lin. That would be rather presumptuous, Brother Dai, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of Dai Lin's intentions. As a member of Class 1, Dai Lin had always been overshadowed by Shui Qingtian. This time, his purpose was undoubtedly to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Xuan. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend, and Lin Xuan hailed from the Starfall Empire. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two parted ways. Lin Xuan took Chu Ling'er back to the school and headed straight to the dormitory. Simultaneously, they produced their respective cleansing elixirs, sharing a knowing smile before consuming the pills. Although Chu Ling'er possessed a soul bone, the optimal time for her to absorb it would be after completely taking in the cleansing elixir. As the name suggests, the cleansing elixir purges impurities from the marrow, purifying one's innate essence, thereby facilitating the flow of soul power within the body. This acceleration in cultivation marks the distinction between prodigies and ordinary individuals. Today, Shui Qingtian, Dai Lin, and Tang Xiao had all received a pill, which weighed heavily on him. Chu Ling'er's expression contorted in pain, while Lin Xuan remained unchanged. Just as he was engulfed in his thoughts, a furious shout echoed within his sea of consciousness. You little rascal, who permitted you to recklessly consume elixirs? Lin Xuan hurriedly immersed himself in the sea of consciousness, observing the furious visage of Yang Zhao. This was a fragment of Yang Zhao's soul, left behind for the purpose of guiding his cultivation. Yet Yang Zhao had never made an appearance until now. Master, I consumed a cleansing elixir to enhance my physical strength. What nonsense. Such a low-grade elixir will only undermine my modifications to you. Expel its potency immediately. Understood. Though chastised harshly, Lin Xuan obediently complied, utilizing his spiritual power to eliminate the elixir's effects. The elixir, being a lifeless entity, was relatively simple to expel, yet Lin Xuan felt a pang of frustration. A cleansing elixir valued at 150,000 had been squandered so carelessly. With a sigh, he returned his focus to the sea of consciousness, fully prepared for another scolding, well aware of Yang Zhao's temperament. For years prior, during a near-fatal encounter with a soul beast, he had endured 3 days and nights of reproach. Young one, this matter is not entirely your fault. The consumption of elixirs is a lapse on my part. I have left a warning mechanism within your sea of consciousness. In the future, I will inform you of which elixirs are safe to consume, as well as those that are not. Master, Lin Xuan gazed at Yang Zhao with deep emotion, but in the next moment, Yang Zhao's demeanor abruptly changed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Xuan's nose and unleashed a torrent of invective that lasted for an entire hour before his ire finally subsided. His initial act of restructuring Lin Xuan's physique had served as the most effective cleansing elixir. Lin Xuan's entire skeletal structure could withstand a strike from a Soul Emperor without succumbing. This was indeed his magnum opus. Enough of this banter. You are aware of the young lady across from you, correct? Speak to me about her, Yang Zhao inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation and promptly elucidated the matter regarding Chu Ling'er. Upon learning that there were 3 distinct forces within her, Yang Zhao was taken aback. Freaks abound every year, yet this year seems particularly abundant, he mused, while Lin Xuan refrained from commenting further on the extraordinary nature of Chu Ling'er. Yang Zhao's brow furrowed momentarily before he broke into a smile and asked, Disciple, do you harbor feelings for Chu Ling'er? Master, to speak candidly, I do feel a slight inclination. Lin Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, and Yang Zhao, pleased, also nodded. He understood the prowess of the young girl, Chu Ling'er. Although her martial soul was somewhat inferior, being a 9-tailed fox that could never ascend to divinity, there was a notable advantage. Yang Zhao shared this advantage with Lin Xuan, who, despite being a spiritual entity, felt a flush of embarrassment. The purity of Chu Ling'er's maiden essence could bestow Lin Xuan with immense soul power. The stronger she was, the greater the return. How could a mere child like Lin Xuan withstand such overwhelming thoughts? Ahem, master, you exaggerate. The situation hasn't even taken shape yet. Not even an inkling? It seems to me that everything has already been written. Absolutely not. As your disciple, I assure you that my relationship with Ling'er is entirely innocent. Upon finishing his words, Lin Xuan felt a sharp slap from Yang Zhao, causing him to clutch his head in pain. Yang Zhao scoffed, don't pretend to be naive. I share this for your own good. I wouldn't want you to get carried away with this girl, only to ruin her if she doesn't resist. As for her 3 souls coexisting within her, I have a method to address it, but it will take some time. For now, refrain from disturbing me. With that, Yang Zhao vanished into a swirling gray light. Lin Xuan, still holding his head, cast a grateful glance at the light. Yang Zhao's warning was indeed crucial. Without it, 2 inexperienced lovers might act recklessly. Moreover, Yang Zhao had consented to assist with Chu Ling'er's internal issues. If Yang Zhao could not resolve them, Lin Xuan would have to accept his fate. However, as the saying goes, solutions often present themselves when the time is right. After waiting for 2 hours, Chu Ling'er finally opened her eyes. As she prepared to speak, an unpleasant odor caught her attention. The stench of impurities expelled during the cleansing process was overwhelming. Without a second thought, she hurried into the bath, disregarding the foul smell, as Lin Xuan had long since dulled his sense of smell. After her bath, Chu Ling'er discarded her mat and retrieved the soul bone of the radiant fox, which boasted an impressive age of 70,000 years. The radiant fox, a soul beast long extinct, suggested that this soul bone must have been unearthed from the tomb of some title Douluo. Many title Douluo perished without heirs and, wishing to avoid having their remains desecrated, would often establish arrays within their resting places to attain peace. Absorb it. I shall safeguard you, Lin Xuan offered. All right, Chu Ling'er replied, nodding as she began to absorb the soul bone. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan took out the parchment given to him by the starless Douluo. As soon as he touched the parchment, he infused it with spatial power. Indeed, intricate patterns began to emerge on the scroll. Yet the amount of spatial power required was substantial. Despite exhausting his strength, he had only restored half of the map. The remaining portions remained concealed. Could it be? Lin Xuan let out a bitter smile. As soon as he ceased channeling the power of space, the intricate patterns on the map vanished completely. This realization struck him, revealing that his current strength was utterly insufficient. It was likely a safeguard devised by the map's creator, even if someone were to acquire it. A lack of mastery over the power of space would render them incapable of extracting significant information. This mechanism served to deter individuals like Lin Xuan from recklessly pursuing their demise. It seemed that only a soul emperor could decipher this map. Lin Xuan couldn't help but click his tongue. The incomprehensible parchment must harbor significant secrets. He carefully stored the scroll and then commenced his cultivation. For one's prowess is cultivated through persistent effort. Chu Ling'er would need until the following morning to absorb the soul ring. Chapter 29. A lesson in humanity. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan noticed that Chu Ling'er was still engaged in absorbing the soul ring. So he penned a note before heading off to class. On his way, he chanced upon Su Luoluo, who had assumed the role of acting class leader for Class 4 during Lin Xuan's absence from Shrek. This seemingly delicate individual managed the class remarkably well, to the extent that even Lin Xuan considered stepping aside in favor of him. Brother Lin, you must be cautious of Class 2's leader, Xiaobei. This fellow has been keeping a close watch on your return. Is it true? Does he genuinely harbor such animosity towards me? Lin Xuan let out a bitter smile, while Su Luoluo nodded earnestly and remarked, I have already discerned the background of Xiaobei during this period. He is affiliated with the Tang sect, merely a collateral branch sharing the surname Xiao. His martial spirit is a fire dragon, and he currently possesses the strength of a 33rd level soul master. This individual is fiercely fearless in one-on-one combat, having narrowly lost to Dai Lin from Class 1 by just a single move. How formidable. Lin Xuan was taken aback by Su Luoluo's information. He was aware of Dai Lin's martial soul, and the fact that a top-tier martial soul like the evil Eye White Tiger could only narrowly win a single move was indeed a formidable adversary. Additionally, he advised the class leader to exercise caution, as news of his relationship with Chu Ling'er had spread throughout the school, leading many to believe he had a preference for boys. Su Luoluo leaned in closer to whisper in Lin Xuan's ear. He chuckled lightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and replied, Luoluo, my preference for boys or girls is of little consequence. What truly matters is maintaining a tranquil heart. Regardless of one's actions, there will always be judgments from others. If one becomes overly concerned with external evaluations, it can easily disrupt one's plans. Let them believe I favor boys. Often, the reality is far from appearances. The class leader speaks wisely. Let us head to class, Su Luoluo responded with a smile. The two entered the classroom, drawing curious glances from their peers. However, just as Lin Xuan stepped inside, Wang Lin arrived. After Lin Xuan briefed Wang Lin on Chu Ling'er's situation, Wang Lin said nothing further and commenced the lesson. The day was filled with theoretical discussions, primarily focused on Wang Lin correcting the combat techniques of most students through practical examples. Naturally, Lin Xuan had little to do in such classes. After the morning lessons, as Lin Xuan intended to go for lunch, a loud crash startled everyone in the class. A young man, his face clouded with anger, kicked open the classroom door. The students glared at him, ready to retaliate, but as class leader, Lin Xuan would not permit such unruliness. He glanced at Wang Lin, who remained expressionless, before stepping forward to address the intruder. Sir, as a student of Shrek, you should be aware of the consequences of kicking open a classroom door. You are Lin Xuan? Come with me to the arena for a duel. The young man coldly retorted, ignoring Lin Xuan's question. Lin Xuan shook his head, then harnessed his spatial power to appear behind the boy, delivering a sharp slap to his face, the sound echoing through the corridor. Students from other classes, having just emerged to investigate the commotion, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Dai Lin gulped, astonished that Lin Xuan dared to strike the notorious Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's expression twisted with rage as he prepared to retaliate, but in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. Lin Xuan brushed off his clothes and returned to class 4, stating, You uncultured individual, this is a school, not the outside world. Rules must be adhered to. A slap from me is far better than you being beaten to a pulp by everyone in our class. If you lack manners, I shall teach you some. Xiao Bei took a deep breath to regain his composure. He recognized his error but could not overlook the fact that his childhood friend, Du Zitong, was currently missing. He could not allow anything to happen to her. Looking at Lin Xuan, he said, I acknowledge my wrongdoing and apologize to the students of Class 4. With that, Xiao Bei bowed deeply to everyone in Class 4. Not only was Lin Xuan taken aback, but all the students were equally astonished. Wang Lin regarded Xiao Bei with surprise. He had assumed the boy to be a reckless youth, but it seemed he possessed some sense of reason. Lin Xuan, are you able to accompany me to the arena now? I require an explanation, Xiao Bei declared, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Xuan nodded and swiftly made his way to the arena, with the students of Class 4 eagerly trailing behind. Tang Xiao followed anxiously, while Dai Lin and Zhu Lin exchanged glances before joining them. They were all curious to witness the outcome of the battle between Lin Xuan and Xiao Bei. Only one person, Xueqing Tian, disdainfully opted to continue with lunch. Upon reaching the arena, Lin Xuan voluntarily paid the fee and stepped into the center, with Xiao Bei closely following. The latter fixed his gaze intently on Lin Xuan, who remained calm under the scrutiny. Lin Xuan understood that the man before him had succumbed to madness, yet he could empathize. Considering a good friend had turned into a notorious evil soul master and was still missing was a heavy burden to bear. Xiao Bei merely sought an outlet for his pent-up emotions. I know that anything I say now is futile. Thus, we shall settle this with a battle. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, glowed behind him, while Xiao Bei's 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, also illuminated. Xiao Bei's hands transformed into dragon claws, revealing himself as a fire attribute, close combat soul master. Lin Xuan immediately reached a conclusion. However, in the next moment, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. As Xiao Bei's first soul ring shone, 5 fireballs erupted from behind him, hurtling straight towards Lin Xuan. In an instant, Lin Xuan tore open a spatial rift, swallowing the fireballs entirely, thereby losing the initiative. Xiao Bei took a giant stride forward, delivering a powerful punch. As his second soul ring activated instantaneously, a furious roar erupted from Xiao Bei's mouth, causing Lin Xuan's mind to falter momentarily. The next second, Lin Xuan was struck in the chest, sending him flying to the edge of the arena. Everyone in Class 4 covered their eyes, and Su Luoluo bitterly regretted not providing Lin Xuan with more information about Xiao Bei. Naturally, Xiao Bei would not let Lin Xuan off easily. He approached Lin Xuan, intent on launching another attack, but Lin Xuan had already regained his composure. To him, the full force strike from a soul master was merely a slight discomfort in his chest. His third soul ring illuminated, and a spear coalesced in his hand. He thrust the spear towards Xiao Bei's chest. However, Xiao Bei abruptly halted, narrowly evading the strike. Yet, in the next instant, the spear in Lin Xuan's hand transformed into a scythe. He slid down, aiming to cleave at Xiaobei's head. In response, Xiaobei activated his third soul ring, summoning a fiery halo that shattered Lin Xuan's scythe. Lin Xuan pressed on relentlessly, tearing through the fabric of space to arrive behind Xiaobei, launching a kick in his direction. However, Xiaobei appeared to have anticipated this move. With a deft sidestep, he seized Lin Xuan's foot and executed a fierce throw, slamming Lin Xuan onto the ground. To Xiaobei's dismay, Lin Xuan did not succumb to unconsciousness from the impact, but instead rose once more, fixing his gaze upon Xiaobei. Chapter 30. The physical onslaught. Dai Lin felt a pang of discomfort in his teeth. He was bewildered by Lin Xuan's training methods. Xiaobei's combat skills were already extraordinary, and he pondered whether he could have triumphed even with a single strike against such a fervent opponent. Yet, here was Lin Xuan, an anomaly who not only weathered a powerful punch to the chest, but also emerged unscathed from being thrown headfirst into the ground. Lin Xuan stood up, cracking his neck, and wielded a colossal blade forged from condensed spatial power, striking down toward Xiaobei. In a hurry, Xiaobei distanced himself from Lin Xuan, utilizing his first soul skill, the flame missile, to launch another assault. He understood that it was imperative to deplete Lin Xuan's fighting spirit, for he could not allow him to remain a combatant. Lin Xuan's soul rings pulsated continuously, indicating significant consumption of soul power. Yet, Xiaobei was mistaken. Lin Xuan had yet to employ his second soul ring, relying solely on the readily available spatial power from his first and third rings, which demanded minimal soul energy. It could be said that few could hope to best him in single combat. Even Xue Qingtian would find it challenging. However, Lin Xuan harbored fears of control-type soul masters, as a true confrontation against such an opponent in a class competition would still present considerable difficulty for him. Lin Xuan once again approached Xiaobei from behind. But this time, the formidable blade in his hand had transformed into a shield. As expected, Xiaobei struck the shield with a powerful punch. But Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he seized Xiaobei's right hand and executed a shoulder throw, sending Xiaobei reeling in disarray. Clutching his head, Xiaobei shook it in an effort to regain his composure. However, in the next moment, Lin Xuan delivered a crushing blow to Xiaobei's chest, propelling him to the edge of the arena. This demonstration of returning an opponent's tactics against them left the onlookers in awe, and only now did they realize the extent of Lin Xuan's prowess. Previously, Lin Xuan possessed only the raw strength of his physical form and the ethereal ability to appear behind his foes, lacking effective means of offense. The spatial power bestowed upon him by the Devourer Worm allowed him to materialize weaponry for attack or shields for defense at will, making it the ideal soul skill for him. He silently expressed his gratitude to his mentor, Yang Zhao, for this remarkable gift. Xiaobei, struggling to rise from the ground while coughing, fixed a determined gaze on Lin Xuan. He would neither yield nor concede defeat. Victory was imperative. For how could he face Du Zidong otherwise? With a fierce roar, he unleashed his second soul skill, its sound reverberating painfully in Lin Xuan's mind. Lacking a true spiritual sea, Lin Xuan found himself at a disadvantage, yet he managed to harness the forcibly opened spiritual sea to withstand the assault. Squinting, he conjured a massive hammer in his hands and swung it at Xiaobei. In response, Xiaobei activated his third soul skill, the resistance fire ring, shattering the hammer. With a powerful punch aimed at Lin Xuan's head, Xiaobei pressed forward. Yet, Lin Xuan would not grant him that opportunity. He unleashed his long-withheld second soul skill, space slicing, unleashing a flurry of spatial energies resembling countless razor blades. Faced with this onslaught, Xiaobei had but one choice, to charge fearlessly at Lin Xuan despite the incoming attacks. Wounds marred Xiaobei's body, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Lin Xuan's focus sharpened as he manifested a spear, thrusting it toward Xiaobei. Utilizing the last of his soul power, Xiaobei activated the resistance fire ring once more, causing Lin Xuan's spear to shatter. With his final punch now merely half a meter from Lin Xuan chose not to evade. For him, dodging in a fair duel was a matter of pride. He, too, swung his right fist, and the two fists collided, sending Xiaobei flying while Lin Xuan stood his ground, unyielding. The clash of their formidable physical strengths resulted in Xiaobei's soul power ultimately depleting. Engaging in a fistfight with Lin Xuan was folly, but he lacked alternatives. With his soul power exhausted, maintaining his martial spirit was futile, and the outcome remained unchanged. What an extraordinary individual. I would prefer not to cross paths with him. It would be quite humiliating. Isn't that what I'm here for? Zhu Lin remarked with a smile beside Dai Lin. Taken aback for a moment, Dai Lin then nodded in agreement, realizing that with Zhu Lin's support, Lin Xuan would be outnumbered. Lin Xuan was indeed formidable, but he was but one man. Beyond Chu Ling'er, no one from their class could match Lin Xuan's capabilities, effectively turning the class competition into a 2 versus 3 affair. Xiaobei, sprawled outside the arena, struggled to rise, but his right arm lay broken, and he lacked the strength to stand, leaving him in a state of despair over the vast disparity in power. Lin Xuan leapt down from the arena's edge and produced a vial of medicine, inquiring, "Can we converse properly now?" "All right," Xiaobei sighed, accepting the medicine with a sense of resignation. Lin Xuan nodded and turned to the referee, who announced Lin Xuan's victory. The students of Class 4 surged excitedly to Lin Xuan's side, while those from Class 2 left in disappointment. After a brief discussion, Lin Xuan cheerfully remarked, "All right. Enough chatting here. We should hurry to lunch, for the midday break is short." Lin Xuan's words immediately prompted the group from Class 4 to disperse. Su Luoluo wished to remain but was halted by Lin Xuan, who desired a private conversation with Xiao Bei. Observing this, Su Luoluo took her leave as well. Only then did Lin Xuan turn around, grasping Xiao Bei's hand, and said, "Let us converse on our way to the infirmary." "All right." Lin Xuan nodded as he supported Xiao Bei along the path. Xiao Bei yearned to inquire about certain matters, yet he hesitated to speak, for he had suffered defeat. "I know what you wish to know. Du Zitong is indeed the mastermind, but the true orchestrator is her adoptive father. Do you know who that is? Yang Kaitai, the elder?" How could Xiao Bei be unaware of such a matter? Upon reflection, he realized that Yang Kaitai had indeed been missing for quite some time. During this interval, he had been unable to locate him. Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Bei and asked, "What is your relationship with Du Zitong?" "We are very good friends. We have known each other since childhood, all the way to the present." As he spoke, Lin Xuan clearly detected the hint of unease in Xiao Bei's voice, suggesting that he harbored affectionate feelings. Noticing Lin Xuan's suspicion, Xiao Bei asserted firmly, "We are truly just friends." "Very well, I believe you. Du Zitong is not dead, and I am currently perplexed about how to deal with her. Has she been captured by Shrek?" Xiao Bei exclaimed with sudden fervor. He attempted to grasp Lin Xuan's shoulders, but his right hand, already fractured, sent a jolt of pain through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Nevertheless, this discomfort paled in comparison to the exhilaration shining in Xiao Bei's eyes. Chapter 31. The stubborn woman. Do not worry. She is unharmed and not imprisoned in Shrek. You should attend to your hand injury first. I will wait for you by the Sea God Lake tonight. Lin Xuan gazed at the infirmary before him. Xiao Bei pondered the reasons behind it, but ultimately mustered the resolve to step inside. Lin Xuan was right. No matter the circumstances, one must prioritize healing before addressing any other matters. If she were to meet Du Zitong while injured, it might lead to misunderstandings. Lin Xuan turned to glance at the leisurely approaching Chu Ling'er and smiled. The notion of waiting until evening was merely an illusion. He had simply sensed her arrival. He inquired of Chu Ling'er, "How did it go with the soul bone?" "It was splendid. Alas, I regrettably missed your duel on the arena," she replied, tossing a cloth bag to Lin Xuan. Upon catching it, he discovered it contained some provisions. With a grin, he remarked, "It was merely a friendly spar. Nothing of great significance." "Nothing of significance? You utterly decimated the class leader of the second class. You should have seen the expression on Xue Qingtian's face in the cafeteria. It was as pale as liver. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention that Xue Qingtian lost once to Xiao Bei, although he later managed to win." "Is that so?" Lin Xuan was genuinely unaware of the disgraceful affair involving Xue Qingtian. It was, in fact, Chu Ling'er who had learned of it before him. Upon returning to the classroom to await the commencement of lessons, Lin Xuan requested that Chu Ling'er assist him in holding the ethereal stone, as he intended to converse with Du Zitong during this interval. Upon entering the ethereal stone, he hesitated to leave any belongings inside, fully aware that the stone's primary characteristic was its storage capability. However, with Du Zitong and the illusory crystal bear occupying the space for the entire day, he found it imprudent to place anything within. As Lin Xuan stepped inside, he found Du Zitong joyfully frolicking with the illusory crystal bear. But her demeanor instantly shifted to one of icy detachment upon his arrival, casting a chill over the atmosphere. Uncertain of how to initiate the conversation, Lin Xuan recalled mentioning Yang Kaiti's true nature to Du Zitong, yet it was evident she remained skeptical. Given Yang Kaiti's ambiguous fate, he was at a loss for how to clarify matters. "How about now? Can you accept it?" Du Zitong was unwilling to exchange even a word with Lin Xuan. With a heavy sigh, he exited the ethereal stone, recognizing that he could not engage with Du Zitong in her current state. He decided to wait for Xiao Bei to arrive in the evening, as he had a great deal of trust in her. Someone like her could not possibly be a sole master of malevolent nature. During this time, reports of disappearances were rampant, and Yang Kaiti's involvement was likely significant. Under Shrek's extensive investigations, they had managed to eliminate all of them. The afternoon classes were monotonous, filled with rigid theoretical lessons, revealing the inadequacy of the teaching staff in Class 4. However, this year, everyone was taken aback to find that the notorious teacher Wang Lin had yet to expel a single student, with each individual exhibiting noticeable growth. Lin Xuan, in particular, had astonishingly subdued the class leaders of both Class 2 and Class 3, while Dai Lin from Class 1 would not engage in such self-deprecating antics. Moreover, rumors circulated regarding Lin Xuan and Tang Xiao, while Xue Qingtian showed no inclination to challenge him, leading to Lin Xuan's name becoming well known even among the upperclassmen. After class, having finished his meal, Lin Xuan arrived as scheduled by the Sea God Lake, where Xiao Bei awaited him with an anxious expression. He led her into a nearby grove and inquired, "Can you swear that you are not a malevolent soul master?" "I, Xiao Bei, pledge before the Sea God. If I am a malevolent soul master, may I never ascend to the spirit realm in this lifetime." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaobei directed her vow towards the statue of Tang San. In the next instant, a blue light enveloped her figure, signifying the sea god's oath. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated the veracity of such a notion. It was wise to avoid making oaths lightly before a statue of divine significance. Very well, I believe you. I shall lend you this power for 30 minutes. Lin Xuan gently patted Xiaobei's shoulder, forcibly infusing him with the power of space. Pain flickered across Xiaobei's face as he looked at Lin Xuan, and just as he was about to utter a word, he vanished without a trace. The infusion granted him the qualification to enter the ethereal stone, but it would only last for 30 minutes. Thus, he had a mere 30 minutes to converse with Du Zitong. Inside the ethereal stone, Xiaobei had not yet regained his composure, while Du Zitong remained frozen in place. After surveying his surroundings, Xiaobei spotted Du Zitong and the illusory crystal bear. Without a moment's hesitation, he embraced Du Zitong tightly. Although their separation had been brief, the duration had been tormenting for Xiaobei. Now, the presence of the beloved was paramount above all else. Hey, you big fool. I'm going to suffocate in your embrace, Du Zitong said with a wry smile. She was equally delighted to see Xiaobei. Releasing her, Xiaobei excitedly inquired. Are you all right? They all claim you are a soul master, but I never believed it. Now that I see you, I will rescue you. Du Zitong fell silent, unable to lie in front of her friend. Indeed, she was not a soul master, but the incident had been orchestrated by her. And Lin Xuan would never allow her to leave. What's wrong? Xiaobei noticed Du Zitong biting her lip, and his heart skipped a beat. This was the outcome he dreaded most. Du Zitong pushed Xiaobei away and bitterly confessed, I was responsible for that incident. Impossible. Someone must have manipulated you. I will help you explain everything to the school, Xiaobei replied hastily. Du Zitong shook her head, her expression filled with anguish. Taking a deep breath, Xiaobei pulled Du Zitong down to sit beside him and said, Xiao Tong, can you be honest with me? We've been friends for so many years. No matter what you've done, even if it means standing against the entire world, I am willing to protect you. You big fool. Du Zitong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiaobei gazed earnestly at her, while outside, Lin Xuan could hardly bear to watch. He had immersed his mind within the ethereal stone, listening intently to their conversation. Although Xiaobei had done nothing wrong, Lin Xuan felt a sense of helplessness. Initially, he intended for Xiaobei to persuade this stubborn woman, but it had swiftly transformed into a heartfelt exchange. Lin Xuan was disinclined to listen to the romantic exchanges between the two, so he wandered aimlessly by the shores of the sea god lake, oblivious to the half-hour limit. To his surprise, he soon noticed Senior Wang Tianyu gazing sorrowfully at the lake's surface. Lin Xuan contemplated turning away, yet Wang Tianyu had already sensed his presence. Oh, Junior Lin Xuan, what brings you to the vicinity of Sea God Lake? Taking a stroll to aid digestion after a meal? It's quite unusual for a senior like me, a student of the inner courtyard, to come to the outer courtyard's Sea God Lake area. Lin Xuan chuckled, yet internally he harbored some doubts. It was evident that Wang Tianyu was reminiscing about someone, and inadvertently, he might just escape from Du Zitong only to be ensnared by Wang Tianyu's lamentations once more. Is the junior afraid I will bemoan my fate? Fear not. I solemnly vow that my secret shall be known to no other. Wang Tianyu, seemingly perceiving Lin Xuan's helplessness, remarked, causing Lin Xuan to awkwardly scratch his head. Indeed, such moments of being seen through are profoundly uncomfortable. Chapter 32, Shouldering Responsibility Junior. My premonitions regarding this Continental Senior Soul Master Academy competition are not particularly optimistic, Wang Tianyu said gravely, gazing at the Sea God Lake. Lin Xuan paused for a moment, then fell silent. Wang Tianyu was the champion of the previous edition, yet he had personally witnessed the Shrek Academy's reserve team suffer defeat in the one before that. Although he had achieved great success, his thoughts were still with Shrek. This time, the most formidable contender from the Inner Academy was merely a newly ascended Soul Emperor. The continent was facing a significant talent gap. While both the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Tiando Empire and the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Xinghua Empire boasted a genius of level 63. Thus, I hold little hope for them. Senior, Shrek is not merely a championship machine. Let us not impose such immense pressure on the other seniors. Remember, the championships won by Shrek cannot even be contained within a single room. Lin Xuan consoled, stating that as long as one gives their all, winning the championship does not matter. However, Wang Tianyu shook his head, expressing that had it been that simple, he would have remained silent. Yet, the abrupt withdrawal of the Haotian sect and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect caught Shrek off guard. Now, among the upper three sects, only Tang sect remains, while the lower four sects are beginning to stir, and the lurking Holy Spirit cult is akin to a venomous serpent. Junior, Shrek is not as prosperous as you envision. I am indeed the foremost in the Inner Academy, Wang Tianyu said helplessly. At this moment, Lin Xuan was truly taken aback. It was undeniable that Wang Tianyu was a soul saint, but to be the top of the Inner Academy as a soul saint? A hint of sorrow emerged in Wang Tianyu's gaze, causing Lin Xuan to swallow the question that had nearly escaped his lips, the inquiry regarding the fate of the previous champion. Very well, you have performed admirably. I have also undertaken numerous tasks alongside Elder Kong and the others, and the elder statesmen are quite pleased with you. However, Yang Kaidi mentioned that he is aware of these individuals lurking within Shrek, which implies that there are others he is unaware of hiding in Shrek. You must exercise caution. Senior, you too. Lin Xuan nodded in agreement, and Wang Tianyu patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder before departing. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that his assistants had irrevocably tied him to Shrek. While he harbored a fondness for Shrek, his heart was clearly elsewhere. His mother and his own origins were his foremost concerns, followed closely by his desire to help his master inherit the divine estate, allowing his master the freedom to roam. While he himself sought to investigate through the position of the god of space, he chuckled self-deprecatingly, acknowledging the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. Stretching lazily, he resumed his stroll along the shores of the sea god lake. The discussions within the ethereal stone had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Aware of everything, Xiao Bei remained steadfast in her convictions. This situation had initially arisen from Du Zitong being deceived by her adoptive father, yet the bond of nurturing surpassed all. Even if Du Zitong were to discover the truth, she would still act accordingly. This was also why Lin Xuan had refrained from dealing with Du Zitong. Firstly, because she had indeed cooperated obediently, and secondly, because her transgressions did not warrant death. Although many from the escort had perished, and the caravan owner had been left a lifelong imbecile, the absence of Du Zitong would only lead to the emergence of another like Wang Zitong. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay with the Holy Spirit sect. Lin Xuan glanced around before slipping into the ethereal stone. Upon entering, he evidently startled the two individuals present. Du Zitong turned away, unwilling to meet Lin Xuan's gaze, while Xiao Bei regarded him earnestly and said, Lin Xuan, I am fully aware of the circumstances. You must understand her predicament. What must be done to secure her release? Hold on, Lin Xuan interjected. Do not make me appear as if I am akin to a kidnapper, imposing conditions for her release. I have confined her here solely out of concern for her safety from that bear beside her. You know well that as a soul master, I stand no chance against the might of a crystal illusion bear. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Xiao Bei's lips twitched. Lin Xuan's remarks were exceedingly irritating. He believed that his full-force strike was nearly on par with that of the illusory crystal bear. Yet, Lin Xuan could fracture his bones with a single blow, all while claiming he could not withstand the bear's attack. Let me put it this way. Once I release her, where do you intend to place her? The first Shrek will undoubtedly expel her, even if she is not acting of her own volition. Moreover, her adoptive father, Yang Kaidi, will remain imprisoned by Shrek indefinitely. Do you truly believe she will not seek vengeance? I shall undoubtedly exact my revenge. I will personally annihilate Shrek and then kill you, Du Zitong coldly declared, casting a frigid gaze upon Lin Xuan. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Just moments ago, Du Zitong had not spoken in such a manner. They had previously agreed to find a secluded place in the mountains or return to Tangmin together. In Tangmin, he was merely a distant relative of the current leader. Thus bringing back a sinner from Shrek Academy was out of the question. I plan to withdraw from school and take her to live hidden in the mountains, Xiao Bei stated earnestly as he looked at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, well aware of their intentions, inquired of Xiao Bei, can you defeat me? No, I cannot. Do you think the Holy Spirit Church would spare a traitor? Lin Xuan's words pierced Xiao Bei's heart like a sharp blade. The very question he dreaded the most loomed before him. If the Holy Spirit sect were to seek retribution against traitors, there would be nowhere for Du Zitong to hide. Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Bei and said, I can speak to Elder Kong on your behalf, allowing Du Zitong to reside within Shrek City. But she must be under surveillance 24 hours a day and may not wander freely. In truth, her fleeing would not amount to much. A minor character like her cannot stir significant trouble, and at worst, the Holy Spirit sect would merely dispose of her remains in the wilderness. Du Zitong's brows furrowed as she opened her mouth to rebuke Lin Xuan, but ultimately she refrained. Deep down, she understood that Lin Xuan's words held truth. Arguing would yield no fruitful outcome. Xiao Bei pondered for a moment before turning to Du Zitong, recognizing that her consent was essential, yet he hoped she would agree. I must retain my right to personal privacy, and my companions must accompany me, Du Zitong asserted, fixing her gaze on Lin Xuan. He shook his head, unable to acquiesce to such a demand. Even a soul beast, despite being a non-combatant like the illusion crystal bear, could not be permitted within Shrek City. Then I shall not go out. After all, you require the ethereal stone for storage, Du Zitong replied defiantly. Do as you wish, I assure you. My interest in the ethereal stone is minimal. I will not concern myself with your affairs. Know that once I leave, I will promptly return the ethereal stone to the academy in exchange for a storage bag. At that point, you shall fend for yourself. Lin Xuan rolled his eyes, showing no concern for the girl's remarks. His interest lay solely in the enigmatic stone. He could easily return it to the academy and retrieve it whenever he wished to study it further. Enough. What time is it to be bickering? Xiao Beiji interjected, halting Du Zitong's retorts. Du Zitong, with a huff, fell silent. Whenever she encountered Lin Xuan, a sense of agitation enveloped her. It was as if their destinies were inherently at odds. Xiao Bei gazed at Lin Xuan and said, I have promised on her behalf, but I hope you will treat Dubai kindly. After all, it is Xiao Tong's most significant companion. Chapter 33. Class competition if it truly comes to it. I will confine this hulking creature within the ethereal stone. However, I believe the most likely outcome is to release him. He is, after all, a spirit beast, and it is impossible to keep him by your side indefinitely. I hope, Brother Lin, that you can set him free back in the frozen forest. I will be cautious. Just don't stir up trouble. After Lin Xuan finished speaking to Xiao Bei, he looked at Du Zitong with a helpless expression. Lin Xuan led Xiao Bei out of the ethereal stone, and once outside, he firmly grasped Xiao Bei's right hand and coldly remarked, I remain uncertain of your true identity and am unaware of your shared past. However, I must advise you to keep a close watch on her. This is not a mere suggestion. If you are captured by the Holy Spirit sect, we will find ourselves in a precarious position. I understand your intent. I, too, was once a wandering child, but I shall settle in Shrek City, Xiao Bei responded solemnly, grasping Lin Xuan's meaning. After parting ways with Xiao Bei, Lin Xuan reported the situation to Old Kong at the Sea God Pavilion. Old Kong nodded in agreement with Lin Xuan's request, yet insisted that Lin Xuan personally go to the frozen forest to release the illusion crystal bear, reasoning that such trivial matters need not trouble the school staff. Receiving Old Kong's response, Lin Xuan wore a bitter expression. He had initially planned to return to the Star Dou Empire during the holiday in 4 months, but it seemed he would have to alter his course. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found no sign of Chu Ling'er and began his training. Days passed, yet no one felt at ease. Ultimately, 10 members of Class 4 were expelled. It was not due to their lack of effort. Even Wang Lin's one-on-one standard tutoring failed to uplift them, as half a year had not yielded a breakthrough to the 25th level, marking them as the most mediocre of talents in Shrek. During this time, Class 4 began to gain momentum. Lin Xuan, alongside Chu Ling'er and Duuluo, frequently sparred with students from Classes 2 and 3, emerging victorious in every encounter against Class 3, and achieving a commendable record against Class 2. Alright, everyone, prepare yourselves after class. If I discover anyone eliminated in the first round of the upcoming class assessment, I shall subject you to specialized training next semester. Wang Lin's calm voice sent a shiver through all present. He gestured for silence, then continued, Lin Xuan's group will come to my office shortly, the rest may return. Following his departure from the classroom, the others gathered in their groups, chattering animatedly. Lin Xuan, accompanied by Chu Ling'er and Duuluo, proceeded to Wang Lin's office. Wang Lin, seated with glasses on, smiled at the trio and inquired, what is your goal this time? To win the championship. They replied in unison. Wang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Their confidence was a positive sign, yet he harbored doubts about Lin Xuan's ability to claim the title. He opened a book, casually remarking, I called you in to make you aware of the opponents you will face. First up is Class 2's Xiao Bei. His team is not weak, as they have managed to assemble 3 soul masters. This year's admissions have seen many princes and heirs aged between 12 and 14, leading to an abundance of soul masters, far beyond what you can imagine. Class 1 boasts 7 soul masters, each a figure of great significance. The first group of Class 1 is led by Shue Tian, accompanied by Tang Xiao and Ning Tian, the heir of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I can tell you that Shue Tian's soul power has reached the peak of 36 levels. Historically, no one has surpassed Shue Tian's soul power at the age of 13, not even those 7 esteemed individuals. 36 levels? Lin Xuan felt a profound headache. Over the past few months, he had reached the pinnacle of level 33, and the breakthrough to level 34 was within reach. However, he remained dissatisfied with his progress, having only advanced 2 levels in 4 months. Tang Xiao had attained level 34, while Ning Tian stood at level 32. This formidable duo was undeniably powerful. Lin Xuan thought, I do not expect to triumph over them, but at the very least, I cannot afford to lose too disgracefully. Wang Lin's words left Lin Xuan in silence. On paper, Lin Xuan was at the peak of level 33, Chu Ling'er was at level 32, and Duuluo was a 29th level Grand Soul Master. Seemingly aware of her shortcomings, Duuluo lowered her head and remained silent. Teacher Wang, we will emerge victorious, she declared. Lin Xuan gazed at Wang Lin with unwavering determination, declaring that he must secure victory in this competition to validate his worth. The arrogance displayed by Shue Tian on a daily basis, treating him as a mere imagined rival, had long irked him. Wang Lin's words felt like a dismissal of their chances, a notion he found intolerable. Duuluo, do not dwell on the trivial, simply give your utmost. The 3 of us constitute the strongest team in Class 4, and we must set a commendable example for our classmates. Lin Xuan grasped Duuluo's shoulders and spoke earnestly. Duuluo met his gaze with unwavering determination, nodding vigorously in response. Although Wang Lin's attention remained on the book, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in a smile. Chu Ling'er happened to witness this scene, feeling a wave of exasperation. However, to be honest, she also found Shue Tian intolerable, for he always wore a scowl whenever he encountered Lin Xuan. Women tend to defend those they care for, though she would not voice it. She would certainly keep it in mind. If the 3 of them were to cross paths with Shue Tian, she would fight with unreserved fervor. Now, I believe you have a clear understanding of Dai Lin's group's paper strength. Although you have been sparring continuously, I must inform you that Dai Lin has never unleashed his true power. He possesses an ancient soul bone in his left arm, so exercise caution. Additionally, be wary of his and Zhu Lin's martial soul fusion technique, the Nether White Tiger. This soul technique is formidable, but I possess a method to counter martial soul fusion techniques. Chu Ling'er suddenly spoke up, having remained silent until now. Wang Lin was taken aback for a moment before a relieved smile spread across his face. Indeed, Chu Ling'er was their trump card, and the skill from that soul bone greatly pleased him. Ultimately, it is up to you all. There are 3 days remaining for grouping. I can assure you that the rewards for the assessment are quite generous. If you perform exceptionally well and achieve victory against stronger opponents, the school might even bestow upon you a soul bone. Is that truly the case? Lin Xuan gazed in astonishment at Wang Lin, who chuckled, revealing a side of himself that was remarkably different, leaving Luo utterly dumbfounded. Wang Lin tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table and remarked, the school's evaluations occur annually. If one excels, a soul bone is awarded. But how many soul bones exist in this world? It is merely a possibility. Throughout the school's history, soul bones have been bestowed only 3 times, all of which were millennium grade. To recklessly absorb them could potentially jeopardize one's future. In Wang Lin's eyes, any soul bone that was not a millennia old was unworthy of a person like Lin Xuan. He was not the kind who would be dazzled merely by the sight of a soul bone. Chapter 34. The Assassination in the Streets. I must also caution you. Acquiring a soul bone does not mean you should absorb it impulsively. One must gradually comprehend the properties of the soul bone, including any potential characteristics it may possess. If it is not a millennium grade, it is best to keep it. Should you find yourself in dire need of something but lack the funds, a millennium soul bone is indeed a valued currency. Remember that. The trio nodded in understanding. Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er, with their lofty aspirations, would likely turn their noses up at millennium soul bones. However, Luo, hailing from a modest background, might find it hard to resist absorbing such a rarity, given the uncertainty of ever encountering a soul bone again in his lifetime. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. Depart promptly and do not encroach upon my reading time. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. The 3 expressed their gratitude and took their leave. Wang Lin watched them retreat with a smile, pondering whether these youngsters could indeed reach the pinnacle of victory. Yet, he surmised that the school would not allow Lin Xuan to advance without challenges. He had a premonition that Lin Xuan would become the school's chosen heir, a candidate for the next elder of the Sea God Pavilion, due to his enigmatic spatial abilities and extraordinary intellect, qualities that Shrek Academy coveted. Tang Xiao, Xueqing Tian, and Dai Lin were heirs to the 2 great empires and a significant sect, rendering them incapable of overseeing all matters at Shrek. Meanwhile, the inner academy, following a considerable upheaval, was left with only Wang Tianyu. Although Wang Tianyu appeared optimistic, he bore inner demons, and his future depended on the school's guidance. His dual-blade martial soul was pivotal to that year's championship. After departing from the teaching building, Lin Xuan separated from Chu Ling'er and Luo. He exited the academy and strolled through the streets of Shrek City, on his way to find Du Zitong. However, he sensed that someone was watching him. Lin Xuan's expression hardened. It was his first venture outside the city in 4 months, and he was being scrutinized almost immediately. Could it be? To validate his suspicion, Lin Xuan deliberately took a detour into an empty alley and tore open a spatial rift to hide within. Within a minute, masked individuals entered the alley, initially believing Lin Xuan had nowhere to escape. Brother, this kid actually noticed us? Quick, let's flee. Staying here will surely get us caught by the Shrek City guards. The leader shivered and turned to leave, but as he did so, a figure cloaked entirely in black extended a bony hand. Behind him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, totaling 8 black soul rings lit up. Lin Xuan's breath caught in his throat as he witnessed the 4 individuals dissolve into blood and merge into the figure's black robe. A soul Douluo employing a hired assassin? Undoubtedly, this method was that of a malevolent soul master. It was clear that the assailant sought to absolve himself of suspicion. Although the malevolent soul masters had infiltrated Shrek for the 2nd time, the academy had ceased hiring teachers and all staff, leaving them with no options but to hide within Shrek City. It was also certain that their target had been identified, with the possibility of. Lin Xuan pondered the possibility that Du Zitong had betrayed him. Venturing to her residence would be tantamount to walking into a trap. However, he reasoned that if she had truly sold him out, the figure in black would not have ambushed him along the way. Such a risk was far too great. Suddenly, the figure in black sensed something and swiftly retracted his martial spirit, departing from the scene. In the next moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man appeared, clad in white armor. The aura of lethal intent emanating from him was impossible to conceal. Lin Xuan recognized that this middle-aged man must be the lord of Shrek City, the battle-flagged Douluo. Lin Xuan stepped out of the spatial rift, and the moment he emerged, he was engulfed by a heavy aura of bloodshed. Fortunately, he had grasped his Shrek identity badge prior to his exit. Upon recognizing his student, the battle-flagged Douluo immediately retracted his imposing presence, gazing at Lin Xuan with a hint of surprise. Although he had only released a modicum of pressure, it was still beyond the capability of an ordinary soul master to withstand. What is your name? Lord City Master, I am Lin Xuan. You are Lin Xuan? The battle-flagged Douluo exclaimed, his demeanor shifting from aloof to astonished. The stark contrast elicited a wry smile from Lin Xuan. The battle flag Douluo scanned the surroundings warily. He was aware of certain truths that eluded outsiders, such as the fact that both Du Zitong and Lin Xuan had been marked for elimination by the Holy Spirit sect. Not only had the sect infiltrated Shrek City, but Shrek had also sent operatives into the Holy Spirit sect. Little one. Shrek City is not as secure as it once was. The Holy Spirit sect has identified it as their primary target. You are at considerable risk of being captured within the city. Had I not sensed the fluctuation of a soul Douluo spirit power, I would not have come. What transpired just now? The battle flag Douluo patted Lin Xuan's head, prompting Lin Xuan to recount the recent events. The tale left the battle flag Douluo drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Lin Xuan's spatial abilities, he would have been facing an almost certain demise. As the soul Douluo could have dispatched him in less than a second from the moment he unleashed his martial spirit. You have been excessively careless. In the future, whenever you leave the school, you must inform your teacher. You are not an ordinary student. Rest assured, senior, I will be more cautious next time. Lin Xuan nodded. And the battle flag Douluo smiled in response before asking, where are you headed? I can escort you. No need to trouble yourself, senior. I initially intended to visit Du Zitong to see if anything had transpired, but given the many who seek my life, it is perhaps wiser to remain in the academy. Lin Xuan replied, that's for the best. Allow me to take you back to the school. And please, refrain from calling me senior. I am not that old. My name is Zhang Jinfeng, so just call me Uncle Zhang, he said with a smile. Lin Xuan chuckled, Uncle Zhang, you are indeed youthful. I must have mistakenly referred to you as elderly. You cheeky lad. The two shared laughter as they made their way back to Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a figure cloaked in black observed with a grim gaze. If Shrek Academy were to protect Lin Xuan, his plans would undoubtedly fail. Du Zitong had been placed under house arrest, and Elder Kong had personally set up a formation. Anyone above the Soul Saint level approaching his residence would be marked. Their Holy Spirit Church had already lost a Soul Saint assassin. After escorting Lin Xuan inside, Zhang Jinfeng's expression darkened considerably. He was nearing retirement, anticipating the position of elder. Yet such turmoil had arisen during his tenure, causing great frustration. He could only imagine the weight of responsibility should anything happen to Lin Xuan today. After some contemplation, Zhang Jinfeng entered Shrek Academy to discuss strategies with the Sea God Pavilion on how to lure the soul Douluo of the city out of hiding. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, returned to his dormitory, where he noticed Chu Ling'er frequently lingering outside, though her intentions remained a mystery. Chapter 35, The Death Group of course. Chu Ling'er was not inside the dormitory, as the Wuxing Douluo had sensed the delicate shift in the current situation and learned of Lin Xuan's place on the wanted list. For the sake of his cherished disciple's future, he had no choice but to protect Lin Xuan and personally guide Chu Ling'er. Thus, while Chu Ling'er had been often out and about, her sparring sessions with Lin Xuan were far from passive. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Xuan resided alone in the dormitory. But on the 3rd day, just as he was deep in his training, an urgent knock at the door interrupted him. Frowning, he thought it peculiar that someone would knock so hastily. Upon opening the door, he was met by a visibly anxious Su Luoluo. What's the rush? Come in and tell me, Lin Xuan said with a smile. Brother Lin, you must see this grouping. Su Luoluo exclaimed breathlessly, handing him a crumpled piece of paper. Lin Xuan scanned the list and noted the groupings for Team A, including Dai Lin's and Xiao Bei's teams, as well as Class 3's leader, Li Qi. His brow furrowed at first, but he quickly relaxed. Clearly, this was orchestrated by the academy. With so many first-year students, it was unnecessary to count groups. Typically, these Soul Master teams would be separated during the selection phase, only to clash again in the later rounds. However, now only one group from Team A could advance, and all 4 groups were comprised of Soul Masters. A death group, perhaps? Lin Xuan mused. Brother Lin, aren't you worried? Su Luoluo asked anxiously after closing the door. Lin Xuan smiled. What was our goal that day? The championship? Su Luoluo replied uncertainly. Lin Xuan chuckled softly. But can we avoid facing Xiao Bei and Dai Lin? I believe there's a chance Dai Lin and Xue Qingtian may end up in the same group. The outcome has long been predetermined, Lin Xuan continued. Our only objective is the championship, is that not correct? Yes. Su Luoluo nodded. Lin Xuan rose, gazing out the window. Su Luoluo sensed a newfound grandeur in Lin Xuan's demeanor. With a deep and penetrating gaze upon the scenery outside, Lin Xuan remarked, to become a legend, one must possess a competitive spirit and above all, confidence. You are a genius of Shrek. In any other academy, you would be regarded as an absolute prodigy, the cornerstone of education. Yet here, you are just an ordinary student. You must constantly battle to prove to those elders that you are no less than anyone else. Never yield, give your all. Even in defeat, you shall never walk alone. We are a team, we rise together and fall together. Brother Lin. Su Luoluo felt inspired by Lin Xuan's words. Indeed, he had come to Shrek with fervor and passion. Yet, overshadowed by the brilliance of talents like Lin Xuan, he had settled into a supporting role, gradually losing his confidence. As Lin Xuan had said, if the goal was the championship, they must be prepared for everything, even in the face of formidable adversaries. I understand now, Brother Lin. I will give it my all. That's the spirit. With me by your side, you need not worry. Although your soul skills may not have improved significantly, we have practiced our combined techniques, remember? Of course. The thought of their combination reignited Chu Ling'er's confidence. While his current soul skills were not particularly powerful, their synergy could indeed trouble even soul masters. Alright, the competition is the day after tomorrow. Once Chu Ling'er returns, we will rehearse our collaboration. I'm back. As Lin Xuan's words faded, Chu Ling'er, clad in a flowing blue robe, appeared at the doorway. Lin Xuan was taken aback to find that Chu Ling'er's disguise had remarkably approached that of a genuine female, exuding an aura of sanctity that rendered her seemingly untouchable. Chu Ling, I have just concluded a discussion with Lin Xuan regarding the group assignments. Upon receiving the list of groupings, Chu Ling'er merely furrowed her brow but uttered not a word. Observing her demeanor, Duuluo felt a pang of regret, realizing that neither Lin Xuan nor Chu Ling'er seemed to care about the arrangements. If practice is in order, we can commence any time. My special training has also come to an end. Very well, let us convene in the woods beside the sea god lake to deliberate on our tactical approach. I have no objections. Then let us embark. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he led the three individuals to the grove beside the sea god lake, a sacred rendezvous spot that typically hosts visitors. However, with the commencement of the annual assessment, which determines their success over the past 6 months, few dare to linger here. Failure to advance to the second year would mean an additional half year in the first year, and it is rare for anyone to falter. Class 4 had 2 students held back, both expelled by Wang Lin, while other classes similarly contained a few. Alright, you two can come at me and see how you can restrain a sensitive attack soul master, Lin Xuan declared with a playful challenge. No, let the two of you face me instead, Chu Ling'er calmly responded, shaking her head. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before smiling and suggesting. Then Duuluo, let us pair up. Very well. Duuluo stepped beside Lin Xuan, unleashing her soul rings, while Lin Xuan revealed 1 yellow and 2 purple rings. Chu Ling'er also summoned her martial soul, 3 fluffy tails appearing behind her. Yet, a faint yellow glow emanated from her left arm, leaving Lin Xuan momentarily puzzled. Was it a trick of the light? That glow signified the position of a radiant fox soul bone, which piqued his interest. Lin Xuan was aware of the skill associated with Chu Ling'er's soul bone, the holy light, which for him merely appeared as a blinding radiance with a slight scorching effect. For anyone who was not a malevolent soul master, it held little potency. Lin Xuan felt a twinge of regret. This ability would be of no use unless confronted with an evil soul master. Lin Xuan refrained from making a move and instead utilized spatial slicing upon himself, subsequently closing his eyes. Meanwhile, Duuluo was continuously reciting incantations to conjure a water spear. Chu Ling'er offered a faint smile as she unleashed her first soul skill, Clone, which propelled her directly towards Lin Xuan. He shook his head, and as his first soul skill activated, a spatial rift materialized before the clone, which promptly dove into it and vanished without a trace. However, to Lin Xuan's astonishment, the next moment, he let out a muffled groan as his martial spirit was instantaneously dispelled. His mind was inundated with images of Chu Ling'er, and his spiritual sea transformed into a hue of pink. Lin Xuan was taken aback. He had unwittingly fallen prey to enchantment while his eyes were shut. At that moment, Duuluo, still engaged in the creation of her water spear, was suddenly struck in the abdomen by Lin Xuan's returning fist. She cried out in agony, clutching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. The sheer might of Lin Xuan's physical strength was overwhelming. The blow was too much for Duuluo to withstand. Just as he was about to attack her again, Lin Xuan regained his senses. He had been enchanted for merely half a second. He assessed Duuluo's injuries and employed his soul power to alleviate her pain, while Chu Ling'er dispelled her martial spirit and approached Lin Xuan. This was the culmination of her efforts over the past 3 days. Chapter 36, Evolved Soul Bone. Are you not going to explain? Lin Xuan eagerly inquired of Chu Ling'er, his anticipation palpable as Duuluo regained normal breathing. This was indeed splendid news. Being enchanted with closed eyes was unprecedented. The essence of enchantment lay in concentrating soul power in the eyes, utilizing it alongside mental force to create an impact on the spiritual sea, which is why it was not termed as mental impact. The affected individual's spiritual sea would turn pink, rendering them in a euphoric state, easily susceptible to manipulation. It's simple. My soul bone has evolved, Chu Ling'er proudly proclaimed, seated beside Lin Xuan. He was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. It was said that only divine soul bones could undergo evolution. A prime example of this was the 8 spider lances. Senior Tang San's external soul bone evolved by absorbing the essence of a similar soul beast, but that was an external soul bone. Pure soul bone evolution? Do not overthink it. I merely severed my left arm and let a few drops of the bright fox's essence blood fall. This is quite a normal occurrence. As long as the soul bone absorbs the essence blood of a similar yet higher grade soul beast, evolution is possible. My evolved ability is absolute enchantment. While it hasn't granted me new skills, given that it is not a 10,000-year soul bone, it has enhanced my 3 soul skills. The soul power consumption of my first soul skill, Clone, has diminished, while my second soul skill, Enchantment, can now bypass whether the target has their eyes closed or open. ensuring an instantaneous effect. However, the disparity in soul power requirements has increased. I can only absolutely enchant individuals within a 3-level difference. If the difference exceeds that, it becomes ineffective. Therefore, during the match against the Dai Lin combination, I can only enchant Zhu Lin to interrupt their martial spirit fusion technique. Of course, there is also a probabilistic scenario where, like you, one may enter a state of confusion and attack those nearby, but the probability of this occurring is merely 10%. That's enough. Lin Xuan was overjoyed. This enhancement of Chu Ling'er could be said to have alleviated his greatest concern. If they truly unleashed their martial soul fusion technique, he would have no choice but to reveal his bloodline power. With a resolute heart, he could temporarily wield the strength of a soul king to engage in close combat with the spectral white tiger. Without the evil-eyed white tiger, he could rely on his physical prowess to match Lin. With this newfound clarity, their tactical options had expanded, and it was time to refine their synergy. As they were set to face Lin in the first match, the trio rose and began to harmonize their soul techniques. Alas, the most unfortunate among them was likely Luo, as the probability of chaos still lingered. Lin Xuan had discerned how the 10% chance of confusion was deduced. Primarily, it stemmed from his affinity for Chu Ling'er, which, when enchanted, significantly increased the likelihood of being afflicted by a state of chaos. In contrast, Luo had experienced confusion on 13 occasions, which was far more frequent. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed, and the synergy among Lin Xuan and his companions peaked. Meanwhile, Lin and his team showed no signs of underestimating Lin Xuan. They were diligently preparing for the impending contest. The evening before the match, Lin Xuan, unusually, did not engage in his usual training but rather sat by the window, gazing at the moon, while Chu Ling'er nestled in his embrace. The evolution of her bright fox soul bone had rendered her disguise easier to see through, prompting her to consider shedding her pretense next semester. However, that would entail living separately from Lin Xuan. The impending match promised to be arduous. I have but one request, Lin Xuan cautioned. Do not act recklessly. I know your character. Do not be so stubborn. If you take unnecessary risks, I will have no choice but to reveal my hidden cards. And that would be a grave mistake. Indeed, I will heed your words, Chu Ling'er replied, nodding. She understood the weight of Lin Xuan's admonition. Their adversaries were not merely Lin, but also the formidable Shueqing Tian. Many regarded tomorrow's arena battle with indifference, as the disparity in strength seemed negligible. All that was required was to give their utmost. Yet for Xiao Bei and Lin, the battle could not be underestimated. Although Li Qi's group appeared the weakest, Xiao Bei dared not be careless. Lin Xuan, tomorrow marks our decisive battle. While we've sparred and exchanged victories, it is in team combat that true strength is tested, Lin remarked before closing his eyes to meditate. Thus, with sleepless eyes, Lin Xuan beheld the first light of dawn emerging from the east. Rising to stretch, he felt his affinity for spatial power had reached its zenith, and his soul power had become more vibrant due to his deep contemplation of spatial force the previous night. Today, we shall emerge victorious, Chu Ling'er declared with a smile as she rose. Lin Xuan nodded, and together they went to have breakfast before waiting at the arena. However, upon their arrival, Chu Ling'er noticed her master seated in the guest seat, looking decidedly displeased, drawing the admiration of the students in attendance. The Wuxing Douluo had initially intended to watch the match discreetly from above Shrek Academy, but Kong Lao insisted he occupy the foremost guest seat, threatening him with expulsion otherwise. This infuriated the Wuxing Douluo, who felt powerless against Kong Lao's authority, recognizing that, unlike himself, who had merely attained Super Douluo status, he could not contend with Kong Lao. Behind the Wuxing Douluo, a host of Soul Douluo and Soul Saints, here to observe their offspring, sat upright. While even the dukes from the two great empires refrained from being overly brazen, the Wuxing Douluo's mere ability to divine the fortunes of a nation guaranteed a decade of peace, having aided the royal families of both empires in earlier years. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, then ascended the arena. With a few moments remaining before the commencement, he observed the eager gaze of Wang Lin from the teachers' seats and reciprocated with a reassuring glance. As all the contestants gathered at the venue, the director of education delivered a few courteous remarks, and soon the arena sprang to life. The director personally approached the stage where Lin Xuan and Dai Lin stood, addressing both sides with the words, "You may begin by stating your names. Dai Lin, 37th level Assault System Soul Master. Zhu Lin, 33rd level Agile Attack System Soul Master. He Qin, 31st level Control System Soul Master." Lin Xuan cast his gaze towards the last speaker, the silver-haired woman. He Qian shrank back in fear under Lin Xuan's penetrating gaze, while Zhu Lin stepped protectively in front of He Qian, her cold eyes fixed on Lin Xuan. Dai Lin offered an apologetic smile and said, "Brother Lin, please do not frighten this timid girl." Lin Xuan replied, "My apologies, Dai brother. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter and proceed to the matter at hand." Observing Lin Xuan engaging in casual conversation, the director's countenance darkened, and he scolded, "Enough of this nonsense." Lin Xuan quickly bowed in respect, declaring, "I am Lin Xuan, a 34th level. I am Chu Ling, a 33rd level Control System Soul Master. I am Luo, a 29th level Control System Soul Master." With both sides having introduced themselves, the director ascended into the air, and both parties simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Chapter 37. Lin Xuan vs. Dai Lin. Who is this lad? Many in the audience were unfamiliar with Lin Xuan. Yet upon witnessing his soul rings, one yellow and two purple, their expressions turned grave. Initially, they believed Lin Xuan to be merely a marketing ploy of Shrek Academy, doubting that a great soul master could withstand a single strike from a soul emperor, which seemed somewhat mythical. Lin Xuan did not wait long. With an enraged shout, he tore through the fabric of space and appeared before Dai Lin. Dai Lin opened his mouth and roared, unleashing his first soul technique, the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave, while simultaneously activating his second soul technique, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. Lin Xuan conjured a colossal sword forged from the essence of spatial power, striking down towards Dai Lin. Behind Lin Xuan stood Chu Ling'er, her expression a mask of indifference. With the activation of her second soul ring, the phantom clone, Chu Ling'er split into two, advancing menacingly towards Chu Ling'er. A faint smile graced Lin Xuan's lips as Chu Ling'er's gaze sharpened, summoning his second soul skill, the Water Spear, which he hurled with all his might towards He-Chin. In the midst of battle, He-Chin exhibited no trace of bashfulness. Her second soul skill illuminated the arena, causing a sudden drop in temperature. An ice shield materialized before her, and Chu Ling'er's expression shifted dramatically. An ice-type soul master. Ice wielders are the natural adversaries of water users. As anticipated, his water spear was frozen mid-flight before it could even strike the ice shield. Lin Xuan's colossal sword collided with Dai Lin's White Tiger Radiant Wave, shattering it effortlessly. Chu Ling'er unleashed her first soul skill, the Claw of the Underworld, which struck Lin Xuan's abdomen. However, to their astonishment, their attacks merely connected with Lin Xuan's afterimage. Realizing the peril, Dai Lin turned to see Chu Ling'er launching another water spear, only for it to meet the same fate in midair, frozen once more. Yet, a hand emerged from the void as Lin Xuan seized the water spear and, harnessing spatial power, reappeared behind He-Chin, thrusting the spear downward. Though slightly flustered, He-Chin activated her third soul skill, conjuring a cage that enveloped Lin Xuan. She believed that Lin Xuan's attack could not reach her. Nevertheless, Lin Xuan tore open a spatial rift, positioning himself above He-Chin, and let the water spear fall. He-Chin maneuvered her ice shield to deflect the blow, but the sheer force of Lin Xuan proved overwhelming, shattering the ice shield instantly. As He-Chin gazed upward, she sensed the chilling breath of death drawing near with the ice spear descending upon her. In that critical moment, Dai Lin finally arrived, unleashing his third soul skill, the White Tiger Annihilation, which shattered Lin Xuan's ice spear. Dai Lin looked at Lin Xuan, suspended in midair, nearly choking on blood. He realized that, unable to fly before attaining Soul Sage status, Lin Xuan was defying the norm by remaining aloft, half his body concealed within a spatial rift. This unprecedented maneuver rendered Dai Lin's meticulously crafted tactics utterly futile. Lin Xuan returned to the side of Chu Ling'er, while Chu Ling'er appeared somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, he conjured 5 water spears, which Lin Xuan did not seize, and Chu Ling'er showed no intention of making a move. Dai Lin exchanged a glance with Chu Ling'er, and in an instant, they understood each other's intent to embrace and unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Indeed, the Crown Prince should have initiated the martial soul fusion technique from the very beginning, exclaimed the Duke of the Xinglua Empire, watching eagerly as the two prepared to embrace. However, the Wuxing Douluo smiled coldly, instantly silencing the Duke. After all, Chu Ling'er was the cherished disciple of the Wuxing Douluo, and with her impending defeat, maintaining appearances would be impossible. Yet, he did not anticipate that the Wuxing Douluo's smile stemmed not from the prospect of Chu Ling'er's downfall, but rather from the realization that Dai Lin and Chu Lin were about to fall into Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er's trap. As Dai Lin and Chu Lin intertwined their soul powers, Chu Lin suddenly gasped, blood flowing from her 7 orifices, and struck Dai Lin in the abdomen. Lin Xuan nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing Chu Lin's enchantment by Chu Ling'er. Dai Lin stared at Chu Lin in disbelief, and after 2 seconds, Chu Lin regained her senses, her gaze shifting from Dai Lin's injuries to a look of confusion, which quickly morphed into a murderous glare directed at Chu Ling'er as she coldly remarked, "Did you compel me to ambush Dai Lin?" Unfazed, Chu Ling'er engaged Chu Lin in combat, and Lin Xuan, indifferent to the spectacle of women in battle, remained vigilant towards Dai Lin. He then smiled and asked, "Not an enjoyable experience, is it? It seems you have fallen for this trick as well?" Dai Lin, with a wry smile, regarded Lin Xuan. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan made his move, tearing open a rift in space to summon a water spear that materialized behind Dai Lin. Dai Lin did not turn around, but He-Chin, positioned behind Lin Xuan, acted swiftly. Her first soul skill activated, and in the next moment, Lin Xuan transformed into an ice sculpture. Dai Lin immediately turned to deliver a punch at the ice figure, but his fist collided with a bubble of water instead. Chu Ling'er unleashed her first soul skill, allowing Lin Xuan to seize the fleeting moment to break free. Lin Xuan immediately withdrew from battle and approached He-Chin. The threat posed by him was too significant to ignore. Chu Ling'er, having depleted her soul power, let out a furious roar and hurled a spear of water towards the path that Dai Lin would take to support He-Chin. Dai Lin's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned to charge at Chu Ling'er, leaving her momentarily breathless and filled with trepidation. Lin Xuan hurriedly turned around to provide assistance. Yet He once again immobilized him with a gesture. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he found himself ensnared for a brief moment. The wuxing Douluo sighed, aware that Su Luoluo was beyond salvation. That fleeting second of delay compelled Lin Xuan to abandon his rescue attempt and redirect his focus towards He. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er unleashed her third spirit skill, the foxtail needle, frantically aiming at Zhu Lin. No one can save me, resonated in Su Luoluo's mind. However, in the next instant, tears welled in his eyes as he inhaled deeply. His first spirit skill, the water bubble, enveloped Dai Lin. And with the remaining 2 water spears in hand, he hurled them towards him. Dai Lin caught the water spears barehanded, retaliating with a blast of white tiger radiant light aimed at Su Luoluo. After exerting all his strength to evade the attack, Su Luoluo found himself cornered at the edge of the arena. On the other side, Lin Xuan unleashed a flurry of devastating attacks. Great swords, massive blades, and colossal hammers materialized in his grasp, bombarding He's protective shield mercilessly. Absolute charm. Suddenly, while engaged in combat with Zhu Lin, Chu Ling'er glanced towards He as her second spirit skill took effect. Although He fell under her enchantment, Zhu Lin seized the opportunity to claw at Chu Ling'er's right chest. After the strike, Zhu Lin stared incredulously at Chu Ling'er, who displayed no reaction to the wound on her right chest. Fortunately, Zhu Lin's claw had left her chest drenched in blood, concealing her femininity. Yet it was evident that Zhu Lin had realized the truth. She had not anticipated that Chu Ling'er was disguised as a boy at school. Seizing the moment of Zhu Lin's distraction, Chu Ling'er resumed her fierce assault, while Lin Xuan managed to subdue He. Just as Su Luoluo prepared to exhale in relief, a flash of blue light pierced through his left chest, inflicted by his own water spear. Dai Lin regarded him coldly, his expression reminiscent of a wounded beast. Chapter 38. The assassin dancing on the edge of a blade PFF. Su Luoluo spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground with blurred vision. Lin Xuan tore through the rift in space, arriving before Su Luoluo to assess his injuries. Dai Lin hurled another water spear at Lin Xuan, but it was devoured by the spatial rift before it could reach him. In the next moment, a sound of breaking air echoed behind Dai Lin, prompting him to swiftly turn and shatter the water spear approaching from behind with a punch. It's all right now, just rest. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xuan spoke softly, acknowledging that Su Luoluo's ability to overcome her inner fears and resist Dai Lin was commendable. Had it not been for his intervention in restraining Dai Lin, he would have been unable to swiftly resolve the situation with He. Ultimately, it was only through Chu Ling'er exchanging injuries that the matter was concluded. Su Luoluo smiled faintly before losing consciousness. The water spear wound on her body immediately transformed into pure soul power, returning to her core. Lin Xuan entrusted Su Luoluo to the medical personnel below and then cast a cold gaze at Dai Lin. This was his miscalculation. During this period, he had engaged with Dai Lin on numerous occasions, believing him to be a decent companion. He had not anticipated the ruthlessness beneath this facade. If Dai Lin had not severely injured Su Luoluo, he would never have resorted to such brutal tactics against a woman. Lin, it seems that the ensuing battle will be between the two of us. It truly pains me that we must clash for a mere quota. Dai Lin lamented with a sigh. Lin Xuan shook his head, summoning a dagger formed of spatial energy into his hand. He hunched his body, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Dai Lin. Feeling a chill, Dai Lin regarded Lin Xuan, who now appeared as a premier assassin. Yet, in the next moment, blood erupted from his left arm as he stared in horror at the wound. Lin Xuan had concealed himself within a spatial rift, extending only his right arm to inflict the injury. Dai Lin roared in fury and swung a punch, but it met only empty air. Illusions again. Dai Lin's heart sank. Lin Xuan's speed was astonishing. This was the nightmare scenario for an assault-type soul master. While Zhu Lin could create illusions during their sparring, it only occurred when they maintained a considerable distance apart. Even an illusion could not allow for a direct attack from behind. That damn spatial power. This young man's mastery over spatial energy was truly terrifying. If he had not been subdued by Shrek, the Duke of the Star Luo Empire recalled the moment when Lin Xuan was under the control of the Spirit Hall, envisioning a truly silent assassin, one who left no trace. In that moment, the prominent figures of the continent would be gripped by fear. Lin Xuan incessantly ambushed Dai Lin, driving him to the brink of madness. The wounds were superficial, with some even devoid of blood. This was due to Lin Xuan's cautious approach, striking swiftly before retreating in an instant. His intention was to impose psychological pressure, knowing that Dai Lin could react promptly. It was nearly sufficient. Lin Xuan concealed himself within the rift of space, murmuring to himself. He was convinced that Dai Lin's psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. However, what troubled Lin Xuan the most was Dai Lin's left arm bone, a piece of soul bone that had existed for millennia. He dared not wager whether Dai Lin's soul bone served a purpose akin to that of Chu Ling'er. Just as Zhu Lin currently refrained from forcibly consuming Chu Ling'er, equally wary of the power embedded in her left arm bone, Lin Xuan struck once more, yet in midair. He was met with a powerful punch to the chest that sent him hurtling backward. He experienced a wave of discomfort, glancing towards Dai Lin, who astonishingly had closed his eyes, relinquishing the White Tiger King transformation. The starless Douluo looked at Dai Lin in astonishment. The situation, which had seemed to favor Lin Xuan, had once again taken a dramatic turn. Dai Lin's current state was one typically mastered by high-level soul masters. Upon reaching such heights, soul techniques became supplementary, while true combat skills relied on instinct. Why is it that a titled Douluo can evade lethal ambushes with extraordinary reflexes? It is because their instincts sense impending danger. What the eyes perceive is not always the truth. Lin Xuan's stealthy approach towards Dai Lin was not devoid of traces. Lin Xuan rose, taking a deep breath as he discarded the dagger in his hand, which transformed into spatial energy and dissipated into the surroundings. With his left hand poised as a palm and his right hand clenched into a fist, he assumed a ready stance. Uncertain of the nature of Dai Lin's current state, he realized that if this continued, a successful ambush would be unattainable. Thus, he resolved to directly enter the final phase. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened as he forcefully stepped forward, directly confronting Dai Lin with a powerful punch. Dai Lin, eyes wide open, summoned a surge of dark energy in his left arm and unexpectedly struck behind him. However, he was taken aback to find that Lin Xuan had not utilized spatial powers to sneak up on him. Instead, Lin Xuan landed a solid hit on Dai Lin's ribs, causing him to spit out blood and be propelled backward. Yet, in the next moment, Dai Lin quickly rose to his feet, the agony in his ribs igniting a sense of humiliation within him. Lin Xuan had not resorted to his usual tactics of ambush. He had confronted him head-on, making Dai Lin feel like a mere fool. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan charged at Dai Lin once more. Dai Lin retaliated with a punch from his left arm, and Lin Xuan immediately sensed the oppressive aura of Dai Lin's spirit bone, resembling a ferocious black tiger poised to strike. In the next instant, Lin Xuan felt the gravity around him intensify, hindering his movements and slowing him down. The surrounding space was also rendered impenetrable by Dai Lin's spirit bone abilities. Lin Xuan, this is my trump card against you, Dai Lin roared, unleashing his white tiger destruction strike. Lin Xuan took the full brunt of the attack, soaring through the air like a discarded sack, landing motionless at the edge of the arena, bloodied and dazed. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er had also triumphed over Zhu Lin. But upon witnessing Lin Xuan's injuries, she was consumed by fury. She activated her second spirit technique in an attempt to enchant Dai Lin, but his spirit power far exceeded the threshold of her charm. He was only slightly affected, while Chu Ling'er let out a soft groan and fainted. The headmaster watched Lin Xuan closely. The moment Lin Xuan lost consciousness, he would declare Dai Lin the victor. Xue Qingtian chuckled at Lin Xuan, surprised that he could not even withstand Dai Lin. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao anxiously observed Lin Xuan, further aggravating Xue Qingtian's displeasure. Just when everyone believed Lin Xuan was destined to lose, he suddenly performed a remarkable leap, rising to his feet. His wounds began to heal rapidly, scabbing over as he regained his resolve. With renewed vigor, he charged at Dai Lin once more, throwing a punch. As Dai Lin grasped Lin Xuan's fist and prepared to counterattack, Lin Xuan astoundingly leveraged Dai Lin's arm, propelling himself into the air and delivering a downward kick. Dai Lin, caught off guard, was sent crashing to the ground. Chapter 39, The Brutal Victor. Dai Lin struggled to rise, his expression filled with rage as he glared at Lin Xuan. He was never one to embody humility. Pride coursed through his veins. His initial alliance with Lin Xuan was meant to secure the future of the Star Dou Empire, yet he never anticipated that Lin Xuan would leave him so utterly humiliated. In a fit of anger, he launched a punch at Lin Xuan, who seized Dai Lin's arm and began to strike him like a sack of refuse, leaving Dai Lin dazed. The onlookers were stunned by Lin Xuan's merciless tactics. The prince of the Star Dou Empire was being treated like mere trash. Just as Dai Lin attempted to rise, a sharp pain surged through his head, prompting a cry of agony as he collapsed once more. Chu Ling'er's absolute charm, though not fully activated, had evidently burdened Dai Lin's consciousness. Realizing this, Dai Lin summoned his indomitable spirit and stood up, launching a punch at Lin Xuan. Yet, Lin Xuan would not allow Dai Lin the opportunity for mutual destruction. He tore through the fabric of space, appearing behind Dai Lin and delivering a powerful kick that sent him tumbling off the stage. The impact caused Lin Xuan considerable pain as well, and he stood on one leg, shaking his injured right leg. The arena fell into a hushed silence, all spectators astonished by Lin Xuan's brutality. Dai Lin, a prince, had been treated in such a demeaning manner, kicked and tossed about like refuse. Once his right foot regained some strength, Lin Xuan limped over to Dai Lin, who wore a pained expression, as if his waist were about to snap. Brother Dai, it truly saddens me that we have resolved our contest in such a manner. Lin Xuan lamented, while Dai Lin was so enraged that he nearly fainted from the pressure. Zhu Lin, with a grim expression, assisted Dai Lin away. The director of education descended from above, casting a satisfied glance at Lin Xuan, proclaiming, "In this contest, Lin Xuan's team has emerged victorious." He chuckled. "It seems my disciple has triumphed, Dugu Lin." The Wuxing Douluo smiled at Dugu Lin, who could only force a smile in response, unable to express his anger. Meanwhile, the Duke of the Tiandou Empire quietly chuckled to himself. "Are you all right?" Chu Ling'er asked with concern as she supported Lin Xuan. He shook his head, allowing her to guide him to the infirmary. There, Su Luoluo was already lying down. According to the doctor, during the period of class assessments, No soul masters above the rank of soul saint were permitted to provide treatment. The severity of the injuries dictated a recovery period of several days. Consequently, in the upcoming battle against Xiao Bei's team, only Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er would face Xiao Bei and his two companions. It could certainly be considered unfortunate news. Lin Xuan chuckled heartily. After a brief examination in the infirmary, he returned to the dormitory with Chu Ling'er. Although Lin Xuan maintained a steady gaze on the path home, he inadvertently made Chu Ling'er feel quite embarrassed due to the injury on her chest. Once they reached the room, Lin Xuan utilized his soul power to alleviate the bruises on her feet. He had nearly lost consciousness during the battle that day. Dai Lin's strike had truly taken him by surprise. By manipulating gravity, Dai Lin had rendered him incapable of tearing apart the surrounding space, simultaneously restricting his speed. This skill was particularly effective against him. Just as he was on the verge of fainting, the power of his bloodline surged throughout his body. Had Lin Xuan not intervened promptly, he feared he would have had to reveal a hidden card. At this moment, Shueqing Tian was indeed in a foul mood. The ambiguous relationship between Tang Xiao and Lin Xuan troubled him greatly. Now, with Lin Xuan having triumphed over Dai Lin, Shueqing Tian felt even more agitated. Although he could have defeated Dai Lin, he lacked the confidence to confront Lin Xuan. He believed that without Dai Lin's soulbone skill, Dai Lin would never have been able to best Lin Xuan. Ultimately, Dai Lin was compelled to enter that formidable state under Lin Xuan's pressure. Such instinctive combat methods were beyond Shueqing Tian's grasp, for he had never experienced a life-and-death battle. No one dared to truly challenge him. Everyone would concede. Except for Dai Lin, who, however, could not instill in him the sensation of mortality. While Shueqing Tian languished in his troubles, Lin Xuan was captivated by a scene that set his blood racing. Chu Ling'er emerged without any adornment, her delicate figure wrapped in a towel, and Lin Xuan found himself entranced by her natural beauty. Unlike Tang Xiao, who exuded a youthful innocence, Chu Ling'er lacked the enchanting allure of a nine-tailed fox spirit master. However, gazing upon her exquisite visage awakened a profound instinct to protect her within Lin Xuan. He would wager that any man who beheld Chu Ling'er's face would be faced with two choices, to conquer or to protect. I'm done washing. Chu Ling'er blushed deeply under Lin Xuan's unabashed gaze, prompting him to realize he had overstepped his bounds. He circled around her to head towards the bathroom for his own wash. As Lin Xuan departed, Chu Ling'er breathed a sigh of relief. She had whimsically decided to test his reaction. The mere thought of Lin Xuan's expression made her chuckle softly to herself, lamenting internally that she should have kept her long hair. After finishing his bath, Lin Xuan appeared momentarily dazed upon seeing Chu Ling'er restored to her masculine attire, his expression betraying a sense of disappointment. Chu Ling'er, smiling, inquired, "Am I truly that beautiful?" "Indeed. It's a pity I cannot gaze upon you every day," he replied. "What would one do with such daily views?" She teased. "To admire the beauty, of course." After Lin Xuan finished speaking, Chu Ling'er, filled with shame and indignation, struck his chest with 2 light punches. Lin Xuan seized her fists and embraced her, and she, no longer resisting, leaned against him, savoring the warmth emanating from his chest. The power within their bloodlines began to resonate, as if they were always meant to be a pair. Yet, Lin Xuan could not discern which force within Chu Ling'er was drawing him in. "Will you seek other women in the future?" Chu Ling'er suddenly inquired, catching Lin Xuan off guard. He was uncertain if he was the type of man capable of unwavering devotion. He hesitated to make promises, fearing he might one day let her down. Chu Ling'er sensed the gravity of her question. In the Douluo continent, a system of monogamy with concubines prevailed. Lin Xuan was indeed exceptional, and she had inadvertently fallen for his gentleness. She understood that he treated everyone with such kindness, which left her feeling insecure. "You are far too remarkable, and it leaves me feeling quite vulnerable. Am I truly so exceptional? Indeed, your tenderness is undeniable. Even when I speak harshly to you, you still extend your help. Unlike Du Zitong, who made mistakes, you did not." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and she broke free from Lin Xuan's embrace. Realization dawned on Lin Xuan. After conversing privately with Du Zitong, he had released her, which naturally led to speculation, especially from a love-struck girl like Chu Ling'er. "I don't know," was Lin Xuan's answer, the most sincere he could offer. He could have opted for a more sentimental response, but that was not his nature. His concern for both Chu Ling'er and Du Zitong stemmed from his inherently soft heart. If he were truly capable of cold-heartedness, he doubted Du Zitong would walk away alive from their encounter. Even within the confines of the ethereal stone, Lin Xuan had numerous methods to resolve a confrontation involving a person and a beast. "You must not be fickle," Chu Ling'er exclaimed, biting down on Lin Xuan's shoulder fiercely. He winced in pain but refrained from any reaction. After a lengthy moment, she released him, leaving a row of clear bite marks on his shoulder. With a resigned tone, he remarked, "I'll remember this. If I ever consider other women, I'll just look at my shoulder." "That's good to know," she replied with a huff. Lin Xuan playfully brushed her nose and said, "Let us get some rest. Tomorrow we shall meet our old friends." "All right." She nodded obediently and retired to her bed to cultivate. Lin Xuan settled on a mat to begin his own training. Dealing with Xiao Bei alone was manageable, but his 2 partners posed a more significant challenge. Although only one was a soul master, facing 2 against 3 would not be easy. The next morning, everyone gradually assembled at the arena for the day's assessment. As the time approached the final moments, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er strolled leisurely to the stage. Xiao Bei regarded Lin Xuan with a solemn expression. The previous day's battle had given him new insights into Lin Xuan. However, he had already exhausted his trump cards in that fight. Today, outside of team combat, he saw no other way to claim victory. Both teams, please register, announced the teacher who approached the stage. Today's examination was not overseen by the headmaster, as his rank did not permit him to supervise. The previous day's performance from both Lin Xuan and Dai Lin could not afford any mistakes, but today was a different matter. Lin Xuan, 34th level Agility Attack System Soul Master. Chu Ling'er, 32nd level Control System Soul Master. Lin Xuan's words elicited a wry smile from Xiao Bei. Indeed, he had broken through. Lin Xuan had been stuck at the pinnacle of level 33, and yesterday's battle evidently proved to be immensely beneficial, allowing him to ascend in a single night. With a chuckle, Lin Xuan reflected that if his breakthrough hadn't delayed him slightly, he would not have arrived at this critical juncture. Xiao Bei, a level 34 Offensive Spirit Master. Xie Kai'er, a level 31 Control Spirit Master. Xie Fei'er, a level 28 Control Spirit Master. Together, Xiao Bei and the 2 women behind him spoke in unison. At the teacher's command, Xiao Bei launched an immediate assault, unleashing his first spirit skill, Fire Missile, towards Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. Standing before Lin Xuan, Chu Ling'er employed her third spirit skill, Foxtail Needle, to intercept the fiery missiles one by one. Suddenly, a vast net materialized above her. Unfazed, Chu Ling'er glanced at Xie Fei'er, who was preparing to release her second spirit skill. Xie Fei'er let out a low grunt as she knelt on one knee. However, Chu Ling'er misjudged the target, as it was actually Xie Kai'er, hiding behind Xie Fei'er, who unleashed the spirit skill. The intertwined spirit rings obscured Chu Ling'er's judgment. In the instant the enormous net threatened to engulf her, Lin Xuan wrapped his right arm around Chu Ling'er's slender waist, tearing through the fabric of space to appear behind Xie Kai'er. Xiao Bei, well prepared, released his second spirit skill, unleashing a roar that momentarily stunned Lin Xuan. Yet, Chu Ling'er remained undeterred. She activated her first spirit skill, creating a doppelganger that charged directly at Xie Kai'er. Unfazed, Xie Kai'er released her third spirit skill, enveloping Chu Ling'er's doppelganger in a cloud of purple mist. As Lin Xuan regained his composure, he swiftly discerned that Xie Kai'er possessed a serpent-like beast spirit, primarily focused on toxins. Armed with this knowledge, Lin Xuan swiftly returned to their previous position with Chu Ling'er. Lin Xuan was about to make his move when an unsettling feeling suddenly washed over him. In the next moment, he caught sight of the array beneath his feet, where the second soul ring of Sheffier, stained with blood at the corners of his mouth, flickered incessantly. An array. As Lin Xuan grasped Chu Ling'er, intending to depart, a sudden jolt coursed through him, rendering him weak and causing him to collapse. Chu Ling'er's tail bristled in alarm upon realizing that Xie Fei'er was, in fact, a lightning-type soul master. The blood at the corner of her mouth was a clear indication that she had bitten her tongue to break free from the enchantment. Xiao Bei rushed in, aiming to subdue Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan's bloodline ignited within him, dispelling the numbing sensation. He leaped forward to intercept Xiao Bei's punch directed at Chu Ling'er. Grasping Xiao Bei's fist, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "How devious of you." In the midst of Xiao Bei's terror-stricken gaze, Lin Xuan hurled him away with the force of a bowling ball. Xiao Bei careened through 3 platforms before crashing into the wall, where he expelled a mouthful of blood and succumbed to unconsciousness, his bones severely shattered. Lin Xuan, too, suffered an injury, dislocating his right arm from the exertion. Yet, Xie Kai'er was undeterred. She charged towards Lin Xuan, unleashing her third soul skill, enveloping him in a cloud of toxic mist. Just as a triumphant smile graced her face, a hand emerged from the poison, seizing her by the neck. Terrified, Xie Kai'er looked at Lin Xuan, realizing that although her poison was not lethal, it was far more effective than her sister's formation in incapacitating an opponent. However, Lin Xuan's eyes remained clear, unaffected in the slightest. Lin Xuan shook his head, his gaze filled with conflict as he ultimately released Xie Kai'er. Once the power of Bloodline was awakened, it became inherently aggressive and bloodthirsty. Although he could maintain his composure, it felt as if these instincts were ingrained within him. Surrender. Lin Xuan gazed at Xie Kai'er, who bit her lips tightly, hesitant to wager whether Lin Xuan was at his wit's end. Her toxic mist had no effect on him whatsoever. Eventually, with great reluctance, Xie Kai'er conceded defeat. Lin Xuan exhaled in relief, forcibly retracting his bloodline power. However, he was acutely aware that this would inevitably reveal much, even to Shui Qingtian, who had also noticed. Initially, he had been nearly knocked out by Dai Lin, but had swiftly regained his vitality. This time, he had clearly been caught off guard by a sneak attack, yet he had instantly dispelled the paralysis. The toxic mist from Xie Kai'er was utterly ineffective. Was this the power of the soul bone? Shui Qingtian murmured gravely, now perceiving Lin Xuan as a rival of equal standing. This ability to remain immune to control could turn the tide in many situations. Moreover, the explosive power unleashed at the moment of throwing the Xiao Bei was terrifyingly formidable. He was convinced that Lin Xuan had deliberately concealed this ability for his sake. During the previous battle with Dai Lin, he had failed to discern anything, but this time, CFA's sneak attack had inadvertently forced Lin Xuan to reveal one of his trump cards, which was indeed good news for Shrek Academy. Lin Xuan's team wins. The referee announced loudly. Wang Lin in the stands nodded in satisfaction, increasingly confident in Lin Xuan. Sometimes, exposing a trump card was not necessarily a disadvantage. It was crucial to observe whether Shrek Academy possessed any countermeasures. Most importantly, he understood that Lin Xuan was not merely immune to negative effects. That instantaneous burst of power left him astounded. Chapter 41. 3 Victories and Advancement. How exhausting. Lin Xuan allowed Chu Ling'er to lie on the bed to recuperate. And then he directly sank onto the ground. The fatigue surged back as the power of his bloodline receded. 2 consecutive days of exerting such strength undeniably induced some physiological responses. Chu Ling'er, still tingling from the shock, felt utterly drained. The two of them spent the night in this manner, one on the bed, the other on the floor. The following day, they hardly had time for breakfast or a shower before arriving at the arena. While others appeared relaxed and at ease, Lin Xuan's group looked alarmingly exhausted. Today, they were set to face Li Qi, and should they falter, Li Qi's team would advance to a tiebreaker against Dai Lin, who had only lost to Lin Xuan and had not been defeated since. After Lin Xuan ascended the stage, he gazed at Li Qi, who was looking at him with an expression of excitement. Lin Xuan could sense the fatigue emanating from him. Although Chu Ling'er had recovered remarkably well today, he remained skeptical about their ability to triumph over the trio opposing them. Li Qi, a 34th level assault system soul master, Ningya, a 29th level support system soul master, Mo Zishuan, a 29th level agile attack system soul master, Lin Xuan himself, a 34th level agile attack system soul master, and Chu Ling'er, a 32nd level control system soul master. The match was about to commence. At the referee's command, Chu Ling'er's second soul skill, Absolute Charm, was instantly activated. In that fleeting moment, Li Qi, entranced, inadvertently bit his own tongue. Yet, as he regained his senses, he found himself suspended in midair. No, he was soaring through the air like a cannonball. He caught sight of Lin Xuan's disdainful gaze and Ningya's astonished expression. The next moment, darkness enveloped him. A swift defeat. Lin Xuan was no longer the last to conclude his battle. Li Qi had believed himself to be at his limit, only to be promptly vanquished by the flawless synergy between Chu Ling'er and Lin Xuan. As Li Qi fell, Ningya and Mo Zishuan immediately conceded, leading to Lin Xuan's unblemished victory in the group stage. Meanwhile, Dai Lin and Xiao Bei, who had been locked in a fierce confrontation, withdrew as soon as Lin Xuan's match concluded. There was no longer any need to continue. Dai Lin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Li Qi's incompetence. The thought of failing to pass the first round of the assessment filled him with boundless fury. Discontent was brewing within the royal family of the Star Dou Empire. His second and third brothers were vying for the position of crown prince, with the only things separating them being their companions. Among this generation of the Nether Spirit Cat, only Zhu Lin remained, yet it was not unheard of for someone without a partner to claim the throne. Unblemished records were, in fact, commonplace at Shrek Academy. However, such flawless victories in a death group were a rarity. Throughout Shrek's illustrious history, it seemed that such instances were infrequent. Yet, every individual emerging from a death group, provided they did not meet an untimely end, could ascend to greatness. Of course, such assertions were mere platitudes. Who among the unskilled could escape the grasp of a group of 4 soul sovereigns? Contemplating this, his adversaries lowered their heads in shame. Only geniuses entered Shrek, and this monopolistic talent absorption model had allowed the Continental Championship to be dominated. Only the 2 great royal families of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire could contend with it. Yet, Shrek could cultivate these talents into the backbone of the continent, which compelled the 2 empires to turn a blind eye. Lin Xuan, may you not squander our earnest hopes, Kong Lao remarked with a smile as he hovered in the air. From this moment forth, Lin Xuan officially became a candidate for Shrek's cultivation program. They intended to nurture him as the second Wang Tianyu. Although Wang Tianyu still possessed ample potential, certain circumstances led them to believe he would inevitably depart the academy after completing the graduation assessment for the inner academy. Lin Xuan returned to his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, exhausted. With only 3 days remaining until the next competition, the time was painfully short, and he could only seize the opportunity to rest. After all, the swiftest way to replenish his bloodline power was through ample sleep and hearty meals. Chu Ling'er watched Lin Xuan with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Although she could converse with him normally, she remained a shy girl at heart. Had it not been for his poor condition 2 days prior, he would not have uttered such words. As Chu Ling'er observed Lin Xuan's serene sleeping face, a knock echoed at the door. Startled, she darted away from his bedside and hurried to open the door, only to find Wang Lin standing there. Upon seeing the slumbering Lin Xuan, Wang Lin instantly realized he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Since he was asleep, I shall refrain from disturbing him, allowing him to rest and prepare properly. And you, Chu Ling'er, have performed admirably. Your unwavering companionship with Lin Xuan has made me overlook your true capabilities. You flatter me. Teacher Wang, Chu Ling'er replied softly. Wang Lin nodded and departed, which was entirely in line with his usual demeanor. As Chu Ling'er closed the door, intending to take a shower, she suddenly heard her master's voice, prompting a resigned sigh as she exited the dormitory, leaving Lin Xuan alone. Lin Xuan awoke in the stillness of the night, his gaze sweeping over the desolate room, a flicker of melancholy stirring within him. Yet, he swiftly composed himself. Solitude had been his companion since childhood, rendering such feelings all too familiar. It was indeed the dead of night. It seemed he had no choice but to venture to the shores of the sea god lake for a barbecue. Lin Xuan gazed at the clock on the wall, expressing his resignation. He rose from his dormitory and ventured alone to the old spot by the sea god lake. Within the ethereal stone, he had stored a considerable amount of soul beast meat. Although the illusion crystal bear was not particularly fond of meat, the delectable soul beast flesh was still a delightful treat. However, due to its low combat prowess and inherent laziness, the bear typically only feasted on soul beasts that inadvertently wandered into its vicinity. The Shrek Academy was utterly deserted, with only a few couples, all upperclassmen, engaged in quiet conversation. Lin Xuan, a lowerclassman clad in white, felt rather awkward wandering alone in the dead of night. Arriving at his familiar location, he set up a makeshift grill and skewered the soul beast meat onto a branch to roast. With no seasoning other than a packet of salt, he had no particular finesse when it came to cooking. After devouring 5 substantial chunks, Lin Xuan still felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Just as he prepared to roast another piece of meat, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. Startled, he jumped, sending the meat soaring into the air, where it was deftly caught by the stranger. Leaning against the great tree, Lin Xuan turned to the young man clad in a black upperclassman uniform and remarked, "Even if you are a senior, approaching me quietly in the middle of the night is rather impolite, wouldn't you agree?" "Ah, my apologies, Junior. I was so captivated by your grilling that I forgot to make some noise while walking," the young man chuckled, scratching his head. Lin Xuan, observing the stranger, could not help but feel exasperated. He had indeed let his guard down, neglecting to utilize his spatial powers to survey his surroundings. With the Holy Spirit sect currently pursuing him, he could not afford to be complacent, as he might truly meet a grim fate while believing himself safe within the confines of the academy. "Junior, you are rather wasteful with your meat. It was only upon seeing you squander it that I felt compelled to approach," the senior remarked. "Forgive me for the embarrassment, I am but a simpleton," Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and spoke. The man nodded and returned the roasted meat to Lin Xuan. Just as he was about to leave, another hand grasped his shoulder. Lin Xuan turned to find Wang Tianyu, wearing a broad smile. The man shrank his neck and inquired, "Senior Wang Tianyu, is there something you need?" "Lu Yong, I have matters to discuss with this junior. You may take your leave." "Certainly, I shall depart at once." Lu Yong nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain, then swiftly vanished from sight. Lin Xuan turned to Wang Tianyu and asked, "Senior, is there something on your mind?" "Indeed, I require your assistance." Wang Tianyu nodded and beckoned Lin Xuan to sit down. Lin Xuan straightened his posture, aware that Wang Tianyu sought him out at this late hour for a reason. Wang Tianyu gazed into the fire and inquired, "That day when you left the academy, you were ambushed, correct?" "Yes, a soul Douluo followed me, but he seemed unaware of my capabilities." "That is reassuring." Wang Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xuan looked at him with curiosity, then suddenly recalled something. Swallowing hard as he asked bitterly, "You don't mean to use me as bait, do you?" "Of course, this is the graduation assessment assigned by the academy. I need you to assist me in defeating that soul Douluo. My previous failure against the soul Douluo has weighed heavily on my mind, and this time, I must triumph." Lin Xuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. He believed that using himself as bait would ensure the protection of a title Douluo lurking in the shadows. Moreover, no one could definitively assert that the soul Douluo was the most formidable force concealed within Shrek City. It was evident that the academy would not allow Wang Tianyu to confront the soul Douluo alone. Even a high-ranking soul sage would find it exceedingly challenging to challenge a soul Douluo. Furthermore, Wang Tianyu's prowess did not genuinely place him among the elite. He merely held the highest cultivation level within the inner academy. Since this was a graduation assessment for his senior, he would certainly cooperate as a junior. "May I leave the city now, senior?" "Of course, I have heard that you possess a stone capable of concealing individuals. Please place me within it." "All right." Lin Xuan retrieved the ethereal stone and enveloped Wang Tianyu within it, extinguishing the fire before him. He gazed at the night sky and proceeded towards the outskirts of Shrek. The guards at the entrance of Shrek Academy did not impede Lin Xuan, as if they were aware of his intentions. Meanwhile, 5 figures simultaneously made their way towards the city gate. Walking along the desolate streets, Lin Xuan sensed several figures cautiously trailing him. However, they were merely soul elders and soul masters, posing no significant threat that he could not handle alone. Yet, this was merely an illusion orchestrated by the Holy Spirit sect. Rather than heading directly to the city gate, he diverted to Du Zitong's residence. Upon entering, he discovered Du Zitong poring over books by lamplight. Just as Du Zitong was about to speak, Lin Xuan gestured for silence. Although puzzled, Du Zitong complied and remained quiet. "Du Zitong, you must come with me to the city gate immediately." Arrangements have been made for your departure from Shrek City. Lin Xuan spoke with a playful squint. And although Du Zitong was filled with confusion, she obediently nodded. She set down the book in her hands and approached Lin Xuan. He effortlessly tore open a rift in space and transported them to a location 100 meters away from Du Zitong's residence, his maximum teleportation range. Cautiously surveying their surroundings, he took Du Zitong's hand and continued to teleport until they reached the outskirts of Shrek City. Behind them, his lackeys had long vanished. Just as Du Zitong was about to inquire, a dark figure materialized behind Lin Xuan, its gaunt hand lunging for his heart. Clang! A sharp sound reverberated through the air as Wang Tianyu stood coldly behind Lin Xuan. Sighing in relief, Lin Xuan had anticipated an attack upon their arrival. Thus he had already released Wang Tianyu. The cloaked figure, upon sensing Wang Tianyu's presence, visibly faltered. Recognizing his opponent, Wang Tianyu mockingly inquired, "What has happened?" The once great prodigy now resorts to hiding behind a mask, like a rat in the sewers? Don't push your luck, Wang Tianyu. You were merely a defeated foe in the past. The black-clad man, Yang Zhini, was clearly irked, sparking Lin Xuan's curiosity about their history. With just a few words, Wang Tianyu had managed to rattle him. Wang Tianyu, smirking with disdain, retorted, "Is it your repugnant visage that keeps you hidden? Or have you become a mere shell of your former self? A rat is a rat. You, Yang Zhini, are unworthy of conversing with me. I will kill you." Yang Zhini roared, launching a punch at Wang Tianyu. Unflinching, Wang Tianyu reciprocated, and both men were propelled backward as if cannonballs had been fired. This exchange allowed Lin Xuan to discern Yang Zhini's features. Yang Zhini's complexion was unnaturally pale, almost lifeless. His arms resembled withered twigs, and his limbs were grotesquely emaciated. The infantile hue of his skin made Lin Xuan feel nauseous, prompting a shake of the head from Wang Tianyu as well. "All of this is your doing. You severed my limbs back then, forcing me to endure a slow recovery. Then allow me to grant you release," Wang Tianyu replied solemnly. Behind him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings illuminated. A white longsword manifested in his left hand while a red longsword appeared in his right. Wang Tianyu, wielding dual blades, regarded Yang Zhini with a serious gaze. Yang Zhini, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black spirit rings, had his hands ensnared by chains. Wang Tianyu's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his first spirit skill, slashing the white longsword toward Yang Zhini. Unfazed, Yang Zhini activated his second spirit ring, sending his chains toward Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu did not evade, allowing the chains to ensnare his left arm. Yang Zhini leveraged the chains to reach Wang Tianyu, activating his 5th spirit skill, summoning a sea of blood behind him to engulf Wang Tianyu. Raising the red longsword in his right hand, Wang Tianyu activated his 6th spirit ring, absorbing the deluge of blood with the blade. Yang Zhini seemed to have anticipated this outcome, landing a punch squarely on Wang Tianyu's chest, sending him careening away. Suspended in midair, Wang Tianyu grimaced at the crimson imprint on his chest. While Yang Zhini's maniacal laughter echoed, he seemed to revel in Wang Tianyu's apparent decline. "Wang Tianyu, it appears you have stagnated for quite some time. Is it the tragic deaths of those around you that have caused this?" Chapter 43, A Sword Breaking 10,000 Laws. You speak too much. As Yang Zhini continued his frenzied laughter, Wang Tianyu had already positioned himself behind him. Yang Zhini's 8th spirit ring flared brightly, grotesque growths sprouting from his back. Wang Tianyu's expression hardened. However, he stood his ground, unleashing 5 spirit skills in rapid succession, leaving Lin Xuan astounded. The white longsword in Wang Tianyu's left hand pierced through Yang Zhini's right chest at an incomprehensible speed, deftly avoiding the tumor-like mass. Yet, Yang Zhini chuckled, a bloodied hand grasping Wang Tianyu's left arm. As Wang Tianyu attempted to withdraw, he caught sight of the face upon the grotesque growth. Impossible. In an instant, Yang Zhini's 7th spirit ring activated, and a sanguine figure surged into Wang Tianyu's body. Wang Tianyu staggered back, struggling to regain his balance. His expression dark as he regarded Yang Zhini, who mirrored his grimace. His martial spirit had manifested as a doppelganger, an exceedingly rare ability. Yet, Yang Zhini was acutely aware of its origin, his own brother, who had perished in the womb. Did souls persist after death? No one knew. But the unconscious spirit of Yang Zhini's brother had somehow become his martial spirit. "Yang Zhini, you scoundrel." Wang Tianyu fought to maintain his consciousness, realizing the depths of Yang Zhini's madness, allowing his martial spirit to invade his body, seeking to turn him into a puppet. In the past, Wang Tianyu and Yang Zhini had been equals, but now their disparities had widened to an insurmountable chasm. "Wang Tianyu, I have long dreamt of controlling you. Now, prepare to meet your end," Yang Zhini bellowed, as his 6th spirit ring ignited, summoning an endless sea of blood to envelop him. Wang Tianyu raised the red longsword in his right hand, its brilliance igniting in response, unleashing a similar torrent of blood toward Yang Zhini. The 2 blood seas collided violently, and Lin Xuan felt his breath constrict, while Du Zitong clutched her chest, striving to steady her racing heart. Lin Xuan was acutely aware that remaining in this place would only render him fodder for the blood sea. He hastily tore open a rift in space and pulled Du Zitong into it. Meanwhile, the 7th soul ring behind Wang Tianyu glowed brightly as he roared, leveraging the power of his martial soul to force Yang Zhini's martial soul back. With a swift strike, the churning blood sea stilled for a brief moment before shattering instantly. Yang Zhini inhaled deeply, his chains lunging towards Wang Tianyu. At that moment, Wang Tianyu's eyes burned crimson, resembling a man possessed. His arms crossed. The long blade in his left hand radiated a blue light, while the one in his right gleamed red. He crouched slightly and, in an instant, appeared behind Yang Zhini. The latter, in disbelief, gazed forward, only to find an X-shaped wound materializing on his chest, followed by a violent spurt of blood. I am most assured of my victory over you, Wang Tianyu declared, his voice laced with disdain. Yang Zhini's head emitted a purple glow, and a wave of violet light swept through the area, enveloping it in mist. Lin Xuan paused momentarily, then was struck with terror. Another illusion? Wang Tianyu surveyed his surroundings with a cold laugh. Indeed, your martial soul is a grotesque amalgamation. I shall have you perish within my blood sea. Yang Zhini's voice echoed from all directions, rendering his location impossible to pinpoint. Yet, Wang Tianyu merely scoffed and suddenly slashed his sword. A scream piercing the air as the illusion dissipated. He flicked the blood from his blade, casting a steely gaze at Yang Zhini, having pierced his heart with that strike. As the mist cleared, Yang Zhini collapsed to the ground, blood continuously oozing from his lips, his chest heaving violently. Wang Tianyu realized Yang Zhini was indeed on the brink of death. The sensation of striking his heart was unmistakable. With a sigh, he sheathed his dual blades. But in that fleeting moment, the scenery transformed dramatically. Before him lay not the body of Yang Zhini, but merely a pool of blood. The chains in Yang Zhini's hands now ensnaring Wang Tianyu's neck and abdomen. Yang Zhini gazed at Wang Tianyu with wild eyes. Wang Tianyu's heart sank, yet he remained unperturbed. His dual blades reappeared in his hands, his once crimson irises shifting to a deep azure. A gust of wind erupted from the long blade in his left hand. Yang Zhini's expression shifted as he attempted to break free from the chains and flee, but the force of the wind propelled him skyward. Wang Tianyu dismissed his right-hand red blade, wielding his left sword to leave multiple afterimages in the air, each one imperceptible to Lin Xuan's naked eye. The only visible traces being the wounds appearing on Yang Zhini's body. Wang Tianyu returned to the ground, sheathing his long blade with a sigh, while Yang Zhini had been reduced to a mere sanguinary figure. This was Wang Tianyu's own power, transcending martial souls and soul techniques, a completely self-created soul skill. He addressed Yang Zhini. This technique is the same one I used to sever your limbs years ago. Have you truly not learned from your past? How could I forget? Yang Zhini began to respond when a shadow suddenly emerged, seizing him. Wang Tianyu was taken aback and swiftly swung his blade, yet the cloaked figure countered with a punch, sending Wang Tianyu crashing against the wall of Shrek City. Lin Xuan was startled but refrained from intervening, for Kong Lao was already in action. Impudent! Kong Lao bellowed. And in that instant, Lin Xuan felt as if the heavens were collapsing around him. However, the subsequent events were almost beyond belief. For the cloaked figure had torn open a rift in space and fled with Yang Zhini. The power of space. A tremendous crash shattered the night's tranquility. As a colossal five-finger imprint slammed into the ground, creating a depression over 10 meters deep, but the figure had long since escaped. Kong Lao, his expression grim, approached Wang Tianyu, who bore a bitter smile, his ribs all shattered, one nearly piercing his heart. Kong Lao. Lin Xuan emerged from the rift in space, anxiously gazing at Elder Kong. However, Elder Kong paid no heed to Lin Xuan, for at that moment, Wang Tianyu's injuries were of utmost priority. Wang Tianyu's internal organs had suffered severe dislocation, and his ribcage was shattered. Elder Kong hastily utilized his spiritual energy to preserve Wang Tianyu's life. Elder Kong. That individual wielded the same spatial power as I do. Indeed, I have come to recognize that person as well, Elder Kong replied. His expression grim as he stared at the direction the cloaked figure had fled. A long-buried memory resurfaced within him, prompting him to swiftly take Lin Xuan and Wang Tianyu away, leaving Du Zitong standing all alone in the desolation. How infuriating. Am I to be treated as if I were invisible? Du Zitong fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. She had initially considered fleeing, but it seemed wiser to remain. While freedom was curtailed within Shrek City, at least safety was assured. Chapter 44. The Art of Inquiry. Lin Xuan was left behind by Old Kong in the Sea God Pavilion. As he gazed around in confusion, just as he was about to leave, a benevolent voice suddenly reached his ears. Lin Xuan, come to the third floor. Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but obediently ascended to the third floor, which served as the residence for the esteemed elders. The first and second floors were predominantly occupied by distinguished students and the deans from both the internal and external faculties. Although none of them preferred to reside in the Sea God Pavilion, as its atmosphere was too oppressive, only the old man seemed to relish such an environment. Lin Xuan, this is our first meeting, is it not? To Lin Xuan's surprise, he was greeted by Dean Yifanqing. Hastily, Lin Xuan bowed and replied, Greetings, Dean Yi. Enough of the formalities, let us converse in my room, Dean Yi said. Of course, Lin Xuan responded. Lin Xuan dared not disobey, obediently following closely behind Yifanqing. Upon reaching the innermost room, Yifanqing opened the door and gestured for Lin Xuan to enter first. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by the delicate fragrance that permeated the air. To his surprise, he discovered that Yifanqing had indeed spritzed perfume in her chamber, and the bed was adorned with a pink quilt. Beside the bed stood a dressing table, complete with cosmetics, instantly sending a shiver down Lin Xuan's spine. You little rascal. Don't let your imagination run wild. This is my wife's room. Oh, I see. It seems the younger generation has overthought. Lin Xuan hastily lowered his head and spoke, to which Yi Fanqing responded with a hearty laugh. Do not be so reserved. After all, you are introduced by my esteemed teacher. Are you referring to the village chief of Huta village, esteemed director? Lin Xuan trembled at the words of Yi Fanqing. Initially, when the village chief told him to seek refuge at Shrek Academy, Lin Xuan, in his desperate state, likely intended to find Yi Fanqing and either leverage his privileges to gain entry into the school or secure a position in Shrek City, assuming it would entail some form of payment. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a master-disciple relationship. Yi Fanqing was actually mentored by the village chief himself. The teacher had intended to leave Hutu village, and upon his departure, he had mentioned Lin Xuan's circumstances to me. Your background might be unknown to you, which is why the teacher wished for me to assist you in becoming stronger. Yet, I never anticipated that 6 years would pass and you would emerge so powerful. Yi Fanqing gazed at Lin Xuan with profound meaning, leaving Lin Xuan to respond only with an awkward smile, unable to find the words. Indeed, as Yi Fanqing had stated, he might have led a life of mediocrity, had it not been for encountering his mentor, Yang Zhao, whose guidance elevated his spatial abilities to unprecedented heights. Previously, there had been no one on the continent capable of teaching him about spatial power. He had relied solely on ancient texts to acquire soul rings. The relationship I share with the teacher is not as complicated as you might imagine. The teacher was once a lecturer at Shrek, renowned for his teaching prowess. Shrek Academy recruited him from a prestigious Soul Master Academy in the Star Dou Empire. That particular year, his team garnered immense fame by triumphing over the representatives of the Heaven Dou Empire in the Soul Master competition. Forgive me for digressing. A hint of sadness flickered in Yi Fanqing's eyes, evidently stemming from some unpleasant events between the village chief and Shrek, leading to the chief's departure from the academy and subsequent anonymity in Hutu village, where he discovered Lin Xuan. Yi Fanqing turned to Lin Xuan and inquired, how does that individual's spatial power compare to yours? Marginally higher, Lin Xuan replied, but his inherent strength must be formidable. Such individuals typically possess a narrow perspective, first elevating their soul power to great heights before delving into spatial abilities. Attaining the rank of title Douluo invariably involves some engagement with spatial power as an entry point. This person, however, has evidently forsaken soul power cultivation to devote himself entirely to the study of spatial abilities, a decision likely dictated by his established innate qualities, which have been wholly dominated by the capabilities of his original martial soul. Consequently, he can only achieve an understanding of the surrounding space and execute spatial rifts for teleportation. Lin Xuan divulged all the knowledge he possessed, and upon raising his gaze, he was met with the astonished expression of Yi Fanqing, whose mouth hung agape in disbelief, causing Lin Xuan to break out in a cold sweat. He realized that his gravest error lay in his vast understanding. Yi Fanqing's countenance turned grave as he regarded Lin Xuan. The subtle release of his aura rendered Lin Xuan momentarily breathless. As far as I am aware, 6 years ago, you were merely an individual who had just awakened their martial soul. Yet now, you possess knowledge that only the archives would harbor. Who exactly are you? Whom have you encountered in these past 6 years? Yi Fanqing inquired coldly, scrutinizing Lin Xuan. At that moment, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. For the reason was quite simple. He was incapable of fabricating a tale. Should he invent a master well-versed in the powers of space from the continent? How could he even begin to articulate that? While Lin Xuan was in the throes of contemplation, Yi Fanqing retracted his oppressive aura with a sigh. Recognizing that despite his pressing questions, Lin Xuan remained reticent, clearly harboring unspoken burdens. He fixed a serious gaze upon Lin Xuan and asked, I wish to know, does the individual behind you harbor any ill intentions toward Shrek? To which Lin Xuan confidently replied, I believe I can answer that. Absolutely not. Lin Xuan shook his head, but the next moment, he was taken aback as he raised his gaze. Yi Fanqing looked at him with a playful smile, devoid of any serious demeanor. Lin Xuan, caught between laughter and tears, remarked, Director, your rhetoric is truly remarkable. Without a certain degree of skill, how could one possibly serve as the director of the External Academy? The director must oversee diplomatic affairs, maintain internal discipline, and conduct character assessments. Yi Fanqing replied with pride, while Lin Xuan chuckled softly, choosing not to comment. If Yi Fanqing truly excelled in character evaluation, he would not have permitted so many members of the Holy Spirit sect to enter. Yi Fanqing then gazed at Lin Xuan and said, that individual bears a striking resemblance to someone I know, though I have never met him. He rose to prominence during an era when I was yet to be born, belonging to the same generation as Elder Long and Elder Kong. Or perhaps even an earlier one. So early? That would mean he is at least 150 years old. Impossible, impossible. Lin Xuan calculated the age of the person mentioned by Yi Fanqing and couldn't help but shake his head. If one were to consider it in such a manner, that individual would be between 160 and 170 years old, perhaps even older. It is remarkable that Kong Lao could live to 170, while Long Lao might exceed that, reaching around 180. Should one manage to break through to the ultimate Douluo lifespan, It could potentially extend beyond 240 years, provided there are no hidden injuries. Indeed, our skepticism towards the individual we just encountered stems from his youth. However, his strength is undeniably that of a super Douluo. You are not mistaken. I can sense his formidable power as a super Douluo. In fact, I was the first to discover him. I initially intended to intercept him, but his speed surpassed my expectations. An all-out effort from a super Douluo can easily breach my defenses, especially as I am a rival in love. At this point, Yi Fanqing's expression darkened as he had assumed that the Holy Spirit sect would not dispatch a title Douluo to rescue Yangzheni. Even an ordinary title Douluo would merely be walking into a trap. However, he never anticipated that the Holy Spirit sect would indeed have a super Douluo concealed within Shrek City. Chapter 45. The aerial thief. That individual you mentioned, Director, is precisely as you described. He became so infatuated with the power of space that he remained at rank 91 for his entire life. Although he managed to break through to rank 92 shortly before his demise, it merely granted him a few more years of life. In his twilight years, he became a veritable nightmare for the continent. Yi Fanqing produced an ancient tome and tossed it to Lin Xuan. Upon receiving the book, Lin Xuan discovered it was a collection of anecdotes from the continent, authored by none other than Yi Fanqing himself. With a chuckle, Yi Fanqing remarked, "I have a penchant for delving into such matters, relishing tales of chivalry and the whimsicalities of the martial world. Don't young people enjoy such stories? Director Yi, you possess a refined taste." Lin Xuan could only feel a sense of embarrassment. He discovered this matter through a bookmark belonging to Yi Fanqing. The individual in question was named Wuin, an ordinary man from the continent. He had never joined Shrek Academy or any other institution. His sole experience was within a small sect. He was a late bloomer, remarkably breaking through to the rank of Sol Douluo at the age of 50, swiftly ascending to the position of the sect leader, marking him as the first in the sect's century-long history. However, Wuin's sect was brutally slaughtered, with every member annihilated, leaving him as the sole survivor. The perpetrator of this massacre was a prince of the Tiandou Empire. Motivated by a simple reason, Wuin had taken the woman he adored. Following the ascension of his brother to the throne, the prince acquired a titled Douluo as his personal guard. Wuin survived and dedicated himself to training until he attained the rank of titled Douluo. Yet he found himself unable to overcome the merciless assassin, as the adversary was also advancing in strength. How could a rank 91 titled Douluo defeat a rank 93? Perhaps Shrek could provide an answer, but Wuin was incapable of achieving it. He mysteriously vanished for a decade, and upon his return, although his power had not visibly increased, he had mastered the art of spatial manipulation. He orchestrated the assassination of both the murderer and the prince. And no one knew how he accomplished this feat had he not publicly confessed afterward. The circumstances surrounding their demise would have remained a mystery. The Tiandou Empire naturally issued a wanted notice. However, the following day, 5 soul bones were stolen from the imperial treasury. Their whereabouts remained unknown, yet through meticulous investigation, the soul bones were traced to the black market, 4 of which were purchased by Shrek Academy. Lin Xuan gazed at Yi Fanqing in disbelief. Could it be that Shrek Academy also procured items from the black market? Yi Fanqing gently patted Lin Xuan's head and replied, "Continue watching, and I shall address all your questions once we are finished." Lin Xuan nodded and continued to read. To his astonishment, Wuin had targeted all the principalities and kingdoms affiliated with the Tiandou Empire. The Tiandou Empire was in dire straits, with many of its confidential documents being leaked. It was evident that the Tiandou Empire was terrified, as they publicly announced a desire for peace. However, Wuin was undeterred and continued to wreak havoc on the Tiandou Empire for another 5 years before vanishing for a time. As his lifespan drew to a close, it was a miracle for a typical title Douluo, even one who had suffered grave injuries, to survive to the age of 90. Just as everyone awaited his demise to seek treasures, Wuin committed another crime, this time plundering both Shrek Academy and the Xingluo Empire. Remarkably, during this raid, he took nothing of value, only an abundance of medicinal herbs. At that time, the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek was a formidable level 97 expert, while Long Lao and Kong Lao were merely inner courtyard students. The current Sea God Pavilion Master was just an ordinary elder. Ultimately, it was deduced that Wuin was desperately collecting herbs to seek an elixir for immortality, yet Tang San, the Sea God, had already stated that no such elixir existed. Wuin's insistence on trying was a clear indication of his desperation. As Lin Xuan reached the conclusion of the story, he felt a sense of shock at its content. This was a pitiable individual. Lin Xuan did not condemn him for his theft. After all, could it be worse than the Tiandou Empire exterminating an entire family? However, the mystery surrounding his disappearance for a decade raised questions. In those 10 years, he had mastered spatial power, indicating he must have entered a certain realm or perhaps even unwittingly fallen into an open spatial rift. Yet, according to Yang Zhao, the spatial barriers of Douluo continent were quite stable. The reason was simple. He was the spatial administrator of Douluo continent, and any open rift would automatically heal itself. Principle. Has Wuin not been found yet? It was rumored that Wuin had buried himself within a spatial rift, a possibility substantiated by the calculations of the 2 great empires, the top 3 sects, and our own estimations of his time of death. All 6 major powers had dispatched titled Douluos for extensive searches, yet found nothing. Do you suspect that I have discovered Wu Yisan's grave, hence my increased strength? Astute, replied Yi Fanqing with a snap of his fingers, smiling at Lin Xuan's quick understanding of his implication. Lin Xuan, however, shook his head bitterly. Director Yi, I can assure you that I do not know Wu Yisan. I am aware of that. I could tell from your eyes while reading about these events that you were rationally analyzing their authenticity. You were even pondering why Wu Yisan possessed spatial power similar to yours. Yi Fanqing stroked his stubble, and Lin Xuan felt immense admiration for him. He had initially thought the director was somewhat eccentric, but was surprised to find him truly insightful regarding human nature. In Yi Fanqing's presence, Lin Xuan felt like a naive child, utterly exposed without the protective garb of adulthood. Now, what I am about to say is crucial. How do you perceive the authenticity of this book? Yi Fanqing asked, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed. Lin Xuan pondered carefully. The book exhibited strong logic and a coherent narrative, suggesting that it was unlikely to be fabricated. Yet, he sensed that certain aspects were concealed. Ultimately, he hesitated and replied, "It should all be true, right?" "Certainly not," Yi Fanqing responded, "for after the plundering of the Tiandou Empire, Wu Yisan was in our academy." "What?" Lin Xuan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. How could such a notorious thief hide within Shrek? Yi Fanqing chuckled softly, "Young man, our longevity at Shrek may indeed be attributed to the esteemed reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters, but more importantly, we understand the art of balance. When one force grows overwhelmingly powerful, we instinctively lend our support to the weaker side. Otherwise, do you think there has been no war on the continent for all these years? It is precisely because we are nestled between 2 great empires. Should conflict arise, Shrek would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. But what does this have to do with harboring Wu Yisan? Chapter 46. Taking the blame. Wu Yisan is the individual who can restore equilibrium. Our decision to shelter him is not without conditions. In fact, it could be said that he sought us out. The spark for Wu Yisan's situation was ignited by the warmongers within our own country, who were preparing to incite a war between the 2 empires. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. Even though the Xinglua Empire and the Tiandou Empire have a treaty established by the 7 monsters, it cannot quell the ambitions of certain individuals. Yi Fanqing sighed, pondering how this mirrors the current state of affairs. The emperor of the Tiandou Empire is aging, and Shui Qingtian's father is the true heir apparent. Unfortunately, the old emperor has lived far too long, nearly exhausting Shui Qingtian's father in the process. Thus, Shui Qingtian is the genuine prince. While none of the princes from his father's generation remain, they have all been elevated to the 7 great princes of the Tiandou Empire, with 5 of them being fervent proponents of war. As for the Xinglua Empire, they are simply waiting for the old emperor of the Tiandou Empire to pass, eager to seize power amidst the chaos among his brethren. Director Yi, I must admit that I still do not fully comprehend these matters. While I understand that Shrek may not always adhere to the highest ideals, I find it difficult to grasp why they would choose to shelter Wu Yisan. Lin Xuan shook his head in distress, expressing his inability to comprehend the underlying reasoning. Despite the fact that Wu Yisan had avenged his grievances, it seemed unreasonable for Shrek Academy to harbor such an individual. If the outside world were to discover this, Shrek would undoubtedly face a direct backlash from the Heavenly Dou Empire. Not yet understanding, Lin Xuan was about to delve into the main topic. Yi Fanqing gently patted Lin Xuan's head and spoke softly, choosing not to disclose the intricate truths to him. Should Wu Yisan align himself with the Xinglua Empire, a conflict between the 2 great empires would inevitably ensue, leaving Shrek Academy unable to maintain its integrity. This predicament would spell disaster for everyone involved. Thus Shrek Academy bore the weight of this unjust blame. What matter is at hand? Lin Xuan straightened his posture, eagerly anticipating a revelation from the Starry Night. However, to his surprise, the Night Stars gleefully remarked, "You may believe you are not a disciple of Wu Yisan, but others hold a different opinion. After your victory over Dai Lan, the princes of the Heaven Dou Empire and the Star Luo Empire promptly approached me, demanding your surrender. The representatives from the Star Luo Empire were quite gracious, considering your heritage. They appealed to emotions in hopes of having you return. The situation with the Heaven Dou Empire was markedly different, as they insisted I inquire about the whereabouts of Wu Yisan's grave following his demise. What on earth is happening?" Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he spoke. The words of Yi Fanqing made him wish he could find a piece of tofu to dash his head against. What kind of situation was this? He had initially believed that his spatial power would not attract much attention. If it did, he thought he would be seen as a valuable asset. However, to his astonishment, he found himself suspected of possessing a great treasure. The mere thought of this made Lin Xuan want to scream, "What does it have to do with me?" Yet, the more he tried to defend himself, the more powerless he felt. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that left him vulnerable. If he were a titled Douluo, even the 2 great empires would not dare to speak against him. Yet, he was merely a soul master, which is why they felt emboldened to pressure Shrek Academy. "Principal, does the Academy intend to hand me over?" Lin Xuan, with a look of helplessness, inquired, while Yi Fanqing, in a fit of rage, struck him on the head with a chestnut. Lin Xuan, innocently covering his head, gazed at Yifanqing, who coldly huffed and declared, Shrek Academy will never abandon any student. As long as they are our students and not irredeemably wicked individuals, we will protect them to the end. When our esteemed senior, Xiao Wu, was revealed to be a soul beast, the first president of Shrek and the staff dared to stand against the Pope to safeguard her with their lives. Now that Shrek stands tall at the pinnacle of the continent, how could we possibly forsake you? Yifanqing's words deeply moved Lin Xuan. Perhaps he had overthought the situation. After taking a seat, Yifanqing continued, you are an honorary student of Shrek. Even if you truly knew the location of Wu Yisan's grave, we would not pry into it. Furthermore, this is all but a figment of imagination. To be frank, our illustrious Shrek Academy holds no interest in the trifles that Wu Yisan may have taken. Our participation in the joint search by the Tiandou Empire and the Xinghua Empire was merely to ascertain whether Wu Yisan was indeed deceased. Yifanqing's words were so imposing that Lin Xuan was left speechless in admiration, just as he felt a mix of gratitude and respect. Yifanqing suddenly grinned mischievously and added, of course, if you happen to know where Wu Yisan's grave is, Shrek would be more than willing to accept any inheritance. Director, that is quite inappropriate, Lin Xuan retorted. Lin Xuan sighed in exasperation, remarking that just moments ago he had mentioned Shrek's indifference, and now the inquiry had resurfaced. Fortunately, he truly did not recognize Wu Yisan. Lin Xuan suddenly swallowed hard, and with great difficulty, he lifted his gaze to meet the expectant expression on Ye's face. A cold sweat broke out on him as he tentatively inquired, may I ask if Director Yi has summoned me for a specific reason? Of course. It's to ensure you keep your wits about you, Yi replied. If I don't inform you about Wu Yisan's matter, it would be a grave misfortune for you to stumble upon it blindly while wandering about. Director Yi, your approach is quite insidious. Lin Xuan lamented with tears unshed, burdened not only with a great injustice, but also the task of locating Wu Yisan's grave. Yifanqing gently patted Lin Xuan's back in consolation, saying, those who are capable must bear more responsibilities. I have long been one of those capable individuals. Lin Xuan self-deprecatingly remarked, and Yifanqing chuckled without uttering a word. He understood that Lin Xuan needed time to process his thoughts, and there was a glimmer of concern in his gaze. He feared that the individual who had saved Yangzheni earlier that day was cultivated by Wu Yisan. If this person fell under the control of the Holy Spirit sect, it was likely that the sect would collude with the Xinghua Empire to incite war. Tensions between the two nations had been escalating, with frequent skirmishes along the borders resulting in increasing casualties. Sighing deeply, Yifanqing lamented that there was little he could do. When two great empires were on the verge of conflict, no one could intervene. In the past, Wu Yisan had been a formidable presence, but now, what remained? Lin Xuan? He was far too weak to effect any change. Could they rely on the Tang sect? That was even less dependable. The Tang sect was eager to profit from war, and the demand for hidden weapons had surged. Previously, the Tang sect operated primarily on custom orders, but the sudden influx of requests had revitalized their waning fortunes. The rise of the Tang sect was largely due to the joint efforts of the two empires to eradicate the Spirit Hall. In the absence of war, the Tang sect had to curtail its production of hidden weapons due to the restrictions imposed by Tang San, relying instead on medicinal pills from their pharmacy to sustain their members. Meanwhile, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School relied on the repair of hidden weapons. As the Haotian school had no need for such devices, their martial souls served as the finest weapons. However, with the lack of war orders, the two empires had also seen a decline in demand, leading to a noticeable downturn for the Tang sect. Chapter 47. A swift advance, all right, you rascal. It's time to return. You must become accustomed to the events of today. You are no longer a mere child. With greater responsibility comes greater capability. Since you are now wanted by the Holy Spirit sect, you must remain vigilant under all circumstances, Yifanqing advised as he rose. Lin Xuan nodded, expressing his gratitude with a cupped fist before departing. As he walked, his mind was somewhat chaotic, but he soon realized that this matter bore little relevance to him. After all, Yifanqing was merely sharing information, and his true concerns lay with the elimination rounds in 2 days and the inevitable encounter with Xue Qingtian in the finals. After returning to the dormitory and resting, Chu Ling'er also returned in the morning. Lin Xuan, along with Chu Ling'er and Su Luoluo, engaged in final preparations. To their surprise, on the eve of the competition, they received delightful news. Su Luoluo had broken through to Soul Master, although it was regrettable that she could not acquire a soul ring during the assessment. As the 3-day break concluded, the competition season resumed. The most encouraging news was that in the Soul Master group, only Lin Xuan, Xue Qingtian, and one other group remained. This ignited a fervor among the remaining students, as they had previously lacked opportunities in the elimination rounds, but circumstances had now shifted dramatically. Due to Lin Xuan's formidable prowess, all his opponents had surrendered without a fight over 5 consecutive days, mirroring Xue Qingtian's performance. The only exception was another Soul Master group that suffered defeat at the hands of 3 30-level Soul Masters. Despite this meteoric rise, Lin Xuan remained grounded, aware that this was merely the standard procedure of the group stages. Had he not encountered Dai Lin's group, he would have experienced a similar fate. It was merely a reversal of the group and elimination rounds. Finally, The day arrived for Lin Xuan to face off against Shuai Tian. They were set to meet in the semifinals, a match that had clearly been orchestrated by Yi Fanqing. Ideally, the two would meet in the finals, but that night, Lin Xuan found himself sleepless, contemplating strategies to counter Shuai Tian. He was already aware of Shuai Tian's martial soul, an extraordinary dragon martial soul. While he had known that the royal family of the Tiandou Empire did not have a fixed martial soul, a dragon martial soul was indeed fitting for a prince. Previously, Tang Xiao had single-handedly defeated all opponents with the assistance of Ningfeng Tian, while Shuai Tian had only unleashed one attack. A third soul skill when a sensitive attack-type soul master from Class 2 attempted to ambush Tang Xiao. Lin Xuan had observed that move clearly. A white dragon spirit descended from the heavens and entered the body of the assailant. At the time, Lin Xuan felt no discernible attribute fluctuations and initially assumed it to be a lightning-type soul skill. However, that was not the case. The individual struck by Shuai Tian fell into a coma, convulsing uncontrollably. Afterward, Lin Xuan sought to find that person, only to discover they had withdrawn from the academy. This revelation caused Lin Xuan to click his tongue in disbelief. Was it true that the prince of the Tiandou Empire could intimidate someone into leaving school? He found this intolerable. If one could not engage in a duel simply because of their lineage, Tang Xiao being the daughter of the Tang sex leader, then what was the point of remaining in the academy? Of course, Lin Xuan had reason to believe that this was not Tang Xiao's intention. She would never act in such a manner. Ultimately, it was Shuai Tian's nauseating possessiveness that was to blame, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Lin Xuan sighed, his gaze wavering. Tomorrow's strategy would primarily focus on eliminating Ningfeng Tian first. The Soul Masters of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly target him as their primary objective. The tactic would naturally revolve around Chu Ling'er's absolute charm. With Tang Xiao at level 34 and Ningfeng Tian at 32, anyone would inevitably fall victim to Chu Ling'er's allure. Yet, could it truly unfold so smoothly? Enough of overthinking. All he could do was give his best effort tomorrow. Chu Ling'er gently grasped Lin Xuan's hand and spoke softly, prompting him to pause momentarily before smiling in realization. Yes, giving his utmost was all that mattered. In terms of tangible strength, he was currently inferior to Shuai Tian. Thus, a defeat this time did not preclude failure in the future. Moreover, he did not genuinely believe he could not triumph over Shuai Tian. When the time came, he would demonstrate the might of his bloodline powers. Despite this resolve, Lin Xuan found himself unable to sleep, finally rising only after the sun had ascended. Throughout the night, he contemplated myriad possibilities, mentally preparing himself to accept any outcome. Yet his singular ambition remained, to conquer Shuai Tian and claim the championship of the Great Assessment. Enough of overthinking. We are no less than Shuai Tian and his cohort. Let us depart, Chu Ling'er said with a smile, pulling Lin Xuan along. Nodding in agreement, he joined her at the base of the dormitory, where Luo awaited them, clearly showing signs of a sleepless night with dark circles under her eyes. Lin Xuan mused that only Chu Ling'er had managed to rest, wondering where her confidence stemmed from. Let us go eat, he suggested. Indeed, it would be wise to fill our stomachs. After all, a defeat would be undesirable. Just as Lin Xuan finished speaking, a derisive voice cut through the air. He turned to see Shuai Tian, his expression darkening. There was a hint of fatigue in Shuai Tian's gaze. Lin Xuan confronted him. Are you so eager to lose to me? The weak merely boast in the moment. Your words hold no weight for me. I shall return the sentiment. Your provocations are akin to flies in a garbage bin, uninvited yet utterly repugnant. Lin Xuan's words were exceedingly sharp, casting a pall over Shuai Tian's countenance. Just as tensions escalated towards a physical confrontation, Ningfeng Tian intervened, grasping Shuai Tian's arm, only to have it brusquely shaken off. Ignoring Ningfeng Tian entirely, Shuai Tian's dismissive behavior left Ningfeng Tian visibly perturbed. After all, he was the heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. How could Shuai Tian show such blatant disregard? Shuai Tian, this is Shrek Academy, not a place for your wild antics. Step aside and do not obstruct my path. As both factions bristled with hostility, a sudden, thunderous roar pierced the air, startling both Lin Xuan and Shuai Tian. Shuai Tian turned, his expression darkening upon recognizing the figure behind him. It was Congenital, a sixth-year student and the undisputed top scorer of this year's assessments. Congenital, do not overstep your bounds. I am the prince of the Tiandou Empire. Begone. I care not whether you are a prince or an emperor. Even if the emperor of the Tiandou Empire stood before me, I would still speak my mind. You have obstructed my path and now wish to incite a brawl? Congenital stood tall before Shuai Tian, his height imposing. This confrontation made Shuai Tian clench his fists, a desire to retaliate boiling within him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Congenital was among the few soul kings in the outer academy, and his age practically guaranteed him the top spot in the upcoming competition's reserve team. What? Are you not going to unleash your power? Why do your Tiandou Empire's upperclassmen hesitate to confront me? This is Shrek Academy, a bastion of freedom, not a trading ground for talents of the Tiandou Empire or the Star Dou Empire. Here, all individuals are equal, whether they be heirs of the Haotian sect or children of gods. Remember my words. Upon concluding his statement, Kong Dezhen shoved past Xue Qingtian and departed, leaving Lin Xuan feeling vindicated. Indeed, he had longed to voice such sentiments, but as he was merely a student, he refrained from doing so. Junior, would you care to join me for a meal? Kong Dezhen asked with a smile as he approached Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan nodded, following him along with Chu Ling'er and Su Luoluo. After they procured their meals, they settled together. Lin Xuan and his companion sat upright, careful not to overindulge, while Kong Dezhen took a sip of porridge and chuckled wryly. What is it? Am I not someone who bears a serious demeanor? Did I frighten you just now? Perhaps, just a little. Lin Xuan had yet to respond when Chu Ling'er interjected. Kong Dezhen let out a hearty laugh and remarked, there is no choice. One must be somewhat ruthless when dealing with someone like Xue Qingtian. He exploits his privilege to wreak havoc within Shrek Academy, an affront that the institution cannot condone. However, Xue Qingtian operates within the boundaries of the rules, as he has not enlisted external forces to intimidate the students. Hence, senior, I certainly cannot resort to violence against you lower-year students. With a wry smile, Lin Xuan shook his head, unconvinced of Kong Dezhen's restraint. He believed that had Xue Qingtian dared to utter another word, Kong Dezhen would have acted. After finishing his breakfast, Kong Dezhen continued with a smile, Junior, I summoned you merely to convey this. Perform admirably in today as competition. I eagerly anticipate witnessing you bring Xue Qingtian down. I will do my utmost, Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan did not speak too definitively, for Xue Qingtian was not an easy adversary to contend with. Kong Dezhen understood Lin Xuan's concerns and departed without further ado. Chu Ling'er, observing Kong Dezhen's retreating figure, murmured, a peculiar individual. Su Luoluo nodded in agreement, and Lin Xuan, with a resigned smile, found it to be inconsequential. After the trio concluded their breakfast, they engaged in a tactical discussion within the dining hall. Meanwhile, Xue Qingtian was furiously demolishing everything before him, while a stern-faced man stood silently behind him. Xue Qingtian's dormitory was a single-occupancy room, from which the original occupant had been dispatched by him, transforming the space into a palace of sorts. Yet today, the palace had been reduced to mere fragments. Your Highness, if I may be blunt, Kong Dezhen will not pass this year's great assessment, Xue Qingtian exclaimed, panting with rage. The reason was straightforward, the elite Soul Master competition across the continent. Should Kong Dezhen enter the Inner Academy, he would be unable to compete for a place against the seniors the following year. However, in the Outer Academy, he could comfortably secure a spot in the reserve team before transitioning into the Inner Academy as the sole candidate for the next competition. In the Outer Academy, Kong Dezhen reigned supreme. No one under your command could contend with him. In that case, it would be wise to eliminate Lin Xuan first. Upon hearing the man's words, Xue Qingtian's expression began to calm. Indeed, Kong Dezhen was merely a local tyrant at present. Once he reached the Inner Academy, possessing the resources at his disposal, it would be exceedingly simple to deal with Kong Dezhen. However, in the Outer Academy, he was at a loss. Lin Xuan, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, he declared, as a violet glow emanated from his left arm. The fact that he possessed a soul bone had not been disclosed. This was a secret he had absorbed within the month, and it represented his sole means of confronting Lin Xuan. Even Xue Qingtian found himself at a disadvantage against Lin Xuan, whose enigmatic spatial power could not be countered by his brute force as a close combat soul master. Yet this particular soul bone could indeed provide the necessary leverage. Under the blazing midday sun, everyone gathered in the arena area, where Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er had long awaited Xue Qingtian and his companions. Tardiness was typically Lin Xuan's forte, but today he had refrained from such behavior. Ironically, it was Xue Qingtian, eager to vent his pent-up fury, who arrived late. Ningfeng Tian and Tang Xiao could only await anxiously, until, at the very last moment, Xue Qingtian strolled into the arena with an air of nonchalance. The referee's face darkened with irritation, yet he felt powerless, being a citizen of the Tiando Empire. He could not reprimand the prince in front of everyone, lest he jeopardize his future. To avoid exacerbating his own frustration, he hastily announced, both parties, please introduce yourselves and commence. Lin Xuan, level 34 agility-based battle soul master. Chu Ling'er, level 32 control-based battle soul master. Su Luoluo, level 30 control-based battle soul master. Xue Qingtian, level 36 power-based battle soul master. Tang Xiao, level 34 control-based battle soul master. Ningfeng Tian, level 33 support-based weapon soul master. As soon as the introductions concluded, they swiftly unleashed their martial souls, converging behind Ningfeng Tian, who broke into a cold sweat. However, this scenario had been rehearsed beforehand. Tang Xiao's first soul skill ensnared Lin Xuan with precision, eliciting a cold scoff from Lin Xuan. In the next moment, Tang Xiao clutched his head and cried out in despair, absolute bewitchment. Chu Ling'er had made her move. Lin Xuan broke free from Tang Xiao's soul technique and struck Ningfeng Tian with a palm on his back, causing Ningfeng Tian to spit blood and fly off the stage. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, pondering whether this victory had come too easily. Just as he contemplated retreating, Xue Qingtian's cold voice resonated. Do you think I am unaware of your tactics? Suddenly, the surroundings transformed into a violet realm. Lin Xuan sensed the danger and hurriedly tore open a spatial rift. Yet, A bolt of purple lightning shot through the rift, striking him directly. Outside, Chu Ling'er and Luo attempted to intervene, but were repelled. Meanwhile, Tang Xiao showed no intention of confronting two opponents alone. Half-domain soulbone skill. What is the purpose? Yi Fanxing discerned immediately that this was not a true domain. A genuine domain required soul rings or soul bones of at least 100,000 years, and aside from Shrek Academy. The combined total from the Tiandou Empire and the Xinghua Empire only amounted to 5 such soul bones, making it impossible for Xueqing Tian to possess one. Therefore, it must be a soul bone of over 70,000 years. What will you do? Yi Fanxing observed Lin Xuan with keen interest. At this moment, Lin Xuan, having been caught off guard, felt a numbing sensation throughout his body, with his first and second soul techniques rendered ineffective. Only his third soul technique remained, allowing him to harness the spatial energy around him to create a shield against the surrounding lightning strikes. Xueqing Tian perched atop a colossal violet dragon, gazing down at Lin Xuan. It was then that Lin Xuan finally comprehended the nature of Xueqing Tian's martial spirit, which was a colorless dragon requiring soul techniques or soul bones to define its attributes, automatically infusing the release techniques with elemental properties. Chapter 49, Desperate Situation Die. Xueqing Tian's third soul ring illuminated, and a violet dragon lunged towards Lin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan conjured a silver shield in his hands, an embodiment of spatial power clashing against soul energy. He understood that ordinary soul techniques could not withstand the dragon's assault, but spatial energy could. How is this possible? Xueqing Tian seemed equally astonished that his soul technique had failed. Lin Xuan's expression grew grave. He was reluctant to unleash his bloodline power at this moment. As Xueqing Tian activated his first soul technique, he appeared before Lin Xuan and unleashed 2 powerful punches. Unfazed, Lin Xuan countered with his own strikes, only to discover that Xueqing Tian's strength surpassed his own. For the first time, he was forced to take a step back after exchanging blows, instinctively wanting to retreat. He was suddenly struck by a lightning dragon crashing into his waist. Xueqing Tian revealed a smirk and launched a punch at Lin Xuan. With his second soul ring aglow, countless lightning spheres surrounded him, hurtling towards Lin Xuan. With a fierce expression, Lin Xuan donned a suit of silver armor that enveloped him. He braced himself against dozens of lightning spheres, feeling the acrid scent of scorched flesh. Yet he pressed forward towards Xueqing Tian. As Xueqing Tian's expression shifted, he instinctively attempted to withdraw his arm, but in the next moment, Lin Xuan seized his right arm. It's coming, it's coming. Xueqing Tian screamed in his heart. Indeed. In the following second, Lin Xuan clutched Xueqing Tian's arm and began to pound him against the stage like a ragdoll. As Lin Xuan prepared to deliver a punch to Xueqing Tian's chest, another lightning dragon struck his shoulder. Poof! Lin Xuan was hurled backward, colliding with the barrier. As thunder engulfed his form, the power of his bloodline erupted instantaneously. His hair turned a vivid crimson, and his skin appeared scorched as if roasted. Xueqing Tian sensed an overwhelming pressure, a dread emanating from the fear of the martial spirit. Death! Lin Xuan charged directly towards Xueqing Tian and delivered a powerful punch. Xueqing Tian took a deep breath, unperturbed, and unleashed his first soul skill, Dragon Fist, meeting Lin Xuan's strike head-on. Lin Xuan was still pushed back a step. Subsequently, Xueqing Tian cast his second soul skill, Thunderball, which rained down upon Lin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan braced himself against the onslaught of the magical orbs. Meanwhile, Xueqing Tian crouched low and swept his leg, landing a kick that struck Lin Xuan's supporting foot, causing Lin Xuan to lose his balance and curl up in midair to protect his vital areas from harm. With a hearty laugh, Xueqing Tian kicked Lin Xuan's back as if he were a ball, sending Lin Xuan flying. Just as Lin Xuan was about to crash against the barrier, Xueqing Tian retracted his soul bone skill. Lin Xuan soared outward, and just before he touched the ground, he extended a hand to grasp at the surrounding air, astonishingly halting himself midair in a most bizarre manner. Entangle! Tang Xiao exclaimed, unleashing her first soul skill. The blue-silver grass sprouted beneath Lin Xuan, ensnaring his feet. Observing the success of her first skill, Tang Xiao activated her third soul skill, launching a blue-silver tyrant spear towards Lin Xuan. With a cold smirk, Lin Xuan waved his right hand, creating a spatial rift before him, which devoured the blue-silver tyrant spear entirely. It was a mere fraction short of success. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, his second soul skill, Space Cutting, severed all the blue-silver grass that entwined him, allowing him to return to Chu Ling'er's side. Her attire bore numerous tears, and it was evident to all that her identity as a man could no longer be maintained. Everyone could see that Chu Ling'er was indeed a woman. Additionally, Luo had been eliminated by Tang Xiao, unable to withstand the combination of the previous entanglement and the blue-silver overlord spear. The current situation on the battlefield stood at 2 against 2. Tang Xiao's soul power was nearly depleted, while, to be frank, Xueqing Tian faced no significant issues. However, if he were to unleash his soul bone skill again, it would pose a problem. His bloodline power could not be discarded at will. Yang Zhao had informed him that it could only be utilized once a day. Overuse would result in repercussions, rendering him incapable of participating in the finals 4 days hence. He could not afford such a risk, and thus the circumstances had not improved. His mind was racing, while Xue Qingtian stood resolutely in front of Tang Xiao, his expression grave as he regarded Lin Xuan. At last, he acknowledged Lin Xuan as a worthy adversary. His set of skills could easily overwhelm Dai Lin, yet against Lin Xuan, he found himself devoid of any advantage, save for a slight edge in strength. Xiao Xiao, Xue Qingtian bellowed, prompting Tang Xiao to immediately release her second soul skill, parasitism. In that moment, the Tang sect's ultimate technique was unleashed without reservation, the purple extreme demon eye. This was the most effective means to counter Chu Ling'er's absolute allure. Her slender fingers conjured 10 strands of blue-silver grass, which surged toward Lin Xuan. However, Lin Xuan tore open a spatial rift, appearing behind Tang Xiao. Unhurried, Tang Xiao employed the ghostly shadow stealth to evade all of Lin Xuan's attacks. Chu Ling'er did not falter either. Her second soul skill, absolute allure, was unexpectedly directed at Xue Qingtian. With a furious grunt, Xue Qingtian managed to counter the absolute allure, but Chu Ling'er suffered a backlash. Stifling a groan as she fell to one knee, rendered incapable of continuing the battle, Lin Xuan nodded, abandoning his assault on Tang Xiao, and instead directed a punch toward Xue Qingtian. Xue Qingtian let out a cold laugh, instructing Tang Xiao to envelop him in blue-silver grass, resembling a suit of blue armor. However, Lin Xuan chose not to strike with his fist. Instead, he executed a swift turn in midair, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Xue Qingtian's head. Xue Qingtian was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Xuan managed to pivot in the air. But upon noticing Lin Xuan's right hand, he understood. Lin Xuan had grasped a spatial rift, imperceptible to the naked eye, which enabled him to perform the turn. Just as Tang Xiao was about to ensnare Xue Qingtian's head with the blue-silver grass, an attack struck her from behind. Chu Ling'er's clone. Previously, Chu Ling'er had feigned exhaustion, kneeling on one knee to lower Tang Xiao's guard. Taking advantage of Tang Xiao's naivety, she delivered a devastating blow. Tang Xiao coughed up blood and knelt, while Tyson in the VIP section covered his eyes, unable to watch. He had witnessed Chu Ling'er's clone approach Tang Xiao step by step, powerless to intervene. Nonetheless, he felt relieved that it was Chu Ling'er who had ambushed Tang Xiao and grateful that they were in an academy, had it been a life-or-death battle. Despite Tang Xiao's arsenal of hidden weapons and evasive maneuvers, she could not escape death. Xue Qingtian was unceremoniously struck by Lin Xuan's kick to the right side of his face. The seed of enchantment within his spiritual sea erupted, triggering absolute charm. With no means to resist, Xue Qingtian was sent flying off the platform by a single punch from Lin Xuan. The power of Lin Xuan's bloodline was instantaneously released. As he landed, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Although the bloodline power could diminish all negative effects, the sheer magnitude of the adverse effects he experienced at that moment meant it hardly augmented his strength. Chapter 50. Living apart, quite impressive, Wang Lin exclaimed, his face alight with joy. He had initially believed Lin Xuan would lose, anticipating a challenging situation ahead. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er had leveraged Tang Xiao's innocence to secure victory. I'm sorry, Chu Ling'er said as she approached Tang Xiao, extending her hand. Tang Xiao bit her lip, refusing to accept Chu Ling'er's gesture. This failure, stemming from her own naivety, filled her with guilt. Noticing Tang Xiao's ungratefulness, Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The tension between Xue Qingtian and Lin Xuan primarily arose from her involvement. Lin Xuan knelt beside Tang Xiao, patting her shoulder gently. I apologize, classmate Tang Xiao, but in a competition, only one team can prevail. With a resigned sigh, Tang Xiao finally stood up, prompting a raised eyebrow from Chu Ling'er. Her attempts at comforting Tang Xiao had proven futile the moment Lin Xuan approached. Tang Xiao had regained her composure. Xue Qingtian, clutching his head, had already risen. He observed Lin Xuan and Tang Xiao clasping fists. He had lost, albeit feeling a tinge of injustice, yet he acknowledged his defeat. Dai Lin had previously fallen to this very tactic, but Xue Qingtian dismissed it entirely. As the referee announced Lin Xuan's victory, all the students from Class 4 erupted in cheers. The team from Class 2, who had initially advanced to the finals, could only manage a wry smile. Neither Lin Xuan nor Xue Qingtian belonged to a team that could contend against them, as they lacked even a soul master. He is undeniably formidable, Xiao Bei remarked, gazing at Lin Xuan. He noticed Lin Xuan casting a glance at Yi Fanqing before being assisted back by Chu Ling'er and Su Luoluo. Su Luoluo had suffered little, having been swiftly taken away by Tang Xiao, not even producing a single water spear, which left him feeling quite vexed. After returning to the dormitory and resting for a night, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er found themselves summoned by the director, receiving a scolding that lasted half an hour. The final verdict resulted in Chu Ling'er moving into the female dormitory, while Lin Xuan was assigned to a room alone, with the entire school being notified of his demerit. This punishment was relatively lenient, as first-year students, they would not bear significant consequences unless they committed further serious offenses. The separation was unavoidable, as Shrek Academy strictly forbade interactions between male and female students in the outer courtyard. Even Dai Lin and Zhu Lin resided apart. Make sure to eat properly after I leave, and don't lose track of time while you're training. Also, remember to sleep at night. Don't sit up all night, Chu Ling'er advised, having finished packing her belongings. Lin Xuan chuckled, bemused by her tone, as if they were parting for eternity. He gently patted her head, reassuring her, I will wait for you downstairs every morning. Rest assured. That is a promise, Chu Ling'er declared, extending her pinky to seal their vow. Lin Xuan nodded, linking his pinky with hers, vowing to wait for her every morning, which ultimately brought her some comfort. After much delay, Chu Ling'er finally departed. Lin Xuan gazed at the now empty bed across from him, feeling a twinge of emptiness. Yet, he had long since grown accustomed to such feelings. It was akin to a creature of the night suddenly encountering the sun. Could he truly endure this solitude? Lin Xuan perched on the windowsill, gazing at the serene expanse of Haishan Lake, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, his companion, Mingyue, a fellow student from Class 4, couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret upon discovering that Chu Ling'er was, in fact, a girl. After all, Chu Ling'er, when disguised as a boy, exuded an undeniable charm. Chu Ling'er, feeling somewhat disheartened, offered little more than a sullen demeanor, prompting Mingyue to respect her space. Well aware of the bond between Chu Ling'er and Lin Xuan, after dining with Chu Ling'er at dinner time, Lin Xuan made his way directly to the sea god lake. He headed to his usual spot, only to discover that someone had already begun barbecuing there. To his surprise, it was Lu Yang. Upon noticing Lin Xuan, Lu Yang greeted him with a smile and inquired, Junior, are you here for another barbecue? Indeed. Lin Xuan sat across from Lu Yang. To be honest, Lu Yang's grilling skills were remarkable, particularly the honey glaze he brushed onto the meat, which made Lin Xuan's mouth water. Lu Yang picked up a piece of meat and generously said to Lin Xuan, Junior, why don't you bring out all your meat? I'll grill it for you. Lin Xuan replied, I appreciate your help, Senior. Lu Yang chuckled at Lin Xuan's lack of hesitation as he handed over several large cuts of meat. It was evident Lu Yang had anticipated Lin Xuan's visit today, as the surroundings bore traces of his preparations. Lin Xuan had chosen a spot where blue silver grass grew. This particular plant is known for its resilience, gradually returning to its original state after being trodden upon. Lin Xuan had calculated this recovery period to be between 3 to 5 days, indicating that Lu Yang had only just arrived that afternoon. Patiently waiting for Lin Xuan's arrival. While enjoying the grilled meat, Lin Xuan inquired, Senior, is there something you wish to discuss? Lu Yang, slightly embarrassed at being seen through, replied, Indeed, Junior, you have discerned my intentions. I must admit, this year the announcement for the Soul Master Competition's reserve team will commence. To be honest, given my strength, it would be quite easy for me to gain entry, but unfortunately, the Shrek reserve team does not solely consider strength. Lin Xuan queried, Are you suggesting that it also takes relationships into account? Lin Xuan understood Lu Yang's intention. He was asking for his assistance. Lu Yang gazed at Lin Xuan and said, Junior, your spatial power is of utmost significance. You first-year students may be unaware, but we sixth-year students are fully cognizant of the reality. The so-called selection competition is merely a chaotic brawl. Every year, they proclaim various rules, yet in truth, each year is different. At this point, Lu Yang's expression darkened, clearly exasperated by the selection mechanism of Shrek Academy. He took a moment to compose himself and continued. The reason is quite simple. Shrek Academy does not wish for its selected students to fight solely within the confines of established rules. They require students who possess innovative thinking and can adapt swiftly to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, we are in need of your spatial abilities. Wait, we? Lin Xuan hurriedly inquired. And Lu Yang, with a resigned smile, gestured behind him. Upon turning around, Lin Xuan discovered Lu Qiao and Kong Dizhen watching him with amused expressions. He was acquainted with Lu Qiao, but he had only exchanged a few words with Lu Yang and Kong Dizhen. Kong Dizhen approached and remarked, Junior, our invitation to you is not born out of insecurity regarding our own capabilities. Rather, it is a matter of seeking to select the most suitable candidates. You may not be aware that there have been several instances where individuals from the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire infiltrated our ranks. Although they were merely reserves, they could extract valuable intelligence about the inner court competitors, which would be detrimental to us. Lin Xuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in the statement. Although Shrek Academy has always publicly maintained a stance of neutrality, it is inevitable that some may accuse it of partiality. The most effective solution would be for one of the two great empires to secure victory in the Soul Master Competition. Chapter 51, The First and Core Disciples. Seniors, this matter is of great significance. Allow me a moment to contemplate. After Lin Xuan clasped his fists and spoke, he departed. The matter at hand was of such magnitude that it was impossible for him to acquiesce immediately. Kong Dizhen did not attempt to stop Lin Xuan, which was for the best, as he had no intention of having Lin Xuan agree on the spot. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Xuan remained there for 4 consecutive days. After this brief interlude, he swiftly triumphed over his opponent in the finals, an outcome devoid of any suspense. Under the gaze of all, Yi Fanqing stood on stage, smiling as he proclaimed with fervor, the first place in the class assessment goes to Lin Xuan's group. After bowing deeply to Yi Fanqing under the starlit night, Lin Xuan and his companions returned to their designated formation. The time had come to select the core disciples from the first grade. Becoming a core disciple would grant them numerous privileges, which many deemed essential. They would receive greater resource allocation when classes were divided in the second year, as that would be their permanent class. This meant that Lin Xuan could potentially become part of Class 1 in the second year, thus distancing himself from Wang Lin. However, if Lin Xuan were to become a core disciple, he could choose to join Wang Lin's class, a privilege he would possess, though that was a matter for another time. At present, what Lin Xuan sought was the reward for achieving first place, as the holiday would commence the following day. Clearing his throat, Yifanqing playfully addressed the audience of parents waiting to collect their children, eliciting a wave of laughter that lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Yifanqing then produced a small notebook, stating, "Core disciples are selected only during the first grade assessments. Subsequently, it is exceedingly difficult to enter the ranks of core disciples in later grades. This is why I will exclusively observe the first grade competitions. Future contests will be monitored by the academic director and teachers, who will report promising candidates to me." The crowd, having just relaxed, tensed up once more upon realizing that missing this opportunity would mean they could not catch Yifanqing's attention again. Ignoring the murmurs below, Yifanqing called out, "The core disciples include Lin Xuan, Chu Ling'er, Su Luoluo, Shueqing Tian, Tang Xiao." He continued to announce over 20 names, followed by an additional 30 preliminary core disciples, showcasing a range of abilities, yet all reasonably selected. Wang Lin, positioned at the front of Class 4, nodded in approval, recognizing several promising students among the preliminary disciples. "All right, young ones, enjoy your holiday. I hope you all become stronger over the next 2 months, as there will be further assessments upon your return." "Thank you." The 4 classes chorused in unison. Yifanqing nodded and vanished from sight, while the class teachers escorted their students back to their respective classrooms. Wang Lin stood before the blackboard, his expression serious, as the students sat stiffly, refraining from conversation. Everyone had exerted themselves during the assessments, and it was likely that their success was due to the opponents they faced, particularly as none of them had encountered a soul master group. Wang Lin remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. The soul master groups were scarce, and Lin Xuan had absorbed 3 groups, leaving his classmates fortunate not to have faced even one. "Well done, little ones. I hope you 1T return to my class next semester." Class dismissed. "Goodbye, teacher." Once Wang Lin exited the classroom, jubilation erupted among the students. They had successfully navigated a challenging semester without expulsion and had achieved commendable results, allowing them to return home with pride. The catalyst for this unity was none other than Lin Xuan, whose leadership had consolidated the class into a cohesive whole. "Class monitor, we would like to invite you and the vice monitor to dinner," a girl said, summoning her courage to bow before Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. Startled, Chu Ling'er paused her fidgeting, while Lin Xuan, taken aback, soon smiled and replied, "Sure, but allow me to treat all of you, as you have been exceedingly cooperative this semester." "That 1T do. This is a gesture from everyone," Su Luoluo interjected, shaking her head. Lin Xuan chuckled wryly, then nodded and rose, saying, "Then I shall see how you all have arranged it. Rest assured, class monitor, it has all been planned." With Su Luoluo's assurance, Lin Xuan could only take Chu Ling'er and their classmates to Shrek City for a bit of relaxation. Wang Lin stood by his office window, watching the cheerful group with a tinge of melancholy. He understood that few of them would likely remain in his class next year, as he would still be the homeroom teacher of Class 4 and would not be promoted simply due to Lin Xuan's victory. That night, Lin Xuan felt elated. Though he did not indulge in alcohol, he could sense the strong bond among them. Regrettably, he could not predict whether they would all remain in the same class in the second year. As he lay in bed, ready to sleep, a sudden knock on the window startled him. He arose to find Chu Ling'er crouching on the windowsill. "What are you doing, like a thief?" Lin Xuan opened the window to allow Chu Ling'er to enter. He glanced down at the rocking chair, only to find that the elderly gentleman who usually occupied it was absent. According to the customary timing, the old man should have still been there, engrossed in his book. However, Lin Xuan did not dwell on this thought for long. Just as he intended to embrace Chu Ling'er, she shyly brushed his hand away and remarked, "Master is on the roof." Ah, now it all made sense. Lin Xuan awkwardly touched his face, and Chu Ling'er, observing his dejection, said, "I must return now. I have come to bid you farewell." "Why the somberness? It's only been 2 months. Will you accompany me back? I believe Master would be delighted." Gathering her courage, Chu Ling'er spoke, but Lin Xuan paused briefly before shaking his head. He did not intend to travel openly this time, given that the Holy Spirit sect was seeking him. He had no desire to court trouble. Furthermore, he needed to venture into the frozen forest, as the illusory crystal bear remained trapped within the ethereal stone, rendering him unable to harness its wondrous capabilities. "Do not rely on me so much. Things will unfold as they must. Senior Wuxing surely has special training awaiting you. I look forward to seeing you grow stronger in the next 2 months so we can fight side by side," he encouraged. "Very well," Chu Ling'er sighed, her expression tinged with melancholy. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, grasped her hand, and kissed her directly. Chu Ling'er widened her eyes in disbelief, while above them, Duluo fell from the roof with a loud crash, glaring up in an attempt to interrupt them, yet he ultimately vanished without intervening. The dormitory supervisor, hearing the commotion, hurried to investigate, only to find a large pit on the ground with no one inside. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan did not part from Chu Ling'er until he could scarcely breathe. Chapter 52. The golden cicada's shedding of its shell. I must take my leave, Chu Ling'er said. Her face flushed. After sitting for a moment, she fled swiftly. Lin Xuan did not stop her, but could only watch her depart, still able to see Duluo's fierce gaze as she left. 2 months apart was not an excessively long time. He had matters to attend to during this interval, making it impossible for him to remain at the academy or accompany Chu Ling'er home. That kiss was his way of providing her with a sense of closure. That night, Lin Xuan slept soundly, and the following day, he and Douluo went to claim their rewards. Originally, Chu Ling'er was supposed to leave after today, as per the regulations. The team that secured first place would receive the academy's rewards. However, Duluo seemed to be aware of something, deeming it unnecessary to waste time there. Where are the class monitor and vice monitor? Lin Xuan inquired. They have gone home. The 2 of us will collect the rewards. Just leave hers behind, came the reply. Lin Xuan gently patted Douluo on the shoulder before entering the Sea God Pavilion. Meanwhile, a man lurking in the shadows was intently observing Lin Xuan's every move. Within the school, students were continually departing, most of them leaving in the company of their teachers. This year, due to exceptional circumstances, the teachers organized a collective excursion to various destinations, prompting everyone to fill out their return dates in advance. Lin Xuan accompanied Douluo to the entrance of the Sea God Pavilion, where Yi Fanqing emerged and inquired, "Why must we come to the Sea God Pavilion? You are aware that even I cannot linger here for long." Yi Fanqing looked at Lin Xuan with a sense of resignation. Lin Xuan nodded, responding, "There are indeed pressing circumstances. Then come inside and follow me. Fortunately, all the elders have vacated the Sea God Pavilion. Otherwise, I would not dare to bring you in," Yi Fanqing said, leading Lin Xuan to a previous chamber. Douluo remained in a state of shock, astonished to find himself within the most enigmatic location of Shrek Academy, the Sea God Pavilion. "The rewards for both of you have been determined. Core disciple status along with some gold soul coins, as well as access to the inner library for 1 year," Yi Fanqing stated, sitting on the bed with a sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to present a soul bone, yet after much deliberation, he could not find a spatial-type soul bone, nor any soul bone possessing spatial abilities. As for Douluo, to be frank, granting him core disciple status was the greatest reward, for although he had reached the soul sage level, he could only be considered a preparatory core disciple at most. "Thank you, Dean. I can forego my 1-year access to the inner library. But I hope, Dean, you can note that I wish to study in the Sea God Pavilion for 2 months. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and spoke, leaving Yi Fanqing momentarily bewildered by his request. His brows furrowed in confusion, as he felt Lin Xuan was being rather audacious. Although Lin Xuan was a key focus of training at Shrek, even the champion Wang Tianyu had only spent 7 days in the Sea God Pavilion. Sensing Yi Fanqing's misunderstanding, Lin Xuan hastily clarified, "Director Yi, you have misunderstood. What I mean is that I would like you to publicly declare my departure, after which I will tear open a rift in space and leave the academy. There are matters I must attend to." Yi Fanqing suddenly understood, and just as he was about to respond, he remembered that Douluo was also present. He turned to her and said, "Douluo, your time is limited as well. This is a reward from the academy. Take it and prepare to leave with your supervising teacher." "Yes, Director," Douluo nodded. She recognized that Yi Fanqing did not wish for her to overhear the ensuing conversation, so she obediently departed. After watching her leave, Lin Xuan sighed and remarked, "Was that really necessary? Why did you bring this little one along if you intended to make a clean escape?" "To collect the reward," he replied. Lin Xuan responded, and Yi Fanqing gently patted Lin Xuan's head, saying, "Foolish one, if the Holy Spirit sect sees the announcement, they will undoubtedly harbor suspicions. For you lack the qualifications to possess the strength to advance within the Sea God Pavilion. Hence, I shall not assist you in this matter. However, you may visit the library in the inner courtyard, where a forbidden space array is established. Even with your mastery of spatial power, you could not tear open a rift in space. So, you might as well remain there. But how am I supposed to get out?" Lin Xuan inquired. "I'll help you open a breach in the array." Upon hearing Yi Fanqing's words, Lin Xuan could not help but concede. Truly, experience prevails. His own schemes seemed rather juvenile in comparison. Yi Fanqing then patted Lin Xuan's head and cautioned, "Do not be too reckless. While your ability to escape is exceptional, you stand no chance against a soul saint." She then handed Lin Xuan a jade box. As he accepted it, he felt an icy chill emanating from the box, which was almost unbearable. Upon opening it, he discovered a mask within. "This is an ice silkworm silk mask. Why not try it on?" Lin Xuan nodded cautiously as he donned the mask. Though the mask felt somewhat cold, it did not hinder him in any way. Upon gazing into the mirror, he was momentarily entranced, for his reflection revealed a visage more exquisite than that of any woman, a striking beauty that surpassed even Chu Ling'er in her male disguise. In his earlier years, traversing the martial world, This very charm had been his shield, allowing him to navigate through the myriad blossoms without a single petal touching him. Oh, navigating through the myriad blossoms without a petal touching you? Just as Yifanqing was reveling in his own triumph, a chilling voice echoed from behind him, causing his expression to darken instantly. He exchanged a glance with Lin Xuan, who promptly understood the unspoken message. Bowing towards the masked woman behind him, he said, "Aunt, I apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." Damn it, Yifanqing lamented internally. Lin Xuan, however, remained indifferent to Yifanqing's domestic troubles. He swiftly removed the mask, seized the jade box, and fled. Meanwhile, Yifanqing endured a lengthy scolding from his wife, leaving him utterly disheartened, like a wild stallion. He found himself unexpectedly tamed. Director Yi was indeed careless. The thought of Yifanqing's smug demeanor brought a smile to Lin Xuan's face. Nonetheless, Yifanqing had offered him a valuable suggestion. The inner courtyard library was indeed an excellent place to explore. It was widely regarded as a forbidden zone, fortified with an array of formations to prevent theft. After Yifanqing had issued the announcement, Lin Xuan entered the inner courtyard library, where he encountered Wang Lin. Wang Lin appeared equally surprised to see Lin Xuan there. He pulled Lin Xuan aside and whispered, "How did you get in? Wasn't there anyone at the entrance?" "Of course. It was a reward for being first in the class assessment." "Surely, you knew about the announcement, right?" Lin Xuan replied. "Oh, I've been in the library since the class meeting ended," Wang Lin said, suddenly enlightened. He had initially thought Lin Xuan had sneaked in, and had even prepared an excuse, considering claiming Lin Xuan had accompanied him to organize materials, should it come to disciplinary measures. "Teacher, what have you been doing here for so long?" Lin Xuan inquired. "Do you think teaching is that simple?" Wang Lin retorted, his tone exasperated. He had to maximize each student's unique martial spirit while also planning their trajectory over the course of 3 years and 6 semesters. Whenever he encountered something beyond his understanding, he had no choice but to consult the inner courtyard library. Chapter 53, Flowers May Bloom Again. "But youth never returns. You intend to leave the school from here, don't you?" Wang Lin asked. "How did you know?" Lin Xuan replied, surprised. "Is it even a question? Anyone could see that. However, the most crucial thing is that your destination must remain undisclosed to anyone, even to me," Wang Lin added before returning to his reading. With little else to occupy him, Lin Xuan began perusing the shelves. Yet, as he stood, he sensed something amiss in the atmosphere. The oppressive feeling that had lingered earlier had suddenly diminished significantly. Carelessly waving his hand, he inadvertently created a minuscule rift in space. Observing the rift, a realization dawned upon him. The barrier was not actually deactivated. If it had been, the change would have been immediately evident. Since it could not be closed, it had merely weakened to the point where he could tear open a spatial fissure. Indeed, as Yifanqing had surmised, there were individuals outside monitoring the inner courtyard library. He firmly believed there was an undercover agent from the Holy Spirit cult embedded within the inner courtyard. Though for the time being, he had no means of identifying this person, as students in the inner courtyard seldom resided within the academy. Lin Xuan tore open a rift in space, gradually traversing the spatial passage. This was not his first encounter with such a corridor. It allowed for movement that disregarded any physical barriers. He was situated several kilometers from the city gate, and he needed to traverse an equivalent distance within the passage to exit the city. A moment's carelessness could result in him becoming ensnared within the city walls upon his emergence. This exemplifies the inherent instability of spatial forces. Moreover, the seemingly tranquil silver corridor could abruptly manifest spatial turbulence, potentially engulfing him. He treaded cautiously for half an hour, calculating his position before tearing open another rift. Indeed, he found himself precisely within the forest outside Shrek City. Observing his surroundings, he donned the mask provided by Nightstar and set forth towards the frozen forest. Above him, Nightstar vigilantly scanned the vicinity, ensuring it was devoid of any onlookers before departing. To outsiders, it appeared as though Lin Xuan remained ensconced within the inner courtyard library, never emerging. Meanwhile, Wang Lin employed a method of deception. He always brought food into the inner courtyard library, leading others to believe it was for Lin Xuan. Yet, Lin Xuan had long since infiltrated the merchant convoy en route to the frozen forest. This desolate expanse lacked the hues of any season, yet it served as a haven for spatial and temporal soul beasts, a realm devoid of rules, aptly termed the Lost Land. Few ventured there to hunt soul beasts. Those who did were often desperate rogues. Along the journey, Lin Xuan engaged in light-hearted banter with the caravan's guards. Upon learning that he was a student of Shrek Academy, their respect deepened, even garnering the favor of the caravan leader, the esteemed daughter of the merchant guild. Lin Xuan's dexterity and charm had undoubtedly garnered him a wealth of intelligence. Currently, direct trade between the two great empires had dwindled, while the presence of bandits and thieves proliferated, as both empires had stationed troops along the border. Consequently, the interior of the empires lay in a state of vulnerability, which allowed the bandits to thrive. "Brother Lin, we shall reach our destination by tomorrow. The thought of parting fills me with a sense of reluctance. For it is rare to encounter a youth as magnanimous as yourself," lamented a middle-aged man, patting Lin Xuan on the shoulder. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. This remark was merely a subtle probe into whether he would join the Merchant Association. His camaraderie with these burly men was quite amicable, and prolonging the conversation might inevitably foster some discord. Realizing he had hit a wall, the middle-aged man ceased his inquiries, and the others were at a loss for words. Just as everyone was preparing to cook dinner, Lin Xuan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "Enemies!" he shouted. "What?" The middle-aged man froze, yet remained still. However, in the next instant, an arrow pierced through his skull, splattering Lin Xuan with blood. He dared not linger, tearing open a rift in space to escape. It was tragic that the middle-aged man, despite possessing the cultivation of a soul king, fell victim to a hidden assault. Lin Xuan observed the oncoming tide of bandits with a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, his spatial powers were ever vigilant, allowing him to detect any approaching presence from 100 meters away. He spotted the leader of the bandits, a soul master wielding a bow as his martial spirit. This individual likely knew of the middle-aged man's soul king status, opting for a stealthy ambush. Thankfully, the Merchant Association's guards included 2 soul masters, stabilizing their formation momentarily. Nevertheless, the bandits were making a beeline for the carriage housing the young lady of the Merchant Association. "Miss, run!" the coachman bellowed, positioning himself to shield against the leader's arrows. The young lady, clutching her maid, sprinted towards the main body of the caravan. Lin Xuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could the girl still be so reckless? He promptly appeared before her, drawing a dagger to parry a descending blade from the shadows. From the surrounding thicket emerged 4 burly men. Lin Xuan glared at the young lady, admonishing, "Do not run about, stay behind me." "Lin Xuan, hurry to Uncle Yin," the young lady urged, her maid trembling beside her in fear. Lin Xuan understood that with 2 burdensome companions, they were no match for 2 soul masters and 2 great soul masters. Therefore, he turned to the 4 men, asserting, "I am a student of Shrek. If you are wise, retreat at once." Lin Xuan's words momentarily stunned the 4 individuals, yet the leader was no ordinary foe. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes as he regarded Lin Xuan. If he was indeed from Shrek, then eliminating him now would leave no trace of their involvement. Furthermore, given Lin Xuan's youthful appearance, it was evident he was merely an outer court disciple. As the leader pondered this, he suddenly lost consciousness, observing only his own body and the slowly descending sight before him. Lin Xuan had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with these worthless adversaries. He swiftly beheaded the strongest soul master and then pierced another, who had yet to react, with the long sword of a fallen comrade. Finally, he dealt with the 2 grand soul masters with decisive efficiency. Just as he intended to escort the young lady away, an arrow struck the maid in the back. "Xiaoyu!" the young lady cried out in anguish, witnessing the death of the maid who had always stood by her side. Lin Xuan's expression darkened as he glared at the opposing leader. As anticipated, the coachman had not survived for long. Lin Xuan addressed the leader. "I trust you heard my earlier words? Shrek Academy indeed produces youthful heroes. Today, I can allow you to depart, but you must leave the woman beside you behind." The leader coldly met Lin Xuan's gaze, promising that Lin Xuan could leave, yet Lin Xuan remained skeptical. One should never place trust in the words of a desperate outlaw. He turned to the young lady and remarked, "Flowers may bloom anew, but youth does not return. I cannot acquiesce to your demand. Moreover, the merchant convoy has regained their footing. Do you truly believe you can overpower them? Kill him." The leader bellowed, drawing his bowstring taut, launching a pitch-black arrow directly at Lin Xuan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xuan summoned spatial power to conjure a shield in preparation to deflect the arrow. The crisp sound signaled the immediate collapse of Lin Xuan's defenses, yet the arrow was ultimately absorbed by the spatial shield he had conjured. He activated the dormant Shantian shield within his Dantian, a barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a super Douluo. This implied that attacks from anyone below the rank of title Douluo would scarcely inflict any harm upon him, let alone those from a soul master. The inability to unleash his martial soul was Lin Xuan's most significant shortcoming. However, armed with a dagger and a Shantian shield, he felt undaunted. Remarkably, he charged through, taking the young lady back to the safety of the merchant guild's position, inciting fury in the thief leader, who seethed in frustration. "Be cautious. That fellow's aim is precise. Although his soul rings consist of 2 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, they likely enhance his strength, rivaling a soul king's strike. His weakness lies in the slow speed of his shots. As long as you remain vigilant, you should be fine." Lin Xuan approached the remaining 2 soul masters and spoke to them, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from both. With Lin Xuan's reminder, they understood the need to be vigilant during their skirmishes with others. The reason Lin Xuan felt it necessary to address these 2 was due to their impeccable soul rings, boasting 2 yellow and 2 purple hues, while the majority of the thieves possessed only white rings. "Boss, the situation seems dire. Perhaps we should retreat?" At that moment, some of the thieves began to falter in their resolve. Continuing the fight would undoubtedly result in significant losses, even jeopardizing the few soul masters among them. The original plan was for the chief to eliminate the Soul King and capture the young girl to leverage against the others. "Retreat!" the chief bellowed, and immediately, all the thieves fled with astonishing speed, reminiscent of their arrival. A collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. and Lin Xuan felt a wave of ease wash over him once he sensed that the group had indeed retreated beyond 100 meters. These individuals were exceedingly troublesome. Unable to unleash his martial spirit, his highly recognizable soul rings of 1 yellow and 2 purple would make it impossible for him to return to Shrek if word reached the ears of the Holy Spirit Church. Consolidate our lines, inspect the goods, and tend to the wounded. Lin Xuan gazed at the 2 members of the Soul Sect and remarked that the young lady had lost her former astuteness. Having rescued her, he realized that it was most advantageous for him to take charge at this moment. The survivors of the merchant convoy were all elites, and they swiftly cleared the battlefield. Fortunately, the thieves had taken all the plundered goods with them. Otherwise, there would have been no vehicles to transport the corpses and the wounded. Brother Lin, I am truly grateful for your rescue of the young lady. I, Ma Wu, owe you my life. Upon reaching a place of safety, one of the Soul Sect members sincerely conveyed this to Lin Xuan, while the others nodded in agreement. They understood that had the young lady perished here, given their leader's methods, it would likely result in a gruesome fate, or even her remains left to decay in the wilderness. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself. For certain reasons, I was unable to intervene earlier, otherwise I could have saved Brother Chong as well. Lin Xuan expressed a tinge of guilt, acknowledging that he had sensed the murderous intent immediately. Had he unleashed his martial spirit at that moment, he could have easily distorted the space above Brother Chang's head to evade the deadly arrow. After all, Brother Chong, a Soul King, was a significant asset to their cause, and his demise might have prompted the band of thieves to flee. Once life is extinguished, it cannot be restored. Furthermore, Lin Xuan, you are not well acquainted with us. Thus, we shall not hold your circumstances against you. Ma Wu, with a bitter smile, remarked that a Soul King like Brother Chong held considerable stature within the Merchant Guild. His sudden death would likely scatter their faction. Lin Xuan, however, chose not to involve himself in the affairs of the Merchant Guild. The night before Ma Wu reached his destination, he discreetly departed from the convoy, leaving behind a crystal card containing 10,000 gold soul coins as a means of atonement for his transgressions. The path of a martial artist emphasizes a clear conscience, and thus, Lin Xuan felt no remorse for parting with this sum. The guild leader, unable to express his gratitude for Lin Xuan's role in saving his daughter, could only cherish this kindness in his heart. After departing from the Merchant Association, Lin Xuan spent an entire day reaching the periphery of the frozen forest. Here, one could distinctly sense an overwhelming aura of oppression and chill. Unlike the starry forest, the outskirts of the frozen forest were evidently less populated, and the expressions of those present were notably indifferent. Lin Xuan disregarded those around him and ventured directly into the frozen forest. Many were taken aback. They recognized that although Lin Xuan was merely a soul master, his audacity to enter the perilous forest alone was laughable, and they lamented the loss of a life so recklessly squandered. Meanwhile, others, their eyes glinting with malice, followed him into the forest, clearly intent on nefarious deeds. Sensing the pursuit, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and effortlessly tore open a rift in space, vanishing before the bewildered onlookers, who could only watch as his footprints abruptly ceased. In the cold night, a cloaked figure addressed Han Yi, who wore the robes of the Star Dou Empire's Royal Soul Master Academy, pondering Lin Xuan's sudden disappearance. The man nodded, stating, "It is quite possible. I never expected to encounter him here in the frozen forest. The entire sect is searching for this individual, and yet here he is before me." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xuan was still affiliated with the Shrek Academy. The man beside him chuckled, "Han Yi, if you capture this young man, you will surely gain substantial support from the sect." The suggestion left Han Yi momentarily paralyzed, as he had intended to inform the elders of the sect. After all, he was merely a Soul King, while his companion was a Soul Sect member. However, the prospect of seizing this opportunity stirred his ambition. "You are right, Chen Feng. Let us join forces to deal with him," Han Yi replied with a smile. Though his heart was already brewing with murderous intent, there was no room for two tigers on the same mountain. No one knew he and Chen Feng had left together, and should he choose to eliminate Chen Feng, the members of the Holy Spirit sect would not suspect him. He believed that Chen Feng had also harbored similar thoughts when he made his proposition. "Indeed, let us go and search for Lin Xuan," Chen Feng said cheerfully, as the two continued onward, each harboring ulterior motives. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had reached a secluded area and entered the ethereal stone. The illusory crystal bear, noticing his arrival, nudged Lin Xuan with its fluffy head. Lin Xuan smiled and remarked, "Big fellow, let us live well in the frozen forest once we're home." The illusory crystal bear responded with a couple of playful roars, nodding in an almost human-like manner. Lin Xuan harnessed the power of space to activate the ethereal stone, causing the massive bear to sit heavily on the ground, clearly having taken a tumble. Lin Xuan emerged from the ethereal stone, only to find himself momentarily pinned beneath the bear. The creature hastily got back on its feet, allowing Lin Xuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 55. Unmasking. Lin Xuan felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Summoning the illusion crystal bear was no simple feat. His soul power had been nearly completely drained, and he was being weighed down by the massive creature. The illusion crystal bear gazed at Lin Xuan with innocent eyes. Lin Xuan waved his hand and urged, "Go on, great beast, return to your own kin." The bear nodded and quickly departed, while Lin Xuan sought refuge in a secluded cave to recuperate his soul power. Upon entering, an unsettling sensation washed over him. Although he believed that revealing his name would not raise any suspicions, he felt an inexplicable sense of being followed, despite the absence of any presence within 100 meters. The spatial energy surrounding him was chaotically turbulent, and he hesitated to tear open a rift in the fabric of space. This truly was a desolate land. Yet he could not fathom why his master had sent him here. The spatial energy offered him no insight whatsoever. Was he meant to venture deeper? However, as a soul master, what would happen if he encountered a 10,000-year-old soul beast? Not to mention, even a soul beast over 5,000 years old would pose a significant threat to him. As evening approached, Lin Xuan opened his eyes, preparing to depart. But the arrival of two individuals caused his brows to furrow. Hidden within a cloak, the cold knight was being pursued by Qin Feng, and their confrontation was rife with lethal moves, prompting Lin Xuan's instinct to evade. Just as he attempted to slip away, he sensed the nauseating aura of the malevolent soul master emanating from the cold knight. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan delivered a decisive kick, ensnaring the cold knight in a lethal predicament. The cold knight was struck by Lin Xuan's kick, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Staring at Lin Xuan in shock, he was genuinely taken aback, never expecting Lin Xuan to possess such formidable strength. Qin Feng, arriving shortly after, beamed with delight as he looked at the cold knight and proclaimed, "Brother, your timing is impeccable. Since you are a student of Shrek, let us join forces to eliminate this malevolent soul master." Lin Xuan furrowed his brow but still took action. He did not unleash his martial soul. Instead, he raised the Xiantian shield, continuously blocking the strikes from Hanyue. Hanyue incessantly unleashed his first and second soul skills, attempting to shatter the shield in Lin Xuan's hands. Yet his heart felt an icy chill. How formidable is this shield? His martial soul was that of a ghoul, yet his claws were on the verge of shattering from his own strength. On the other side, Qin Feng also felt a twitch in his eyelid, which quickly gave rise to an idea. His fifth soul ring glowed brightly, and as Hanyue turned to look at Qin Feng, ready to unleash a furious shout, he was struck squarely in the face by a punch. Qin Feng's fists shimmered with a golden radiance, and as the light dissipated, a pair of golden finger tigers emerged in his grasp. He had always concealed his martial soul, but now, with a thunderous force, he vanquished Hanyue. Observing Hanyue's head spinning a full 180 degrees, Lin Xuan shook his head. Indeed, the fate of a sinister soul master was utterly tragic. Yet this fellow had not even revealed his true strength before being betrayed by his own ally. "Thank you for your assistance, Brother Lin," Qin Feng said with a smile, clasping his fists in gratitude. However, Lin Xuan showed no sign of appreciation. Instead, he unleashed his martial soul and swiftly appeared behind Qin Feng, pressing a dagger against his neck. Qin Feng was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "Brother Lin, what are you doing? I am truly curious how you knew I was Lin Xuan." Lin Xuan chuckled and inquired, while Qin Feng exhaled in relief, believing that Lin Xuan was merely curious about why he knew his name. Thus, he feigned composure and replied, "Brother Lin, you may not be aware, but you are quite renowned in the Star Dou Empire. Everyone is familiar with your distinguishing traits, so how could I possibly be unaware?" "Oh, is that so? I must admit I have misjudged you." Although Lin Xuan spoke with a smile, he maintained a firm grip, causing Qin Feng to nearly be drenched in sweat. He was terrified that Lin Xuan might simply take his life. Lin Xuan chuckled and asked, "Are you aware of my appearance?" "Of course. Your portrait is well known in the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Xinglua Empire. One might boast so grandly, yet in the end, he is merely a sinister soul master." Lin Xuan was disinclined to engage in riddles with such a fellow, having never revealed his spatial powers. Meanwhile, this person, lurking behind Han Yi, was utterly ineffective, merely feigning a threat before fleeing. "No, please spare me. Have mercy, Lord Lin Xuan." Even though Qin Feng was a soul king, facing imminent death, he could only weep and plead for his life. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment, and in that brief pause, Qin Feng seized the opportunity, driving an elbow into Lin Xuan's abdomen. However, Lin Xuan had anticipated this move. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly targeted Qin Feng's throat. Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with unending regret. There had been a chance for a frontal assault against Han Yi, yet the existence of the Xiantian shield had compelled him to resort to a desperate tactic. Lin Xuan observed Qin Feng's struggles with a cold gaze. Internally, he lamented that no matter how well he concealed his identity, the moment he acted, others would recognize his spatial powers, a telltale sign. Moreover, while the members of the Holy Spirit sect might not know his face, they were certainly aware of his abilities. Qin Feng posed a dilemma. Although he was infiltrating the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Star Dou Empire, would the people of the Star Dou Empire believe him? Lin Xuan could only hastily dig 2 graves to bury Qin Feng and Han Yi, confident that no one would suspect him. Unbeknownst to Lin Xuan, however, everything was being observed by another. "Humph, Do the members of Shrek engage in such nefarious deeds? A tall, slender girl clad provocatively watched Lin Xuan's retreating figure from a withered tree, her voice barely a whisper. Lin Xuan remained oblivious to her presence. The spatial distortion allowed him to sense only beings within 100 meters on the same parallel plane. He was incapable of detecting birds or people perched in the trees. Yet, with the trees being barren and devoid of leaves, Lin Xuan paid them no mind, unaware that someone was concealed within a hollow trunk, witnessing the entire scene unfold. Lin Xuan strolled along the fringes of the frozen forest, keenly attuned to the spatial energies surrounding him. Yet, despite his efforts, he discerned not a trace of their presence. With a sigh, he pondered the intentions of Yang Zhao, uncertain whether it was a matter of his insufficient strength or if it stemmed from his lack of deeper exploration. Lin Xuan hesitated as he entered and exited this place, ultimately deciding to venture deeper. If Yang Zhao were to witness this scene, he would likely reprimand Lin Xuan for his foolishness. The primary reason he chose Lin Xuan as his successor was due to Lin's remarkable resilience and potential. If he diligently lived to the age of 99, he could seamlessly inherit his divine estate. He had never assigned Lin Xuan any tasks fraught with peril, especially in his absence, for he could only blame himself for not articulating his intentions clearly. After all, the heart of the frozen forest lay at its very core. Lin Xuan advanced cautiously, with the young woman who had witnessed everything following closely behind him. Just as Lin Xuan paused to catch his breath, the woman seamlessly entered his perception. Were they foes or allies? Chapter 56. Since time immemorial, heroes have rescued beauties. Oh no, it is the beauty who saves the hero. Lin Xuan muttered to himself, paying no mind to the woman behind him. It was only when she climbed a tree 30 meters away that he began to grow suspicious. Initially, he assumed she was merely a passerby, but to his surprise, she was actually following him. Why would she trail him? Could it be that she had witnessed him slay Han Yi and Chen Feng? Lin Xuan resolved to remain still, for he was uncertain whether this individual was a foe or a friend. At times, women can be the most lethal. Even if Lin Xuan were compelled to act, he would refrain from inflicting mortal harm. During sparring sessions, with elders observing, it was impossible to strike lethally amidst the myriad of deadly moves exchanged. Thus, when faced with such techniques in competition, he often displayed an air of fearless defiance, compelling opponents to temper their strength. A sudden wolf's howl shattered Lin Xuan's contemplations, prompting him to hastily gather his belongings and flee. Indeed, he had unwittingly trespassed into the territory of an ancient soul beast. The woman trailing him, having sensed the anomaly, had already advanced ahead. With a fierce silver wolf looming ominously behind him, Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and tore open a rift in space. Just as he was about to slip through, a pair of hands emerged from beneath his arms, encircling his waist. Startled, Lin Xuan prepared to resist, but succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by a fragrant scent that enveloped him. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Xuan found himself staring at a woman clad in revealing attire, bound to a great tree. He recognized her as the one who had been following him, yet he pondered the identity of his assailant. Rubbing his aching head, which felt as though it might split apart, he was engulfed in confusion. The only certainty was that his dagger was missing. That dagger was the sole relic left to him by his mother, and without it, he felt utterly lost, frantically searching his surroundings. Suddenly, his dagger was tossed onto the ground before him. Lin Xuan picked it up, only to be taken aback upon looking up. It was Ling'er. The woman standing atop the desiccated tree was none other than Chu Ling'er. To his astonishment, her gaze turned icy as she swiftly approached him and landed a punch squarely on his face. It was then that Lin Xuan realized his mask had long been torn away. Chu Ling'er regarded him with a chilling demeanor and remarked, "Do not address me so intimately. You are not Chu Ling'er." If Lin Xuan remains oblivious at this moment, he might as well cease to exist. The woman before him is evidently a master of illusion, capable of transforming into the figure of the woman he holds most dear. To his astonishment, not only has he been rescued by a beautiful damsel, but he finds himself at a disadvantage, overwhelmed by her presence. I caution you to refrain from any inappropriate actions. Lin Xuan forcefully raised his imposing demeanor and declared fiercely. Initially, he merely sought to reclaim a modicum of dignity, but upon noticing the woman's fist clenching in fear, it was evident that she was intimidated by Lin Xuan. Just as he reveled in his triumph, however, his unfortunate visage was met with a solid blow to the face. Enough! Lin Xuan was enraged. He summoned the Xiantian shield from his dantian and charged towards the woman. Startled, she was unexpectedly knocked off her feet, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. With teary eyes, she looked up at Lin Xuan, who found himself momentarily entranced. The woman possessed a 36D figure, her thick garments unable to conceal her allure, prompting Lin Xuan to involuntarily take a step back. What captivated Lin Xuan the most were her pointed ears and the seemingly translucent wings behind her. An elf? Both Lin Xuan and the woman bound to the tree experienced a moment of clarity. The elven race had been declared extinct since the era of Tang San, with tales suggesting they had transcended to another realm before their annihilation. Yet, remnants of their kind lingered in the world. Could it be that the elves had journeyed from the frozen forest? Reflecting on the desolate state of the frozen forest, he envisioned a time when it thrived with vibrant life and melodious birdsong, only to be stripped of its essence by the departure of the elves, leaving behind merely the remnants of spatial enchantments. This theory held considerable weight. Lin Xuan gazed at the woman with a hint of longing. In haste, she covered her chest and conjured a longbow in her hands. Lin Xuan raised the Xiantian shield to deflect her arrow. Wait, do not shoot. I mean no harm. Who would believe you, human? The woman pulled back her bowstring once more, releasing another arrow. Internally, she regretted her decision to intervene for this man, but her heart could not bear the thought of anyone being torn apart by the wind demon wolf. As Lin Xuan approached her, just as she was about to flee, he unleashed his martial spirit, tearing open a rift in space to seize her arm. Oh no! The woman, surprisingly light, executed a shoulder throw using Lin Xuan's grip and then leaped onto his shoulder, escaping into the trees. Lin Xuan rose, shaking his head. The rumor of elves being as light as a feather proved true. It felt akin to grasping cotton candy. This delicate skin was undoubtedly an aspiration for many, explaining why elves were regarded as the most beautiful beings in the world. Lin Xuan was not in the mood to ponder these matters. The elven clan should not be concealed in this place. He wished to escort her back to Shrek Academy, yet he failed to capture the woman, ultimately returning to his original position, empty-handed. However, what left Lin Xuan feeling utterly helpless was that his silk mask had been stealthily taken by the woman. If she were to use the mask to alter her appearance and disguise herself, he would be unable to recognize her. Nevertheless, he did not return entirely empty-handed, for the individual who had been tailing him was now bound by the woman. Well, I am not a devil. Let us hear what you have to say. Lin Xuan removed the handkerchief from the woman's mouth and inquired, What is your name? My name is Li Xiaoyan, she replied candidly. This honesty took Lin Xuan by surprise, for he had anticipated a need for more cunning tactics. He gazed at Li Xiaoyan and asked, Why have you been following me? Is it not curious that a member of Shrek would question me after having slain someone from the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Star Dou Empire? Li Xiaoyan exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Xuan scratched his head, feeling quite troubled. Indeed, she had noticed him. What to do now? He helplessly shrugged and said, What do you intend to do? My original plan was to coerce you into assisting me with a certain task. Which task? To eliminate Lu Qiao from your esteemed Shrek Academy. Lin Xuan stood frozen in place, perplexed as to why such a woman of the martial world would request him to eliminate Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao, a senior with whom he had once acquired a soul ring, was also a fourth-year student, his appearance akin to that of a scholar. Yet, his demeanor exuded an aura that discouraged approach, leaving Lin Xuan with little opportunity for conversation. That scoundrel deceived me and fled. I am resolute in my intent to avenge this treachery. Wait. Lin Xuan found it utterly unacceptable. What explosive information was this? Lu Qiao had deceived Li Xiaoyan? Lin Xuan scrutinized Li Xiaoyan. Her flowing black hair indeed rendered her quite beautiful, and her voluptuous figure marked her as a stunning woman, albeit dressed a tad too wildly, resembling the people from the borderlands. Yet, could such a captivating presence truly stir Lu Qiao's heart? Could it be that his senior was truly such a person? This was a reality he could not fathom. Although Shrek Academy had no restrictions on income and accepted anyone who was not utterly depraved, he could not tolerate anything that tarnished the institution's reputation. Chapter 57. Design. I am uncertain of the truth in your words, and your threats hold no weight. I have merely dispatched 2 malevolent soul masters. Do you truly believe that if I were to eliminate a member of the Star Dou Empire's Royal Soul Master Academy, I would face any consequences? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes and said with irritation, Can you believe that a soul king and a soul sect were actually killed by me? A mere soul master? Who would believe such a tale? And even if they did, wouldn't it seem rather peculiar? If a thorough investigation were to take place, Shrek would undoubtedly clear my name. So let us take action. Li Xiaoyan snorted, closed her eyes, and fell silent. Lin Xuan stroked his chin in realization. What did she perceive him to be? A ruthless killer silencing witnesses? A nefarious scoundrel? How absurd. He was a 7-foot-tall lad, and moreover, merely 12 years of age. His only fault was appearing a tad too mature for his age. Could he be blamed for that? Perhaps it was due to the abundant food he enjoyed during his time with Yang Zhao. If Yang Zhao were to hear this, he would surely fume with indignation. Lin Xuan turned to Li Xiaoyan and remarked, I have no intention of harming you, though your strength appears to surpass mine. What nonsense. I have been sealed by that elf. Li Xiaoyan exploded, startling Lin Xuan. He shook his head in disbelief. How could a girl resort to such coarse language in public? This was unacceptable. Nevertheless, he proceeded to untie Li Xiaoyan. He initially intended to break her seal, but soon realized that he was utterly incapable of undoing the elf's binding. This seal isn't merely a pressure point. Why did they seal you and not me? Mind your own business. Li Xiaoyan retorted sharply. She had indeed fought with that elf, who could transform into the most significant person in her heart, Lu Qiao. Faced with this charming deceiver who had ensnared her heart, she felt a tumult of love and hatred, prompting the confrontation that had left the female elf quite frightened, leading her to seal Li Xiaoyan instead. Let us depart from the frozen forest. Remaining here poses danger for both of us. It appears that the elf harbors no ill intent. Lin Xuan surveyed his surroundings before extending his hand. Li Xiaoyan dismissively swatted his hand away, stating, I can walk on my own. That's good to hear. Lin Xuan walked ahead, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Indeed, they were on the outskirts of the frozen forest. After half an hour, they safely emerged from its icy grasp. In the distance lay Yuan Mountain City, the very destination where he had rescued the merchant caravan. Initially, he had deliberately taken a longer route into the frozen forest. However, in truth, there was no deviation, for that was indeed the entrance to the frozen forest. It was simply accessible from various points. Fortunately, he was without a mask. Yet he pondered the implications of being discovered upon entering the city. Lin Xuan felt a tinge of frustration. The question of whether to enter the city loomed large. Ultimately, he decided against it, for the reason was simple. He wished to keep his identity concealed. Furthermore, he needed to retrieve the mask from that elven woman. Lin Xuan turned to Li Xiaoyan and said, You may enter the city. I have matters to attend to. Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? Li Xiaoyan replied with a somber expression. I am, after all, somewhat renowned. Should someone discover that I possess no soul power, what do you think would become of me? Li Xiaoyan's face darkened as she regarded Lin Xuan, who, upon reflection, realized the gravity of the situation and felt increasingly cornered. Observing Lin Xuan's flustered demeanor, Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Lin Xuan looked at her and said, Then go ahead and enter the city. Since it is inconvenient for you, I have a better plan. What is it? Lin Xuan gazed at the mischievous smile of Li Xiaoyan, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Although Li Xiaoyan was looking at Lin Xuan, her eyes darted towards the frozen forest. She whispered, I have been sealed by that crazy girl. Given my nature, I would never let this matter rest. We devised a plan to lure her out and then capture her. Lin Xuan replied, Your idea is quite audacious. Yet if we manage to seize her, we can enter the city with complete legitimacy. Lin Xuan nodded, seemingly in agreement with this effective method. However, the female elf was remarkably nimble, making it exceedingly difficult for him to capture her. He needed to devise a strategy. Suddenly, an excellent opportunity dawned upon Lin Xuan. The chaotic spatial forces in this area could be harnessed. He could utilize his second soul skill, spatial disruption, to create a tumultuous environment. In this manner, he could effortlessly seize her. Previously, he had hesitated to harm her, but now it was imperative that he apprehend the elusive figure. We shall exploit her benevolence, he contemplated. Let us venture deep in search of a 10,000-year soul beast. Even a 1,000-year soul beast will suffice. You must feign weakness to lure her out, he mused. It feels rather unethical to manipulate another's compassion in such a manner. Lin Xuan felt somewhat helpless. Although the plan was quite commendable, he still harbored some reluctance. Li Xiaoyan pouted and said, Hurry up, are you going to do it or not? Regardless, it has to be done. Lin Xuan nodded and re-entered the frozen forest alongside Li Xiaoyan. Hidden in the shadows, the elven maiden observed the unfolding events with bated breath. She was anxious, pondering what words could have prompted the two to venture deeper into the forest, especially into the territory of a 6,000-year-old soul beast. What should I do? It is infuriating. Not only have they exposed their identities, but I must also rescue them. The elven maiden stamped her foot in frustration, and to her astonishment, she melded seamlessly into the trunk of a tree. Lin Xuan advanced cautiously. They were now in the realm of the 6,000-year-old earth-tail scorpion, a soul beast known for its penchant for launching surprise attacks from underground. The choice of this path was strategic, as it allowed him to monitor the scorpion's every movement. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, hold on tight to me, he cautioned. Understood, Li Xiaoyan replied, nodding in agreement. Lin Xuan pressed forward for another 50 meters when suddenly, he was startled. The earth-tail scorpion had detected their presence and was charging furiously towards their feet. Lin Xuan leaped onto the top of a gnarled tree, then tossed down a rope for Li Xiaoyan to grasp before pulling her up. However, in the next instant, the massive form of the earth-tail scorpion erupted from the ground, toppling the withered tree into the air. Hold on tight, Lin Xuan bellowed. Li Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around his waist as he ripped through the fabric of space, instantly reaching the edge of the scorpion's territory. Seeing this, the earth-tail scorpion burrowed back into the earth, charging at Lin Xuan once more. Unfazed, he feigned panic and raised the Shantian shield to block the scorpion's earth-shattering strike. Lin Xuan was propelled into the sky. Just as he contemplated tearing open a rift in space to continue his escape, a pair of hands grasped his shoulders. It was the female elf who held onto him, vigorously flapping her wings to prevent Lin Xuan from plummeting to the ground. The ground scorpion, upon seeing Lin Xuan aloft, could only burrow into the earth and retreat. As Lin Xuan was about to make a move, Li Xiaoyan acted first. She wrapped her arms around Lin Xuan's neck and, with a powerful thrust of her waist, positioned her feet firmly against his ribs. Then, with renewed strength, she leaped, effectively securing the neck of the female elf. Chapter 58, The Elf Luna Secured, Li Xiaoyan exclaimed. However, the moment she spoke, the female elf immediately loosened her grip on Lin Xuan's shoulders, preparing to break free. After all, elves possess remarkable flexibility, making it easy to escape a chokehold. What she did not anticipate was that Li Xiaoyan would preempt her, entangling her arms and legs in midair. While her wings remained pinned due to Li Xiaoyan's body pressed against her back, rendering them unable to unfurl. Lin Xuan had already fallen hard, landing awkwardly. To make matters worse, he was nearly crushed by Li Xiaoyan, who had fallen on top of him as if he were a mere cushion. While Li Xiaoyan also suffered from the fall, she was taken aback to find that the elven maiden in her arms had fainted instantly, struggling to rise. Lin Xuan clutched his aching abdomen, overwhelmed by the pain. After binding the elven maiden with a rope, Li Xiaoyan exchanged a glance with Lin Xuan, who could only nod in response, albeit with great difficulty, before he hoisted the unconscious maiden onto his back and made his way towards a safe location. Everything within 100 meters was within his spatial awareness. Upon discovering a cave, he finally found a moment to rest. You're quite the partner, I must say. I nearly met my end from that fall. You couldn't have intended to do me in, could you? Oh, have you finally realized the truth? The world is fraught with peril, and a kind-hearted lad like you ought to remain in the shadows. Li Xiaoyan laughed heartily after taking a swig from her flask of spirits. Lin Xuan, observing her boisterous demeanor, could only feel exasperated. She must have calculated that he was merely a soul master, thus using him as a stepping stone, all while scheming to either eliminate him or leave him severely impaired. Such is the lesson learned. After Lin Xuan consumed a pill, he clasped his fists and spoke. Li Xiaoyan smiled without uttering a word, continuing to drink her wine in silence. Not long after, the female elf awoke, and upon opening her eyes, she realized she had been bound. Who would not feel alarmed? Even Li Xiaoyan felt a twinge of concern, let alone the timid elf. Do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions. Lin Xuan sat before the elven maiden, a smile adorning his face. However, he soon felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he realized that his demeanor was far from commendable, and his words lacked the persuasive power he wished to convey, especially considering that he had bound her. What do you intend to do? The elven maiden inquired, her voice trembling. Thousands of years prior, she had heard the elders of her kin recount the grim fate that befell those captured by humans. Despite her years of secretive rescues in the frozen forest, her identity remained concealed. The thought of the impending horrors brought tears to her eyes. Hey, why are you crying? Please, spare me. Upon witnessing her tears, Lin Xuan immediately found himself at a loss. Beside him, Li Xiaoyan was already doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach as she rolled on the ground. Lin Xian's innocent demeanor was simply irresistible to her. He shot a glare at Li Xiaoyan before inquiring, "What is your name?" "Luna." Luna replied softly. Lin Xuan extended his right hand and, under Luna's gaze, declared, "Return my mask to me, and I shall release you from your seal." "Wait a moment, is she not a fairy? Are you truly going to let her go?" Li Xiaoyan, still chuckling, furrowed her brow upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Lin Xuan turned to her with a cold expression and said, "She has saved us, although I did not require her assistance. She is indeed a kind fairy. I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Lin Xuan's words left Luna and Li Xiaoyan momentarily speechless. Li Xiaoyan rolled her eyes. Lin Xuan was indeed naive, yet perhaps it was this very innocence that made her not entirely dislike him. After all, amidst the deceptions of the martial world, one must encounter something pure from time to time. "Release me, and I shall return your mask," she demanded. "I cannot trust you. Although I have sealed your powers for now, I fear unforeseen circumstances. Tell me where it is, and I shall retrieve it myself. Rest assured, I shall not do anything untoward. Just allow me to fetch it." "No way." Luna was on the verge of tears. Li Xiaoyan, watching from the sidelines, seemed to know where Luna had hidden Lin Xuan's mask and was keen on witnessing the unfolding drama. Lin Xuan, puzzled, turned to Luna and inquired, "Is it not here?" "It is, but I must retrieve it myself," Luna replied, her face flushed. Lin Xuan sensed something amiss. He glanced at Luna's attire. Her flowing green gown appeared devoid of any pockets. "Could it be? You didn't place the mask?" Luna nodded in embarrassment, having concealed Lin Xuan's mask within her undergarments. Lin Xuan covered his face in silence, pondering how he would wear the mask again. With exasperation, he untied Luna, who promptly scurried into a corner and retrieved the mask, returning it to Lin Xuan. As he felt the lingering warmth of the mask, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Ha, young man, you are indeed fortunate." Li Xiaoyan laughed heartily from the side, leaving both Luna and Lin Xuan feeling rather awkward. Lin Xuan stored the mask in his ethereal stone, realizing he could not wear it just yet. Turning to Luna, he said earnestly, "I must thank you for saving me back then. I will help you lift the seal within her as you have aided me." Luna nodded and approached Li Xiaoyan, grasping her hand. A swirl of green energy flowed back into her being, allowing Li Xiaoyan's soul power to circulate once more. Li Xiaoyan's martial spirit erupted uncontrollably, revealing 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, causing Lin Xuan to gasp in astonishment. Li Xiaoyan stood at the cave's entrance, her demeanor cold as she regarded Lin Xuan and Luna. Luna, startled, instantly hid behind Lin Xuan. He had not anticipated that Li Xiaoyan was a soul emperor. Had he known, he would never have allowed Luna to unseal her powers so recklessly. "Little brother, I did warn you about the perils of the martial world, yet you remained so naive." "Li Xiaoyan, I promised Luna I would let her go. Do not impede her." Lin Xuan gazed at Li Xiaoyan with a grim expression. He was reluctant to sever ties with her, for it was plausible that she had indeed been wronged by her senior, a transgression for which their Shrek should be held accountable. He yearned to comprehend the intricate circumstances surrounding the matter. Very well, dear younger brother, in your naivety. If you surrender that elven maiden to me, I shall allow you to depart. I must respectfully decline. Lin Xuan activated the Xiantian shield, standing on high alert as he gazed at Li Xiaoyan. Luna looked at Lin Xuan with admiration. Just as Li Xiaoyan was about to make a move, she unexpectedly retracted her martial soul. Lin Xuan stared at her in astonishment, and Li Xiaoyan smiled, settling herself on a large rock and contentedly remarked, "It seems you are indeed quite an impressive young fellow. So, it was yet another test of my abilities?" Lin Xuan, realizing the situation, offered a bitter smile, and Luna, too, breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Li Xiaoyan might suddenly take action. Li Xiaoyan glanced at the cave ceiling before exhaling deeply and remarked, "I have matters to attend to in this frozen forest. Let us part ways here. Aren't you coming back to Shrek with me?" She inquired. "That matter will eventually be addressed, and isn't the Continental High Soul Master Academy competition just a year away? I shall await your arrival there. I believe that with that insufferable man's strength, making it into the reserve team should pose no difficulty. No need to see me off." With her back turned to Lin Xuan, Li Xiaoyan waved her hand and departed, leaving him powerless to retain her. Chapter 59, Distant Mountain City. Luna. "I apologize for startling you. Allow me to release your acupoints now." Lin Xuan turned around apologetically and spoke. Luna, blushing, nodded in agreement. With her consent, Lin Xuan swiftly tapped a few times on Luna's lower abdomen. The entire process was remarkably quick, so much so that Luna scarcely felt Lin Xuan's touch. And he did not take advantage of her in the slightest. Lin Xuan would certainly not casually touch a girl. Rather, he utilized his spiritual energy to skillfully apply acupressure from a distance. After completing this task, Lin Xuan finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted by the rapid turn of events. "What is your name?" Luna inquired softly as she sat beside him. Lin Xuan shrugged his shoulders in resignation and replied, "Please, no more hitting. My name is Lin Xuan. I do not wish to harm you, but I must disguise myself in this manner. I am truly sorry." Luna expressed apologetically. Lin Xuan shook his head to indicate that he bore no ill will. He had anticipated that Luna would leave, yet to his surprise, she remained seated beside him, showing no intention of departing. "Are you not leaving?" he asked. "Do you wish for me to go?" She countered. "You are so beautiful. I fear that if you stay any longer, who knows what might happen." Lin Xuan jestingly remarked, though there was an underlying truth in his words. He was not like Lu Xiaohui, capable of remaining unperturbed in the presence of beauty. With a fairy seated beside him, who could remain unaffected? He could only caution both himself and Luna not to draw too close. The denizens of the fairy clan are said to be devoid of romantic inclinations. However, should one truly ignite my emotions, I would love you steadfastly until death. Luna, in discussing this matter, exhibited a remarkable lack of shyness. Her words imbued with a sense of sanctity that left Lin Xuan rather perplexed. With a playful smile, Luna covered her mouth and said, "I have resided in the frozen forest for 3,000 years, and this is the first time I have conversed with someone for such an extended period." 3,000 years? That is an eternity. Oh no, 3,000 years merely equates to 15 years in human terms. Thus, my current mentality resembles that of a young girl. Kindness remains one of my few attributes, but in 5,000 years, I may very well lose that quality. Is this the nature of the fairy clan? How enlightening. Lin Xuan suddenly realized that Luna was 3,000 years old, which implied that she had lived within the frozen forest for 3 millennia. He then recalled the words of Yi Fanqing and inquired, did an elder nearing the end of his lifespan enter the frozen forest several decades ago? Within the past century, numerous individuals nearing the end of their lives have ventured into the frozen forest, including many of the titled Douluo you mentioned. Countless souls have sought to find peace here, and I cannot recall them all. Is that so? Lin Xuan felt a profound sense of regret as Luna rose to her feet, looking at him with a smile. "Lin Xuan, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. You are the first human to share their name with me, and I hope we may meet again in the future." "Likewise, but I may not return to the frozen forest often," he replied. "Is that so?" Luna smiled knowingly. She had not merely taken a seat beside Lin Xuan for no reason. Her elven heritage granted her the ability to perceive the emotions of others. Lin Xuan's emotions were intricate and varied, unlike Li Xiaoyan, who exuded only the stench of hatred and conspiracy. In contrast, Lin Xuan emanated a delightful fragrance, one that embodied innocence and kindness. Lin Xuan reminisced about Luna's smile. After spending an entire night in the cave, he retrieved the now cool silk mask. What a remarkable journey it had been. Although his initial intention was to escort the elf back to Shrek for protection, he had a change of heart. The elves were a free-spirited race, having been compelled to depart from the Douluo continent because of humanity. While he was unaware of the reasons that led Luna to remain in the Douluo continent, he understood her age and circumstances. Adorned with the mask, he returned to the gates of Yuanshan City, where the guards promptly opened the entrance for him, recognizing his identity as a student of Shrek Academy and offering no further hindrance. Upon entering the city, Lin Xuan sought out a stall to purchase a conical hat, the black veil at its edge perfectly concealing his visage, thus alleviating his concerns of being recognized. He found a modest inn to reside in, preparing to make his escape the following day. Meanwhile, in the frozen forest, Luna approached a spatial rift, casting a wary glance around her surroundings. She then whispered a few words in Elvish to the nearby trees before confidently stepping into the rift. Should Lin Xuan have witnessed this, his heart would surely have skipped a beat, for the natural spatial rifts of the frozen forest lead to unknown destinations, potentially transporting one to another realm. Luna was transported to a vibrant forest, where fawns frolicked joyfully, bees diligently gathered nectar, and the air was filled with the melodious symphony of birds and the fragrance of blossoms, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Yet, Luna's gaze reflected profound sorrow. For here, she found no kin of her kindred spirit. Years ago, she had been left behind by her mother, forgotten and forsaken. Not taken to the homeland of the elves. She understood the reason for her mother's decision. As a half-human, her mother had fallen in love with a mortal man. Tragically, human life is fleeting. Her father passed away after a mere century, and the most formidable force in existence is time. A millennium later, her mother had long since forgotten that love, rendering Luna's belief that elves remained bound by emotion for eternity a mere illusion. Feeling abandoned, Luna wandered through the forest, where the creatures accompanied her tenderly, as if attempting to alleviate her loneliness. A majestic lion approached her, squatting down in an invitation for her to mount. Luna shook her head, sorrowfully declaring, "I must leave." The lion let out a perplexed roar, while other animals expressed their anxiety with frantic movements. Luna gently patted the lion's head before arriving at a stone statue, carved in the likeness of the first elf queen, her idol. Yet, she was merely an ordinary wood elf, lacking the qualifications to ascend to such a title. Kneeling before the statue, she clasped her hands in prayer, and as if her supplication had been heard, a green light enveloped her. In an instant, the wings that once adorned her back vanished. Her pointed ears transformed into those of a human. At that moment, Luna had completely taken on a human form, a visage that Lin Xuan and Lin Xuan would never forget. With reverence, she uttered, "Your Majesty, thank you for your blessing. I believe he is the one I have been searching for." With determination in her eyes, Luna departed the forest, leaving behind a multitude of creatures mourning her absence, confined to gazing at the entrance, awaiting her return. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan remained oblivious to these developments, as he faced his own predicament. A one-eyed middle-aged man was regarding him with an affable smile. Lin Xuan, observing the man at the doorway, could not help but offer a wry smile. Regardless of how cautious he was, he found himself at the mercy of another's domain. Chapter 60. How about becoming our family's son-in-law? Young man, won't you invite this old man in for a chat? The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. Reluctantly, Lin Xuan permitted him entry and closed the door. The man took a seat without ceremony, scrutinizing Lin Xuan intently. Lin Xuan poured a cup of tea and offered it to the man, asking, "You must be the president of the Flying Ming Commerce Association, the father of Miss Xia? Young hero Lin, you have a keen eye." "Indeed. I am the father of the young lady, Xia Fong, here to express my gratitude." The president of Xia chuckled heartily, displaying a sense of camaraderie. Lin Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that President Xia understood his desire for discretion, hence his personal visit. President Xia then produced a cloth bag, stating, "This is a Qingquan bag, containing a token of my appreciation for you." "President Xia, that is unnecessary. I saved others as a means of saving myself. I was unable to intervene at that time due to certain circumstances and was forced to witness the demise of your associates. I already bear a burden of guilt. How could I accept a gift?" Lin Xuan spoke bitterly, expressing heartfelt words that even President Xia could discern. Thus, he refrained from accepting the token of gratitude. Being a straightforward individual himself, he preferred to avoid any convoluted exchanges. Lin Xuan's refusal might stem from his disdain for such offerings. Continuing to insist would only lead to unnecessary annoyance. "How about this? Instead of the token, let us consider him as our future son-in-law." Lin Xuan had just sighed in relief and taken a sip of tea when he immediately spat it out. With a wave of his hand, President Xia directed all the spilled tea onto the ground, not allowing a single drop to mar his attire. After coughing a couple of times to regain his composure, Lin Xuan, in a fit of irritation, remarked, "President Xia, please maintain your decorum. Asking a question will not lead to ruin. If you choose not to respond, so be it." President Xia, unperturbed, whistled nonchalantly, as if the previous exchange had merely been a jest. Yet, Lin Xuan was acutely aware that it was far from a mere test or jest. If he were to acquiesce, he would likely find himself wed tomorrow. Lin Xuan clasped his fists and declared, "President Xia, I intend to return to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Please do not impede my departure. You've barely been on break for half a month. Why the haste?" President Xia inquired, shaking his head. From any angle, Lin Xuan appeared suspicious, which was precisely why he refrained from attempting to recruit him. Attracting prodigious talent was advantageous, yet the paramount concern was that the guild should avoid significant troubles. The more brilliant the genius, the greater their number of enemies, for they possess irrefutable motivations that propel them through adversity. As someone who has traversed similar paths, President Xia understood this well. "Youth, I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Take this," he said, tossing Lin Xuan a token. "Though our faming guild may not be the largest, we have branches in all significant cities of the two great empires. With this token, you will receive assistance wherever you may go. Lin Xuan accepted the first-class VIP token without hesitation. He deemed it prudent to keep it. For one never knows when the aid of the faming guild might be necessary in times of urgency. Farewell, young hero, may our paths cross again. With that, President Xia departed, leaving behind a cup of steaming tea. Lin Xuan sat in contemplation of the recent events. The most fortunate being that he had released the illusory crystal bear, allowing him to return to Shrek Academy and delve into the mystical properties of the ethereal stones. However, the journey ahead promised to be fraught with perils. Firstly, there was Li Xiaoyan's true identity. He remained uncertain whether she was indeed a member of the Holy Spirit cult. At the very least, her martial spirit did not exhibit the traits of a sinister soul master. Moreover, she had attempted to kill him on several occasions, yet had refrained from doing so. After much reflection, Lin Xuan found himself at an impasse, unable to draw any conclusions. Early the next morning, he procured provisions and daily necessities for the journey and set forth toward the academy. He had acquired a horse for the 7-day trek to Shrek, choosing to take the main roads to reduce the risk of robbery. After all, the faming guild had been ambushed due to their haste in taking shortcuts. Lin Xuan, a voice called out, causing Lin Xuan to break into a cold sweat. He quickly pulled the reins and turned to see Luna galloping toward him on a white horse. He was nearly shocked speechless, for Luna had entirely shed her elfin features and appeared as a mere human. Was it a disguise? Or had the most significant person in his heart simply transformed? Such a notion was inconceivable, and Lin Xuan's mind was in turmoil. Amid the envious gazes surrounding them, Luna reined her horse beside Lin Xuan and smiled. I finally caught up with you. Wait, there are too many people here. Let us find a secluded spot to converse. Lin Xuan intercepted Luna, as he was unwilling to reveal his own identity or allow Luna to disclose her elven heritage. Should such a revelation occur, Shrek would undoubtedly be compromised, and he might forfeit the chance for a 7-day joyous excursion at the headquarters of the Holy Spirit Church. Alas, the price for such an opportunity would be death. Lin Xuan led Luna into a secluded forest, halting only after ensuring they were not being followed. Luna's white steed was remarkably well-behaved, and inexplicably, the wild horse that Lin Xuan had previously struggled to tame became docile in her presence. Could this be the innate gift of the elven race? However, now was not the time for such musings. He turned to Luna and inquired, "Could you provide me with an explanation? I find it hard to believe that you would foolishly depart from a place you have inhabited for 3,000 years. Do you truly wish to hear the truth?" Luna asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Xuan nodded, skeptical that a bashful elven maiden would elope with a man such as himself. He dismissed the notion of romantic impulsiveness, believing instead in the gradual development of affection, as experienced with Chu Ling'er. "To be honest, I do not know. But I feel that you are the one I have been searching for." "Huh, what do you mean by that?" Lin Xuan listened in a state of bewilderment as Luna, her cheeks flushed, spoke. "Please don't make me feel so bashful. What I meant is not what you think. For the elven race, the most significant aspect of life is the feeling. In my 3,000 years, I have encountered many prodigies like you, and even those who possess greater kindness. Yet, none have stirred my heart as you do. I cannot explain why, but it feels as if leaving you would mean losing something precious." Though Luna's words were shrouded in ambiguity, Lin Xuan seemed to grasp a notion. It was evidently linked to the bloodline coursing through his veins. What could it be that compelled both Chu Ling'er and Luna to draw near him with such fervor? Was his bloodline truly something extraordinary? Something that all who bore a similar lineage would covet? Did this not place him in a perilous situation? While girls might perceive it as love, what of the boys? There were only two possibilities. Either they would seek to eliminate him to claim his bloodline, or they would develop feelings for him. The mere thought of a man harboring affection for him sent a shiver down Lin Xuan's spine. Chapter 61. Bad news. Although your words are perplexing, I still wish for you to return to the frozen forest. Do you understand what your departure signifies? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and inquired, to which Luna's expression shifted dramatically before she nodded and replied, "The elven race has not appeared in the Douluo continent for over 3,000 years. If my true identity is discovered, I will be captured and subjected to interrogation regarding the ancient sites of the elves, or even coerced into bearing children with humans. It is sufficient to know that there are even some who desire more." TSK. Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. An elf was as perilous as a child brandishing a gold soul coin in a bustling marketplace. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, his expression shifted to one of increased helplessness upon sensing Li Xiaoyan approaching. "Kid, you're taking your sweet time," Li Xiaoyan remarked with a smile as she arrived before Lin Xuan and Luna 5 minutes later. Luna, clearly intimidated by Li Xiaoyan, instinctively inched closer to Lin Xuan. He drew Luna behind him and inquired, "You are from the faming Merchant Association, aren't you?" "Hey, there's no way I would be associated with old Jean. That would only bring him trouble," Li Xiaoyan retorted, taking a hearty swig of her drink. Lin Xuan, bemused by her frivolous demeanor, felt ensnared by the two individuals who clung to him like stubborn gum. "Oh, isn't this the little elf? Did you think that releasing you meant I was easy to deal with?" Li Xiaoyan's tone shifted, her gaze turning icy as she fixed it on Luna. Startled, Luna trembled but mustered her courage to reply, "Don't think I'm afraid of you." "Oh," Li Xiaoyan chuckled, her 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, illuminating behind her. Luna, not one to back down, activated her own 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Both Lin Xuan and Li Xiaoyan were taken aback. Was the elven race truly utilizing soul rings? Observing the potential for conflict, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and warned, "If you two decide to fight, I will take my leave immediately." With that, he rent the fabric of space, preparing to slip through. Li Xiaoyan clicked her tongue, reluctantly dispelling her soul rings. Although she harbored a desire for vengeance against Luna for her earlier capture, the moment was not opportune. She still needed Lin Xian's assistance to locate Lu Qiao. Seeing the two cease hostilities, Lin Xuan exhaled in relief, sealing the rift in space and silently mounting his horse as they continued towards Shrek Academy. For 7 consecutive days, Lin Xuan remained mute. While Luna and Li Xiaoyan were equally reticent, acutely aware of Lin Xuan's discomfort at being unexpectedly entangled with them. "This is Shrek City. You may enter using my identity. However, I must inform you that I will not conceal your identity. I will not permit anyone to jeopardize Shrek." Lin Xuan did not turn around but gazed at the walls of Shrek City, speaking softly. His words conveyed a subtle yet palpable aura of menace, which Li Xiaoyan and Luna both sensed. Although the threat was not overwhelming, they understood that should they take any action detrimental to Shrek, this man before them would pursue them relentlessly. Lin Xuan turned around and cast a glance at the 2 women, who promptly tore off their silk masks and made their way toward the city gate. The watchful guards immediately reported the situation to Zhang Jinfeng. Upon seeing Lin Xuan return from outside the city, Zhang Jinfeng was nearly horrified and hurriedly pulled Lin Xuan into the city. He could not assure that Lin Xuan would not be ambushed by the Holy Spirit sect outside the city. Looking at Lin Xuan, Zhang Jinfeng quietly inquired, "Lin Xuan, your actions this time were rather reckless. If Knight Fanqing discovers that you sneaked out of school, you would surely face reprimand." "Uncle Zhang, I was released by Dean Yi." "What? That is even more outrageous." Zhang Jifeng replied, his anger palpable. "Who is being outrageous?" Knight Fanqing approached Zhang Jifeng and playfully punched him in the chest, chiding him with a smile. He then glanced at the 2 women behind Lin Xuan, furrowing his brow, and pulled Lin Xuan into a corner, adopting a serious expression as he asked, "What is going on? Did I not instruct you to avoid unnecessary interactions outside? It is a long story. These 2 individuals are not ones I can speak of freely. Let us discuss it back at school." Lin Xuan clearly preferred not to converse with Yi Fanqing on the bustling street, as the crowd's chatter might inadvertently attract attention, and there was a likelihood of encountering members of the Holy Spirit Church nearby. Yi Fanqing was acutely aware of this, so she turned to Zhang Jinfeng and said, "Jinfeng, you may continue your duty. I will accompany Lin Xuan back." Zhang Jinfeng cautioned her, "Be careful. The city has been rather turbulent lately." Yi Fanqing nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded with Lin Xuan toward the academy, with Luna and Li Xiaoyan obediently following behind. Their brief excursion lasted merely half a month. Shrek City had not grown significantly quieter, yet within Shrek Academy, it was notably desolate, as most teachers had taken their leave. Only the elusive senior students of the inner academy began to appear more frequently, including Wang Tianyu. However, Wang Tianyu evidently had a mission. Merely nodding at Lin Xuan before departing, Yi Fanqing cast a glance at Wang Tianyu and remarked, "The inner academy has been tirelessly engaged with matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church during this period. Many teachers who returned home during the academy's break have faced assaults. However, most of these attackers were merely testing the waters, aiming to exert pressure upon us. Fortunately, I did not encounter the Holy Spirit Church during my travels. I have released the illusion crystal bear in the frozen forest. I trust Du Zitong is unharmed." Upon finishing his words, Lin Xuan noticed that Yi Fanqing's expression turned exceedingly grim. Lin Xuan's heart skipped a beat as Yi Fanqing sighed and said, "Du Zitong and Xiao Bei have vanished. It remains unclear whether they were abducted or chose to flee on their own." At that time, Zhang Jinfeng had pursued the fleeing evil soul master after discovering a stronghold of the Holy Spirit sect within the inner courtyard. "So, does this mean that no one in the city is taking care of Du Zitong and Xiao Bei?" Lin Xuan questioned in disbelief, while Yi Fanqing nodded slightly. At that time, he had not participated in the operation within the Sea God Pavilion. In retrospect, it appeared that the stronghold may have been intentionally abandoned, with the objective being to ensnare Du Zitong and Xiao Bei. This has now become quite troublesome. Lin Xuan let out a deep sigh, feeling the predicament weigh heavily upon him. Although Du Zitong held little intrinsic value, her extensive knowledge posed a significant threat. Should she fall into the hands of the Holy Spirit sect and endure their merciless interrogation, it was not merely the risk of Yang Kaidai being the first to betray them. Numerous secrets from their side would inevitably come to light, such as Lin Xuan being the true mastermind behind it all. Initially, Lin Xuan had merely played the role of an unseasoned participant in this affair, not yet deemed a target for elimination by the Holy Spirit sect. However, the situation had now shifted dramatically. There was no point in dwelling on it. The students from the inner courtyard were also searching for the whereabouts of the 2, and even the elder from the Sea God Pavilion had set out, hoping to uncover their fate. Lin Xuan understood that Yi Fanqing's words were a gentle reminder not to indulge in fantasies, but rather to confront reality with honesty. This realization left Lin Xuan feeling quite helpless. It was indeed disheartening news. As they walked, they soon arrived at Yifanqing's residence in the outer courtyard. After leading the horses into the stable, the trio entered Yifanqing's home. It was only upon entering that Lin Xuan comprehended the reasons behind Yifanqing's seemingly frivolous demeanor. Chapter 62. One should not be fickle in matters of the heart. The ambience of Yifanqing's room was predominantly pink, with nearly all the furnishings adorned in the same hue. Lin Xuan's lips twitched in disbelief, questioning whether the room in the Sea God Pavilion actually belonged to Yifanqing. Fanqing, why have you brought guests home? Just as Lin Xuan was taken aback, a little girl with a single ponytail rushed out, her surprise evident. Before Yifanqing could respond, Lin Xuan inquired, Director Yi, is this your child? As soon as Lin Xuan's words fell, he felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, propelling him through the air and crashing through the door. Luna and Li Xiaoyan gazed in terror at the little girl before them, while Yifanqing, covering her face in silence, softly remarked, Akai, please don't be so angry. After all, she is still a child. Humph. You know how much I despise being called that. You handle it yourself, Akai huffed before storming back to her room. Yifanqing could only cast a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Lin Xuan. It was not that she failed to warn him, but rather that she had not anticipated Akai's return. Truly unfortunate. Yifanqing infused her spiritual energy into Lin Xuan, and before long, he regained consciousness. If it weren't for the sight of Yifanqing upon opening his eyes, he might have believed he had perished. Indeed, in the face of overwhelming power, all defenses such as the Shantian shield and bloodline abilities were rendered meaningless. He had no time to activate any of them. Young man, trouble arises from careless words. Be more cautious next time. I have learned my lesson. Lin Xuan sighed, feeling a lingering heaviness in his chest. The little girl had clearly held back, merely intending to teach him a lesson. Yifanqing led Lin Xuan and the other two into her room, which, as expected, was quite ordinary, devoid of any peculiar decorations. Well, it's time to introduce the two companions behind you, Yifanqing remarked nonchalantly as she took a seat. Lin Xuan nodded and recounted the circumstances of Li Xiaoyan and Luna, deliberately omitting Luna's identity as an elf, simply stating that Luna was a human who had rescued him and had been following him for various reasons. He disclosed everything regarding Li Xiaoyan without reservation. So, you mean to say that a student from our school deceived you and then fled? Yifanqing's brow furrowed, clearly troubled by the situation. Such matters were usually addressed by the inner academy, as the students from the outer academy were merely children, no older than 17 upon graduation. Yifanqing stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, Lu Qiao has returned home. If he comes back, I will ensure that the teachers at Shrek conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. For now, you should remain in Shrek City for a month. I'm fine with that. Li Xiaoyan replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. This gesture caused Yifanqing to furrow his brow, as he possessed a keen eye for discerning character. He sensed that Li Xiaoyan's situation was far more complex than she let on, likely shrouded in hidden motives. Yifanqing turned to Li Xiaoyan and said, Then I must ask you to temporarily leave the academy, as you are not a member of it. Oh, Li Xiaoyan nodded and departed without delay. Lin Xuan opened his mouth to speak, but noticed Yifanqing winking at him, prompting him to refrain from urging her to stay. After Li Xiaoyan left, Yifanqing turned to Lin Xuan and said, The world is fraught with peril. You must understand that some matters are not as straightforward as they appear. I suspect Li Xiaoyan seeks Lu Qiao for ulterior motives, yet we must still address this issue. I am indeed too inexperienced, Lin Xuan admitted. Lin Xuan nodded, uncertain of what secrets Li Xiaoyan might be concealing from him. Yifanqing then turned his gaze towards Luna, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he inquired, Is the girl by your side truly the one who saved your life? Yifanqing's words startled both Lin Xuan and Luna, particularly Luna, whose palms began to sweat. If Yifanqing had discerned her true identity, though Shrek Academy would not trouble her, inquiries would inevitably arise. Lin Xuan interjected, Director Yi, please refrain from asking. Why should I not inquire? Are you aware of what you are doing? Yifanqing looked at Lin Xuan with a puzzled expression, his eyes betraying a hint of anger. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Director Yi had some grievance with the elven race? That seemed implausible, as there should be no connection between Director Yi and the elves. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Yifanqing suddenly remarked, Young man, you are straddling two boats here. Setting aside the fact that Chu Ling'er is a fine young woman, Wuxing Douluo is also one I hold in high regard. How can you dare to be infatuated with her daughter yet remain fickle? Director Yi, Lin Xuan shouted in anger, questioning the absurdity of being accused of being fickle and two-timing. Did he truly embody such a character? If he were indeed that kind of person, then Knight Feinying's criticism would be justified. However, he had engaged in none of those actions. Young man, who among us has not been reckless in youth? Yet, one must exercise discretion. Since you have already confirmed your relationship with Chu Ling'er, do not indulge in reckless behavior. Knight Feinying, having experienced such matters before, had dabbled in romantic pursuits while single, but once he committed, he was fiercely loyal. Lin Xuan could hardly contain himself. He was on the verge of revealing Luna's true identity to Knight Feinying. I advise you to maintain your distance. After Knight Feinying's remarks, Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words. He expressed his gratitude to both Luna and Knight Feigning before departing. Knight Feigning smiled as he watched Lin Xuan and Luna leave, amused that Lin Xuan dared to conceal Luna's identity from him. He felt compelled to tease him a bit. You are truly mischievous as the dean of the Outer Academy to play tricks on a student. And you, as the vice dean, resort to violence against your students. Knight Feigning retorted defiantly. Akai huffed, ignoring Knight Feigning. Despite her superior strength, she preferred to remain out of the limelight, partly due to her height. Rest assured. Akai, we have made progress in unraveling the curse within you, Knight Feigning said softly, embracing Akai. She attempted to pull away, but ultimately relented. For as Knight Feigning indicated, her curse had long plagued them both, evident in their 30 years of marriage without children. Do not dwell on it. Let us return, he urged, guiding Akai back to their quarters. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, seething with anger, escorted Luna back to his dormitory, feeling the urgency stirred by Knight Feigning's words. In truth, he realized there was no need for such concern. He had not truly been unfaithful. Perhaps it was simply because he regarded Knight Feigning as an elder that he took his words to heart. I'm sorry, Luna whispered beside him. Lin Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It's not your fault, yet you heard it. I have a girlfriend now. If you do not leave within a month, I fear she may misunderstand. I understand, Luna replied, her expression dimmed, and Lin Xuan felt an unexpected pang of guilt at her sorrowful demeanor. Chapter 63. The true nature of the ethereal stone. Lin Xuan was drenched in a cold sweat, for he had never experienced such a situation before. If he were to soften his heart at the mere sight of a girl in tears, it would surely lead to his own ruin. He gazed at Luna earnestly and said, Do not employ any of your abilities upon me. I am not. It is a natural gift of the elven race. Once we feel sorrow, we inadvertently affect all living beings around us, including plants. We are the essence of all spirits. Although humans possess advanced intelligence, they remain fundamentally biological. Thus, relationships between elves and humans typically begin with the tears of the elven kind. Are you implying that in order to be with you, I must ensure that you do not weep? Lin Xuan was utterly bewildered. Observing Lin Xuan's dazed expression, Luna couldn't help but chuckle as she remarked, Well, let's see how you perform. Ling'er, hurry back and save me. In his heart, Lin Xuan lamented as he observed Chu Ling'er, who was secretly cultivating, suddenly sneeze. She looked around in confusion before resuming her practice. In an effort to distance himself from Luna, Lin Xuan immersed himself in studying the ethereal stone. As he infused the stone with spatial energy, it emanated a rich green light. He could perceive the intricate patterns within the stone, which were etched in a resplendent purple-gold hue, the method of which remained a mystery to him. Moreover, he noted a significant disparity between these patterns and those hastily inscribed by Yang Zhao. While the patterns were indeed stable, their scarcity indicated an insufficient mastery to inscribe more advanced designs. Is this the ethereal stone? How marvelous! Lin Xuan was taken aback, casting an angry glance at Luna. Did she not understand that one should not disturb others who were deeply engrossed in their studies? If it weren't for the fact that the power of space inherently stemmed from the forces of nature, he might have succumbed to madness. However, the next scene left him in a state of shock. The ethereal stone in Luna's hands emanated an even more intense green light. Just as Lin Xuan was about to speak, the two were engulfed within the ethereal stone, which was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The ground beneath Lin Xuan's feet spanned 100 meters, yet he now comprehended why his mastery of the ethereal stone was limited to such a range. For this was merely a plaza. A series of resounding booms echoed around them as four dark figures slowly emerged from the earth, towering majestically around the plaza. The ground began to tremble violently, compelling Lin Xuan to grasp Luna tightly and cling to a nearby pillar. The plaza commenced its ascent, and from below, a magnificent palace rose into view. Lin Xuan gazed in disbelief at the surrounding spectacle, the four towering black spires, the levitating plaza, and the resplendent white palace on the ground. What is this? I have never encountered such an ethereal stone. Luna, equally astonished, remarked as she surveyed the scene. As for Lin Xuan, though he had surmised that the ethereal stone had likely been altered by some eminent figure, it was apparent that the reality was far more intricate. Even Yang Zhao, residing within Lin Xuan's spiritual sea, was gazing around in astonishment. This is truly fascinating. A fragment of Yang Zhao's residual soul emerged from Lin Xuan's spiritual sea. Taking on a humanoid form, observing the surroundings with keen interest, Luna stared at Yang Zhao, who, with a casual wave of his hand, sealed all her facial features, rendering her as if frozen in time, unaware and unable to feel her immobility. Yang Zhao surveyed the vicinity and commented, the handiwork of an ultimate Douluo, perhaps even a demigod. This individual must be an earlier user of spatial power than I, possibly even not of this world. For there have only been 5 space gods thus far, each in search of their successor. If such a formidable being exists, it is inconceivable that no one would be tempted. Could this individual's mastery of space lead them to divinity? Lin Xuan gazed at Yang Zhao in astonishment. Yang Zhao shook his head and said, I have told you, do not underestimate yourself. Even I, your master, am largely self-taught. In the beginning, I had no grasp of spatial power, whereas you are a natural wielder of it. Your affinity for spatial energy is unparalleled. Yang Zhao affectionately patted Lin Xuan's head. and the acknowledgement from his master filled Lin Xuan with exhilaration. Yang Zhao looked at the four towering structures with a hint of confusion, unable to discern their specific purposes, including the palace beneath their feet. Lin Xuan, go investigate that tower over there, Yang Zhao instructed, pointing towards the eastern tower. Lin Xuan stood motionless. Realizing he could not fly, they were suspended in midair. Yang Zhao, seemingly aware of Lin Xuan's thoughts, chided him playfully, you are now the master of the ethereal stone. Do you fear falling? Jump. Lin Xuan gritted his teeth and leaped down. In that fleeting moment, a pair of pristine white wings unfurled from his back. Astonished, Lin Xuan gazed at his wings, but before he could fully comprehend the situation, they began to flap of their own accord, carrying him to the towering edifice that Yang Zhao had mentioned. The tower featured but a single entrance. Without it, Lin Xuan might have mistaken it for a mere column. Yang Zhao scrutinized the grand structure and cautioned, do not enter. Your strength is still too feeble. He was unwilling to let Lin Xuan take such a risk. Were it not for his existence as a mere remnant of a soul, he would have dared to explore within. Lin Xuan, captivated by the imposing tower, felt an inexplicable voice calling to him. He turned to Yang Zhao and said, there is something within that beckons me. Are you certain? Yang Zhao furrowed his brow. There were only two possibilities. Either this truly was an opportunity meant for Lin Xuan, lying in wait inside, or it was a trap, with some ancient entity sealed within, seeking to usurp Lin Xuan's body. If it were the former, Yang Zhao would not hinder him. If the latter, he would never allow Lin Xuan to enter. Compelled by an unseen force, Lin Xuan took a step closer to the tower. Yang Zhao immediately grasped his arm, smirking coldly. So eager? Come back. In that instant, Yang Zhao realized that the tower was no benign structure. Genuine opportunities do not relentlessly entice the heart. Only those long sealed away would desperately call out, perhaps even employing hypnotic techniques to draw one closer. Just moments ago, Lin Xuan had envisioned himself claiming a legendary sword from within. Lin Xuan was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for Yang Zhao awakening him, he might have faced dire consequences had he ventured alone today. Yang Zhao nodded, displaying no hint of reproach towards Lin Xuan. It was indeed a fanciful notion for a grand soul master to withstand such circumstances. Given that all four towering structures might harbor issues, it seemed prudent to investigate the palace, which emanated a sacred aura. I believe that by going there, we shall uncover the truth. Yang Zhao gestured towards the central giant tower, and Lin Xuan nodded, proceeding towards the palace. Yang Zhao cast a lingering glance at the giant tower before departing, realizing that the so-called ethereal stone was, in fact, a confinement array. With a cold smirk, Yang Zhao understood the situation. No wonder he had been unable to perceive anything. Chapter 64. The four demon gods. Lin Xuan arrived at the palace, which bore no restrictions. He ventured directly into the grand hall, finding it empty save for countless murals and an opulent ceiling. Yang Zhao gazed at the murals surrounding them and remarked, this individual is intriguing. He managed to depict everything that transpired just before his demise. Master, how did you discern that? Lin Xuan inquired. Look over there. Yang Zhao pointed to a corner of the palace, where a skeleton sat serenely upon a throne, adorned in tattered robes and crowned with a resplendent golden diadem. As Lin Xuan approached, he could not help but gasp in horror. The ribs of this figure were entirely shattered, with one bone distinctly visible at the location of the heart. Such grievous injuries, he murmured, and they appear fatal. But what of these murals? Lin Xuan marveled at the exquisite artistry of the murals, astonished. Could it be that this person bore such severe wounds, yet managed to document everything that transpired? I was mistaken. I initially thought this was the work of an ultimate Douluo, but it turns out to be the masterpiece of a true deity. True deity? Master, are you implying? Indeed, this is a god of the elven race. Yang Zhao gestured towards the skeleton's hand, which, hidden beneath the robe, was slender and green, a clear indication of its elven heritage. The characteristics of its hand mirrored those of Luna, who, despite always donning green gloves, had confessed that her hands were indeed green. Though the elven race is perceived as near perfect, the creator's fairness ensures that no being is flawless. The elves' imperfection lies in their hands. They inscribe their power upon them. In ancient times, discerning an elf's attributes was as simple as examining their hands. After suffering losses, all elves began to wear gloves. Yang Zhao generously shared this secret with Lin Xuan, who felt a sense of relief upon considering the fate of the skeleton's former owner. Fortuitously, he had brought Luna back. Otherwise, the secret of the ethereal stone might have remained concealed forever. Lin Xuan attempted to comprehend the murals, but they were inscribed in elven script. Turning to Yang Zhao, he found his master momentarily speechless before breaking into a smile. Did you truly believe that your master knows everything? Lin Xuan offered an awkward smile, acknowledging that Yang Zhao, even among the gods, was not particularly formidable. After all, he could not defeat any of the god kings, and had it not been for his unique abilities, he would not have been treated with such deference by so many. For instance, the god kings regarded Yang Zhao with amiable expressions, as they relied on him to mend the fabric of space. Could we awaken Luna? It's not impossible. But I require comprehensive information about this elven maiden. Tell me everything you know, Yang Zhao cautioned. Lin Xuan nodded and divulged all that he was aware of. After absorbing the information, Yang Zhao regarded Lin Xuan with an unusual expression. The essence within him? It seemed that was not the case. It was entirely due to the ethereal stone within Lin Xuan that was summoning Luna. I assisted in the relocation of the elven clan. Yang Zhao's statement startled Lin Xuan. Upon reflection, it made sense. Who would dare to employ teleportation arrays to flee Douluo continent under Yang Zhao's very nose? Without Yang Zhao's consent. Even the elven clan would be unable to utilize such methods. Years ago, the elven clan was on the brink of annihilation, and after careful deliberation in the divine realm, we sent them to a relatively peaceful world. With a snap of his fingers, Luna materialized in the grand hall, gazing around in bewilderment. Yang Zhao addressed her. You still recognize the script of the elven clan, correct? Who are you? Luna nodded, only to recall that she had lost consciousness upon the appearance of the man before her, awakening here instead. Yang Zhao smiled silently, while Lin Xuan helplessly interjected. He is my master. Master? Is this not the script of our elven clan? Before Luna could finish her sentence, she noticed the elven script on the mural, her surprise causing her to cover her mouth. Yang Zhao observed the skeletal figure, sensing something amiss, for he had sealed Luna's senses upon discovering some peculiarities. This mural narrates the tale of our clan's divine spirit, Luna exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the mural. The first elven god, Barbados. If the first elven queen brought hope for the future, then Barbados was the one who truly liberated the elven clan from despair. Had it not been for Barbados ascending to divinity, the elven clan would have gradually withered away. Is this the four demon gods? Luna gasped, but in the next moment, the scenery shifted dramatically for Lin Xuan and Luna. Lin Xuan fell heavily to the ground, while Luna found herself seated upon his abdomen, repelled by the ethereal stone. Oh, Lin Xuan, are you alright? Luna exclaimed in concern. Lin Xuan felt a rush of warmth across his face, and in the next instant, he lost consciousness. Luna hurriedly infused her elven power into his body, but Lin Xuan appeared ghastly, blood oozing from his orifices, his complexion as pale as parchment. This ethereal stone is truly terrifying, Yang Zhao remarked, alarmed, as it incessantly absorbed Lin Xuan's spatial energy and mental strength. He painfully detached a fragment of his own remaining soul to mend Lin Xuan's mental sea. This power would take him a year of arduous cultivation to restore. Yet for the sake of his cherished disciple, he had no choice but to give it. The mental sea was temporarily restored, and Lin Xuan's consciousness began to return. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Luna's anxious visage, still grappling with the confusion of having fainted inexplicably. Do not enter the ethereal stone for the next 3 days, Yang Zhao instructed after emerging from Lin Xuan's mental sea. Lin Xuan nodded, while Luna continued to channel her elven power into him. Lin Xuan's essence was depleted, without replenishment. He would not recover. Moreover, I glimpsed what was within the ethereal stone before departing. It lies in the plaza. Take this time to rest well. And if you wish to enter the ethereal stone after 3 days, remember to awaken me, Yang Zhao concluded, retreating into a state of slumber within the mental sea. He intended to relay all that had transpired back to his true form, allowing it to consult the archives in the divine realm. While Lin Xuan remained bedridden under Luna's care, he yearned to rise, yet his frailty rendered him incapable, compelling him to endure the bittersweet attentions of Luna. By evening, Lin Xuan could finally manage some simple movements. Luna regarded him and inquired, "What is this ethereal stone?" "Do not ask me. I came into possession of it purely by chance. Initially, I intended to use it for storage and to explore its contents, but the outcome was unexpected." Lin Xuan shrugged his shoulders in resignation and remarked that today's events were indeed unexpected. However, he had grown accustomed to such unpredictability, as his daily life was hardly ever tranquil. Chapter 65. The History of the Elves. This recounts a significant episode in the annals of the elven race, a tale meticulously chronicled within our clan. The elves of the Douluo continent possess a genuine historical legacy, with our inaugural clan leader being a descendant of the first elven empress, widely referred to as the 9th princess among our kin. Luna curled up on the former bed of Chu Ling'er, her pitiable demeanor eliciting an irresistible urge in Lin Xuan to embrace her. Suppressing the stirrings of his heart, he inquired, "Is it truly acceptable for you to share the stories of your people with me? After all, records regarding your elven lineage in the Douluo continent are exceedingly scarce. While there may have been documentation in the past by the Spirit Hall, all such accounts vanished with its downfall. It matters little now. Can any of my kin truly emerge to chastise me?" Luna replied with a melancholic smile. After 3 millennia of solitude, she harbored few reservations. Her departure from the elven realm signified her transformation into a mere human. Should she fail to discover her beloved or the object of her yearning within her transient century of life, she would meet her demise. "Do not be so sorrowful. In time, you shall undoubtedly reunite with your kin." Lin Xuan comforted her, stating that this was no jest. If Luna truly wished to seek her kin, then as the god of space, he could effortlessly accomplish that. However, it was evident that Luna regarded his words as mere empty consolation. The first empress of the elven race carved out a niche for her people among numerous formidable races, repelling many who sought to enslave the elves, including humans, beast folk, demons, and aquatic beings. Upon the demise of the first elven empress, she left behind 9 heirs, the eldest of whom was Barbados. Naturally, Barbados, as the firstborn of the elven empress, inherited the throne of the elven race. Luna paused at this point, gazing at Lin Xuan with a look of confusion, then said, "Although Barbados is a wood elf, he is well versed in the powers of space. It was he who, when our kind was on the brink of extinction, tore open 9 rifts in space, allowing the remaining 8 to lead their respective clans to safety. Among the 9 great races were wood elves, earth elves, water elves, fire elves, wind elves, light elves, dark elves, holy elves, and the exceedingly rare thunder elves. As the major races dispersed, the wood elves migrated to the Douluo continent, with no further records remaining. The only documentation indicates that those who slaughtered our elven kin were referred to as the 4 demon gods. After Barbados ascended to godhood, they made their move. Each of the 4 possessed godlike powers, and the ultimate fate of Lord Barbados and his wife in the face of the 4 remains unknown." Upon concluding her tale, Luna's expression turned sorrowful. Lin Xuan sighed, reflecting on the tragic fate of the elven race, which had been hunted and enslaved since its inception. It appeared that the elves were simply too perfect, their elemental affinity making them exceptional companions and allies. Even after their separation, life for the elven race was surely fraught with difficulties, as evidenced by the wood elves, who were driven away by the humans and soul beasts of the Douluo continent. Most importantly, the heart of an elf is the most fragile entity in this world. Once they fall in love with a human, their devotion is unwavering, persisting unless their partner perishes. Otherwise, they will blindly follow. It seems that individual might indeed be Barbados, but what of Barbados' wife? If Barbados had not perished and had instead transcended, where then lie the remains of his spouse? There are no records regarding Barbados' wife, only that she was brought back from the void after his ascension. Luna shook her head, suggesting that the void likely referred to the spatial passage. After becoming a god, Barbados may have traversed the chaotic currents of space, as ethereal stones can only be generated within such turbulence. If Barbados' wife was indeed a divine being, it raises many questions. His greatest concern now was how the 4 demon gods were sealed within the ethereal stone. Lin Xuan dared not venture into the stone alone, initially thinking he had found a fine storage artifact, only to realize it was a significant burden. Could it be that the Holy Spirit Church was aware of the contents of the ethereal stone? A sudden realization struck Lin Xuan. Did the Holy Spirit Church know about the 4 demon gods within? He dismissed the thought immediately. If the 4 demon gods truly existed, how could they let Du Zitong act as a signal receiver? If the Holy Spirit Church understood the value of the ethereal stone, they would surely mobilize the entire sect to seize it. Fortunately, he had found Luna first. Had she been captured by the Holy Spirit Church, the demon gods would likely be released. While he believed that the demon gods would act upon their emergence, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread devastation. Luna, overwhelmed by sorrow, fell asleep early. After tucking her in, Lin Xuan sat in his usual spot, gazing at the moon. The weakness in his body did not deter him from pondering a myriad of questions. Who were the 4 demon gods? Were the elven records reliable? Was the deceased wood elf truly Barbados? What had transpired before Barbados' demise? These enigmas would remain unsolved for 3 days, leaving him restless, akin to ants crawling within him. Yet, overthinking proved futile, and he succumbed to slumber. During those 3 days, he did not step beyond his dormitory door, wishing to conceal his frail appearance from others. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyu returned grievously injured, bearing a dire message. Xiaobei had been captured by the Holy Spirit Church, and Du Zitong's whereabouts were unknown. This news weighed heavily on Lin Xuan's heart. With Xiaobei captured, it was highly probable that Du Zitong had also been seized. Wang Tianyu had been released by the Holy Spirit Church, having fallen into the trap of a tidal Douluo. His survival was attributed to the fact that the enemy had shown leniency and a senior elder had been nearby. He had to hasten his actions. Lin Xuan needed to ascertain whether the Holy Spirit Church had discovered the ethereal stone. If they indeed realized its significance, they might have gone to extremes to capture Du Zitong. Thus, around noon, as Lin Xuan regained his peak condition, he produced the ethereal stone. Luna looked at the stone in his hand and cautioned, "You must not overextend yourself any further. Although entering this time may not deplete your divine consciousness as much, should you suffer another injury, my elven power may not be sufficient for swift recovery. You would need at least a month to recuperate." A month? Time is of the essence. I have faith in my master. Lin Xuan gazed at Luna with unwavering determination. Understanding his resolve, Luna chose not to dissuade him. Lin Xuan nodded and infused the ethereal stone with spatial power before handing it to Luna. With a prompt invocation of her elven energy, they were both transported into the realm of the ethereal stone. Chapter 66. The Deception. Be cautious. This time, our objective is to uncover the mysteries within the palace. Yang Zhao warned as he emerged from the sea of consciousness, his tone laced with vigilance. Lin Xuan nodded and produced an hourglass to begin the countdown. He understood that once the sands within the hourglass had fully descended, he would have to exit, lest he suffer grave injuries. "Hold on tightly to me," Lin Xuan advised. And Luna nodded, embracing Lin Xuan's waist before closing her eyes. With a powerful leap, Lin Xuan unfurled the wings on his back, ascending above the palace. The once holy palace now emanated an unsettling aura, and everything around felt amiss. It seemed to be the influence of the Black Tower, Lin Xuan reassured himself. While Luna experienced a sense of suffocation, Yang Zhao furrowed his brow and remarked, "Let us not enter just yet." The trio halted before the palace, which had undergone tremendous changes in the past 3 days. Meanwhile, the ethereal stone on Lin Xuan's bed began to cloud, losing its former clarity reminiscent of jade. These 4 towering structures are problematic. Their interiors may have transformed, Yang Zhao stated, snapping his fingers. A bronze mirror materialized before him, reflecting the interior of the Grand Hall. He handed the mirror to Luna, saying, "This is a fragment of the celestial mirror. You have half an hour to examine all the murals. Hurry." "Understood," Luna replied as she accepted the mirror to scrutinize the murals. Fortunately, the elven race possessed exceptional memory. A mere glance sufficed for retention in her mind, allowing her to review them at her leisure. However, certain intricate details eluded her recall, compelling her to ensure both speed and thoroughness in her observation. Lin Xuan remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. However, in the next moment, a voice, somewhat familiar to him, rang in his ears. He turned around only to find that Yang Zhao and Luna had inexplicably vanished, leaving him alone before the palace. When had he fallen under an illusion? Lin Xuan bit his tongue in astonishment, realizing that merely biting his tongue would not dispel the advanced illusion. If that were the case, it would hardly be deemed advanced. He was acutely aware of this truth. He first immersed his mind into the sea of consciousness, confirming a stark reality. He was unharmed. Yet Yang Zhao and Luna had mysteriously vanished before his eyes. What, then, was the meaning of that recent call? He barely grasped what had been uttered. Observing the hourglass in his hand, already half emptied, Lin Xuan understood the urgency of his situation. He felt the inner call compelling him to the northern tower. Upon arriving, Lin Xuan sensed a profound sanctity emanating from the tower, yet he remained cautious. The previous eastern tower had sought to ensnare him with promises of gain. Could this northern tower be employing divine power to deceive him? With Yang Zhao absent, he could not even ascertain his own wakefulness. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao and Luna found themselves transported into the Grand Hall. Luna, drenched in sweat, seemed to have stumbled upon something alarming. "This is a trap," she exclaimed, her astonishment growing as she surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were indeed within the palace. Yang Zhao, his countenance grim, scrutinized the hall's murals, feeling utterly powerless to return to Lin Xuan and ensure his safety. What on earth is happening? The remains here do not belong to Barbados. Luna pointed at the skeleton seated on the throne. Yang Zhao, with a sharp intake of breath, delivered a swift strike, reducing the skeleton to dust. Though its hands remained intact, it became glaringly evident that this individual had severed Barbados' hands, reattaching them to deceive any intruders. Luna approached the mural and, with a mere touch, caused the top layer to collapse, leaving her covered in a cloud of paint dust. Behind this layer, a distinctly different narrative unfolded. The palace belonged to the elven race. The mural depicting the deeds of the first elven queen, while the second layer concealed sinister forces. The initial mural, crafted by the light elves, had withstood the test of time, unyielding beneath her touch. After her revelation, Luna attempted to peel away the first layer, but it remained steadfast, showing no signs of erosion over the ages. Yang Zhao, coldly observing the hall, realized his predicament. Escape was impossible, and the hourglass's time was dwindling. Where's that fool? Why hasn't he come to the palace yet? Lin Xuan refrained from approaching the palace, as Yang Zhao had advised him against it. This unfortunate turn of events compelled Lin Xuan to muster his courage and arrive at the towering edifice in the north. He extended his hand, yearning to caress the grand entrance of the tower, but ultimately restrained himself. The hourglass of time was nearly depleted. He had to ascertain Yang Zhao's whereabouts. The 4 towering structures could not possibly harbor both individuals. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Lin Xuan, prompting him to dash back to the palace entrance, where he indeed discovered Yang Zhao and Luna confined within. A sigh echoed from within the northern tower, a sound Lin Xuan failed to perceive. His current dilemma was how to dispel the barrier. Just as he was about to unravel its mystery, the barrier dissipated, and without hesitation, Yang Zhao plunged into Lin Xuan's spiritual sea. The hourglass ran out. Half an hour was the utmost limit Lin Xuan could endure. He returned to the tangible world with Luna, only to be greeted by a wave of dizziness upon landing. Luna, too, succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the recent revelations. It was astonishing that Barbados had lost his hands, and the ancient text spoke of the elven hall residing within the ethereal stone. The elven hall was said to bestow the blessing of the first elven queen, but only if the 9 great elven races convened. Whether they were wood elves or wind elves, their ultimate aim was to return to their ancestral home, driven by the desire for the legacy of the elven race. However, Barbados now faced treachery, and the elven hall could not detach from the ethereal stone. The consequences of such a separation for the 4 demon gods remained an enigma, rendering this a complete and utter deception. Lin Xuan gazed grimly at the murky ethereal stone, a sense of unease washing over him. It felt as though the colossal tower in the north had deliberately lured him in, intentionally diverting Luna and Yang Zhao away. Furthermore, the individual capable of manipulating the Elven Hall stirred some conjectures within him, yet he could not seek validation at this moment. The ethereal stone had already acknowledged him as its master. He must resolve all that lay within it. Otherwise, should the demon seize control, even Yang Zhao would be powerless to aid him. After laying Luna upon his bed so she could rest, he found himself staring out the window in solitude. Could it be that Barbados is summoning me? Lin Xuan suddenly realized that only Luna could provide answers, as he knew nothing about the elven race, rendering his own contemplation futile. Chapter 67, Barbados. Lin Xuan ultimately succumbed to slumber, his body overwhelmed by fatigue. In his dreams, he found himself once again within the ethereal stone, or perhaps it was his spiritual essence that had entered this realm. Lin Xuan was uncertain, yet he was enveloped in a sense of wonder. Within the confines of the ethereal stone, he could perceive everything within the dark tower. For instance, the grand edifice that had once captivated him in the east, where a corpulent black dragon coiled majestically, surrounded by a sea of gold and coins, exuding an aura of greed and desire. In the west, a sorrowful figure with black wings captured his attention, evoking an irresistible compassion. Just as Lin Xuan felt compelled to open the door for this enchanting figure, a refreshing sensation revealed the true nature of the western tower. It was not a realm of beauty, but rather a place as filthy as a stagnant sewer, and the once alluring figure was nothing more than a faceless man, grotesquely adorned with protruding teeth. Lin Xuan was taken aback, confronted by a truly grotesque figure. He nearly fell for the deception. His gaze drifted toward the colossal tower to the south, where nothing existed except for a pulsating black egg, seemingly eager to emerge from its confines. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of malevolence washed over Lin Xuan, prompting an urge to retch. Ultimately, he turned his attention to the northern tower, where a man, his hands severed, gazed at him with a smile. Lin Xuan flinched, rubbing his eyes, only to realize that he was merely a spiritual entity, having entered the ethereal stone without a corporeal form. Stop looking, the man chuckled. I specifically summoned you while your master slumbers. Lin Xuan regarded him with caution. Despite the man's dismemberment, one could not ascertain whether a demon had deliberately severed his hands to deceive him. In the next moment, Lin Xuan found himself within the northern tower, drenched in a cold sweat, despite his current inability to perspire. Did you truly believe I was in slumber? A sudden voice resonated within Lin Xuan, as a fragment of Yang Zhao's spirit emerged from his mental realm. Previously, during the healing of Lin Xuan's spiritual sea, he had embedded a sliver of his soul within Lin Xuan's spiritual essence precisely for this moment. Barbados gazed at Yang Zhao with astonishment, exclaiming, I once believed your mastery of spatial power had reached its zenith. I had no inkling that you had also cultivated mental prowess. Who could have foreseen it? Just as your command over the wood element has reached its peak while you simultaneously refine the powers of the other 8 clans, alongside spatial abilities. Yang Zhao, shielding Lin Xuan behind him, coldly replied. Barbados erupted into laughter, clapping his hands, surprised that Yang Zhao had discerned his secrets so thoroughly. Although Yang Zhao was not regarded as a formidable force within the divine realm, the uniqueness of his strength compelled even Barbados to take him seriously. Enough, Barbados. What is it that you truly desire? My disciple is invaluable. If your intentions are malevolent, I suggest you reconsider, Yang Zhao warned, his words laced with menace. Despite his somewhat frail appearance, in that moment, he stood as Lin Xuan's steadfast protector. Barbados waved his hand dismissively, stating, I merely wish for him to vanquish the 4 demon gods. You must be dreaming. Even I cannot defeat any of the 4 demon gods, and though they are sealed, Lin Xuan is equally incapable, Yang Zhao retorted without hesitation. Barbados shook his head and continued, Surely you have seen the corpse within the Elven Hall? Indeed, Yang Zhao replied. That was one of the demon gods. At that time, my wife and I faced 4 adversaries and managed to seal 3 of them. But we were on the brink of demise. With only 1 demon god remaining, my wife sacrificed herself, igniting her essence to grant me half of her power. And she transported the 4 sealing towers in the Elven Hall into the Void Stone, transforming into the spirit of the stone. So, did you ultimately prevail? Lin Xuan eagerly inquired, to which Barbados appeared momentarily stunned before awkwardly scratching his head and replying, even with half of my strength restored. I'm still no match for that Archon. It is rather embarrassing, considering the opponent possesses the power of a deity. Had it not been for our delay, we would not have been able to seal the other 3 Archons. Upon hearing Barbados's words, Lin Xuan's lips twitched, realizing that Barbados was indeed not a match for the adversary. Nonetheless, it was quite a feat that he managed to seal all 3 opponents single-handedly. Barbados gestured towards a towering structure in the east and remarked, There resides the greedy dragon, Diego. To the west is the abominable Archon. And to the north lies the 3-headed hellhound, though it is already deceased. Oddly enough, it left behind an egg. Strange, I assent it. After all, dogs are born from eggs. At this point, Barbados could not help but chuckle, while Lin Xuan found little amusement in the matter, as Barbados had yet to explain his own predicament. Barbados turned to Lin Xuan and said, Though I did not emerge victorious, I managed to seal the opponent within the Elven Hall. With the Hall's assistance, I was able to perform the sealing, but the cost was my hands. As you can see, without my hands, I possess no strength at all. Barbados sighed, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome. Lin Xuan, puzzled, asked, then why were you sealed? Sealed? Why do you think I was sealed? Barbados inquired with a furrowed brow. Yang Zhao interjected, you are simply taking advantage of the younger generation's lack of experience. This fellow hid himself. Had he not done so, he would have perished. As you can see, the other sealed around us have not perished but are thriving, while that egg to the south died after giving birth. Yang Zhao helped clarify matters for Lin Xuan, and Barbados grinned, seemingly pleased, treating Yang Zhao as a junior, which infuriated Yang Zhao, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Lin Xuan finally grasped the situation. The Archon within the Elven Hall was indeed unfortunate, as it had succumbed to death over the years without power. Perhaps it was just luck. I had no idea this place possessed such properties. Had I sealed the Archon in there, I would have likely perished first. Barbados mused with a smile. Yang Zhao looked at Barbados and asked, what is your objective then? I've mentioned it before, exterminating the Archons, he replied. That is impossible. I would rather cast this ethereal stone into the void than allow my disciple to take that risk. Please, I have important matters to discuss, particularly regarding Lin Xuan's future ability to freely enter and exit the ethereal stone. Barbados implored Yang Zhao, who was nearly struck by lightning from the absurdity of it all. Barbados was acting strangely, resembling a woman. He had previously been quite masculine, but seemed to have gradually changed. Yang Zhao, feeling nauseated, quickly urged, speak your mind. Chapter 68. The truth what I wish to convey is that the Archon within the hall is dead, completely fallen, Barbados stated with a serious cough. Lin Xuan and Yang Zhao nodded in unison, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, for it was hardly surprising that something reduced to bones could still be alive. Even Yang Zhao could not achieve such a feat, however. What followed from Barbados left Lin Xuan in shock. The first individual to acquire the ethereal stone was a man named Wuin. He fell into the spatial turbulence while researching spatial powers and, in a moment of frantic struggle, grasped the ethereal stone, infusing it with spatial energy and entering this realm. Barbados's words left Lin Xuan astounded. It was no wonder Wuin's spatial abilities had advanced so dramatically. Barbados, noticing Lin Xuan's astonishment, chuckled, I believe Wuin is quite renowned. For during his time wielding the ethereal stone, he brought many treasures in, often emerging severely injured. However, Wuin never activated the true power of the ethereal stone. As he lacked the elven power, he merely used it for storage, completely unaware that we five were keeping a close watch on him. Not long after, he perished. And shortly thereafter, a man stumbled upon the ethereal stone, claiming the entirety of Wuin's treasures. Are you saying that all of Wuin's inheritance was contained within the ethereal stone and subsequently taken by someone else? Lin Xuan hurriedly inquired, to which Barbados responded with a knowing nod. They held little regard for such trivialities. Soul bones and gold coins were, after all, mere possessions of the mundane. However, Barbados gestured towards the towering structure in the east, remarking, all the coins have been claimed by that individual. A deep, discontented grunt emanated from the tower, clearly displeased with Barbados's words. Lin Xuan's expression darkened, realizing that the treasure sought by many for so long had already been seized by another. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that since Wuin was adept in the art of spatial power, the ethereal stones would undoubtedly be in his possession. This seemed to be a twist of fate. The individual who absconded with the treasures bore a significant amount of demonic energy. I must admit, I was rather fearful upon his arrival, apprehensive of any legacy from a demon lord. Little did I anticipate that this person had come prepared. He had somehow procured the remains of one of our elven kin, using the bones to activate the grand array within the ethereal stone. Initially, he was as disheveled as you, yet over the course of several years, he discovered the key to his success, ultimately forming an accord with the demon lord within the elven sanctuary. As Barbados spoke, a shadow fell across his visage. Lin Xuan immediately recalled the one who had rescued Yang that fateful day. This individual possessed a command of spatial power, albeit not with complete mastery. As a self-taught scholar, he certainly had his own methods. Nevertheless, his strength was formidable, rivaling that of Yufanqing. This person had orchestrated the demise of the demon lord. Yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that he emerged alive, while the demon lord did not perish. After departing from the ethereal stone, everything within it fell into a deep slumber. The ailing demon lord intended to disguise himself as me to deceive others, but ultimately succumbed to his grave injuries. After his departure, tranquility reigned here for decades, yet now, after all these years, you have arrived. Barbados gazed intently at Lin Xuan. His suspicions lingering, was Lin Xuan perhaps sent by that very individual? Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, gradually sensing the tendrils of conspiracy. Firstly, he had obtained the ethereal stone from the hands of the Holy Spirit sect, and the stone had come to him quite effortlessly. In fact, he had utilized the ethereal stone to dismantle the Holy Spirit sect's infiltration in Shrek. Can you enlighten me as to what lies within the ethereal stone that I so covet? Lin Xuan gazed at Barbados and inquired, while Yang Zhao chuckled softly. What else could it be? It is merely the essence of his wife. Yang Zhao's words rendered Barbados' expression grotesque, startling Lin Xuan. It seemed that Yang Zhao had indeed hit upon a truth that could provoke such a reaction from the noble elf. Yang Zhao pointed towards the elf palace, stating, I am now pondering how your wife accomplished this. I possess a piece of ethereal stone myself and have a penchant for carving the worlds within. Yet I am far from attaining your level, particularly regarding the laws. Your ethereal stone can depict the laws that seal the powers of a god king. What I initially perceived as mere formations was, in fact, your disguise, wasn't it? Yang Zhao's words pierced through Barbados's heart like a dagger. For the matter he sought to conceal most fervently pertained to his wife. He had always aimed to divert Yang Zhao's attention, wishing to engage Lin Xuan in private, solely to manipulate him. The notion of slaying the Demon King was merely a ruse to silence Lin Xuan. Indeed, the very issue I dreaded has been unveiled by you. I painstakingly brought Lin Xuan's spiritual form here to distract you, for once you discern her true identity, you would stop at nothing to seize her. That entity must be the spirit of space, correct? Yang Zhao remarked with a cold smirk. Lin Xuan gazed at Yang Zhao in disbelief. He was well aware of what the spirit of space entailed, as Yang Zhao had previously enlightened him. The spirit of space epitomized the laws of space. Should one encounter it, they must devise every means to capture it, for in capturing it, one becomes the very essence of space itself. Such a coveted object, eagerly sought by even the god kings, aptly explained why Barbados's elven kin faced the onslaught of 4 demon gods. Everything fell into place. If the sole intention were to annihilate the elven race, the first elven queen would not have permitted Barbados to flourish after her emergence. You are correct in your assumptions. Although I am uncertain whether my wife possesses such abilities, she is simply my wife. Together, we are elven. She is not the spirit of space. Barbados spoke solemnly, his wife's identity having brought upon his race an undeserved calamity. Lin Xuan fell into a contemplative silence, reminiscent of the tale of Tang San and Xiao Wu, both burdened by possessing objects that drove others to madness, one being the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, the other the power of the laws of space. If my conjecture is accurate, you have likely disbanded the elven race, foreseeing your fate. Thus, you and your wife have long resolved to seal yourselves away along with the 4 demon gods. In doing so, you could endure alongside the demon gods, awaiting someone like Lin Xuan to arrive, while simultaneously preventing others from obtaining anything related to your wife. Am I right? Indeed, with the truth laid bare, Barbados felt no further need to extend any kindness to Lin Xuan and Yang Zhao. He fixed his gaze intently upon Yang Zhao, seeking a flaw in his demeanor. For now that both Yang Zhao and Lin Xuan were privy to this secret, he could not afford to repeat the same mistake of allowing Lin Xuan to escape, never to return. Wait, stop. Lin Xuan hurriedly restrained the 2 men, gazing intently at Barbados and inquiring, what are your intentions? Are you truly willing to remain sealed for eternity? Will your wife forever exist as a spirit of the ethereal stone? It is crucial to understand that your wife has lost her consciousness. She has reverted to her primordial state to protect you. Chapter 69. I may be small, but I do not speak lightly. I comprehend, yet I cannot allow her to be consumed by another, Barbados declared resolutely, meeting Lin Xuan's unwavering gaze. Lin Xuan nodded and then turned to Yang Zhao, asking, Master, are you tempted by this object? Certainly not, Yang Zhao retorted dismissively. I am destined to traverse the world. If I were to acquire the power of spatial laws, do you truly think there would be a safe haven for me? A common man bears the burden of possessing a treasure. Yang Zhao's response left Barbados momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that someone could remain unperturbed by such an artifact. The last individual who encountered this truth had fled in terror, and now, his whereabouts were unknown as he indulged in his own machinations. Then what of it? Do you believe I would engage in such actions? Is your aim for me to silence that individual? Indeed. Very well, I shall go. Lin Xuan, Yang Zhao exclaimed in shock. Lin Xuan shook his head, addressing both men. Master, you must understand that the Holy Spirit sect deliberately bestowed the ethereal stone upon me. I now fully grasp their intentions. They wish to lure me with this power to obtain the spirit of space. After all, my mastery of spatial force far surpasses that of the leader of the Holy Spirit sect, which necessitates that I uncover this truth and seek the spirit. Lin Xuan's words left Yang Zhao in a state of hesitation. Although Lin Xuan appeared quite capable, he still feared that Lin Xuan might be overwhelmed by the Holy Spirit sect. A soul master facing a major religious order could easily find themselves in an irretrievable predicament with a single misstep. Master, though I am small and my strength is lacking at present, I firmly believe I will overcome the challenges ahead and grow. It is impossible for me to inherit your esteemed legacy if I remain a sheltered and useless individual. Lin Xuan's words deeply moved Yang Zhao. Were it not for the fact that a spiritual entity cannot shed tears, he would have been on the verge of weeping. Lin Xuan's sentiments indeed resonated profoundly, to the extent that even he felt somewhat euphoric. With a smile, he remarked, Senior Barbados, I, too, share a friendship with Luna of your elven lineage. I harbor no desire to seek out other elven clans. All I require is your permission to freely access the Grand Formation. As I merely regard the ethereal stone as a space for storage, I can agree to this, yet I am unable to place my trust in you at present. I need you to bring me my hands. Otherwise, I cannot proceed, Barbados sighed, revealing his lingering skepticism towards Lin Xuan. The matter at hand was of significant gravity, and despite sensing no deceit in Lin Xuan's demeanor, he felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. Lin Xuan could empathize with Barbados' sentiments. Just as he was about to speak, his spiritual form returned to his physical body. He opened his eyes, casting a weak glance at the peacefully slumbering Luna, smiled softly, and drifted back to sleep. Meanwhile, Yang Zhao remained within the ethereal stone, observing Barbados. His naivety often caused me headaches, yet I understood that my existence imposed considerable pressure on him. Even if I were merely a titled Douluo, he would not feel such weight. However, as a deity, he was acutely aware of my capacity to resolve any dilemma. Thus, I allowed him to witness situations even a god could not remedy. Barbados spoke plainly, asserting that gods are not omnipotent, they too can perish. Yet Lin Xuan's words resonated deeply with him. Indeed, no one ascends to divinity without facing challenges. If there were no pressure, achieving godhood would be the most trivial of feats. However, he cautioned, you must not withhold any truths. I need to know everything, or I will not permit him to assist you. What you know constitutes all that is essential. Barbados replied coolly. Yang Zhao chuckled dismissively and turned to leave, clearly unconvinced by Barbados's claims. Barbados, in turn, could not tolerate Yang Zhao, a being of lesser power, presuming to assert dominance over him. Irritated, Yang Zhao returned to Lin Xuan's spiritual sea, while Barbados stood in the towering edifice, exhaling a deep sigh, seemingly unprepared for the situation's escalation. The Eastern Dragon chuckled. I wager that human greed will ultimately consume that naive lad. I concur, came the unsettling laughter from within the Western Tower. Barbados regarded the two with disdain. Their master had already been slain. He harbored no fear of these two, but he lacked substantial power himself. The critical matter lay within the Southern Tower's egg. Once its contents hatched, he would seize his opportunity for a turnaround. Clearly, both demons understood this principle and awaited the appointed moment. Lin Xuan, however, remained oblivious to these machinations. Upon waking that morning, he promptly sought out Yi Fanqing. Yi Fanqing, seeing Lin Xuan approach, assumed it was regarding Li Xiaoyan, unaware that Lin Xuan's intentions were unrelated to that matter. Frankly, so much had transpired in recent days that he had entirely forgotten about Li Xiaoyan. You need to elevate your cultivation. Look at you, still at the same level, Yi Fanqing remarked, seated at his desk. Lin Xuan awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, he had not found much opportunity for training during this break, still at 34th level, far from his peak. However, the progress he had made in spatial power was significant. Though this was not the moment to discuss it, he gazed at Yi Fanqing earnestly and stated, Director Yi, we have located Wu Yisen's treasure. What? Yi Fanqing exclaimed, rising in excitement and gripping Lin Xuan's shoulders, causing him discomfort. Realizing his own overexcitement, Yi Fanqing took a deep breath to compose himself before inquiring, Where is it? Director, please don't get too worked up. The treasure has already been taken by someone else. Lin Xuan hesitantly spoke. It appears that Wu Yisen's treasure holds significant importance for Yi Fanqing. Indeed, upon hearing this news, Yi Fanqing's face turned ashen, and she slumped into her chair, resembling a gelatinous mass. This is dire. What shall we do about Akai's curse? Yi Fanqing uttered weakly. Lin Xuan scratched his head and replied, Director, there is evidence indicating that Wu Yisen's treasure was taken by the leader of the Holy Spirit Church. Thus, the words of Lin Xuan deepened the bitterness at the corners of Yi Fanqing's mouth. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Xuan to depart, and Lin Xuan had no choice but to comply. It was best to leave Yi Fanqing alone to reflect during this time. He returned to his dormitory and returned the hands that had fallen within the spirit hall to Barbados, then began to engage in arduous cultivation. With merely a month and 10 days remaining until the end of the holiday, everyone was diligently honing their skills, and he could not afford to lag behind. Thus, as Lin Xuan practiced, he contemplated Luna's situation. The most viable solution now was to allow Luna to enter the ethereal stone. The spirit hall housed the legacy of the elven race, and Barbados wished for Lin Xuan to bring Luna in to receive that legacy. Chapter 70, Class Division. Lin Xuan naturally informed Luna, who joyfully entered the ethereal stone to receive the legacy of the wood spirits within the spirit hall. According to Barbados, Luna might take 2 years to emerge. With her entering, Lin Xuan considered a significant dilemma resolved. After all, he found himself unable to justify anything to Chu Ling'er. Although she did not mind his company with other women, he still wished to remain loyal to her. Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Luna said with a smile in the spirit hall. Lin Xuan shook his head, responding, It is nothing. This is merely an opportunity for your elven kin, and it does not concern me. It seems my choice to leave the spirit realm and come to you is indeed wise. You are a good person, Luna remarked before stepping into the portal of inheritance. Lin Xuan touched his face and smiled, pondering if this was what they referred to as a good person card. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he was indeed a good person. He clapped his hands and departed from the ethereal stone, knowing that the coming month would be dedicated to arduous training. After procuring provisions, he began his relentless practice. Meanwhile, The search for Du Zitong by Shrek Academy continued unabated. Xiao Bei had been rescued, but the cost was steep. A seasoned elder was gravely injured, and this individual was none other than Xiao Bei's elder. This incident incited great fury across the Douluo continent. Initially, the two great empires believed the Holy Spirit Church to be weak, but they soon recognized the gravity of the situation. Their response was one of cautious observation, preparing for local defense while watching the conflict unfold. Only Tang's sect responded to the call, joining Shrek in their efforts to eradicate the Holy Spirit Church. Seniors and elders from the inner courtyard frequently entered and exited, many returning with injuries. Even Lin Xuan felt a deep concern. The formidable strength of the Holy Spirit Church could likely be attributed to the legacy of Wuin. What was even more troubling was the figure of the church's leader. Under the guidance of Lin Xuan has ascended 2 levels within the span of a month, reaching level 36. He finds this pace quite satisfactory. Had he devoted 2 months to diligent training, he would have ideally elevated 3 levels. Nevertheless, this advancement ensures that he will not fall too far behind in his second year. As the eve of the new academic term approached, the hunting activities in the inner courtyard ceased, having claimed the lives of 20 individuals, including 2 key members of the competition. This staggering loss made it abundantly clear to Shrek that relying solely on their own strength would not suffice against the Spirit Hall. In a fit of rage, Elder Long stormed into the palaces of the 2 great empires, vociferously rebuking the 2 emperors for an entire hour. Ultimately, he left them with a stark ultimatum. Shrek would no longer concern itself with the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Should the Spirit Hall persist in its pursuit of Shrek members, they would retaliate without mercy. Conversely, if the Spirit Hall refrained from attacking, Shrek would remain indifferent even if the 2 empires faced annihilation. In response, the Spirit Hall swiftly executed a massacre at a military garrison of the Heaven Dou Empire, arranging the corpses to form a message directed at Shrek. This provocation left the 2 empires restless, prompting them to seek Shrek's assistance in launching a joint offensive against the Spirit Hall. However, before they could even make their entrance, Elder Kong dismissed them, questioning why they had not sought help from Shrek during the years of their struggle and now appeared frantic. Amidst the easing tensions at Shrek, Wang Tianyu approached Lin Xuan once more before departing again. After all, Du Zitong had gone missing under his watch, and Lin Xuan was still uncertain whether Du Zitong had fled or had been captured. With Xiao Bei still in a coma, there was no way to ascertain the truth. Alas, one must prioritize learning. Lacking strength serves little purpose. Lin Xuan sat beneath a parasol tree, sighing softly. Oh, even the esteemed champion of the first year laments his lack of strength? A melodious voice reached Lin Xuan's ears, leaving him momentarily frozen, unable to turn around. The owner of this voice could only be Chu Ling'er, who had promised him that upon her return, she would face him as a daughter. Lin Xuan hesitated, fearing that Chu Ling'er might not embody the image he had conjured in his mind. What's the matter? Afraid to look at me? I am quite saddened. Chu Ling'er said with a smile. Lin Xuan chuckled heartily and turned to face her, only to be taken aback. Chu Ling'er's long blue hair cascaded down to her waist, and her blue floral dress made her resemble a goddess of the sea. However, her features had not changed. She still possessed that gentle aura. Not much different from what I imagined, but what with this long hair? Lin Xuan gently caressed Chu Ling'er's silky long hair and smiled as he inquired. Chu Ling'er covered her mouth and chuckled, then playfully swatted Lin Xuan's hand away, saying, "Hair is a woman's lifeline. Please be more gentle." My apologies, my apologies." Lin Xuan scratched his head, while Chu Ling'er sat beside him. Inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her, Lin Xuan smiled and inquired, "How has your vacation been?" "Don't mention it," Chu Ling'er replied. "My master has been conducting intensive training with me lately, as the power of my martial soul has returned along with my long hair, which I had previously cut. I dyed it because I was dissatisfied with its color before." Gently caressing her flowing locks, she murmured, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Chu Ling'er's soul power should now be around level 35. She then asked, "Have you been flirting with other women at school during this time?" "Oh, is that a hint of jealousy I detect?" Lin Xuan feigned surprise as Chu Ling'er playfully punched him. He clutched his chest in mock pain, prompting Chu Ling'er to ask with concern, "What's wrong? It shouldn't have hurt that much." "Just teasing you," he replied. They continued their playful banter as they made their way back to the dormitory area, each residing separately, especially since Chu Ling'er had reverted to her female form, making it impossible for her to sneak into the boys' dormitory. As all the students arrived at school, the list for class assignments was posted on the notice board. Naturally, Lin Xuan, Chu Ling'er, and Su Luoluo found themselves placed in the same class. To their surprise, the homeroom teacher for Class 1 was none other than Wang Lin, which astonished him as well. Familiar faces abounded in Class 1, including Dai Lin, Zhu Lin, and Xue Qingtian. The sight of them gave Lin Xuan a headache. He wondered if Xue Qingtian had reached the soul sect. Meanwhile, everyone was preparing for the new semester, including Wang Lin, who had unexpectedly been assigned to Class 1 after previously teaching the weakest class. This sudden change required him to prepare anew, causing discontent, particularly for the former homeroom teacher of Class 1, as the resources available to Class 1 and Class 2 differed significantly. On the first day, everyone gathered in the classroom, including Shuai Qingtian, who, despite his aloof demeanor, had never missed a day. However, he was displeased to discover that Tang Xiao was in Class 2. Although he wished to transfer, he found himself without a valid reason. When Wang Lin entered the classroom, silence fell over the students, while those from other classes internally questioned the situation. After all, Wang Lin was the homeroom teacher of Class 4, and even though Class 4 had claimed the championship, it merely indicated that Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er were exceptionally strong, while the others were quite ordinary. Chapter 71. The election of class monitor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Lin, the homeroom teacher for Class 1 for the next 2.5 years. This is unlikely to change. If anyone has requests, please voice them now. The previous homeroom teacher of Class 1 is now the teacher for Class 2. If anyone wishes to transfer, now is the time to speak up. I will not hinder you. Upon hearing this, Shuai Qingtian immediately raised his hand and declared, I apply to transfer to Class 2. Very well, proceed to the administration office and simply state that I have approved your request, Wang Lin replied. Shuai Qingtian nodded and departed with determination. Many students began to waver, for Wang Lin was merely the teacher of Class 4, even if the school had its reasons. It was unusual for someone to leap 3 levels to become the homeroom teacher of Class 1. After a brief pause, Wang Lin addressed the class. Since no one wishes to leave, let us remain together. The teaching staff for Class 1 will remain unchanged. Only the homeroom teacher is different. As for why I am the homeroom teacher, it is simply because I am superior to them. Wang Lin's words left everyone speechless, including Lin Xuan and Dai Lin. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan could empathize with Wang Lin's sentiments. He was venting frustrations accumulated over the years, having consistently taught the weakest class despite his superior teaching abilities. Lin Xuan, stand up, Wang Lin commanded. Yes. Lin Xuan immediately stood up and gazed at Wang Lin, who, after surveying the surroundings, shook his head and sighed, saying, so weak. So weak. Throughout the entire class, I cannot find anyone stronger than Lin Xuan. Teacher, there is no need to be so excessive in your remarks. Lin Xuan hastily intervened, for he did not wish to cultivate too many adversaries within the class. Chu Ling'er gazed at Wang Lin in confusion, questioning how this differed from Wang Lin's educational principles. Wang Lin shook his head and replied, am I not stating the truth? Lin Xuan, did you enter the school as a soul master? No. Merely as a 29th level great soul master. Then what was your level during the class assessment? 34. No. You broke through from 33 to 34. Wang Lin shook his head, exposing Lin Xuan's deception. Dai Lin glared at Wang Lin, fully aware that these words were intended to provoke him, as he had once been a 37th level soul master who had succumbed to Lin Xuan's 33 level soul power. Teacher, my soul power has now reached 41. I believe I am well suited for the position of class leader, Dai Lin declared, unable to contain himself any longer. Lin Xuan sighed, recognizing that, although he did not desire the role of class leader, in order for Wang Lin to gain respect among his peers, this disciple must engage in a contest. Just as Lin Xuan was lost in thought, Chu Ling'er stood up, expressing, I also wish to contest for the position of class leader. Very well. It shall be between the two of you. Please proceed to the arena. Wang Lin, though taken aback, nodded in agreement. The rest of the class, in a state of bewilderment, followed them to the arena, where the rules dictated that one must knock the opponent down without causing any fatal harm. Lin Xuan drew forth his dagger, which he had named Windblade, symbolizing a blade as swift as the wind. Ultimately, he chose a profession that suited his abilities, that of an assassin. Yang Zhao had imparted much wisdom regarding the choices surrounding spatial power. The first option was the bard, a role Yang Zhao favored, embodying one who traverses the world, spreading tales of adventure, fitting for Yang Zhao's character. The second option was the assassin, capable of stealthily eliminating targets, a vocation that harmonized perfectly with spatial power, albeit at a greater cost and peril. Yang Zhao wished to shield Lin Xuan from excessive danger, which influenced Lin Xuan's decision to become an assassin. He longed to stand independent, much like his mother. What may appear as coldness and emotional detachment was, in truth, a desire to keep him away from danger. He had understood this principle from a young age. After all, which mother does not yearn to be close to her son? Lin Xuan cast a resolute gaze at Dai Lin's retreating figure. Dai Lin felt a chill race down his spine and quickly turned around, only to meet Lin Xuan's eyes, which brimmed with lethal intent. As Lin Xuan ascended the arena, he regarded Dai Lin with an unsettling calmness. Upon entering the platform, Dai Lin remained vigilant, sensing an inexplicable shift in Lin Xuan's aura, a transformation that rendered him inscrutable. Unlike the Lin Xuan who had previously participated in the class assessment, brimming with youthful exuberance and untainted determination, the current Lin Xuan exuded an air of enigma, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. Wang Lin furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Xuan. This was not the same individual he had known, not even during the recent holiday. It seemed as though Lin Xuan had made a pivotal decision in an instant. Could there be an unseen mentor guiding him? Such thoughts were swiftly dismissed by Wang Lin. shaking his head in denial. Dai Lin was the first to act, summoning 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, behind him. Lin Xuan crouched low and, before Dai Lin could unleash his soul skill, he deftly maneuvered behind him. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Lin roared, immediately activating his second soul skill. Lin Xuan, taken aback, retreated a few steps. He could have defeated Dai Lin, but this was merely a spar. The White Tiger Diamond Transformation prevented him from closing the distance. Summoning the ethereal stone, a dagger forged from fine iron materialized in his grasp, one in each hand, which cast a pall over Dai Lin's expression. In response, Dai Lin unleashed his first soul skill, White Tiger Blaze Wave, aimed directly at Lin Xuan. In a flash, Lin Xuan tore through the fabric of space. Appearing above Dai Lin, who promptly released his third soul skill, White Tiger Annihilation Strike, towards the airborne Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan revealed a faint smile as he discarded the wind blade in his hand. The White Tiger's Annihilation Strike immediately shifted its target due to the approaching wind blade. Dai Lin gasped in disbelief. He had not anticipated such a flaw in his White Tiger's Annihilation Strike. His fourth spirit ring illuminated. And just as he was about to unleash his power, he realized the wind blade had already reached within half a meter above his head. The White Tiger's Annihilation Strike had merely sparked a few embers, inflicting no substantial damage. He swiftly swatted the wind blade away, but in the next moment, Lin Xuan appeared behind him. Farewell. Lin Xuan pressed the dagger against Dai Lin's waist, his posture half-crouched. With a mere exertion of force, the defenses of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation would be rendered utterly ineffective. Dai Lin's countenance darkened. He could not accept this outcome, for he had succumbed to Lin Xuan without even deploying his fourth soul skill. Lin Xuan chuckled softly as he rose to retrieve the wind blade. Observing Lin Xian's unguarded back, Dai Lin was tempted to strike, yet his reason cautioned him against such an act. What was the true nature of Lin Xuan? His combat style was perplexing, a veritable nightmare for any assault type. The enigmatic spatial power coupled with an unorthodox fighting technique was bewildering. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Lin applauded with satisfaction, admiring Lin Xian's flawless performance. He understood that Lin Xuan had discarded the wind blade out of caution, opting instead for the iron dagger to launch a surprise attack on Dai Lin. The iron dagger was unlikely to breach the defenses of the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, yet this was intended as a combat with restraint. If Lin Xuan utilized the iron dagger to counter Dai Lin's White Tiger destruction kill, it would surely fail to interrupt the activation of Dai Lin's fourth soul skill. However, Lin Xuan could leisurely toy with Dai Lin, as the latter's fourth soul skill, when finally unleashed, would undoubtedly be of an offensive nature, while Lin Xian's spatial power could effectively counter Dai Lin's assault. From beginning to end, Lin Xuan never allowed Dai Lin's soul bone skill, gravity control, to be unleashed. This can be deemed a perfect display of manipulation. As he initially lured out the White Tiger Transformation, then launched an attack from above, taking advantage of Dai Lin's focus on the wind blade, reappearing behind him. The more Wang Lin observed, the more he felt a sense of satisfaction. I never expected to be defeated by you. I am astonished that you are so formidable without any weapon constraints. It seems I have indeed been at a disadvantage in bare-handed combat, Dai Lin sighed, expressing his resignation. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, replying, I am indeed powerful with weapons, but it is merely due to certain circumstances that allow me to be so. If given the choice, I would prefer to do without these weapons. This was Lin Xuan's heartfelt confession. What was an exquisite divine dagger compared to his own mother? After a deep sigh, Dai Lin resolved never to battle Lin Xuan again, feeling utterly restrained. He returned to Chu Lin's side, accepting that Wang Lin would be his homeroom teacher. May I have my turn now? Chu Ling'er asked as she approached the arena, tilting her head. Lin Xuan smiled and nodded, sheathing his wind blade. Standing before Chu Ling'er barehanded. This was merely a sparring session. He would not engage seriously. Chu Ling'er, slightly irked, exclaimed, What's this? Do you look down on me? Not at all. Please, go ahead. Lin Xuan gazed tenderly at Chu Ling'er, who, in turn, glared at him with indignation as she unleashed her martial soul. Her second soul skill, Absolute Charm, was activated, yet Lin Xuan remained utterly unperturbed, steadily advancing towards her. Chu Ling'er, momentarily taken aback, could not comprehend why her Absolute Charm had no effect on Lin Xuan. However, she swiftly regained her composure and unleashed her third soul skill, Tail Needle. Aiming directly at him, Lin Xuan merely sidestepped to evade the assault of Chu Ling'er's 3 tails, then seized one of them and yanked it forcefully. Chu Ling'er let out a piercing scream as her entire being was propelled toward Lin Xuan, who caught her securely in his embrace. Caught in her own trap, Chu Ling'er chuckled softly and playfully slapped Lin Xuan's chest. He paused for a moment, then, with a resigned smile, he gently set the still laughing Chu Ling'er down. With a teasing grin, she declared, You have lost. Oh, I concede, he replied. Lin Xuan gazed at Wang Lin with an apologetic smile. Wang Lin responded with a wry grin, seemingly aware that Lin Xuan had become completely infatuated. There are only a few scenarios in which one can attain immunity to a lure. First, possessing a soul power significantly exceeding that of the other, accompanied by formidable mental strength. Second, maintaining concentrated attention to establish defenses in the sea of consciousness, and third, when one has wholeheartedly fallen in love with the other. Ultimately, allure is merely a means of captivating the soul master, and as long as one consistently regards the other with loving eyes and emotions, it suffices. Upon returning to the class, the entire room cast ambiguous glances at Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er. Although rumors had long circulated about the two, their boldness took everyone by surprise. Ultimately, Lin Xuan was elected class monitor, while Dai Lin became the vice monitor, a decision that met with unanimous approval. The lessons were not particularly tedious. However, much of the knowledge proved to be of little use to Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er, as well as to Dai Lin and Zhu Lin. Their presence in school was primarily to secure favorable standings in various competitions. As a prince, Lin Xuan needed to present commendable achievements to inherit the throne. After class, many students flocked around Lin Xuan, chattering incessantly. Lin Xuan patiently cultivated good relations, which, in turn, made Chu Ling'er somewhat envious. He comforted her for quite some time, yet he noticed a growing distance between himself and Su Luoluo since the start of the semester. Perhaps she felt that they would no longer be teammates in the future. Nonetheless, Lin Xuan remained unconcerned, knowing that Wang Lin would not abandon Su Luoluo, given her rarity as a control-type soul master. As Lin Xuan gazed at the moon in the sky, he smiled. Although he still occupied a solitary dormitory, his contemplation of the moon no longer left him in confusion. He had prepared himself for all that lay ahead. Over the course of a month, Lin Xuan had not experienced significant growth, having only elevated his soul power to the pinnacle of level 36. He sensed that he was approaching a bottleneck. Level 36 could indeed be a critical threshold. Thus, he chose not to rush. However, Wang Lin, noticing Lin Xuan's unease, summoned him to his office. Wang Lin's new office was spacious, filled with numerous books brought from the inner courtyard library to save him time from frequent visits. The school had granted him this privilege, and Lin Xuan observed that most of the books on the shelves were dedicated to the study of spatial power, which deeply moved him. "Are you feeling anxious?" Wang Lin inquired. "Not particularly," Lin Xuan replied. "I have everything meticulously planned. I merely sense that my soul power has reached a bottleneck. If I continue to cultivate in this manner, my progress may slow further." Lin Xuan accepted the tea handed to him by Wang Lin and remarked. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, Wang Lin furrowed his brow. In their class, one would engage in sparring daily. Even if not sparring, Lin Xuan would actively seek out Dai Lin for one-on-one close combat, all while constraining the power of spatial manipulation. Yet, despite this, Lin Xuan still felt as though he had reached an impasse. "What is it that you truly desire?" Wang Lin inquired earnestly, gazing at Lin Xuan. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan refrained from voicing his thoughts, fearing that such words might be perceived as arrogance. Wang Lin, observing Lin Xuan, urged, "It is just the two of us here. Speak freely." Lin Xuan confessed, "I find that the pedagogical methods at Shrek offer little utility for my growth." Lin Xuan mustered his courage and spoke, his words not only negating the other instructors, but also challenging Wang Lin's educational philosophy. Wang Lin's approach was centered around enhancing students' abilities through personalized training, providing both individual and group guidance, and encouraging students to form small groups for mutual sparring. However, the sparring sessions within the school were merely superficial, failing to exert significant pressure on Lin Xuan. Wang Lin was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xuan to express such sentiments. What could possibly render Lin Xuan impervious to pressure? Was it merely due to the weakness of his opponents? Indeed, that seemed to be the sole explanation. All of this could be attributed to Lin Xuan's latent bloodline power, which likely conferred not only a surge in his abilities, but also influenced him in myriad other ways. Wang Lin pondered deeply, while Lin Xuan appeared to regret his indiscretion, acknowledging that Wang Lin had been his dedicated homeroom teacher for 6 months, pouring his heart and soul into his guidance. Yet, Lin Xuan had already received this basic instruction from Yang Zhao, and the knowledge documented in books regarding spatial power was merely rudimentary training. Chapter 73. A sense of belonging from a young age. Lin Xuan had been meticulously taught by Yang Zhao over 6 years of life and death battles. This grueling experience had profoundly transformed him. Although Yang Zhao had always been there to rescue him from peril, it had instilled in Lin Xuan a ruthless combat style. However, within the familial atmosphere of Shrek Academy, he had come to know many individuals, and as class leader, he began to consider the collective welfare of his peers. His strikes became increasingly restrained and gentle. Even when confronted by a woman like Li Xiaoyan, who sought his demise, he felt no murderous intent, as if a fierce beast had been tamed into domestication. This sensation left Lin Xuan feeling that his progress in power was painfully slow. Wang Lin observed Lin Xuan and gradually understood, confirming in his heart that Lin Xuan had undoubtedly been guided by an exceptional teacher, one who had imparted a wealth of knowledge to him. Lin Xuan could have chosen not to attend Shrek Academy, yet he still opted to come. With a wry smile, Wang Lin glanced at the books on the shelf. Feeling a twinge of irony, he had once nurtured Lin Xuan as a successor, but it seemed he had overestimated his own sentiments. "I understand now. You may return, but it would be best to have a heart-to-heart with Chu Ling'er. Although the outer academy prohibits romantic relationships, it will not interfere. Go on," Wang Lin said with a smile. Lin Xuan nodded silently and departed, wandering aimlessly, uncertain if his words had been appropriate. Meanwhile, Wang Lin sighed deeply as he sat in his office chair and rose to leave, making his way to the office of Yifanqing. He hesitated at the door, unsure if he should enter. "Oh, is that you, Teacher Wang? What brings you here?" Yifanqing inquired with surprise as she approached from the corridor. Realizing he could not backtrack, Wang Lin replied, "It has been many years since I last visited the principal's office, and I haven't spoken with Dini in quite some time. Is that so? Please, come in." Yifanqing smiled, inviting Wang Lin inside. He took a seat on the sofa and fell silent, staring blankly at the coffee table. Yifanqing paused, then with a smile asked, "What is this? We haven't spoken in decades, have we? We've both experienced so much together." Wang Lin responded flatly, and after a brief moment of awkwardness, Yifanqing poured him a cup of tea, uncertain of what to say next. Wang Lin broke the silence, asking, "What plans does the academy have for Lin Xuan?" "Oh, so that's what you're inquiring about. Well, the school plans to establish a preparatory team next month, as the elite competition is approaching in less than 2 years. We need to cultivate a cohesive team," Yifanqing said candidly, disregarding Wang Lin's status. Wang Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, shaking his head. While this approach was valid, he remained concerned about Lin Xuan's state. Thus, he shared all his observations and speculations regarding Lin Xuan's current situation with Yifanqing. Upon hearing that Lin Xuan was growing weary of the tranquil student life, she too felt the weight of the situation, her usual jovial demeanor fading into seriousness. She began to contemplate the matter earnestly. The Sea God Pavilion had unanimously approved of Lin Xuan's intensive training. Recognizing that his abilities could ensure Shrek Academy maintained a strategic advantage amidst the impending turmoil, they were committed to nurturing his potential. And both Elder Long and Elder Kong had expressed interest in taking Lin Xuan as a disciple, independent of their martial spirits. "What do you foresee for Lin Xuan's future development?" Yifanqing asked Wang Lin, just as Wang Lin was about to respond. He recalled the combat from a month prior when Lin Xuan was appointed class leader. His fighting style without weapons was entirely different, marked by a calmness that bordered on coldness, coupled with impeccable calculation and psychological acuity. "I believe he is unsuited for open conflict," Wang Lin concluded after considerable reflection. Yifanqing, well aware of Wang Lin's implications, chuckled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "We have considered this possibility, hence our proactive approach. I hadn't considered that. I initially thought Lin Xuan was a self-taught talent, and I aimed to mold him. However, I now realize he is more like a pre-carved jade, destined to shine without my intervention," Wang Lin confessed, feeling somewhat deflated. "Do not be disheartened, my junior. The students you have taught over the years are all witnesses to your dedication," Yifanqing said, causing Wang Lin's expression to twitch. It had been so long since he had thought of that incident, but her calling him junior nearly shattered his composure. "I'm leaving," he said abruptly. "Wait." Yifanqing attempted to persuade him to stay, but Wang Lin had already exited. She sighed, taking her seat once more. After reporting on Lin Xuan's situation, Wang Lin had hoped to reminisce. It seemed that over the years, his junior had faced struggles of his own. At least this time, he had found a reason to restore him as the homeroom teacher, as the old principal had previously barred Wang Lin from overseeing any class beyond the 4th. After all, it was Wang Lin who had indirectly caused Shrek to lose a genius and a champion in a competition. Yet, as the case against Wang Lin began to be revisited and the existence of the Holy Spirit cult was confirmed, the old principal had little ground left to stand on. Though he remained reluctant to admit his errors for the sake of pride. "I wonder if Elder Long has found a teacher for Lin Xuan," Yifanqing mused, swirling her coffee cup with a hint of conspiratorial intrigue. Yet Lin Xuan remained oblivious to any of this, as he grappled with his own uncertainties about the future. His heart urged him to leave Shrek Academy, yet he was reluctant to part with Wang Lin, Chu Ling'er, and his friends. Under the glow of the setting sun, Lin Xuan's shadow appeared somewhat desolate. He gazed at his shadow as it aimlessly moved forward, while around him, senior students and a few juniors emerged from their classes. Unlike Lin Xuan, their faces bore little trace of confusion. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with someone, and when he looked up, he was taken aback to find it was Tang Xiao. "Ah, I'm so sorry." Lin Xuan hurriedly apologized, and Tang Xiao, clutching her shoulder, inquired, "What are you doing? It's quite perilous to walk with your head down." Instead of reproaching him, Tang Xiao offered her counsel. Lin Xuan paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, nodding as he replied, "I will be cautious. I must take my leave now. The teacher is looking for me regarding some matters. If time permits, I eagerly anticipate a conversation with you." With a wave, Tang Xiao bid farewell to Lin Xuan. He watched her retreating figure with a tinge of loneliness. Finally comprehending the source of his anxiety in the second semester, he realized he did not quite belong here. That sense of belonging eluded him, perhaps during the first semester. The pressure from Shui Qingtian and Dai Lin had kept him grounded, but now it was no longer the case. In the second year, engaging in sparring with third-year students was strictly prohibited, requiring prior approval. Moreover, students above the 3rd year could not be challenged at all. Should anyone be discovered engaging in clandestine sparring, they would face disciplinary action. Chapter 74. The new teacher Lin Xuan? What are you doing here? I've been searching for you for quite some time. I went to Teacher Wang's office, but he was not there. While Lin Xuan was lost in thought, Chu Ling'er rushed over, visibly relieved. Lin Xuan looked up at her, his gaze filled with unspoken affection and longing. Sitting beside him, Chu Ling'er smiled and teased. What's with that gaze? It's rather sentimental. Have you become this mushy after just one holiday? It's nothing. I merely wish to gaze upon you, he replied. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he gazed silently at the sky, and Chu Ling'er sat beside him in quiet companionship until evening. Finally, Lin Xuan inquired, if one day I were to leave, would you feel sorrow? Of course I would. After all, we are lovers, and lovers do part. Du Zitong replied with a playful smile. Lin Xuan paused momentarily before a relieved smile spread across his face. Indeed, it was inconceivable for lovers to separate. Even if one had numerous responsibilities, the person before him was of utmost importance. Yet, upon contemplating the sacred spirit sect, Lin Xuan found himself unable to relent. Internally, he was in turmoil, though his exterior remained unchanged. He held Chu Ling'er's hand, smiling as they returned to the dormitory before parting ways. Having skipped dinner, Lin Xuan had some provisions, albeit unpalatable, yet sufficient to sustain him. As he munched on a flatbread and opened the door to his dormitory, the bread slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the floor as a dagger was pressed against his throat. Lin Xuan's mind raced. An assassin from the sacred spirit sect? With a mere flick of his finger, he could have vanished, yet he was utterly incapable of doing so, for he had been completely locked onto. Any movement would result in a lethal cut. I initially thought you would be more vigilant. It seems that old fellow has greatly exaggerated, the assailant remarked as Lin Xuan, drenched in sweat, contemplated his escape. Suddenly, the attacker released him, and Lin Xuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The harrowing 3 minutes he had just endured would forever be etched in his memory, the sensation of impending death and his powerlessness. Who are you? Lin Xuan managed to recover his composure and turned to face the individual. Upon seeing the person's face, he was taken aback. The stranger possessed an exceedingly common appearance, the kind that would be hard to distinguish amidst a crowd. Dressed in a black trench coat that concealed his slender frame, Lin Xuan sensed that the individual was not particularly formidable. I am unsure how to explain, as I have never engaged in such activities, the man stammered. Allow me to elucidate, said Elder Long, leaping down from the beams above and looking at Lin Xuan with a smile. Realization dawned on Lin Xuan. The individual was not a killer, but rather someone summoned by Elder Long. However, he remained puzzled by Elder Long's intentions. Elder Long patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder, urging him to sit. The middle-aged man, however, remained unconvinced, shaking his head in disappointment as he regarded Lin Xuan. Elder Long chuckled helplessly. While the middle-aged man queried Lin Xuan, you just smiled like an idiot. It is evident you are in the throes of romance. If I were hired by the Sacred Spirit sect, I possess no fewer than 5 methods to eliminate you, and from a distance, there are dozens more. Senior, within the academy, I believe I need not be on constant alert. If one must remain vigilant at all times, what meaning would life hold? Lin Xuan expressed his dissatisfaction. To which Elder Long replied, this is the teacher we have engaged for you, and it has come at a considerable cost. A teacher? Lin Xuan gazed at the middle-aged man before him, perplexed. It was evident that this man lacked the prowess of Wang Lin. Could he truly be his mentor? The middle-aged man regarded Lin Xuan as if he were a fool, yet he spoke with a measured tone. Get a good night's rest. Tomorrow at noon, come to the back mountain of Shrek. We shall reside there from now on. Be sure to bring your belongings. With that, he departed. Lin Xuan turned to Elder Long, hoping for clarity, but Elder Long merely shook his head and said to Lin Xuan, the academy would not assign a worthless individual as your teacher. If you believe he is wholly unqualified, you may voice your concerns to me. That will be all. Given Elder Long's words, Lin Xuan felt he had no choice but to place his trust in the situation, especially since the truth would soon unfold the following morning. There was little point in opposing Elder Long at this juncture. Elder Long left the dormitory and approached the middle-aged man, who was leisurely smoking as he strolled along the path of Shrek. Elder Long stood beside him and inquired, what are your thoughts? It is a raw gem, but still too young, the middle-aged man replied. A killer should not harbor excessive emotions. Yet it would be a gross misjudgment to claim that a killer possesses no feelings whatsoever. The middle-aged man chuckled, to which Elder Long responded with hearty laughter. You will be astonished by his abilities. Let us hope he is not miseducated. Thank you for your counsel, Elder Long. It fills me with nostalgia to return to Shrek once more. The middle-aged man smiled as he gazed toward the back mountain of Shrek, contemplating the lessons to come. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan rose from his slumber and shared breakfast with Chu Ling'er, informing her of his special training in the back mountain, which might prevent his return today. Although reluctant, Chu Ling'er did not impede him, much to Lin Xuan's relief. It was Lin Xuan's first visit to the back mountain of Shrek Academy, a place where numerous soul beasts were kept, though most were carefully monitored. After a night of contemplation, he had come to realize the true nature of his new teacher. It was evident that this instructor was a genuine assassin, as demonstrated by the silent approach he took to stealthily position himself behind Lin Xuan. However, he would not remain passive. Having been forced into a humiliating situation the previous day, he was determined not to repeat that experience. His pride simply could not endure it. He understood that his teacher was likely engaging in a game of cat and mouse within the forest, so why could he not assume the role of the cat himself? Lin Xuan, with a smile, drew forth the wind blade bow and cautiously navigated through the forest, his spatial awareness heightened to its fullest extent. As long as he appeared within a radius of 50 meters, he could sense it. The middle-aged man observed Lin Xuan's movements through his binoculars and instantly grasped his intentions. How intriguing. Even a soul Douluo would find it difficult to contend with someone like me, the Grim Reaper. Since that is the case, I shall meet my future disciple. With that, he donned a camouflage trench coat and ventured into the depths of the woods. The cat-and-mouse game had officially commenced. However, Lin Xuan was the first to recognize the predicament. His leg brushed against a strand of silk. The silk, undamaged by his step, was evidently crafted through some special technique, designed to trigger a concealed mechanism if one were to lift their foot and conceal themselves in the shadows. Do you wish to behold my expression? Then I shall play along with your game. Lin Xuan revealed a faint smile, effortlessly evading such trivial traps with his mastery of spatial power. He utilized this ability to simulate the surrounding terrain, discovering that the only presence concealed nearby was the Zhuge divine crossbow. Although the reason for its possession by the adversary eluded him, such an object posed no threat whatsoever. Chapter 75. The Shadow of the Reaper. Oh? Is this a deliberate trap? The Reaper, positioned over 100 meters away from Lin Xuan, refrained from advancing recklessly. Based on his deductions, Lin Xuan's command of spatial power should be confined within a 100-meter radius, a detail he had already ascertained, thanks to the cooperation of Li Xiaoyan, who had consistently assisted Shrek Academy in various matters. The girl's intelligence was accurate, the young man's aura remained remarkably stable, his emotions soaring high. Since he was so spirited, the Reaper thought it fitting to demonstrate why he was known as the Slayer of Reapers. Behind the middle-aged man, 5 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, an unimpressive sight, particularly since even a casual senior from the inner academy would possess the prowess of a soul king, not to mention a man of his age. Yet, in the next instant, the middle-aged man vanished from sight, his presence completely undetectable. Something feels amiss. Suddenly, Lin Xuan sensed an anomaly. Was it instinct or something else? He had the unsettling feeling that someone had breached his 100-meter perimeter. Yet the feedback from the spatial illusion revealed no figures, only a squirrel that had just entered. The presence of a mere squirrel could not provoke such a strong reaction from Lin Xuan. There is trouble. I must retreat. Lin Xuan tore open a rift in space, transporting himself 50 meters away. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, but as he took a step back, he inadvertently stumbled into a pitfall. The pit was filled with sharp spikes, and a fall would surely spell his demise. Just as he contemplated tearing open another rift, an arrow swiftly shot towards his forehead, arriving almost simultaneously. Yet, with a surge of instinct, Lin Xuan managed to evade the projectile by creating a rift in space. Breathing heavily, he noted the numerous traps surrounding him. It appeared that his adversary possessed exhaustive intelligence regarding his movements, leading him into a precarious situation. As he pondered his next move, the ominous sensation returned. However, instead of fleeing, he concealed himself behind a large tree. He sensed that within a radius of 100 meters, only a single living creature approached him, not a squirrel, but a black cat. The feline approached to within 10 meters of Lin Xuan. As he peered out, he caught sight of the black cat, but in the next instant, a murderous intent surged forth. A dagger was stealthily thrust towards him. Lin Xuan's expression shifted, and he instinctively kicked to his left. However, his right leg struck something solid, causing excruciating pain in his calf. Retracting his right leg, he tore open a rift once more, heading towards the direction of the black cat. He could confidently surmise that what he had just encountered was unmistakably an elbow belonging to a person, a deliberate ruse to provoke him into kicking. The pain resonated through his bones, confirming that this individual was undoubtedly his new instructor. Without having seen his opponent, he was left bewildered as to how they had evaded his spatial detection, stealthily maneuvering behind him and striking without a trace. Lin Xuan's expression changed as he gazed at the black cat, which had suddenly vanished. His emotions surged to a peak, and he remained on high alert, scanning his surroundings. There was nothing but emptiness, and he gasped, awaiting the return of that unsettling sensation. One must always maintain composure, regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out, leaving Lin Xuan's mind in a state of oblivion. He was brought down by the specter of death, a dagger pressed once more against his throat. Before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of his assailant's smiling face, and he managed a wry smile in return. Was the disparity truly insurmountable? Although still somewhat naive, the attack had nonetheless struck me. Was it instinct, or something else? The power of space indeed proves to be an incredibly convenient ability. He carried Lin Xuan to a safe location and kindled a campfire. Gazing at the flames with a foolish grin, he contemplated that throughout his life, he had yearned to find a suitable candidate to pass on his assassination skills. After much searching, he had finally discovered someone whose talent surpassed even his own. Lin Xuan was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that night had fallen. At that moment, a middle-aged man returned, carrying a wild boar on his back. Noticing Lin Xuan awake, the man offered a friendly smile. However, Lin Xuan couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that this smile harbored ulterior motives. Eat something. Prepare it yourself, and after you're done, I shall explain everything to you. All right. Lin Xuan took the wild boar leg and began to shave the hair with the wind blade. The middle-aged man watched Lin Xuan wield the wind blade and couldn't help but feel a shiver of awe. What an extraordinary weapon. Merely observing it, he could sense its sharpness. Is there anyone in the Douluo continent capable of forging such a dagger? Firstly, those few divine craftsmen certainly would not be able to. He was well acquainted with their limitations. Who else could it be? Lin Xuan swiftly finished a wild boar leg, the meat remarkably succulent. It is no wonder that the back mountain is referred to as the Shrek's pantry, where the core disciples are likely nourished by the soul beasts and wild animals cultivated by Shrek itself. Allow me to introduce myself. However, before that, would you be willing to let me teach you? My name is Lin Xuan, and I trust you are already well acquainted with my background. Whether I can regard you as my mentor depends on your ability to exert pressure upon me, for it is precisely the absence of such pressure that has led me to contemplate departing from Shrek. Lin Xuan gazed down at the flickering campfire, his voice tinged with disappointment as he reflected on the cat-and-mouse game with the middle-aged man. It had become evident to him that there are always greater powers beyond one's own, and although the man appeared to possess limited strength, his mastery of intelligence and psychological manipulation was executed with remarkable finesse. Lin Xuan contemplated taking him as a mentor, for this was a domain in which Yang Zhao had never ventured. You may call me Xiao Feng. My true name has long been forgotten. For a killer traversing the shadows, the most vital asset is one's tongue. One must wield the charm of language to fabricate one persona after another. Should you desire to uncover my true name, you must first conquer me, Xiao Feng stated coolly regarding Lin Xuan. Taken aback, Lin Xuan nodded in understanding. If the man was unwilling to reveal his true name, why fabricate one? Nevertheless, Xiao Feng's words resonated deeply with Lin Xuan, illuminating the reasons behind his vulnerability to scrutiny. It was due to his own excessive exposure. I shall impart to you the art of language and the fundamentals of assassination. Once you have acquired the ability to stand on your own, I shall take my leave, for my time at Shrek is limited. There are many others on this continent who seek the services of a killer such as myself. With that, Xiao Feng donned his cowboy hat and departed, leaving Lin Xuan to ponder alone. Committed to his studies, Lin Xuan seized a wild boar nearby and began the process of butchering it, realizing that one boar's leg would hardly suffice to satiate his hunger. Half an hour later, Xiao Feng returned to find Lin Xuan nearly restored, brimming with energy. Lin Xuan regarded him eagerly, only to have Xiao Feng shake his head. Why do you stand there like a fool? Are you waiting for your teacher to return? What if I do not come back? What? Chapter 76. The 3 Steps of Assassination. Lin Xuan, do you still require me to elucidate your current predicament? Recapitulate where your present crisis originates, Xiao Feng inquired as he took a seat, observing Lin Xuan, who was momentarily at a loss. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xuan articulated, first and foremost, the Holy Spirit sect has ensnared me in a grand conspiracy, marking me as a target on their assassination list. The designated locales for my demise are any places beyond Shrek. Beyond that, I struggle to conceive further dangers. Lin Xuan perceived that his only peril lay within the Holy Spirit sect, which greatly disappointed Xiao Feng. He gazed at Lin Xuan and remarked, you are mistaken. In truth, you hold no significance within the Holy Spirit sect. Do you believe I have not been employed by them? I can assure you that I have eliminated individuals for the 2 great empires, the Holy Spirit sect, and even the 7 major sects, with an impeccable record. At the Holy Spirit sect, you are inconsequential, even less important than your teacher. Therefore, you overestimate your own significance. Xiao Feng's words flushed Lin Xuan's face with embarrassment. He had thought that the Holy Spirit sect was intent on taking his life, only to realize today, through Xiao Feng's revelations, that he was utterly insignificant. Xiao Feng then patted Lin Xuan's shoulder and inquired, what insights do you have regarding combat strategies? The most effective approach is to utilize spatial powers to position oneself behind the opponent for a surprise attack. If the enemy is vigilant, I would strike from above. Should I encounter a defensive soul master, my strategy would be to launch stealthy assaults from the shadows, consistently disrupting the rhythm of their defenses. Lin Xuan revealed his combat style, to which Xiao Feng chuckled and remarked, it is precisely as described in the intel. However, what else are you concealing from me? Your bloodline power grants you immunity to control and significantly enhances your strength. If you were to fully unleash your bloodline power now, you could easily attain a soul power level of 44. Even in your ordinary state, your strength would reach the pinnacle of 39. Since you are already so well informed, why do you bother to ask me? Lin Xuan was utterly disheartened, stripped of all confidence. Initially, he had boasted about his unwavering self-assurance, declaring that even when faced with 4th-grade students, he would not be outshone. However, to his dismay, Xiao Feng effortlessly belittled him with just a few words, leaving Lin Xuan unable to retort, especially after suffering defeat at Xiao Feng's hands twice. Do not underestimate yourself. I, your teacher, have lived for many years. Although my spiritual power may not be my forte, I have never faltered in assassination, relying solely on my intelligence and martial soul. Through countless battles, I have refined an array of assassination techniques. In truth, among your peers, you are nearly an insurmountable presence, Xiao Feng consoled with a smile. Lin Xuan felt somewhat reassured by Xiao Feng's words, yet the latter's tone shifted as he continued. Though you may appear inconsequential now, the Holy Spirit sect will inevitably come to realize that they cannot afford to overlook you. When that time comes, as my disciple, should you inherit my complete abilities and meet your demise, I fear I would be enraged to the point of spitting blood in my grave. Master, will you take me as your disciple? Is it more than a mere teacher-student relationship? Lin Xuan pointed to himself, seemingly taken aback. Xiao Feng chuckled heartily and said, You don't actually believe I am a teacher from Shrek, do you? Allow me to clarify that I have no connection to Shrek. I merely visited once in my youth. I have always adhered to the rules and have never hunted anyone from neutral factions, which is why I received an invitation from Shrek. Are you disappointed to learn that I am not their instructor? With a self-deprecating smile, Xiao Feng observed Lin Xuan, who shook his head and regarded him earnestly. Initially, Lin Xuan had assumed Xiao Feng was a longtime teacher at the school, possessing assassination skills but primarily relying on Shrek's vast intelligence network to operate. If that were the case, had Xiao Feng always been alone? Well, since you managed to hit me, I'll share this with you, if you wish to achieve more. Continue and remove your upper garment. Once standing, Xiao Feng remarked. Lin Xuan nodded and rose to remove his shirt, revealing a refined upper body devoid of any excess fat, an epitome of physical perfection, lean yet brimming with explosive strength. Use your method to approach me and attempt to assassinate me, Xiao Feng beckoned. Lin Xuan cautiously brandished his iron dagger, maintaining a vigilant gaze on Xiao Feng, who stood with his arms crossed, appearing replete with vulnerabilities. He felt numerous opportunities to execute the assassination simply by stepping closer, yet a sense of unease lingered, stemming from Xiao Feng's apparent nonchalance. Why do you hesitate to attack? Regardless of the circumstances, one must be bold enough to attempt. This is training. When you face a genuinely formidable target, you will have but one opportunity. If you waver, you cannot be considered a true assassin, Xiao Feng imparted earnestly. Lin Xuan nodded, gradually approaching Xiao Feng. However, as he neared, he perceived that Xiao Feng indeed seemed to be fraught with weaknesses, merely smiling at him. When he stood less than half a meter away, Xiao Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, with a swift motion of his right hand. He captured Lin Xuan's attention while his left hand pressed the dagger against Lin Xuan's throat. You see me as vulnerable, yet you are equally exposed. I will never allow myself to be an easy target. If one day you find yourself pursued, do not be foolishly defensive. Always strike first, Xiao Feng admonished. Retracting the dagger from Lin Xuan's neck, he patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder and said, For an assassin, the most crucial aspect is not the first strike. Observe my technique. With that, Xiao Feng executed a graceful arc with his right hand, a flawless movement that Lin Xuan narrowly evaded. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to dodge a second strike, Xiao Feng abruptly halted, fixing his gaze on Lin Xuan. How did the first strike feel? A powerful sensation of suffocation, sudden and unexpected. Since you lacked any intent to kill, I sensed the fear of death at the moment you struck. But why did you not continue with the second blow? Lin Xuan spoke with trepidation, genuinely alarmed. In the presence of Xiao Feng, no matter how cautious he was, an overwhelming sense of impending doom pervaded his thoughts. Xiao Feng nodded thoughtfully and remarked, If I were to unleash my self-created technique, the assassin's 3 steps, you might not even have the time to react. Put on your clothes, and I shall teach you the second move. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan hastily donned his attire. Just as he secured his garments, Xiao Feng's dagger lunged at him once more. With a mix of astonishment and agility, Lin Xuan narrowly evaded the stealthy assault. Frustration nearly overwhelmed him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he suddenly lost his balance. He realized that Xiao Feng had seized his clothing and was abruptly pulled down. As he braced himself to defend against the dagger in a moment of disarray, Xiao Feng swiftly positioned himself behind Lin Xuan, enveloping him in an embrace. While the dagger pressed ominously against Lin Xuan's throat, his vision obscured. An assassin must never strike from the front. Even a fool such as yourself understands the essence of defense in frontal encounters. One must swiftly maneuver to the opponent's rear to execute a lethal strike. Chapter 77. The Pain and the Joy. Well, have you grasped these 2 techniques? Xiao Feng released the panting Lin Xuan. The sensation of near death had left him little time to comprehend the experience. Noticing Lin Xuan's disorientation, Xiao Feng sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, Indeed, it is quite rare for anyone to evade my 2 moves. Even during training, I often find myself inclined to strike you down. Thus, to truly master these techniques, you must continuously attune yourself to my movements and maneuvers. As this is my inaugural attempt at imparting such skills, I am prepared. Lin Xuan took a deep breath, rising to face Xiao Feng. At this moment, he was entirely prepared. If he could not compel Xiao Feng to reveal 3 moves, then today's special training would be rendered utterly futile. The sun was nearing its descent, and he had to risk everything. Apologies for the offense. After murmuring a few words, Lin Xuan summoned the Shantian shield from his dantian and hurled it directly at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng deftly sidestepped, exposing a flaw, and Lin Xuan seized the opportunity, utilizing his spatial powers to appear before Xiao Feng. Mimicking Xiao Feng's earlier movement, he raised his right hand, wielding the wind blade in a swift upward arc. However, to his astonishment, Xiao Feng, despite his precarious balance, managed to roll away, evading the blow. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan launched a powerful kick aimed at Xiao Feng's abdomen. A commendable technique, yet ultimately futile. In midair, Xiao Feng, having lost his center of gravity, executed a spin to evade Lin Xuan's strike. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to pursue, he realized that Xiao Feng had retreated 2 meters, arms crossed, and observing him intently. Lin Xuan recalled the Xintian shield. Taking a deep breath, "You have grasped the essence of my attack. The key lies in taking your opponent by surprise. You may have claimed not to have learned it. Yet inwardly, you have surely contemplated it thoroughly," Xiao Feng remarked with astonishment. Lin Xuan nodded, aware that he had indeed comprehended the crux of Xiao Feng's initial strike. The element of surprise could render an opponent defenseless, yet it also allowed them the chance to react to the first blow. "Proceed. I wish to see what further tactics you possess. However, be forewarned that I shall employ more earnest methods henceforth," Xiao Feng stated, casually placing his hands in his pockets as he stood his ground. Without a moment's delay, Lin Xuan tore open a rift in space and launched the wind blade at Xiao Feng midair. Recognizing the blade's formidable nature, Xiao Feng refrained from attempting to catch it and instead deftly sidestepped. This time, Lin Xuan opted not to approach from the front, but rather from behind. Raising his shield to charge at Xiao Feng remained unmoving, awaiting Lin Xuan's advance. As Lin Xuan closed the distance to half a meter, he suddenly faltered, feigning a fall. In a split second, the power of his bloodline surged, enabling him to regain his footing and deliver a punch toward Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's left hand seized Lin Xuan's right wrist while his left foot braced against Lin Xuan's leg, preventing the forthcoming kick. Lin Xuan sought to break free. Yet Xiao Feng abruptly turned and clasped Lin Xuan's head with his hands, executing a powerful throw that left Lin Xuan considerably shaken. As Lin Xuan rose, eager to engage in combat, he suddenly realized that his right hand had gone numb. He had been struck at a vital point. Lin Xuan glared at Xiao Feng, who had tucked his hands back into his pockets, and with a roar, he charged forward once more. This time, however, Xiao Feng chose not to evade but instead lunged at Lin Xuan with a swift motion of his right hand, aiming to stab him as he charged. Lin Xuan hastily halted, narrowly avoiding the attack, yet deep down, he understood that he had lost. Xiao Feng seized Lin Xuan's garment, bringing him down to the ground, and pressed a dagger against his throat. Lin Xuan lay beneath him, rendered powerless, his legs incapacitated. He could not mount an effective offense against Xiao Feng. His right arm was feeble and his left arm was pinned beneath a foot. If he could not deliver a lethal blow, he would surely fall victim to Xiao Feng's merciless strike. When faced with an adversary possessing superior strength, one must eschew elaborate maneuvers in favor of a direct and forceful assault. For instance, if I were to attempt to circumvent you, I would inevitably be met with an elbow to the nose. Once you have mounted your opponent, regardless of their strength, even if they could potentially throw you off, you possess the capability to deliver a fatal blow in an instant. I comprehend this now. Lin Xuan nodded, beginning to contemplate Xiao Feng's recent actions, which were fundamentally preemptive. Whenever faced with Lin Xuan's thrown projectiles, Xiao Feng instinctively evaded before devising a counter-strategy. This moment revealed Xiao Feng's most significant vulnerability. However, Lin Xuan's initial assault was rather juvenile. Had he chosen to circumvent Xiao Feng and deliver a decisive strike from behind, he might have seized an opportunity. Unfortunately, during the second attempt, he was compelled to expend his bloodline power due to Xiao Feng's poison. Following this, he endeavored to crush Xiao Feng using sheer physical strength. Yet the latter's combat techniques were executed with remarkable finesse, allowing him to subdue Lin Xuan by leveraging his own force against him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Xuan observed, "I noticed you had a meal earlier this afternoon. Your state of unconsciousness has lingered for quite some time. Let me impart to you the most crucial knowledge at this moment. Please take a seat." After guiding Lin Xuan to sit, Xiao Feng inquired, "How has your day been? Am I suitable to be your mentor?" "Absolutely," came the response. Lin Xuan nodded earnestly, acknowledging that Xiao Feng evoked a sensation that Wang Lin could never provide. Regardless of Wang Lin's prowess as a Soul Douluo, Lin Xuan believed he could never triumph against him. However, Xiao Feng was different. He was merely at the pinnacle of Soul King. In the absence of pressure, Xiao Feng had effortlessly defeated him using only skill and experience. How paradoxical it was to feel both pain and joy simultaneously. Xiao Feng tapped Lin Xuan's forehead and inquired, "How do you perceive my current emotions? I know you must be grinning foolishly." Xiao Feng's words left Lin Xuan momentarily stunned. He had no insight into Xiao Feng's emotional state. At that moment, Xiao Feng bore no discernible facial expression, with his hands tucked into his pockets. It was impossible for Lin Xuan to decipher the fluctuations in Xiao Feng's emotions. "You fool. A lack of emotional change signifies the absence of emotion altogether. Stop being so suspicious." "Huh." Lin Xuan, bewildered by the recent blow to his head, let out a soft exclamation. Little did he know that immediately after, another strike followed. With teary eyes, he gazed at Xiao Feng, who, visibly irritated, inquired, "What do you do when you attempt to assassinate someone? Disguise yourself to avoid recognition, then lurk in the shadows to strike when the enemy is most vulnerable." Well said. Xiao Feng nodded, albeit without any sign of approval, for such knowledge was rudimentary. Even those unacquainted with the assassin's art understood this principle. He looked at Lin Xuan and posed another question. What kind of person is easiest to kill? Someone with low vigilance. Incorrect. When it comes to murder, one must be attuned to the emotions of the target. On that day, if you appeared foolishly blissful, you would have been the easiest to eliminate. In moments of happiness, one must be cautious, as the potential for violence is ever present, and individuals may act on impulse. Xiao Feng gave Lin Xuan a pat on the head, prompting an awkward smile from him. Indeed, he had previously carried himself with an air of invincibility, believing few could pose a threat to him. Apart from the title Douluo, he felt no need for excessive caution, even in the presence of Yang Kai-dai. Chapter 78. Rigorous training to observe a person, one must assess their state. For instance, there are those who are lustful. It is unwise to strike before they engage in their pursuits. Instead, one should ensure they meet their end in the embrace of their desires, thus maximizing the effectiveness of the assassination, especially for someone like you who can conceal themselves in the shadows. Another type of individual ripe for assassination is one consumed by rage. Typically, when a person is in the throes of fury, it is the opportune moment to strike, particularly while they are distracted, muttering to themselves. As for others, I shall impart a most valuable tactic. Xiao Feng remained seated, observing Lin Xuan with a smile. Lin Xuan, in a daze, stared back at him, prompting Xiao Feng to ask, "Do you believe I would ever turn against you? From your subjective perspective?" "No, for master, you currently exude no murderous intent. I can only perceive your gaze upon me, yet I am aware you may be prepared to act." "Precisely. Your experience of being bested by me throughout the day has led you to this conclusion. But what of an ordinary person? I shall teach you a most useful principle. On the streets, if someone smiles at you with a dispassionate gaze, be wary. They may be an assassin or merely a passerby." "I understand now." Lin Xuan nodded, committing Xiao Feng's words to memory. Xiao Feng gently patted Lin Xuan's head and said, "For the next month, we shall practice the first two moves, after which I will instruct you on how to conceal your murderous intent. You may return now. And in the future, do not inquire in the mornings, simply proceed into the mountains. I will set traps during the night. Tomorrow, do not perish too swiftly." "Thank you, master." Lin Xuan respectfully bowed before departing from the back mountain. Outside, Wang Lin and Yi Fanqing awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's disheveled appearance, Yi Fanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xuan, with a wry smile, remarked, "Director Yi, please refrain from reveling in my misfortune. Little one, who instructed you to speak so arrogantly? We can only secure you a commendable teacher now," Yi Fanqing retorted, unable to contain his laughter. Wang Lin, however, expressed genuine concern for Lin Xuan. Upon noticing that Lin Xuan was unharmed, albeit covered in dust, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Lin was taken aback to learn that Lin Xuan's new mentor was the infamous Grim Reaper. He promptly approached Yi Fanqing, requesting an immediate cessation of training, fearing that Lin Xuan might end up severely injured. Though not one to indulge his students excessively, as evidenced by his teaching methods, he would never allow them to suffer unnecessarily, as such hardship would squander time and dampen their enthusiasm. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for my boastful words yesterday," Lin Xuan said. Lin Xuan bowed deeply to Wang Lin, expressing his remorse, acknowledging that his words from yesterday had indeed hurt Teacher Wang. Today's events made him realize that he was merely a novice in the world. "It's all right, as long as you're okay. How did things go with Xiao Feng? He didn't threaten you, did he? If he does, just tell me. Even if Dean Yi tries to intervene, I won't allow him to harm you," Wang Lin declared, casting a fierce glare at Yi Fanqing. In response, Yi Fanqing shrugged innocently. Lin Xuan shook his head and replied, "I learned so much under Teacher Xiao Feng today, and I am looking forward to the upcoming lessons." "Well then, rest assured, Teacher Wang, my student is certainly not lying. I promise Lin Xuan will only grow stronger. Lin Xuan, you should go and take a break. I will handle things here." Yi Fanqing signaled to Lin Xuan, who understood immediately and excused himself before leaving. Wang Lin, unable to stop him, could only withdraw with a sigh, still feeling anxious yet trusting in Lin Xuan's words. Lin Xuan arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building, and indeed, he found Chu Ling'er seated beneath a tree by the flower bed, awaiting his return. He hurried over and sat beside her, apologetically saying, "Have you been waiting for long?" "Umph, I wasn't waiting for you at all," Chu Ling'er retorted with a huff. Today had been marred by some unpleasant occurrences, primarily stemming from Dai Lin's attitude towards Chu Ling'er. Upon learning that Lin Xuan would no longer be present in Class 1, Dai Lin had directly challenged Chu Ling'er for the position of class leader. However, she chose not to disclose this matter to Lin Xuan, considering he was rather disheveled at the moment. "Go take a shower," she suggested. "I will also head back to freshen up and change my clothes." "All right," Lin Xuan nodded, acknowledging his current disheveled appearance. It seemed inevitable that he would face such a state daily alongside Xiao Feng. After taking a shower, Lin Xuan engaged in conversation with Chu Ling'er. However, when he inquired about the class situation, Chu Ling'er hesitated and stammered. It wasn't until he encountered Su Luoluo that the atmosphere shifted. Su Luoluo's eyes lit up upon seeing Lin Xuan, prompting her to rush over. Ahem. Chu Ling'er quickly cleared her throat, leaving Su Luoluo momentarily stunned. Awkwardly scratching her head, Su Luoluo addressed Lin Xuan. Brother Lin Xuan, where have you been? Are you really not returning to Class 1? Lin Xuan replied, well, due to certain matters, I am no longer a student in Class 1. I am now receiving individual instruction from a teacher. Lin Xuan refrained from disclosing much regarding Xiao Feng, not even sharing any details with Chu Ling'er. At that moment, Lin Xuan experienced a peculiar sensation, one that had previously eluded him, an awareness of emotions. Although Chu Ling'er wore a smile, he could distinctly perceive the helplessness and grievance concealed beneath her countenance. Meanwhile, Su Luoluo approached with evident exuberance, yet her excitement was stifled by Chu Ling'er's 2 coughs, preventing her from voicing her thoughts. If there is something to discuss, do not keep it hidden, speak freely. Lin Xuan smiled and spoke. While Su Luoluo and Chu Ling'er were simultaneously taken aback, Chu Ling'er sighed and directly approached the lakeside, leaning against the railing, unsure of what to say. In contrast, Su Luoluo, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Brother Lin Xuan, the moment you left, Ling'er was supposed to be the class monitor. But Dai Lin insisted on a re-election and even injured Ling'er. Zhu Lin then took advantage of Ling'er's injury to secure the position of vice monitor. After finishing her statement, Su Luoluo glanced at Lin Xuan, who, to her surprise, maintained a smile. Lin Xuan chuckled softly, realizing how trivial the matter was. However, to be fair, even if he were Dai Lin, he could not tolerate Chu Ling'er as class monitor, since he was undeniably superior to her. But so what? Let us go back? No, if I'm not the class monitor, then so be it. Let us not stir up trouble. Chu Ling'er insisted, grasping Lin Xuan's arm. Lin Xuan looked at Chu Ling'er and gently ruffled her hair, saying, you weren't always like this. I believe you fought with all your might before. It's all right. I'll assist you. Chu Ling'er gazed at Lin Xuan in a daze. At that moment, Lin Xuan exuded an air of confidence. She couldn't fathom the source of his assurance, as Dai Lin would not be so easily dealt with by Lin Xuan. After all, Dai Lin's intention in usurping the class monitor's position was to secure a justified opportunity to challenge Lin Xuan once more. Let us go. Lin Xuan returned to the dormitory area with 2 companions. He approached the brightly lit dormitory building and, without hesitation, kicked open the door to Dai Lin's room. This sudden act startled the entire new student dormitory, prompting many to emerge and investigate the commotion. Dai Lin, in particular, was visibly furious, veins bulging on his forehead. Chapter 79. A complete defeat of Dai Lin. Lin Xuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Dai Lin seethed, struggling to contain his anger. Lin Xuan could sense the intensity of Dai Lin's rage. He was fully aware that his destructive act against Dai Lin's door would lead to severe consequences, potentially even the revocation of his status as a core disciple. Yet, he remained unfazed. He could not tolerate anyone scheming behind his back. Are you not the one urging me to confront you? I shall be waiting for you at the arena. I eagerly anticipate your arrival. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he walked away without looking back. Chu Ling'er was momentarily stunned before hastily pursuing him, indignantly exclaiming, what are you doing? You can't kick the dormitory door at school. Such behavior could lead to expulsion. He calmly replied, core disciples cannot be expelled. Have you forgotten? Unless one is involved in a murder incident, it is improbable that they would be persuaded to withdraw. Rest assured, I will be fine. Lin Xuan clasped Chu Ling'er's hand as they made their way to the arena, while Su Luoluo hurriedly sought out Wang Lin. Upon discovering Wang Lin in the company of Yifanqing, she felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. It seemed that no matter whom she approached today, there was always someone inappropriate to confide in. What is it, Su Luoluo? Don't hesitate, just speak up. Wang Laosher. Lin Xuan forcefully kicked down Dai Lin's dormitory door in the freshman dormitory building. Su Luoluo stated through clenched teeth. She had anticipated that Yifanqing would erupt in anger. Yet to her surprise, Yifanqing merely chuckled. Confused, Su Luoluo looked at Yifanqing, while Wang Lin couldn't help but cover his face in disbelief. Yifanqing addressed Su Luoluo, saying, Su Luoluo, I understand. You are headed to the arena, correct? I will handle this matter with your teacher Wang. Goodbye, Dean. Su Luoluo bowed and swiftly ran towards the arena. Wang Lin turned to Yifanqing, questioning, what shall we do about this? He merely kicked a door. Deprive him of the title of core disciple and record a major demerit. Yifanqing replied with a roll of her eyes. Wang Lin nodded in satisfaction, remarking, even if it's Xueqing Tian, he is better than Dai Lin. Though young, he exudes a calculating nature. Moreover, he disregarded my warning and injured Chu Ling'er today. To be frank, it irks me. Wang Lin huffed, his anger towards Dai Lin reaching its zenith. Yifanqing patted Wang Lin on the shoulder before departing. After all, as the dean, he needed to assess the situation. If the strict disciplinary had arrived first, Lin Xuan could very well face expulsion. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood in the arena, eagerly awaiting Dai Lin. He intended to free Chu Ling'er from her burdens within their class. Chu Ling'er anxiously glanced at Lin Xuan. She herself did not wish to be class leader, yet Dai Lin's attitude had infuriated her. In a fit of rage, she had engaged in a spar with him, not anticipating that Dai Lin would be immune to her absolute charm. He must have used some sort of item, as there were no restrictions on what one could bring to the arena. Moments later, a sullen Dai Lin ascended the stage. His gaze was clear this time. Although he appeared furious on the surface, Lin Xuan discerned that he was plotting against him, attempting to bewilder him with a facade of anger. Lin Xuan, if you are a man, then refrain from using your dagger, and I shall not employ my soul-bone skills, Dai Lin declared. No one found fault with his words. For Lin Xuan's dagger was indeed terrifying. A mere flick could evoke the dread of death. Lin Xuan smirked disdainfully, retorting, "Is that all you've got? You." Dai Lin was genuinely incensed this time. Lin Xuan's contemptuous expression nearly provoked him into losing his composure. Lin Xuan produced a blade of wind, and, under Dai Lin's wary gaze, threw it directly. The wind blade embedded itself into the ground before Chu Ling'er, causing everyone to gasp in shock. The floor was crafted from adamant and rock, and Lin Xuan's wind blade had pierced it as easily as if it were tofu. Come on. Let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Lin Xuan unsheathed his finely crafted iron dagger and gazed at Dai Lin, who, in a fit of rage, unleashed his martial soul and charged towards him. Lin Xuan merely smiled, as the events orchestrated by Xiao Feng whirled rapidly in his mind. He nonchalantly placed both hands in his pockets and summoned his own martial soul. Seeking death, Dai Lin bellowed as he unleashed his white tiger's radiant wave. Lin Xuan remained immobile. With a mere thought, he activated his second soul skill, Space Cleavage, which shattered the white tiger's radiant wave around him. Dai Lin then transformed into the white tiger's diamond form and hurled a powerful punch at Lin Xuan. With a swift sidestep, Lin Xuan evaded the incoming fist. As he and Dai Lin overlapped, he executed a sharp upward kick. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, for Lin Xuan's foot had struck decisively at Dai Lin's vital point, the most vulnerable area, whether in the realm of titled Douluos or divine beings. Lin Xuan's lethal kick nearly rendered Dai Lin incapable of having descendants. Lin Xuan chuckled softly and stepped away from Dai Lin, patiently awaiting his recovery. Dai Lin clutched his groin, letting out low growls of pain, while Zhu Lin, seated below, appeared ready to rush onto the stage. Meanwhile, Xueqing Tian watched Dai Lin with a sense of schadenfreude, feeling disdain for his actions today. He could never bring himself to bully a girl abandoned by her man. "I will kill you," Dai Lin roared as he activated his fourth soul skill, a colossal handprint sweeping towards Lin Xuan with an overwhelming force. Lin Xuan merely smiled, tearing through the fabric of space to appear before Dai Lin. Instantly, Dai Lin unleashed a soul bone skill, prompting Chu Ling'er to shout, "Referee, he is committing a foul." The referee, however, merely glanced at her without intervening. Just as Chu Ling'er was about to speak again, Tang Xiao restrained her, shaking his head. These two have only made a verbal agreement. Dai Lin's unilateral breach does not violate the arena's rules. You can only condemn him, not halt the match. Isn't Lin Xuan bound to lose? Chu Ling'er gazed at him with concern. Lin Xuan, seemingly unfazed by Dai Lin's actions, saw this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. He feigned tremors as if crushed by gravity, struggling to maintain his stance. He could sense Dai Lin's escalating hysteria as Dai Lin limped towards him, clutching his groin. Just as Dai Lin opened his mouth to speak, Lin Xuan's bloodline power erupted. With a swift motion of his right hand, a steel dagger flashed like a cold beam towards Dai Lin's neck. Although Dai Lin dodged, his reflexes were still remarkably quick, but what did it matter? The specter of death loomed ominously in Dai Lin's mind. He understood that Lin Xuan's earlier strike was imbued with murderous intent. Lin Xuan swiftly lifted his knee, pressing it against Dai Lin's chest, and as Dai Lin attempted to struggle, Lin Xuan had already placed the dagger against his neck, cutting a shallow gash from which blood began to flow. Dai Lin gazed at Lin Xuan in terror, his limbs weakening as he realized his life had been spared for the moment. Lin Xuan released his knee, and just as Dai Lin sighed in relief, Lin Xuan delivered a powerful kick to his face, sending him flying off the stage and rendering him unconscious. Lin Xuan turned to Zhu Lin and waved his hand, saying, "Come up, your man has been defeated, now it is your turn." Chapter 80. You will never win against me. Infuriated, Zhu Lin ascended the stage, unwilling to stand by while her man lay beaten. She could not afford to let the royal family of the Star Dou Empire lose face. Zhu Lin unleashed her martial spirit, employing the netherworld piercing technique to strike at Lin Xuan's head. Yet, Lin Xuan remained motionless, catching Zhu Lin's arm at the last moment. His hand was covered in minor wounds, from which blood oozed. This was precisely the effect he intended to achieve. Against Zhu Lin, allowing her to utilize her speed would have posed a significant challenge, but the circumstances had now shifted. Lin Xuan's expression turned stern as he abruptly threw Zhu Lin off the stage. Standing on the platform, he cast a cold gaze at the unwilling Zhu Lin. At that moment, Dai Lin required medical attention. Although the wound on his neck had scabbed, it could not be neglected, as a reversal of blood flow would spell trouble. "Leave. Tell Dai Lin that I am an enemy he shall never conquer, no matter the tricks he employs. But do not force my hand to kill him." With that, Lin Xuan descended from the stage, taking the hand of Chu Ling'er and departing with foam by under Zhu Lin's nearly murderous stare. Upon Lin Xuan's exit, Zhu Lin hastily carried Dai Lin to the school infirmary. Meanwhile, Yi Fanqing appeared before Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er with a beaming smile. Dinyi, I believe that Lin Xuan did not act with malice. Let it go, shall we? Wang Tianyu suddenly interjected, with Qin Jun, Lu Qiao, and Kong Dujing nodding in agreement beside him. Yi Fanqing feigned distress, shaking her head before turning to the somber-faced director behind her. What shall we do, old Gua? Lin Xuan's actions warrant expulsion. There can be no tolerance, the director stated firmly. Indeed, Lin Xuan, you have made a grave error, Yi Fanqing sighed, expressing regret. However, Lin Xuan, catching her subtle signals, immediately bowed. Dinyi, I was reckless. I will cover Dai Lin's medical expenses and the repairs for the dormitory. Very well. Acknowledging one's mistakes is the mark of a good student. You are hereby stripped of your core disciple title and prohibited from attending classes for a year. Should you pass the advancement assessment, you may progress to the 3rd year. Let this be a warning. The director had yet to comprehend the situation when Yi Fanqing had already decided. He looked at her with disbelief, to which she laughed heartily before departing. The director could only puff his cheeks and glare, muttering, let this be a warning. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xuan clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude to his seniors. Thank you for your assistance, seniors. Don't mention it. We are merely hired help. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it to Dinyi. However, do keep in mind that while the director is strict, he is merely adhering to school regulations. You and Chu Ling'er have already faced disciplinary action in your 1st year, and now causing such a commotion in your 2nd year. If it happens again in your 3rd year, even Dinyi may not be able to protect you, Wang Tianyu advised earnestly. Lin Xuan nodded, exchanging pleasantries with them before taking Chu Ling'er away. The day's events had caused quite a stir, reviving his previously dormant reputation within the academy. Nevertheless, this mattered little to him. He was on the verge of intense training. Had today's situation not escalated, he feared he would not have been able to focus on his cultivation. There was no need for such anger. I could have resolved it, Chu Ling'er said tenderly as she bandaged Lin Xuan's arm. He smiled silently at her clumsiness, realizing it was likely her first time caring for someone. His outburst stemmed from the knowledge that he might not have much time left to accompany her. He had many tasks to complete. Although Xiao Feng insisted he return home daily, every moment spent on cultivation was critical, including comprehending all he had learned that day. I am your boyfriend, after all. It's only natural to protect you, he replied. Such a big man, Chu Ling'er teased, making a face. Though her words were lighthearted, she felt deeply moved. Lin Xuan embraced her, assuring, from now on, I will not let anyone bully you. And I will not allow anyone to bully me either. That's good to hear. After a tender moment, they returned to their respective dormitories. Following a night of cultivation, Lin Xuan had breakfast with Chu Ling'er before heading to the back mountain. Unsurprisingly, he found himself ensnared in one of Xiao Feng's traps, emerging covered in dirt. When he finally encountered Xiao Feng, the latter was blissfully unconcerned, enjoying his breakfast. Oblivious to the life-threatening traps Lin Xuan had just navigated. I watched yesterday's match. Although your imitation was rather clumsy, it had a semblance of spirit. At least you grasped the knowledge. You did not attempt to maneuver behind your opponent or mount them, which was prudent. Using your knee to press against their chest to hinder their breathing was an excellent strategy, an idea worthy of a master, unlike you, who relies solely on brute strength. Master, what shall we learn today? Learn? Continue. With a cold smirk, Xiao Feng left Lin Xuan to confront that sensation of impending doom once more. For nearly a month, Lin Xuan had been honing his ability to conceal his murderous intent and presence while continuously refining the first 2 techniques of the 3-step assassination method. During this month, Dai Lin, humiliated, transferred from Class 1 to Class 4, seeking to regain his strength and defeat Lin Xuan in the final assessment. After his 3rd defeat at Lin Xuan's hands, Dai Lin had lost all semblance of composure, becoming increasingly unhinged. Students in Class 4 who dared to oppose him faced brutal repercussions, earning the disapproval even of Zhu Lin. Are you saying Lin Xuan has been receiving clandestine instruction? Dai Lin asked darkly, staring at the trembling individual before him. Yes, class leader. For the past half-month, I've seen Lin Xuan frequently enter and exit the back mountain. Always returning covered in dirt and bearing signs of combat, the person stammered. Very well, very well. Lin Xuan, I want you out of this school today. Dai Lin summoned all members of Class 4 to the director's office, where the director looked at him, puzzled. What is it, Dai Lin? Director Gua. The disciplinary action against Lin Xuan is still in effect, correct? Why is he receiving private instruction in the back mountain every day? Dai Lin pressed, his expression ominous. Director Gua paused, his brow furrowing. Dai Lin swiftly gestured for the observer to report all he had witnessed. How outrageous. Even the dean cannot shield a student who has erred. We shall go to the back mountain, and if we find Lin Xuan, I will provide you with an explanation. The director's countenance darkened, unaware that Lin Xuan was under Xiao Feng's tutelage. He led the entirety of Class 4 with a fierce demeanor toward the back mountain. Upon learning of the situation, Yi Fanqing contemplated, but ultimately decided to follow them. Meanwhile, Director Gua found himself ensnared in Xiao Feng's traps. bewildered by the sudden proliferation of snares in the back mountain. Chapter 81. Why is there an issue with my teaching? It seems you have been discovered. Xiao Feng remarked casually. Lin Xuan smiled, as though he had anticipated this day. Over the past month, he had sensed someone tailing him. Frankly, Dai Lin's actions had begun to irritate him. What advantage could he possibly gain by repeatedly provoking Lin Xuan? I shall remain in the shadows. You handle it yourself. Understood. Master. Lin Xuan nodded and rose to greet the Director of Education and others. The director, suppressing his anger, inquired, Lin Xuan, what is the meaning of this? Oh, Director. Please do not question me. I am not the one responsible, Lin Xuan replied. I am well aware that you are not the culprit, the director said, his lips twitching in frustration. Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, Dai Lin suddenly interjected, Lin Xuan, as a student with a record of misconduct, you have been frequently visiting the back mountain, returning with a disheveled appearance. Is someone secretly instructing you? Why should you concern yourself with my affairs? Lin Xuan rolled his eyes in disdain and said, while Dai Lin's forehead was visibly strained with anger. Zhu Lin, standing behind Dai Lin, grasped his hand and shook her head, but Dai Lin shrugged off her grip and glared at Lin Xuan. The Director of Education furrowed his brow and inquired, currently, there is no evidence of you receiving clandestine instruction. Do you have anything to say? Director, what would be the consequence if someone were to secretly instruct me? Expulsion for both you and the instructor involved. What about the teachers from the Inner Academy? The same applies to the Inner Academy teachers. The director nodded solemnly. Seemingly struck by an ominous premonition, Lin Xuan suddenly chuckled and remarked, relax, I was merely inquiring. No teachers from either the Inner or Outer Academies are teaching me. Could it be the elders of the Sea God Pavilion? Even they are not exempt. Dai Lin bellowed. The director, unable to contain his frustration, turned and admonished. Do not speak recklessly. Director, I am genuinely curious. What would happen if an elder were to instruct me? Lin Xuan crossed his arms and gazed expectantly at the Director of Education. A bead of sweat trickled down the director's brow. If the elder truly were to intervene, his position would be in jeopardy. After all, the elder had little regard for such matters. What did it matter if Shrek's reputation was tarnished? The elder cherished talent, and who would dare to criticize him for mentoring a genius? Yet even the elder must adhere to the rules. Shrek's regulations were sacrosanct. Did he truly wish to sully Shrek's name? Dai Lin's eyes widened in excitement. It appeared he had found a weakness in Lin Xuan. He believed that Lin Xuan had indeed been guided by the elder, and if the elder were to act with arrogance, he could leverage this to tarnish Shrek's reputation, compelling Shrek to abandon Lin Xuan. Silence. The director struck Dai Lin across the face, who glared back with fury. Unfazed, the director glowered with a deadly intent, stating, Dai Lin, the elder of Shrek is inviolable. Do not attempt to distort the truth with your trifling words. The regulations clearly state that suspended students cannot be taught by any teacher, and the elder does not fall within that category. Dai Lin opened his mouth to retort, but was firmly restrained by Zhu Lin, who gazed at him pleadingly, rekindling a flicker of reason within the enraged Dai Lin. Lin Xuan sighed regretfully, addressing the director, Director, you need not concern yourself with this matter. However, why has the entire class forgathered here? I recall that their schedule indicated they had classes today. Has someone usurped the homeroom teacher's authority? Have they threatened their classmates? You. Dai Lin attempted to speak again, but was once more silenced by Zhu Lin's grip. She implored Lin Xuan with her eyes, urging him to refrain from continuing. Lin Xuan paused momentarily before scratching his head and saying, Director Gua, perhaps it would be best to inquire with Dean Yi regarding this situation. Furthermore, do not allow any more individuals to enter. Another intrusion would create a toxic atmosphere, and I fear you may not be able to protect so many students. With that, he departed. The director, his expression darkened, commanded, everyone return to class. Instantly, the agitated crowd dispersed. Upon his return, Xiao Feng sighed, remarking, what a pity you didn't encounter those traps. Master, I am well aware of their locations. Whether I step on them or not makes little difference. Lin Xuan said with a smile, while Xiao Feng looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Over the past month, Lin Xuan had made remarkable progress. He not only mastered the first 2 steps of the assassination technique flawlessly, but also excelled in reading people's expressions. Xiao Feng felt as though his thoughts were nearly transparent to Lin Xuan. However, considering his purpose was to teach, he acknowledged that had it been a genuine assassination attempt, Lin Xuan would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand it. Let us prepare to depart from Shrek, where the masked Night Star gave you, and meet me at the city gate tomorrow. All right. Lin Xuan packed his belongings and descended the mountain. Choosing not to inquire about Xiao Feng's next steps, he understood that leaving the back mountain signified the end of his learning there. Upon returning, Dai Lin sought out Director Yi, only to be met with a scathing reprimand from Elder Long in the office. Had it not been for Yi Fanqing intervening, Elder Long might have resorted to physical confrontation. Ultimately, the situation concluded in disarray, with Elder Long departing after delivering a biting remark. What? Is there a problem with my teaching? This left Dai Lin enraged, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Meanwhile, after witnessing Elder Long's outburst, Yi Fanqing approached Xiao Feng. Expressing instinctive resistance to his plan of taking Lin Xuan to train outside of Shrek, yet eventually acquiesced. After all, with Xiaofeng's guidance, it should pose no issue, nonetheless. For precaution, she requested Elder Kong to keep a watchful eye. With Elder Kong present, only the direct intervention of the Holy Spirit sect's leader could apprehend Lin Xuan. Are you really leaving Shrek? Chu Ling'er gazed at Lin Xuan in astonishment. Lin Xuan nodded, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he replied, I fear I must be gone for some time. The thought of not seeing you is truly tormenting. How sentimental. Chu Ling'er playfully tapped Lin Xuan's chest. Yet he held on to her hand, reluctant to release it. With a sigh, she remarked, since this is for your training, do not worry about me. But how much has your soul power increased during this time? 37 levels, he replied. Be mindful, I have reached 35 levels. It won't be long before I catch up to you. Chu Ling'er expressed her concern. Lin Xuan's progress in soul power seemed sluggish. Though aware of his secret instruction, the pace was akin to that of an ordinary practitioner. He chuckled softly. Is 37 at 13 years old considered low? It is quite impressive, I assure you. Not even the Shrek 7 monsters achieved this level at my age. Do not fret. Slow progress is to be expected. Lin Xuan's words left Chu Ling'er scratching her head. Indeed, it is a valid point. They have already become the unparalleled prodigies of this era. If their progress were truly astonishing, it would not be unreasonable. Even though they have been immersed in medicinal baths and nourished by rare treasures since childhood. Chapter 82, The Hunt for the Evil Soul Master. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er finally parted ways. Given that Lin Xuan was about to embark on a month-long journey, he felt invigorated after receiving rewards from Chu Ling'er. The following day, he set off with Xiaofeng, brimming with enthusiasm. Observing their surroundings, Xiaofeng remarked, there are still many eyes watching you. Aren't you concerned that the Holy Spirit sect might recognize you? Rest assured, I, like you, am donning a mask. Did you not notice? Xiaofeng jested, pointing to his own face with a smile. Lin Xuan shook his head, genuinely unable to discern it. His best training record with Xiaofeng involved landing a solid punch on his face, a blow so tangible that a mask would have been inconceivable. Do not overthink it. Let us proceed to the Star Dou Empire. You shall lead the way, Xiaofeng declared before settling into the carriage and promptly falling asleep. Left with no choice, Lin Xuan guided the carriage towards the borders of the Star Dou Empire. Along the way, he utilized spatial energy to deliberately avoid numerous bandit ambushes. Although he was untroubled by them, time was of the essence, and Xiaofeng did not significantly hinder Lin Xuan's cultivation, as most of the journey was spent with Xiaofeng urging the horses onward. After 5 days, they arrived at Baishur City on the border of the Star Dou Empire. It would be an understatement to call Baishur City a small town, especially with the two great empires poised for conflict, each amassing troops along the border. While it was unlikely to become a battleground, there were still 1,000 soldiers crowded within and around the city. Hello, please present your identification, a soldier sternly commanded. Halting their carriage, Lin Xuan produced his Shrek Academy token and tossed it over. Upon seeing the token, the soldier furrowed his brow. Lin Xuan awaited permission to pass, only to hear the soldier demand again, please present your identification. Is the rule that students from Shrek Academy must show their student ID no longer applicable between the two empires? Do you suspect that mine is counterfeit? Lin Xuan spoke with a cold expression, causing the other party to tremble in fear. After all, the students of Shrek Academy were undoubtedly far superior to a mere gatekeeper. If he offended them, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Can the students of Shrek Academy run rampant in our Star Dou Empire? A disdainful voice echoed, prompting Lin Xuan to swiftly turn and confront the source. It was a general clad in armor, his gaze towards Lin Xuan replete with undisguised contempt. Lin Xuan replied, you are merely a subordinate officer. Here, you are not even the second in command. Are you aware of the consequences your words may incur? Moreover, I have not been causing any trouble. It is widely acknowledged by both empires that students of Shrek Academy may traverse freely upon presenting their tokens. Widely acknowledged? How can I be certain that you are not a spy from the Heaven Dou Empire, here to gather military intelligence? The general retorted, if you doubt my identity, then observe closely. Lin Xuan presented his identity card from the Star Dou Empire, carefully refraining from revealing the name inscribed within, for he wished to remain inconspicuous, especially given his altered appearance. How do I know that you are not wielding an identity card procured from the murder of our Star Dou Empire citizens? Show it to me, the adversary arrogantly demanded, extending his hand. Lin Xuan leaped down from the carriage, casting a cold gaze upon him. An aura of lethal intent emanating uncontrollably from his being. The palpable menace compelled the other man to take a step back. Do you dare to threaten me with your eyes? Guards! The middle-aged man bellowed, summoning dozens of soldiers to encircle Lin Xuan's carriage. Inside, Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Having frequented this place numerous times, he knew that even without presenting his identity card, he could pass freely. After all, a bribe sufficed, regardless of one's origins. However, today felt distinctly amiss. General Wang, the individual is a student of Shrek, came the report. How outrageous. What of it if he is a student of Shrek? General Wang roared, inciting hesitation among the soldiers. Lin Xuan, eager to take action, was poised to strike when a woman clad in a red robe approached leisurely, inquiring, may we enter the city? Get out of the way. Before General Wang could finish his retort, an immense force propelled him into the city wall. The thick structure shuddering under the impact. Clearly, a significant strength had been employed. Lin Xuan glanced at the woman, astonished. A senior from Shrek's inner academy? General Wang. A throng of soldiers surrounded the incapacitated general, flustered. As some attempted to extricate him, he implored, "Do not move. Do not move. My entire body is broken. Brother, shall we proceed into the city?" The woman smiled at Lin Xuan, who, unable to refuse, nodded and urged the carriage forward. The guards at the city gate dared not impede them, opting instead to seek out the city lord. After arriving at an inn, Lin Xuan and the woman temporarily settled in. "Be cautious. I shall remain within the inn and not emerge. Once you have resolved your matters, come find me," Xiao Feng remarked, casting a glance at the woman in red before departing. Even Xiao Feng sensed the formidable nature of this woman, causing Lin Xuan to feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet, to his surprise, she departed without seeking him out, leaving him feeling rather vexed. However, the commotion at the city gate had stirred quite a tempest, considering it involved a student from Shrek. Upon grasping the full context, the citizens of the Star Dou Empire resolved to endure a silent grievance. Yet they were determined to keep a close watch on Lin Xuan and his companions to prevent any potential espionage from the Tiando Empire. Lin Xuan entered Xiao Feng's room. Finding that no one had come to cause trouble, Xiao Feng gazed out at the scenery and inquired, "How is it?" "It seems there are no issues for the time being." "That's good," Lin Xuan replied. "I can now inform you of your teaching content." After speaking, Xiao Feng retrieved 5 sheets of blank paper from his package and handed them to Lin Xuan, saying, "These are 5 targets suitable for you that I found on the bounty list in your inner courtyard. Without exception, they are all evil soul masters. I require you to execute a flawless assassination without employing any soul power and without alarming anyone." Lin Xuan was taken aback as he received the white paper. Among the 5 individuals, the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the pinnacle of the soul sect, while the most formidable boasted a level of 56. None of them could be easily confronted by Lin Xuan at this moment. Xiao Feng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xuan and remarked, "If you cannot assassinate him, I shall depart immediately. After a month of training, you will undoubtedly possess the ability to silently eliminate him. I shall grant you 1 week." With that, Xiao Feng closed his eyes. Within Baishur City, there existed a target, the pinnacle soul master, who served as the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. The assassination of such a figure would undoubtedly stir considerable turmoil. Lin Xuan gazed at the information before him, lost in thought. Han Kuangming, a native of the Xinglua Empire, aged 46, was at the peak of the soul sect and belonged to the category of lackeys bribed by the Holy Spirit sect. He was responsible for the various affairs of Baishur City, allowing evil soul masters to come and go at will, committing murder, and later aiding in the concealment of evidence, earning the favor of the city lord. Chapter 83, Mission Impossible presented a vexing situation that required further investigation. Lin Xuan tore open the rift in space and departed from the hotel, arriving at the outskirts of the city lord's mansion. Just as he was about to stealthily enter and observe, he noticed Han Kuangming leaving the mansion with an anxious expression, notably not adorned in the attire of the city lord's household. Had it not been for the hand-drawn portrait in the files, he would have never imagined that such an inconspicuous middle-aged man was Han Kuangming. Lin Xuan followed Han Kuangming to a hospital, where he perched on a tree outside. Observing Han Kuangming's grim expression as he gazed at the injured officer from his inner academy, Lin Xuan tore open a rift in space and entered the room, creating merely a small opening that led to a concealed corner, a place that would undoubtedly remain undiscovered. "You have performed admirably today. The Empire shall not forget your sacrifices. We will ensure that the arrogant Shrek pays dearly," Han Kuangming stated earnestly as he grasped the officer's hand. The officer looked at Han Kuangming with profound gratitude, as if he were ready to sacrifice his life and shed his blood. Lin Xuan could not help but feel exasperated. No wonder he had been obstructed. It was evidently Han Kuangming's directive. This fellow must have anticipated that Shrek's people would meet a grim fate, did he not? Over the past 6 months, wherever Shrek Academy has been present, there has invariably been death, be it officials, merchants, or mercenaries. The sole justification has always been that the slain were all evil soul masters. After conversing for a while, Han Kuangming departed, returning to the lord's mansion, where he removed his robe and sighed heavily. Lin Xuan followed Han Kuangming into the lord's mansion. Feeling as though he had become invisible, Han Kuangming was utterly unaware of his presence. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan reveled in the freedom to move within different dimensions. The advantages of this spatial power igniting a fierce desire within him to eliminate Han Kuangming at that very moment. Just as Lin Xuan contemplated taking action, a figure entered Han Kuangming's chamber, and he could not help but gasp in astonishment. The person who had entered was none other than the senior who had come to his aid earlier that day. Lin Xuan's expression was grave. He was uncertain of his senior's intentions for being here. Did she share the same objective as he? He had initially sought to comfort himself with this thought. Yet the next statement shattered his illusion. "My lady, everything is within your plan, but who is that unexpected Shrek student?" Han Kuangming inquired respectfully. The woman furrowed her brows, seemingly perplexed by Lin Xuan's presence. Han Kuangming continued, "My lady, if you eliminate the city lord here, it will surely provoke the discontent of the Star Dou Empire's royal family. Is the city lord included in the assassination list for the inner court? Not yet. But you are," the woman replied coldly. Han Kuangming appeared unfazed. He gazed at her and asked again, "Has anyone taken the order?" "Yes. But I am unaware of who has accepted it. Even inquiries must remain confidential. However, I doubt it was the elders. Considering you are merely at the peak of the soul sect," she remarked. Upon mentioning the peak of the soul sect, the woman smiled deliberately. Han Kuangming nodded in agreement. "Your strategy, my lady, is indeed clever. Disguising a soul saint's strength as that of a mere soul sect peak will likely deceive many Na'vi individuals." As he spoke, he could not suppress a chuckle, while Lin Xuan, who was eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine. He had nearly acted impulsively. Han Kuangming was truly insidious. Always performing in a play, he might suspect Lin Xuan's intentions, thus attempting to provoke him into action. However, the woman's arrival at Han Kuangming's residence confirmed that Lin Xuan need not feign innocence after leaving the inn. "Han Kuangming, the inner court should soon pass my review. At that time, we shall eliminate the city lord together. You just need to pretend to be unable to stop me, and I will bring disgrace upon Shrek." The woman sneered. Lin Xuan's countenance darkened as he watched her depart from the city lord's mansion. He returned to his room and recounted everything he had witnessed to Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng pondered for a moment, realizing that asking Lin Xuan to assassinate a soul saint was akin to chasing a fantasy. If he were to act, he could indeed eliminate a soul saint. Even a peak soul saint would not escape his strike. His highest achievement was silently dispatching a peak soul Douluo, which earned him the moniker of the Grim Reaper. Only a title Douluo could evade his deadly assault, yet Xiaofeng also possessed means to ensure a title Douluo would meet their demise. This is rather unexpected. We certainly cannot leave Baishur City now, nor can we allow the city lord to learn of his impending assassination. The best course of action is the technique I taught you, Xiaofeng said with a mischievous smile. Lin Xuan immediately understood. Xiaofeng had instructed him on how to capture the hearts of female adversaries, employing various tactics to ensnare even the most seasoned romantics. Lin Xuan realized he had underestimated his teacher, as some of the lines were enough to make him blush. The optimal strategy is to break through. I can assure you that your elder Kong is trailing closely behind us. If you wish to abandon this opportunity, simply inform me, and I will find a way to notify him. However, if you wish to seize this extraordinary chance for growth, proceed, Xiaofeng said casually. Lin Xuan clenched his fists. He was reluctant to forego such a splendid opportunity. The pressure was immense, and the likelihood of success was nearly nil, yet he yearned to try. Even if failure awaited him, I want to give it a shot. Very well. Do not worry. You possess many means of self-preservation. Your senior is a soul emperor, while Han Kuangming is a soul saint. They cannot directly kill you. Xiaofeng comforted Lin Xuan with a pat on the shoulder. Lin Xuan forced a bitter smile. Such was the nature of his mentor's reassurances. Deep down, he had already resigned himself to defeat. Observing Lin Xuan's dejection, Xiaofeng advised, "Remember, everyone has their weaknesses. Money, women, power, find the right lever, and a person will surely reveal their vulnerabilities. I understand. Go now, and avoid coming to my room unnecessarily. We do not want to raise the woman's suspicions." Understood. Lin Xuan exited Xiaofeng's room, and, upon stepping out, encountered a woman clad in red. Upon seeing her, Lin Xuan feigned a daze, twisting his ankle and collapsing onto the ground. The woman chuckled softly as she assisted him to his feet, inquiring, "Is the junior so careless as well?" Lin Xuan stammered, "The senior is simply too beautiful. I was momentarily entranced." Lin Xuan shyly covered her ankle and replied, "There's no need to trouble you, senior. My room is just next door." The young woman chuckled softly and inquired, "Where's your room? Shall I assist you?" Lin Xuan feigned his ability to walk, yet after taking merely 2 steps, he came to a halt. The young woman, however, did not refuse and assisted Lin Xuan into the chamber beside Xiaofeng. Sitting on the bed, Lin Xuan smiled and said, "Thank you, senior. Your beauty and kindness have truly aided me on 2 significant occasions today." Chapter 84. The innocent saintess. The junior certainly knows how to flatter, she replied. "Please refrain from calling me senior. My name is Nangong Qian. Just refer to me as Sister Nangong. Then I shall humbly comply. It is a pity that I am not a student of Shrek. Otherwise, I would have the opportunity to see you more often." Lin Xuan feigned a sense of regret as he spoke. Nangong Qian raised her eyebrows in surprise. She had not anticipated that Lin Xuan was merely pretending to be a Shrek student. No wonder she had no recollection of him from either the inner or outer academy. Lin Xuan gazed at Nangong Qian with sincerity and inquired, "Senior, could you keep this a secret for me?" "Oh, what secret?" she replied. "Never mind, if I disclose it. My father will surely be displeased." Lin Xuan presented himself with a visage reminiscent of pear blossoms drenched in rain, leaving Nangong Qian momentarily at a loss. Despite being the saintess of the Holy Spirit sect, a figure accustomed to the bloodshed since childhood, she had never encountered such a scene, seeing a young man on the verge of tears. "If you don't wish to speak, then do not," Nangong Qian urged anxiously. "Lin Xuan, harboring a cold laugh within yet displaying a countenance of great grievance, gazed earnestly into her tear-filled eyes and posed a question. Sister, being as kind-hearted as you are, would you ever have the heart to abandon your child? Certainly not, Nangongqian replied without hesitation. Lin Xuan sensed the fluctuations in her emotions. It was astonishing how a girl skilled in manipulation could be so easily swayed by his charming demeanor. Seizing the moment, he continued, Indeed, sister, your kindness shines through. Unlike my father, who, fearing that I might tarnish his reputation, refuses to acknowledge me as his illegitimate son. What? Nangongqian was taken aback by Lin Xuan's revelation. Hastily grasping his shoulders and inquiring, What do you mean? I am the illegitimate son of Director Yi Fanxing, conceived during his journey to the Xinglua Empire with my mother. My mother, frail and ailing, only revealed my true identity before her passing. When I sought out Director Yi, he merely gave me money and dismissed me, providing me with a Shrek Academy student ID to avoid further inquiries. Lin Xuan, after uttering his words, threw himself into Nangongqian's embrace and wept bitterly. Though his tears were feigned, he cried out with great fervor, fearing that laughter might escape him. I am truly sorry, Dinyi, to have implicated you in this villainous plot. Do not despair, Junior. Your senior will take charge on your behalf. Nangongqian sensed a golden opportunity. Although she was a saintess, there were several within the Holy Spirit sect. If she could seize a weakness on Yi Fanxing, undermining her reputation would be far more effective than slaying the Lord of Baishur City. After all, eliminating the Lord of Baishur City might not guarantee a complete rift between the Xinglua Empire and Shrek. Senior sister, will you truly advocate for me? Lin Xuan hesitantly lifted his head and inquired, while Nangongqian confidently patted her ample bosom and assured, Rest assured, even if I were to part ways with Shrek, I would still assist you. However, who is the man residing in the room next to you? He is a spy placed beside me by Director Yi, who fears I might divulge information, thus arranging for me to live my life in isolation within the depths of the forest. Lin Xuan could not help but cast a disparaging glance at his master. After all, he had resolved to use Nangongqian as bait to ensnare a larger prey. Internally delighted, Nangongqian maintained an outward facade of indignation. Lin Xuan turned to her and requested, Senior, may I have a moment alone? Of course. But do call for me if anything arises. I am not intimidated by the middle-aged man beside you. My strength is formidable. She replied with a playful flex of her muscles before departing with a smile. As soon as Nangongqian left Lin Xuan's chamber, both revealed their contemptuous smirks. Nangongqian reveled in her perceived leverage over Shrek, while Lin Xuan mocked his own inadequate acting skills that had managed to deceive her. As he had anticipated, Nangongqian's standing within the Holy Spirit sect was evidently not very high. Despite her exalted status as a saintess, her conversations with Han Kuangming indicated an equal footing. He had skillfully exploited this fact, appealing to her vanity to make her believe she had secured a significant advantage. However, the current circumstances remained precarious. He was unable to unleash his martial spirit. Should Nangongqian decide to do so, his true identity would undoubtedly be exposed. His 3 unique soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, were exceedingly uncommon. Additionally, there was the matter of Han Kuangming. While he could deceive the voluptuous yet simple-minded woman, he could never outsmart someone as astute as Han Kuangming. It was imperative to sow discord between the two. These challenges demanded his utmost effort. Presently, he was perceived as an innocent soul, yet this was insufficient. He needed to invert this perception. He could feign a sudden infatuation with Nangongqian, but he must ensure she viewed him as merely a foolish man swayed by emotions. He needed to conceal much about Yi Fanxing. Furthermore, he had to project an air of indifference and superiority toward others. Lin Xuan spent an entire night formulating a strategy, while Nangongqian rose early the next morning to confer with Han Kuangming regarding the matter. Han Kuangming frowned slightly as he listened to Nangongqian's report. He could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Though the loopholes were few, they were indeed suspicious. Yi Fanxing was notorious for his amorous escapades, and it was common knowledge among the older generation of the Douluo continent that he had spent the night with no fewer than 100 women. Had he not been captured and imprisoned by the Sea God Pavilion Master for decades, he might well have been unable to attain the position of the Shrek Academy's outer court director. However, Yi Fanxing had never left behind any traces. His precautions were meticulously executed. How could a bastard suddenly appear? It was, without a doubt, rather dubious. After hearing Han Kuangming's words, Nangongqian regained her composure. Han Kuangming then advised her, inquire whether he is willing to join the Holy Spirit cult. If he consents, we might consider trusting him. Conversely, if he offers excuses to evade joining, it may indicate that he fears becoming ensnared within the Holy Spirit cult, thereby proving his claims to be false. This is worth testing. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Xuan sat alone in his room, gazing out at the scenery. A knock at the door broke his reverie, and he promptly opened it to find Nangongqian standing there with breakfast, a smile lighting her face. Lin Xuan, limping slightly, welcomed her inside. Rubbing the back of his head, he apologized. I must apologize for embarrassing you yesterday, senior sister. I was somewhat emotionally unsettled and inadvertently shared matters that should not have reached your ears. Where is the need for such formality, junior brother? Since it was indeed the fault of Director Yi, I would naturally lend my assistance. There is no need to trouble you, senior sister. I am confident in my ability to grow stronger and confront Yi Fanqing, declaring to him that I am his son. Lin Xuan gazed out of the window with grand ambition. Nan Gongqian stared at Lin Xuan's silhouette, momentarily entranced. Turning to her, Lin Xuan spoke with deep affection. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you yesterday, I was captivated. Even if we may never meet again, I feel compelled to express this to you. Chapter 85. Sowing Discord Junior, you? Nan Gongqian's face flushed crimson. Though she had received confessions before, Lin Xuan's boldness was unprecedented. He grasped her hand, his gaze growing increasingly audacious. Despite the uncertainty that lingered in his heart, he recognized that retreat was not an option. Should he succeed, he could leverage Nan Gongqian to acquire invaluable intelligence regarding the Holy Spirit sect, for he suspected she intended to recruit him into its ranks. Nan Gongqian's thoughts were in turmoil. As a chosen maiden of the Holy Spirit sect, she was forbidden from romantic entanglements, even the slightest emotional inclination. Their devotion must be unwavering, dedicated solely to the sect's service, with marital choices dictated by others. Yet, Lin Xuan's presence rendered her utterly unable to maintain her composure. Previous suitors had always sought to ingratiate themselves, and she could never envision herself falling for such individuals. Perhaps it was best to let it go. Lin Xuan let out a sigh and released Nan Gongqian's hand. A wave of disappointment washed over her, prompting her to reach out in an attempt to grasp Lin Xuan once more. However, he departed without a backward glance. Taking up the package he had left behind and exiting the inn, with a faint chuckle, Lin Xuan strode towards the city gates. Upon receiving the news, Han Kuangming immediately pursued him, uncertain of Lin Xuan's intentions, but feeling compelled to eliminate him swiftly to avert potential complications. Meanwhile, Nan Gongqian found herself engaged in an internal struggle within Lin Xuan's room. She could not fathom why Lin Xuan seemed to possess an enchanting allure, beckoning her to follow. Yet the cold shadows lurking within her heart reminded her that, as a saintess, she would never be entitled to her own love. Had he truly departed? Just as she was on the verge of surrendering her hopes, Xiaofeng appeared at the doorway, stating, "Has he left?" Consumed by frustration with no outlet, Nan Gongqian cast a frosty glare at Xiaofeng, whom she viewed as the tormentor of Lin Xuan. Sighing, Xiaofeng remarked, "The boy is quite pitiable. I feel for him. I had anticipated your assistance, yet I see you two have chosen to relinquish hope. Very well, I shall ensure he reaches a place of safety." With that, he feigned despair and prepared to depart. Seizing Xiaofeng's shoulder, Nan Gongqian exerted her strength, inadvertently revealing his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, alongside the customary 5. Releasing her grip, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Were you not sent by the Dean of Night Star Academy to keep watch over him?" As she spoke, a trace of sorrow tinged her expression, realizing that he did not even know Lin Xuan's name. Xiaofeng chuckled lightly, "I am merely an old fool. Do you truly believe that Night Star wishes for me to escort him back for any other reason than to rid themselves of me? Once I return him, I shall be free." Nan Gongqian's brows knitted in concern, and suddenly, her expression shifted. She had forgotten her directive to Han Kuangming to eliminate Lin Xuan. Panic surged through her as she raced toward the city's edge, where indeed, Lin Xuan found himself cornered by Han Kuangming. Cloaked in black and shrouded in a menacing aura, Han Kuangming regarded Lin Xuan with a fierce intensity. Lin Xuan, puzzled, looked at him and asked, "Do you dare to rob a member of Shrek?" The words of Lin Xuan elicited a scornful smile from Han Kuangming. He did not rush to take action, believing that Nan Gongqian had tacitly permitted him to deal with Lin Xuan. Even if she had not, he would still proceed, for he could not abide the thought of Nan Gongqian, the saintess, harboring affections for another. In his heart, Nan Gongqian had always been the plaything he sought to control. "Young man, regardless of your intentions, since you have set your sights on my prey, you must perish," Han Kuangming declared, unleashing his martial spirit. Lin Xuan feigned astonishment and turned to flee. With a chuckle, Han Kuangming swung his hand toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan assessed the might of Han Kuangming's strike. A typical soul master would surely meet their demise. Yet, Lin Xuan was confident in his ability to withstand it, especially since he sensed Nan Gongqian rushing fervently toward them. He was certain he could endure the blow without issue. Lin Xuan braced himself against Han Kuangming's strike, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips as his body soared like a severed kite towards the approaching direction of Nan Gongqian. Han Kuangming appeared to have noticed Nan Gongqian's imminent arrival and hastily launched another palm strike at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan inwardly cursed, fervently praying for Nan Gongqian to hasten her pace. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. "Stop!" Nan Gongqian unleashed her martial spirit, directly enveloping Lin Xuan as she resisted Han Kuangming's attack. A spray of blood from her lips splattered onto Lin Xuan's face, leaving him utterly speechless. Could she not have spat to the side? Nevertheless, he had to maintain the act. "Senior, why?" Tears streaming down his face. Lin Xuan gently caressed Nan Gongqian's cheek and inquired. Nan Gongqian grasped Lin Xuan's hand and softly replied, I haven't yet asked what your name is, Junior. Is that so? I must have been in a hurry, otherwise, I wouldn't have implicated you, Senior. My name is Xianyi. Xianyi, as long as your senior is here, no one shall dare to bully you. After releasing Lin Xuan, Nangongqian cast a frosty glare at Han Kuangming. Regret filled Han Kuangming's eyes. He could not fathom why Lin Xuan possessed such formidable physical prowess. Even a soul master would perish from his strike, let alone a mere soul sovereign. Get lost. Nangongqian ordered Han Kuangming. He gasped, a surge of murderous intent rising within him as he contemplated killing Lin Xuan and seizing Nangongqian for himself. Ultimately, however, he retracted his martial soul and departed. Lin Xuan, nestled in Nangongqian's embrace, smiled. He had already accomplished his first step. The essence of sowing discord lies in the truth, and Nangongqian was no fool. Lin Xuan was clearly flying towards Nangongqian, and she would undoubtedly embrace him. However, Han Kuang audaciously seized the opportunity, intending to eliminate Lin Xuan before Nangongqian could save him. After Nangongqian rescued Lin Xuan, Han Kuang did not depart immediately. Instead, he gazed at her with a complex expression. It was evident that with a few well-chosen words upon his return, he could drive a wedge between them. Lin Xuan deliberately coughed twice to expel the stagnant blood within him. To be honest, Han Kuangming's strike was rather ruthless, despite his robust physique. He still felt the repercussions of that blow. Nangongqian, with a concerned gaze, took out some healing medicine from within and administered it to Lin Xuan. Senior, I'm fine now. That's good to hear. If anything arises, do let me know. Seeing that Lin Xuan was truly unscathed, Nangongqian began to assess her own injuries. Han Kuangming had clearly unleashed his full power in that last attack, and even with her martial spirit activated, she was unable to withstand it. Her internal organs had suffered minor dislocation, prompting her to retrieve a medicinal pill, swallow it, and commence meditative healing. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan stood by her side, guarding her as he contemplated their next course of action. The forthcoming step would undoubtedly be the most arduous. He must inevitably refine his own identity while also ensuring that Nangongqian fell deeply in love with him. Convincing a woman of superior strength to submit required countless endeavors. Nevertheless, he had devised a plan, one that necessitated Xiaofeng's departure from Baisha City. Chapter 86. Instant kill of Han Kuangming that night. Lin Xuan set up a pot and began to simmer the wild game he had caught nearby. As the saying goes, to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. This was a principle imparted to him by Xiaofeng. To woo someone, it is essential to consider whether they had a perfect upbringing. Those hailing from powerful factions often had a childhood filled with voids, feasting on delicacies from land and sea. In such instances, preparing a simple pot of soup could truly resonate with their hearts. Although Lin Xuan was uncertain of the origins of this reasoning, his culinary skills had indeed improved remarkably within a month. The aroma of his soup soon wafted through the air, stimulating Nangongqian's appetite as she sensed the delightful fragrance. She opened her eyes and looked at the busy Lin Xuan, a smile illuminating her expression. Senior, you're awake. How are your injuries? I have some healing medicine here. Would you like to use it? Lin Xuan took out a half-used box of bruise ointment from his bosom. Nangongqian accepted the ointment, and the marks and rust upon it seemed to narrate that it was something Lin Xuan had cherished for a long time. Lin Xuan, gazing at the ointment, shyly remarked, "This was purchased for me by my mother long ago. I have always been reluctant to use it. However, each time I apply it, I feel my injuries heal remarkably swiftly." Lin Xuan's words caused Nangongqian to unconsciously grip the bruise ointment tightly. This was Lin Xuan's most treasured possession, yet he had gifted it to her, prompting her to cherish it as a precious treasure. Lin Xuan could not help but sneer internally. "Come, have some soup." Lin Xuan served a bowl of soup to Nangongqian. After receiving it, she took a delicate sip, and upon finishing, her eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor of Lin Xuan's soup was exquisite, surpassing any she had previously tasted. Given her substantial physical exertion, she drank several bowls in succession. The junior's culinary skills were truly impressive. "Senior sister, if you agree to my proposal, you can enjoy this at any time you desire." Lin Xuan smirked with ulterior motives, causing Nangongqian to instantly blush. She comprehended Lin Xuan's intention in an instant. It was regarding the question he posed in the morning about her becoming his girlfriend. After much inner turmoil, she shyly nodded in agreement, reassuring herself that her compliance was merely a ruse to extract information about Yifanqing. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan also convinced himself that his actions were solely to elicit intelligence regarding the Holy Spirit sect. Undeniably, both were deceiving themselves. It must be said that Lin Xuan's performance, though not flawless, merited a commendable score of 80. At the very least, Nangongqian had developed feelings for him. Yet numerous uncertainties loomed ahead. How delightful it is to finally be liked by someone. Lin Xuan shouted angrily at the sky, as if expressing the grievances within his heart and lamenting the injustice of fate. Nangongqian, gazing at Lin Xuan's silhouette, momentarily fell into a trance. Suddenly reminded of her own father, her expression darkening. "Junior brother, I fear my father would not permit us to be together, even if I appear indifferent on the surface." She could not help but voice the turmoil within her heart. As soon as the words escaped her lips, regret washed over her. Had she not just revealed her innermost thoughts? Yet, Lin Xuan turned to her, sincerity shining in his eyes, and declared, "No matter how fiercely your father opposes us, I shall stand by your side. Even if it means facing the world as your enemy, I will always be with you." Lin Xuan's words moved Nan Gongqian to tears. No one is born a villain, yet Nan Gongqian was different. She was the daughter of the Holy Spirit sect's leader. Raised from a tender age to manipulate others and to take lives, all in service of her father's ultimate ambitions. However, today, an immature man stood before her, pledging a naively sincere promise, which stirred her emotions profoundly. Lin Xuan gazed at Nan Gongqian, uncertain why he was so deeply engrossed in this charade. Could it be because this was his inaugural mission? Regardless, the performance had commenced, and the moment of beauty was approaching. He had to embody the character of Xian Yi without reservation. He tightly embraced Nan Gongqian and consoled her, saying, "Sister, do not be sorrowful. When you are upset, my heart cannot bear it either." This statement shattered the psychological defenses of Nan Gongqian. She even reconsidered dragging Lin Xuan into the quagmire of the Holy Spirit sect, believing him to be the purest soul in existence, feeling unworthy of him due to the blood-soaked vendettas she bore. While the two shared tender sentiments, Han Kuangming was seething with rage. The mere thought of Nan Gongqian's gaze ignited his ire. He took out a piece of stationery, intending to pen a letter back to the Holy Spirit sect. Yet, as he wrote, he remained oblivious to the unsettling presence that had materialized in the empty room behind him. A cool breeze wafted through the window, lifting the sheets of paper on his desk. Han Kuangming stared blankly at the paper as rose petals drifted down to rest upon his nose. His eyes widened in fury as he glared outside, noticing a crimson mark appearing on his neck, with droplets of blood beginning to surface. "This lad, in the end, I shall come to his aid," echoed the voice of Xiao Feng within the room. He had materialized behind Han Kuangming, his martial spirit, the phantom of death, granting him the ability to cloak himself. His skill in concealing his presence had reached its zenith. He had been perched upon the tree outside Han Kuangming's window since the previous day, the very spot where Lin Xuan had confronted Han Kuangming. Lin Xuan's skills were imparted by Xiao Feng, which is why he found himself in a location eerily reminiscent of his past encounters with Lin Xuan. In silence, he deftly ended Han Kuangming's life with golden silk. Upon retrieving a letter, he perused its contents and instantly comprehended Lin Xuan's intentions. His brow furrowed. Yet he tucked the letter away and inscribed a prominent character for kill on a fresh sheet of paper. With a sigh, Xiao Feng pressed the paper down with his inkstone before departing from the Lord's residence, leaving no trace, just as he had arrived. It wasn't until the stroke of midnight, when the Lord, feeling unwell, summoned Han Kuangming, that the latter's demise was discovered. Only a letter bearing the ominous character remained at the scene, its script resembling that of a woman's hand, leading the Lord's residence to swiftly suspect Nan Gongqian. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng had long departed from Baishur City, arriving at the place where Lin Xuan and Nan Gongqian were resting. Nan Gongqian regarded Xiao Feng with a mix of apprehension and irritation. The two were engrossed in an intimate moment when this old man intruded. Lin Xuan, rising with a displeased expression, addressed Xiao Feng, saying, "Elder, my feelings for senior sister Nan Gong run deep. She will accompany me on my journey ahead. Please return to Shrek and inform Yifanqing that I shall seek him out. Can you ensure his safety?" Xiao Feng ignored Lin Xuan's plea and turned his gaze to Nan Gongqian. She stepped protectively in front of Lin Xuan, affirming, "I can certainly guarantee his safety. Once I escort him to a secure location, I will return to Shrek to demand an explanation from Dean Yifanqing." "Very well. Then I shall take my leave. The journey is fraught with danger. Do not let your guard down," Xiao Feng remarked with a smile before departing. He tossed an identification card from the Tian-Do Empire to Lin Xuan. Upon inspection, Lin Xuan found it to be blank, yet his fingers detected something hidden within. Chapter 87. Departure. Lin Xuan discreetly tucked away his identification card, while Nan Gongqian cast a hostile gaze at Xiao Feng as he departed. In his heart, Lin Xuan pondered whether Xiao Feng truly understood his intentions. Although he had vaguely outlined his plan to Xiao Feng that day, his words were meant to indicate that Xiao Feng should return to Shrek for assistance, while ensuring that Dean Yifanqing was prepared, so as to prevent Nan Gongqian from inadvertently revealing anything upon her return to Shrek. Early the next morning, as the two prepared to head back to the city, they discovered that a wanted notice had been posted within the city, featuring their likenesses. Lin Xuan chuckled and remarked, "Senior, why are we wanted?" "How would I know?" Nan Gongqian replied with a resigned smile, though an icy sensation gripped her heart. She feared that after parting ways with Han Kuangming the previous day, he had fallen prey to Shrek's treachery. Yet, reflecting on Han Kuangming's demeanor towards her the day before, she couldn't help but feel a sense of dark satisfaction. He deserved his fate. Despite his serious facade, the lascivious glint in his eyes was unmistakable. She was acutely aware that she would likely end up marrying Han Kuangming. For at merely 40 years of age, he had already reached the rank of Soul Sage and was poised to become a title Douluo, potentially a pillar of the Holy Spirit cult. Moreover, the leader of the Holy Spirit cult was not limited to having just one daughter. Much like Lin Xuan's mention of Yifanqing, her father too was known for his philandering and lack of precaution, resulting in enough offspring to form a battalion. From birth, They had all been destined to become sacrifices for the Holy Spirit cult. Suddenly, she glanced at Lin Xuan, who was smiling at her, causing her initial query to retreat. She took Lin Xuan's hand and led him away from the vicinity of Baishur City. Remaining in close proximity to Nangong Qian significantly increased the risk of exposure. Truth be told, he needed to find a way to extricate himself and rendezvous with Xiao Feng, for the longer he lingered with Nangong Qian, the more likely it was that their ruse would be unveiled. Lin Xuan and Nangong Qian arrived at a village, specifically Hutua village, where Lin Xuan had spent his childhood. Upon reaching his mother's grave, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The wooden tombstone had decayed, rendering the inscription barely legible. 6 months prior, Lin Xuan had returned hastily, leaving no time to tend to his mother's resting place. "What is wrong, Xian?" Nangong Qian inquired, kneeling beside the heartbroken Lin Xuan. As she placed her hand on his, Lin Xuan momentarily froze before abruptly shaking off her touch, leaving Nangong Qian in a state of astonishment. Realizing his indiscretion, Lin Xuan quickly apologized. "I am sorry, senior. I merely became overwhelmed by the memories." Lin Xuan hurriedly calmed the excitement within himself. In his subconscious mind, Nangong Qian was a woman with hands stained with blood. Had it not been for his sweet words, she would never have spared him. Such a person was unworthy to hold his hand before his mother's grave. "Senior, this is my stopping point. Would you like me to take you to where I reside?" Lin Xuan remarked, and Nangong Qian nodded obediently, following closely behind him. Lin Xuan arrived at the place he once called home, a modest wooden cabin where everything remained unchanged. Although his mother had exchanged but a few words with him, the timber used in the construction was of the finest quality, ensuring its endurance for a century. Lin Xuan gazed at his silver hair, memories of his mother's gaze flooding his mind. He found himself in a rather dismal state. Xiao Feng had once remarked that a person is most vulnerable when engulfed in sorrow, a truth he had experienced firsthand when he breached Nangong Qian's defenses during her moments of sadness. Thus, he understood the peril of such emotional exposure. "Senior, I'm going to fetch some water. Please sit here for a while," he said. "All right," Nangong Qian replied with a smile. Lin Xuan took the water bucket and stepped outside, leaving behind a letter. He tore open a rift in space to depart. 300 meters from Tiger Head Village, Xiao Feng awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xuan's sorrowful expression, he sighed. "Master, have I erred?" Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Feng, who appeared dejected. Xiao Feng said nothing, instead leading Lin Xuan toward the second assassination target city. Meanwhile, Nangong Qian, worried about Lin Xuan's prolonged absence while fetching water, ventured outside. Upon opening the door, she discovered an envelope placed on the windowsill. Her heart skipped a beat, as an ominous premonition washed over her. Upon opening the envelope and reading its contents, she collapsed in despair. Frantically, she left Huta village, searching for Lin Xuan for an entire day and night, yet finding no trace of him. "Dear senior sister, I have departed. Please believe that this decision was not made lightly. I bear too much upon my shoulders. Now that we have confirmed our relationship, I do not wish to create discord between you and Yi Fanqing. I hope to confront Yi Fanqing on my own. As for you, do not worry excessively. I am a soul master, and once I grow stronger, I will return to Shrek. If you miss me, come to this place. I am certain we shall meet again. All partings in this world are but a prelude to better reunions. When we meet again, I hope you will share your true story with me. Yours lovingly, Xian Yi." This letter, penned by Lin Xuan, was devoid of any guilt at the time. His words were a ruse to placate Nangong Qian, as he intended to bide his time before leveraging his identity as Xian Yi to extract information from her. His departure was prompted by discovering a letter from Han Kuangming addressed to the Holy Spirit cult, which unveiled certain truths about the cult. It became evident that Nangong Qian was indeed the daughter of the cult leader, but she was not the sole offspring, necessitating a shift in his plans. However, upon visiting his mother's grave, Lin Xuan was struck by a profound realization. Was everything he had done truly just? He continually reassured himself that his actions were aimed at punishing the bloodstained sorceress, yet he questioned the necessity of such cruelty. Throughout the journey with Xiao Feng, his thoughts remained tumultuous. Observing Lin Xuan's despondency, Xiao Feng chose to pause, settling himself in the nearby woods. The destination, Blackstone City, lay ahead, but he felt compelled to address Lin Xuan's emotional turmoil. "Speak your mind. Share your thoughts with me." Lin Xuan divulged all his thoughts to Xiao Feng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's expression darkened, and an aura of imminent danger enveloped him. Lin Xuan, resembling a child who had erred, lowered his head in silence. Eventually, Xiao Feng could no longer contain himself. He delivered a resounding slap to Lin Xuan's face, sending him crashing against a large tree. "If you possess such a mindset, we shall return to Shrek Academy. From this moment forth, do not claim that I have ever taught you." "Master." Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Feng with a sense of panic, as Xiao Feng seized Lin Xuan by the collar and exclaimed, "What's the matter? Are you a mama's boy? Is it because of your childhood deprivation of maternal love that you hesitate to be too harsh with women? Yet, during these 5 days, you seemed quite composed and happy while deceiving that girl. Now, you feign innocence? Your actions disgust me." With that, Xiao Feng hurled Lin Xuan to the ground. mounting him and delivering a flurry of blows until Lin Xuan's face was bruised and battered, finally relenting as Lin Xuan lay helplessly on the ground, groaning weakly. Chapter 88. The Heartbroken Child. I must tell you, Lin Xuan, your actions, in my view, have been misguided. You overthought the plan. I instructed you to deceive that girl. Eliminate Han Kuangming, and then capture her. However, you chose to play the long game for Shrek's sake. I did not intervene because I believed you were acting to protect Shrek. Xiao Feng pointed at Lin Xuan, taking a sip of wine before continuing. Overall, I am quite satisfied with your efforts. I see no issue with your withdrawal when the situation became unmanageable. The lessons I imparted were never of a virtuous nature. But so what? You expressed your desire to become an assassin, and thus, I guided you. What does it mean to be an assassin? Xiao Feng inquired, looking intently at Lin Xuan. Slowly, Lin Xuan rose, struggling as he articulated, regardless of the means employed or the transformations one undergoes. The objective must be to complete the assassination mission. To put it bluntly, we assassins are akin to foul rats in the sewers. We cannot triumph in open confrontation but must exploit the weaknesses of others to find opportunities to eliminate our targets. This is why you learn the art of sweet talk to deceive women, how to use your appearance to manipulate others, and how to feign weakness to disarm your foes. Thus, all your actions should be scrutinized through the lens of your own conscience, questioning whether such actions will achieve the desired outcome rather than whether they may invoke feelings of guilt. Upon hearing Xiao Feng's words, Lin Xuan's gaze regained clarity. Indeed, having chosen the path of an assassin, why should he still be in turmoil? Surely, his mother would not wish to see him in this state. Xiao Feng then produced a medicated plaster and applied it to Lin Xuan's face, exhaling deeply as he remarked, "Your heart is still too feeble. Any influence upon you will surely cause you to waver. Such weakness cannot forge a formidable individual. But what of it? A so-called strong person is forged through repeated trials and failures. Your innate talent surpasses mine, and your ability to manage emotions and seize opportunities is exponentially greater than my own at your age. From this point forward, you must relentlessly cultivate your inner strength." "Master, you are increasingly resembling a teacher," Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan smiled and said, Xiao Feng, who paused for a moment before embracing Lin Xuan, remarked, "Silly boy, you are my only disciple. Do not allow yourself to fall into despair. I have no desire to engage in any sentimental theatrics." To Xiao Feng, Lin Xuan was akin to a raw gem. The more care he took in sculpting it, the greater its value would become, leading others to ponder over the master behind its polish. Having never received recognition from the world, he felt compelled to forge someone even more formidable to conquer all. "Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. You are right, perhaps I have indeed gone too far. I will devise a new plan to address this." Although Lin Xuan rose with his face still bruised, his gaze had finally become resolute. Xiao Feng gestured for Lin Xuan to take a seat and regarded him thoughtfully. "How many strategies do you typically devise for a given objective?" he inquired. "If time permits, I would formulate 3 strategies. One for the smooth execution of the task, another for a scenario where minor setbacks occur yet the task is still accomplished, and a third for a situation in which the task fails and retreat is necessary." "And what about your preparations for Nangongqian?" "Only one." Lin Xuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Xiao Feng, with a resigned smile, patted Lin Xuan's head. Rising to his feet, Xiao Feng gazed at the wanted poster at the city gate and suggested, "Tear open the rift in space and step through. I can enter openly. Once inside, remember to remove your mask and change your hair color." "Understood." Lin Xuan nodded slightly and tore open a rift in space. Arriving within the confines of Blackstone City, he harnessed his soul power to channel the blood flowing in his face. With his injuries, the prospect of dyeing his hair seemed fraught with complications. Removing his mask, he gazed at its distorted form and let out a sigh. What had transpired that day? Ever since he visited his mother's grave, he had found himself ensnared in a peculiar state, which felt decidedly amiss to Lin Xuan. If such emotional contagion could easily assail him after a month of cultivation, he would have long been cast aside by Xiao Feng. The entire situation felt increasingly unsettling. Lin Xuan, the call plunged him into an abyss of despair, memories from his childhood flooding back and dragging his spirits down to their nadir. Before him stood a handsome man, smiling as he regarded Lin Xuan. The man caressed Lin Xuan's cheek, his voice sending chills down Lin Xuan's spine as he spoke. "It appears that the Master's instruction to wait patiently was indeed wise. You have entangled yourself with Nangongqian? It seems that Nangongqian has betrayed the Holy Spirit sect, hasn't she? Is that so, Lin Xuan?" Lin Xuan stared vacantly ahead, merely nodding in response to the man's satisfied smile. His martial soul, the heartbroken doll, could immerse individuals in the depths of their own sorrowful memories. It is perhaps inaccurate to label it merely an illusion, for this so-called illusion was merely a relentless replay of one's painful recollections. To Lin Xuan's surprise, the man possessed a disguised mask. He demanded the spirit stone. Slowly, Lin Xuan retrieved the ethereal stone from his bosom and handed it to the man. The moment the man grasped the stone, a sudden glint flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes, and the power of his bloodline erupted forth. Just as the man intended to release his grip, Lin Xuan drew him into the realm of the ethereal stone. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, who had separated from Lin Xuan, picked up the fallen ethereal stone. His earlier separation was not a ruse, but a strategic maneuver to converge at this very spot. He had observed Lin Xuan, seemingly enchanted, mindlessly obeying the man's commands. Just as he contemplated intervening, Lin Xuan abruptly utilized his bloodline power, conveying to Xiao Feng that this was a deliberate act. He was feigning compliance, knowing his strength paled in comparison to that of the man, which caught Xiao Feng off guard. Within the realm of the ethereal stone, Lin Xuan glowered at the man, cognizant of his status as a soul sage. Sensing the aura of a soul sage, he exerted immense effort to suppress his bloodline power until the moment his adversary sought the ethereal stone, at which point he would strike. You truly startled me. I did not anticipate your mastery over the ethereal stone, the man remarked, his demeanor calm, as though he possessed some countermeasure. Lin Xuan raised an eyebrow. Sensing the man's fear, it was evident that he possessed extensive knowledge regarding the ethereal stone. In this moment, Barbados remained silent, seemingly reluctant to divulge any information to Lin Xuan, which indicated that Lin Xuan could only confine the man here. Yet, it was clear that the man was apprehensive. What are you afraid of? Are you worried that I have truly mastered the ethereal stone? Lin Xuan suddenly relaxed and smiled, as a subtle force of wind began to coalesce around him. The man, startled, took a step back, yet he steadied his emotions and inquired with a smile. What am I afraid of? Afraid that you have completely mastered this place? Chapter 89. The inevitability of close combat as a soul saint. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Upon finishing his sentence, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings illuminated around him. Despite the man's imposing aura, Lin Xuan furrowed his brow. It was evident that the man lacked confidence when he dared to confront him. Sensing the gradual calming of his bloodline power, Lin Xuan took his first step forward. The man tensed up, while Lin Xuan approached him with a slow, cheerful demeanor. The man gazed at Lin Xuan, who, in that moment, resembled an innocent child just released from school, approaching without any intent to kill. So much so that by the time Lin Xuan stood before him, he remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. Lin Xuan collided with the man, and suddenly his right hand, wielding a dagger, slashed upward. The man reacted just in time to evade the blow, but in the next moment, Lin Xuan seized his clothing and brought him crashing down. Lin Xuan then circled behind the man, covering his eyes and pressing the blade against his throat. Please, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. The man cried out with a voice filled with anguish, having lost control of his bladder, leaving his trousers damp. Lin Xuan was somewhat exasperated. After all, this fellow was a soul saint. Why was he so terrified? If you wish to live, answer my questions honestly. Deceive me once, and I shall break your hand. I will answer, I will answer. The man seemed to latch onto this lifeline as Lin Xuan remained entirely unyielding, though he was puzzled by the man's behavior. What is your name? Xiantian. Why did you not strike against me? I can only control the emotions of others. I possess no other abilities. Xiantian lamented with a mournful expression. Lin Xuan's lips twitched in disbelief at such an eccentric assassin. However, upon considering Xiantian's peculiar power, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Controlling emotions, no wonder Xiantian avoided close combat. Anyone who approached would fall into despair. Do you know anything about your leader? I do not know. Xiantian replied bitterly. Lin Xuan's brows furrowed as he prepared to sever one of Xiantian's hands, prompting the man to hastily exclaim, Truly, truly, I have only just joined the Holy Spirit sect. Because of my ability, I have never met the leader. I have only seen the Grand Elder before receiving orders from the leader to monitor you. The Grand Elder? Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of joy. Knowing the identity of the Grand Elder would undoubtedly provide Shrek with additional avenues for investigation. It was inconceivable that the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit sect would be an inconspicuous figure, and Lin Xuan's emotional fluctuations at this moment were evidently devoid of any issues. The name and title of the Grand Elder were revealed. He was known as Li Xian, bearing the moniker of the Axe King, a title bestowed upon him 50 years ago when he was famously referred to as the heaven-defying Axe King. The initiation process of the Holy Spirit sect necessitated a blood oath. A blood oath? Lin Xuan inquired with a look of perplexity, while Xiantian began to stammer. Unsure of how to articulate the matter of the blood oath, Lin Xuan released the dagger that had been pressed against Xiantian's neck. But before Xiantian could even breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Xuan delivered a sharp kick to his abdomen. Gazing at Xiantian, Lin Xuan remarked, You are aware that I wear a mask, and that I have had dealings with Nangongqian. Given this knowledge, I cannot allow you to leave. Otherwise, I might as well end your life right here. Lin Xuan wiped the blade of wind in his hand, and spoke with an icy tone. Xiantian was so frightened that he kept retreating until he collided with the towering structure of Barbados, finally coming to a halt. He looked at Lin Xuan with terror in his eyes. To speak the truth, I beg your forgiveness. I deceived a woman from Shrek Academy's inner court, killed her, and then joined the Holy Spirit sect. Xiantian knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head in fervent supplication for Lin Xuan's mercy. Lin Xuan's breath caught in his throat as he prepared to strike, yet his hand hesitated in midair, struggling with his own emotions. Killing Xiantian would yield no benefit. Spare me, spare me. It was the Holy Spirit sect that sought me out. I was merely a con artist, and they coveted my abilities. If I had refused to join, they would have killed me. I was saved by your senior sister from the inner court. I initially intended to deceive her into bringing me back to Shrek Academy, where I could live under her protection for the rest of my life. But then the Holy Spirit sect dispatched someone even more formidable. I had no choice but to ambush her, which left her severely injured, leading to her easy demise. And thus I was compelled to join the Holy Spirit sect. Please, spare me. Xiantian cried out in anguish, genuinely terrified. If not for his fear of death, he would never have committed such heinous acts. The inner court must have long understood that opposing the Holy Spirit sect would ultimately lead to death. Even if Xiantian had not betrayed them, he would still have met a grim fate. Yet to perish in such an inexplicable manner felt unbearably suffocating. Tell me what you know. I wish to uncover the identity of the one who killed your senior sister. It was one of the 9 guardians within the Holy Spirit sect, a powerful soul Douluo, named Tianze. Tianze, is it? Excellent. You have proven cooperative. You have now been granted a fleeting opportunity. I must administer a poison to you, and today, you will assist me in a particular endeavor. After Lin Xuan administered a pill to Xiantian, he remarked, Xiantian, with a face ashen as death, nodded slightly. At this moment, he had no choice but to heed Lin Xuan's commands. Lin Xuan's heart, however, was filled with trepidation, for the pill he had given Xiantian was merely an ordinary one. Devoid of any significant effect, it was nothing more than a mere embryo of a pill. The pill was colorless and tasteless, and it could not be scrutinized. Should you betray me, we shall meet our demise together. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I am well versed in the powers of space, as you all are aware. Be mindful that I can escape at any moment, and without the antidote, you shall perish. Lin Xuan's words sent a shiver down Xuantian's spine. He could only nod frantically to indicate his willingness to cooperate. Lin Xuan sighed and departed the ethereal stone, granting Xiantian some time for contemplation. He was aware that the ethereal stone was currently in Xiaofeng's possession, so he went out to discuss his plans with him. Upon learning that Lin Xuan intended to utilize Xiantian for the assassination of their target, Xiaofeng expressed no dissent. He merely advised Lin Xuan to contemplate the matter further, emphasizing that the key to success lay in the swift and effortless elimination of the target. The intended target was the vice president of the Wonkong Chamber of Commerce. Coincidentally, this vice president had invited another assassination target, the mayor of Inqing, Seton, who happened to be the highest-ranking target at level 56, a Soul King. The upcoming banquet was private, and had it not been for Lin Xuan's eavesdropping, they would have remained unaware of it. The night before the banquet, Lin Xuan had already devised a unique strategy. Considering the internal structure of the Holy Spirit sect, as described by Xiantian, Lin Xuan intended to take considerable risks. If I encounter any trouble, you should not expect to survive either, so do behave properly. Lin Xuan assisted Xiantian in organizing his garments. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, Xiantian repeatedly took deep breaths to steady his feelings. The two departed from the ethereal stone and entered the external world. Lin Xuan, adorned like a dandy, chose not to disguise his appearance, intending to reveal his true self, for after today, neither of them would survive. Remember, I am the Holy Sun, and you are here to accompany me in issuing commands. Understood. Chapter 90, A Grand Facade. With his state now adjusted, I am indeed the Holy Sun. Lin Xuan smiled and spoke, his aura fully unleashed at this moment. According to Xiantian, each member of the Holy Spirit sect serves as a subordinate to a saint or saintess. In this district, all members of the Holy Spirit sect fall under the management of Nangong Qian. Prior to their arrival, the Grand Elder had specifically informed Xiantian of those who were Nangong Qian's subordinates. Leading the group was Han Kuangming, and Nangong Qian herself was also a Soul Emperor. The saints and saintesses typically maintained a respectful distance from one another, and generally, the subordinates would not seek out other saints. Hence, Lin Xuan's impersonation was entirely feasible. The two arrived at the domain of the Wishing Chamber of Commerce, disregarding the guards' obstacles as they boldly entered. Seton and Vice President Chao Jin, who were plotting strategies, were momentarily taken aback. Seton glanced at Chao Jin, his dissatisfaction evident as he remarked, Vice President Chao Jin, your security measures seem inadequate. Calm yourself, City Lord. This is merely a stronghold, Chao Jin replied, rising with a cold expression as he regarded Lin Xuan and Xiantian. Without hesitation, Xiantian hurled a token directly at Chao Jin's face. Lin Xuan observed a slight tremor in Xuantian's hand. Feeling a wave of incredulity, what was there to fear for a soul sage to throw a token at a soul king? Chao Jin, upon seeing the token, was struck with terror. The black token signified that the man before him was at least a guest elder of soul sage rank. Hastily, Chao Jin dismissed the others and handed the token to Seton, who furrowed his brow upon examining it. May I inquire who you are? Seton asked cautiously as he rose. Xiantian remained silent, masterfully maintaining an imposing presence. As long as he refrained from physical confrontation, he could portray himself as invincible, merely releasing a portion of his soul rings before respectfully stepping back behind Lin Xuan. This action left both men perplexed. Lin Xuan, under their scrutiny, coldly took a seat, while Xiantian stood like a guard behind him. Xiao Jin respectfully returned the token to Xiantian, who then addressed the two with authority. This is the new saint, Nangong Xian. The new saint? Both men exclaimed in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend how a soul respect could be deemed a saint. Seton wiped the sweat from his brow and cautiously inquired, "May I ask what has happened to Saintess Nangong Xian?" Nangong Xian has conspired with individuals from Shrek Academy to slay Han Kuangming, and she is now under the control of our sect. Lin Xuan sat with an imposing presence, his words dripping with disdain. This was a crucial point. Within the Holy Spirit sect, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter constantly schemed against one another. The pivotal matter at hand was the death of Han Kuangming, which was known to have occurred after the visit of Nangong Xian and a remarkably handsome young man. With all due respect, we have not received any directives from above regarding the arrival of a new Holy Son. My uncertainty compelled me to seek clarity on the next steps, Seton cautiously inquired, for he was ostensibly the most formidable individual representing the Holy Spirit sect within the 5 cities of Baishur, thus prompting his desire for open communication. In an instant, Lin Xuan's countenance darkened. He slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters and sending dishes crashing to the ground. Xiantian bellowed in fury, "You dare! My lord, please calm your wrath." Xiao Jin interjected, fully aware that there was little he could do to prevent the unfolding chaos, and hurriedly stepped in as a mediator. Xiantian loomed over Seton, gazing down at him with an air of authority, stating, "I am the current overseer of this district." Although Xiantian spoke with conviction, he could not dismiss the uncertainty reflected in Seton's eyes. His clenched fists trembled within the confines of his sleeves. Lin Xuan rose and pushed past Xiantian, positioning himself almost nose-to-nose with Seton. The intensity in their gazes was palpable. A person's eyes never lied. Lin Xuan's gaze was devoid of any emotion, as if Seton were nothing more than a lifeless corpse. This was a look that those from Shrek could never replicate. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and he could hardly dare to breathe, stifling his breaths instead. "Do you have any grievances against me for being the Holy Son?" Lin Xuan coldly remarked, while beside him, Xiao Jin trembled in fear. At this moment, Xiantian perfectly synchronized with Lin Xuan, releasing his soul ring. The overwhelming pressure of a soul sage bore down upon the two. Xiao Jin immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Xiao Jin pays respects to the Holy Son." Seton followed suit, acknowledging, "Seton pays respects to the Holy Son." Observing Xiao Jin's submission, Seton could only kneel on one knee in deference. Lin Xuan's expression remained largely unchanged, seemingly irritated that he had to utter so many words to elicit their allegiance. He then addressed the two, commanding, "Go and summon the other two to come here. I have a plan to implement." After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he departed, leaving Xiantian to glare at the two before hastily following him. This left Xiao Jin, who felt as though he had narrowly escaped a catastrophe, and Seton, whose face was marred by humiliation. Xiao Jin yearned to ascertain whether Lin Xuan was indeed the Holy Son, yet they found themselves devoid of any means to do so. The Holy Spirit sect remained shrouded in secrecy due to its intricate hierarchy. When the Holy Maiden or Holy Son perished, their demise was merely accepted. But the sect's information remained tightly sealed, for even the lower ranks were unaware of the true state of the Holy Spirit sect. Only those who attained the rank of Guardian or Elder could unveil the sect's realities. However, to become a Guardian, one must possess the strength of a soul Douluo, akin to Yangzheni, while the most profound secrets were reserved solely for the elders. Lin Xuan escorted Xiantian back to the inn, and upon their return, Xiantian collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. This was his first encounter with a fully conscious individual who demanded his compliance, and he genuinely feared for his safety in a potential altercation. Fortunately, Lin Xuan was always by his side, aiding him just when things threatened to spiral out of control. As a soul sage, even if those two were to suddenly attack, you could unleash your soul skills. What are you afraid of? The only ones who could withstand your power are those of higher cultivation than yourself, or me. Though such words were spoken, the fear lingered. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Xuan cast Xiantian into the ethereal stone, subsequently pondering his next course of action. To be candid, poisoning was the most reliable method. However, he lacked any poison. He inquired with Xiao Feng, who was taken aback upon learning Lin Xuan's intention to ensnare them all at once. Naturally, to execute a comprehensive plan, poison was essential. Yet it must be colorless and tasteless. They would require at least 5 days to gather their forces, and at present, within the territory of the Star Dou Empire, procuring an appropriate poison was quite challenging. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, equally confronted with this dilemma. In the past, whenever he sought to employ poison, he would engage someone to concoct it for him, but his own knowledge in this domain was limited. After all, an assassin must be meticulous when it comes to poisoning. A hasty move could alert the prey if they were made to sample it. This predicament was indeed troublesome. I can formulate a poison, but it would only incapacitate them at most. If you cannot resolve the situation, it will become problematic. Tomorrow, you should procure the necessary herbs. Chapter 91. Dugu Xiao Feng provided Lin Xuan with a list of items that would likely be challenging to acquire in Blackstone City, yet still feasible. After all, Blackstone City was a border town, frequented by individuals from remote areas as well as merchants from other kingdoms and principalities, making the procurement of such items somewhat manageable amidst the diverse crowd. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan donned a black veil and tore through the spatial rift to depart from the inn. He roamed the market, managing to acquire most of the materials. However, one particular celestial heart fruit was stubbornly refused by every vendor. Lin Xuan arrived at the final shop, located at the end of the commercial street. As the street was a dead end, few ventured to this last establishment, especially since the apothecary and the dilapidated general store across the way were uninviting. The proprietors of the general store were an elderly couple. Lin Xuan let out a sigh and entered the apothecary with a sense of cautious curiosity. As he stepped inside, a musty odor assailed his senses, prompting him to hastily cover his nose. The interior housed only a few display cabinets, all conspicuously empty. Behind the cabinets, a green-haired woman clad in simple garments reclined in a rocking chair, a pharmacological tome resting upon her face, clearly asleep. Lin Xuan shook his head, preparing to leave, for this place was evidently not suitable for the sale of medicine. Just as he was about to step out the door, a sudden pang of pain gripped his heart. You have fallen victim to my laughing 10 steps madness. Once you step outside, you will laugh uncontrollably for half an hour. If you wish to avoid such embarrassment, you must pay me 10 golden soul coins, the woman declared with a smile, removing a book from her face. Lin Xuan turned to gaze into her crescent moon-like eyes, and with a resigned smile, he stepped over the threshold of the apothecary. Quietly, he utilized his bloodline power to dispel the effects of the concoction. It was not poison, merely requiring a gentle flow of his bloodline energy through his heart channels. The woman gaped in disbelief at Lin Xuan, having successfully deceived many in the past. Those who were skeptical often found themselves compelled to pay when laughter became unbearable, yet here was Lin Xuan, completely unaffected. Wait, she exclaimed, rushing out to block his path. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow and asked, what now? I have already left. Why do you hinder me? Why did the laughing 10 steps madness not work on you? She inquired earnestly, but Lin Xuan had no intention of answering her questions. He merely sought to bypass her and depart. This peculiar woman was clearly driven by greed. To his surprise, she grasped his hand and said, please don't go. Surely you entered to purchase something, right? I might have what you seek that others do not. With a narrowed gaze, she spoke confidently. Lin Xuan sighed and replied, do you have a heavenly heart fruit? Heavenly heart fruit? No wonder no one would sell it to you. According to the laws of the Xinghua Empire, anyone attempting to buy a heavenly heart fruit would be arrested. The woman looked at Lin Xuan in astonishment. He paused, taken aback by her words. Could it be that the fruit truly existed? The woman cautiously glanced around before releasing his hand and said, let us discuss this further in my shop. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment before returning to the apothecary. The woman handed him a small bamboo stool, inviting him to take a seat. As Lin Xuan sat upon the rickety stool, his expression soured. The situation felt rather shabby. The woman, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched her head and remarked, there's nothing I can do. I'm poor. The land in this commercial district is worth enough to purchase a shop outside. What do you expect? The family business cannot be sold. Upon hearing Lin Xuan's words, the woman shook her head vigorously. Although business was scarce, the heritage passed down through generations was of paramount importance. Lin Xuan inquired, if you possess the heart of heaven fruit, then I shall leave if you do not. I do have it, but if you wish to concoct poison, you must provide me with the formula, she replied, looking at Lin Xuan with an innocent expression. Lin Xuan was taken aback. This woman seemed a bit peculiar. Noticing his incredulous gaze, she blushed and coughed lightly, asking, do you know who I am? I do not care who you are. Without the heart of heaven fruit, I shall take my leave, he asserted. Lin Xuan impatiently remarked, burdened by a multitude of concerns, leaving him little inclination to engage in frivolous discussions with others. A woman obstructed his path, producing a heavenly heart fruit and presenting it to him. Do not be hasty, she urged. Who doesn't have a heavenly heart fruit? Only I am willing to sell it to you. The market price is 500 golden soul coins, but I will offer it to you for 1,000, all right? Just take your time. It's merely 1,000 golden soul coins. I wish to inquire about your intentions. Do you take me for a fool? Lin Xuan, suppressing his anger, spoke. If it were not for the fact that this woman indeed possesses the heavenly heart fruit and has delivered it to me, I would have already departed. The woman shook her head and introduced herself. I am Dugu. Instantly, Lin Xuan's irritation dissipated, and he found himself staring blankly at the woman before him. The surname Dugu is quite rare, especially after the emergence of a certain individual, which has deterred many from adopting it carelessly. That individual is the poison Dugu, who shares both a minor mentee and a friendship with Tang San, standing firmly by his side in times of peril. However, the legacy of Dugu Bo has not fared well. After Dugu Yin married Yu Tianxin, they bore a son and a daughter, the son inheriting the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, and the daughter inheriting the phosphorescent serpent emperor martial soul. Yet, following Tang San's ascension to divinity, the Dugu lineage remained unchanged, often meeting an early demise. Generally, they do not survive long enough to attain the rank of title Douluo, and those who do achieve it often live only a few additional years. Moreover, Due to the barrier Tang Xin established at the Eye of Ice and Fire before his departure, which only the Dugu lineage was aware of, they faced relentless persecution and fled the Heaven Dou Empire. Their whereabouts remain a mystery, and the Heaven Dou Empire has never ceased its search for the heirs of the Dugu lineage. Lin Xuan gazed at Dugu Shui, attempting to discern any flaws in her demeanor, yet Dugu Shui merely returned his gaze with calm assurance. Lin Xuan removed his conical hat, revealing his true visage, and inquired, "Why do you dare to speak to me thus, without even glancing at my face? What if I were a citizen of the heavenly? Surely, the people of Shrek would not behave in such a manner?" With a mischievous glint in her eyes, Dugu Shui replied, "Are you truly a student of Shrek?" Lin Xuan was momentarily taken aback when had he revealed his identity. He had taken great care to conceal any signs that he was a Shrek student during this journey. He could only manage a wry smile, realizing that this girl was attempting to play a trick on him. With a respectful gesture, Lin Xuan said, "If you have something to say, please do so. You require a poison, one that necessitates the use of the heavenly heart fruit. There are only 3 poisons that demand this ingredient. One that causes chaos within a person's soul power, leading to their explosive demise, another that ruptures the heart's meridians, and the third, the most recently developed, which renders a person devoid of soul power for half an hour. I possess the first 2 in my collection, and it is unlikely that anyone else on the continent would have them. Thus, we are left with the third, a poison said to be crafted by the Grim Reaper." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Chapter 92. Are you a stray cat? Some matters should not be spoken of lightly. Lin Xuan smiled, yet the murderous intent behind that smile sent a shiver down Dugu Shui's spine. Clearing her throat, she spoke, "You have been poisoned, which is why I dare to converse so freely with you. The laughing 10 steps poison is merely a jest. But what I have administered to you is 3 steps to collapse. Should you exert yourself to take 3 steps, the lethal toxin will strike at your heart, and the same applies to gathering soul power. You may wish to test it." Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. He sensed the poison already lurking outside his heart meridian, poised for action. However, his bloodline power rendered him impervious to all toxins. He had no intention of revealing his hand so soon. He was curious to see what Dugu Shui had up her sleeve. "What do you intend to do? Tell me where that person is," he demanded. Dugu Shui gazed at Lin Xuan with icy resolve. Lin Xuan was taken aback. It seemed she had a significant connection with his master. Dugu Shui raised her hand and said, "Do not misunderstand. I harbor a deep loathing for those who kill for money, and who have devised such poisons. So, do you intend to kill me as well?" Lin Xuan let out a soft exclamation as he suddenly realized that Dugu Shui intended to coerce him into revealing Xiaofeng's whereabouts, and subsequently eliminate both him and his master. Shaking his head, Lin Xuan proposed, "Let us make a wager. If I can neutralize your poison, will you accompany me? You? Have you not awakened from your slumber?" "My potion should not impair one's cognitive faculties," Dugu Shui replied, gazing around in confusion. At that moment, Lin Xuan seized the opportunity. He placed a hand upon Dugu Shui's shoulder, unleashing his soul force to directly confine her soul energy. As she was merely a member of the soul sect, he was able to counter her with his own bloodline power, and he struck while she was entirely unprepared. The tides of the situation had now shifted dramatically. Lin Xuan smiled as he spoke, while Dugu Shui's hand remained frozen in place, rendering her unable to retrieve the concealed poison. Lin Xuan released his grip from her shoulder, donned his hat, and took the tianqing fruit before departing from the apothecary. Dugu Shui attempted to pursue him, but half of her body had already lost sensation. She could only wait for half an hour before regaining the ability to move freely. Upon his return to the inn, Lin Xuan reflected on the fortuitous encounter with Dugu Shui. The Shrek Academy was also in search of the descendants of the Dugu family, much like the elves, as they yearned to uncover the lost relics of the past to chronicle the events following their disappearance. Once matters here were resolved, he would seek out Dugu Shui again. "Have you really gathered everything so quickly? It appears you have not overlooked anything," Xiao Feng exclaimed, astonished by the medicinal herbs in Lin Xuan's possession. In just half a day, he had managed to amass such a collection. Although the materials were not particularly obscure, the tianqing fruit and a stalk of huanggu grass were indeed rare finds. Yet, Lin Xuan had succeeded in acquiring them. Scratching his head, Lin Xuan explained, "I stumbled upon the huanggu grass at a vendor's stall, where the seller was unaware of its value, which was quite a stroke of luck. As for the tianqing fruit, there were some unexpected twists, but I managed to secure it. Is that so? It would be prudent to ascertain when the other 2 individuals will arrive, and remain vigilant for those 2 rascals seeking you. Be prepared at all times. I shall commence the preparation of the medicines," Xiao Feng instructed before shutting the door. Lin Xuan contemplated his next course of action and decided to keep watch over the movements of the 2 individuals. Firstly, there was no issue with Chao Jin, who continued to serve as the vice president of the Wanxing Chamber of Commerce, albeit with an underlying air of trepidation. Lin Xuan understood that Chao Jin was the type of person who sought to avoid fault rather than aspire for merit. Although he remained unaware of the motivations that drove this individual to join the Holy Spirit sect, he posed little threat to Lin Xuan. Given that Chao Jin was merely an ordinary person aligning himself with the sect, However, Seton was a different matter entirely. Lin Xuan slowly made his way to Seton's temporary residence. As the Lord of An City, his presence here for several days could inevitably raise suspicion. Hence, Seton had concocted a pretext of collaborating with the Lord of Blackstone City to apprehend wanted criminals. Thus, Lin Xuan only needed to visit the Lord's manor to find him. As Lin Xuan turned the corner, he beheld a familiar figure, none other than Dugu. Clad in a flowing white garment, she resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Capturing the attention of passers-by, Lin Xuan feigned ignorance and attempted to walk past her, but unexpectedly, Dugu seized his arm, refusing to let go. Lin Xuan could perceive the cacophony of shattered hearts surrounding him. Despite wearing a bamboo hat, the piercing gazes of those intent on violence rendered him quite uneasy. He turned to Dugu, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "What do you intend to do? What is your purpose? You took my tianxin fruit and departed without compensation? I had assumed that by alleviating your poison, I could indulge without consequence." Lin Xuan tossed a crystal card to Dugu. To his surprise, Dugu clutched the card tightly, unwilling to release it. Growing somewhat impatient, Lin Xuan suppressed his annoyance and said, "I have matters to attend to. Let go, and we can discuss this later. Have you forgotten your own words? You stated that if you cured my poison, I would accompany you." Dugu smirked cunningly, causing Lin Xuan to pause momentarily before nodding decisively and responding, "Then follow me." "You?" Dugu was taken aback, initially believing Lin Xuan would be irate given his apparent haste. However, his nonchalant demeanor, allowing her to follow, left her flustered. Lin Xuan shrugged off Dugu's grasp and strode forward, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration before reluctantly trailing behind him. She had matters of her own to discuss with Lin Xuan. After all, his unique immunity to all poisons was far too extraordinary to overlook. Lin Xuan led Dugu into a deserted alley. Dugu anxiously gazed at Lin Xuan, who, at that moment, turned around, cornering her against the wall. He inquired, "Are you a stray cat?" Surprised by the seemingly nonsensical question, Dugu had anticipated something more serious from him. Lin Xuan lifted her chin with his hand and continued, "Stray cats are creatures that fear humans, yet once you successfully feed them, they become attached to you. I find this quite reminiscent of you. Initially, you were wary of me, but after being subdued by my presence, your vigilance has waned, leading you to this secluded alley where you are now entirely at my mercy." Lin Xuan's words were somewhat biased, leaving Dugu momentarily at a loss, her limbs feeling icy as she gazed at him. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan broke into a gentle smile and said, "The reason I spoke to you this way is simply because your recent actions displeased me. I have no intention of treating you poorly. I sincerely hope to be friends with you, but that is contingent upon your ability to act with some sense and reason." After Lin Xuan concluded his words, he departed, leaving Dugu stunned in place. Although Dugu possessed considerable cultivation, she remained an inexperienced young girl, with poison as her only trusted companion. Regrettably, this companion was unable to safeguard her under Lin Xuan's influence. How infuriating! What are his intentions? It truly startled me. My mother was right, indeed. No man can be trusted. Dugu gritted her teeth and lamented, but Lin Xuan was oblivious to her sentiments. If he were to hear her assessment of him, he might very well be driven to the brink of fury. Chapter 93. The rescue. Lin Xuan kept a watchful eye on Seton. Although Seton was visibly displeased, he found himself unable to voice any complaints, for Nangonqian had already been placed on the wanted list. If Nangonqian possessed any wisdom, she would refrain from seeking out Seton, lest she fall victim to his treacherous schemes. 2 days later, Xiao Feng delivered the potion to Lin Xuan. The liquid was colorless and tasteless, rendering it ideal for poisoning. However, the method of administering the poison was of paramount importance. Rather than alerting Chao Jin and the others, it was Chao Jin who cautiously approached the inn to discuss dinner plans that evening at Wanted Tower with Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, having agreed, began his preparations. He departed from the inn with the intention of visiting Dugu. Meanwhile, Seton sat within Dugu's shop, observing her as he spoke. "Dear niece, I find myself entangled with an individual, and I humbly request a vial of poison to eliminate him." "Duke Seton," Dugu replied, shaking her head in refusal. "Ever since my mother passed, I have ceased the creation of poisons. I no longer possess that colorless, odorless elixir of death." Each of her concoctions was perilous, and despite their acquaintance, she would not readily part with them. A flicker of cold malice glimmered in Sethan's eyes as he departed without uttering another word. Dugu nibbled her lip, sensing an ominous premonition. Her fears were soon confirmed as a throng of armored soldiers stormed into the shop, lunging towards her. Startled, she smashed her fist into the table, shattering it, and unleashed her martial spirit. A violet mist enveloped the advancing soldiers, transforming them into toxic sludge within mere steps. However, before she could summon another cloud of poison, four formidable presences bore down upon her, their overwhelming aura momentarily stalling her movements. In that fleeting instant, an arrow pierced her abdomen. In disbelief, Dugu gazed at the small wound in her belly, blood oozing from it. Seton stood at the entrance, observing as the soldiers encircled Dugu. This was his scheme. He was determined to eliminate Lin Xuan that very night, convinced that Lin Xuan was an impostor. Just as the soldiers were about to seize Dugu Shui, Lin Xuan arrived at the shop and swiftly whisked her away, vanishing from sight. The onlookers stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Sethan's eyes widened with realization, as if struck by an astonishing thought. He watched with fervor the direction in which Lin Xuan had departed. Could it be that the one masquerading as the Holy Sun is Lin Xuan? Brother Huang, seal the city. Surround this place with our forces. Something extraordinary is afoot. What? Huang Wei, the lord of Blackstone City, could not immediately comprehend. After Sethan whispered in his ear, Huang Wei promptly dispatched his troops. Meanwhile, Sethan, accompanied by Zhang Yu and Fang Datong, hurried to the inn in search of Lin Xuan. On their way, they encountered a returning Chao Jin. Chao Jin, is the Holy Sun at the inn? Yes, I've been keeping watch. Let us go. Sethan seemed to have seized a monumental opportunity. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, his expression grave, brought Dugu Shui into the inn. He quickly placed her within the ethereal stone and instructed Xiantian to guard the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering. Dugu Shui's injuries were severe. The arrow had pierced her kidney, and the venom of the Emerald Serpent King would retaliate if not suppressed with soul power. This phenomenon had been documented in Shrek, a legacy of Tang San. The venom coursed through Dugu Shui's body, and her kidneys were beginning to fail. Lin Xuan felt despondent, knowing the damage was irreversible. He turned to Barbados and asked, "Is there any way to save her? Luna can save her, but I cannot allow Luna to leave her cultivation state. The elven race has but one chance in a lifetime. Should we forego this, she would never have another opportunity." Barbados, acknowledging Dugu Shui's dire state, spoke gently. Lin Xuan struck the ground in frustration, administering all his healing elixirs to Dugu Shui, but their effects could not reach the kidneys. External applications fared no better. Lin Xuan's hands were even corroded by the venom seeping from her wounds. "I apologize." Lin Xuan tore open the clothing covering Dugu Shui's abdomen and made a precise incision with a blade of wind. He resolved to employ the simplest method to save her. By creating an opening just large enough to accommodate a finger, he began to apply medicine with his finger enveloped in soul energy. The moment the healing substance contacted her ailing kidneys, it immediately halted the progression of failure. However, this was not the crux of the matter. If the venom of the green-scaled serpent continued its rampage, other organs would once again be at risk. Dugu Shui's gaze had grown distant, and she was even oblivious to the excruciating pain. "Child, unleash your bloodline power. Remember, your bloodline grants immunity to all forms of deadly toxins. You must attempt to draw the entirety of the green-scaled serpent's poison into your bloodline power. This not only has the potential to save her, but will also benefit you. Hurry, speak." Lin Xuan shouted with his forehead veins bulging, while Barbados, feeling utterly speechless, continued, "All you need to do is lead the way. Trust me. You won't regret it. I shall trust you this once." Lin Xuan, upon concluding his speech, unleashed his bloodline power and began to dismantle his soul defense, allowing the poison from the azure-scaled serpent to seep through his fingertips into his body. Indeed, once his bloodline power sensed the venom, it reacted frantically, absorbing it voraciously. The poison attempted to retreat, yet Lin Xuan's bloodline power astonishingly detached from his body. A small incision formed on his fingertip, and a drop of golden blood surged through Dugu Shui's veins with fervor. Wherever this drop of golden blood traveled, all traces of the azure-scaled serpent's poison vanished without a trace. Lin Xuan observed as Dugu Shui's green hair gradually turned black, and he sensed her soul power approaching his kidneys, indicating that her body was beginning to autonomously repair the damaged organs. Meanwhile, outside, Xiantian was confronting the four individuals from Sethan, regarding them with a cold indifference. "I have already stated that the Holy Sun does not wish to see anyone. Lord Xiantian, you have been deceived. The person inside is not the Holy Sun at all. Open the door," Sethan implored anxiously. Xiantian cast a glance at the door, his heart racing with trepidation. What had Lin Xuan done to provoke such urgency in casting himself out? It seemed his identity had been uncovered. What should he do now? Seek assistance. "Lord Xiantian, look at how noisy it is here. That person has yet to emerge. It is evident that something is being concealed from us." Sethan nearly lunged at Xiantian in a desperate attempt to barge in. Yet Xiantian was undeniably a member of the Holy Spirit sect, having released his soul ring to confirm his identity on that day. "If you disturb the Holy Sun, do you comprehend the consequences? He is not like the Holy Maiden." This declaration extinguished Sethan's excitement in an instant. If the person inside was indeed the Holy Sun and not Lin Xuan, his impudence would only lead to one outcome: death. Chapter 94, Brothers Recognized? "My apologies, Lord Xiantian. It is we who have intruded." Sethan clasped his hands and swiftly departed. To discern the truth, he would have to wait until nightfall. Any attempt to forcibly enter now would surely result in his demise at the hands of Xiantian. Overwhelmed by unexpected joy, he realized that if Lin Xuan was indeed the Holy Sun, then Xiantian was allied with him, and should Xiantian take action, they would all perish. Unbeknownst to Sethan, Xiantian was paralyzed by fear, having contemplated betrayal. Had it not been for the embarrassment of seeking aid from the Soul King, he would have acted. While Xiantian experienced a narrow escape, Lin Xuan found himself in dire straits. He had absorbed 80% of the azure-scaled serpent's poison from Dugu Shue's body. This, once purified, could transform into pure soul power. However, his bloodline power had unexpectedly ceased functioning, having absorbed only 50% of the venom, leaving the remaining 50% to wreak havoc on Lin Xuan's meridians. Dugu Shui struggled to open her eyes, and upon doing so, she beheld Lin Xuan's skin turning blue and his complexion waning. Just as she attempted to assist him, she succumbed to unconsciousness from the excruciating pain in her abdomen. Whether her kidneys could self-repair remained uncertain. Such grave injuries would inevitably leave an indelible mark. Lin Xuan, hold on. I can sense your bloodline power undergoing transformation. Once the metamorphosis succeeds, you will be unharmed. Barbatos cried out urgently as Lin Xuan appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Lin Xuan, with great difficulty, gazed at the towering structure of Barbatos and muttered, "You, old geezer." Lin Xuan was uncertain how long he had endured, pondering whether he could attend the appointment that night. Just as he felt on the verge of fainting, the golden blood within his heart divided, and a droplet of emerald essence materialized in his dantian. The venom of the azure-scaled serpent surged violently into this verdant blood. Meanwhile, the golden blood was not idle. It cascaded forth, restoring Lin Xuan's meridians to their original state after traversing through them, effectively eradicating the damage inflicted by the serpent's poison. However, the numbness in his body persisted. After a span of 10 minutes, he finally regained the ability to move. He examined Dugu Shue's injuries and discovered that she merely required rest, which brought him some relief. Yet, the wound on her abdomen remained unhealed. With no other option, he took out a needle and thread to stitch her up. He was capable of performing basic wound care. Regrettably, Dugu Shue's abdomen had suffered a scar, but it was undoubtedly preferable to the alternative of losing her life. He resolved to return to Shrek and seek assistance from the Inner Academy's instructors, who should possess the means to help. Lin Xuan emerged from the ethereal stone, only to find Xiantian waiting anxiously for him. Upon seeing Lin Xuan, Xiantian hastily exclaimed, "The time is drawing near. You are covered in blood. How can you go like this?" "Do not fret," Lin Xuan replied. "Please wait at the entrance for a moment." Lin Xuan waved his hand, dismissing Xiantian, and then began to change his clothes. The scent of blood clung to him, impossible to mask. Suddenly, he was reminded of Yang Zhini, the man who feasted upon the blood of women and infants. The Holy Spirit sect was indeed a vile organization. He thought to fabricate a lie. Tonight presented a significant opportunity to eradicate a stronghold of the Holy Spirit sect, an endeavor only achievable by the students of the inner court. Yet, Lin Xuan felt an unsettling doubt this evening. Firstly, who had released that arrow? He could rule out the 4 individuals he had invited, as they were all using their presence to suppress Dugu Shui, and Chao Jin had not intervened. Moreover, the actions of the 4 from Seton seemed to conceal something. Secondly, where did Seton's confidence originate? Even if he suspected himself not to be the son, he could not afford to display such blatant impatience. This was evident even on Chao Jin's face. What was Seton's hidden card? Lin Xuan changed his attire and walked alongside Xiantian. Upon their arrival at Wana Tower, they found Chao Jin waiting at the bottom of the building with a smile. Lin Xuan bypassed any pleasantries with Chao Jin and proceeded directly to the private room on the 3rd floor. Inside, besides Seton, there was a young man seated at the main position who regarded Lin Xuan with an amused expression. Lin Xuan's heart sank, yet this was part of his strategy. The 3rd plan revolved around how to react when confronted by another son of the sacred. The essence of this plan was singular: to flee. He found himself unable to eliminate a fellow son who possessed a soul guardian. Seton inquired with a smile, "Ningong Xian, allow me to introduce the son of the sacred from the neighboring region, Zhongli Qing. Are you two acquainted?" "Humph, Ningong Xian. Only the saintess of the Holy Spirit sect bears the surname Nangong. Are you, perchance, a woman?" Upon Seton's remark, Zhongli Qing scoffed. While the atmosphere around Chao Jin and his companions grew increasingly perilous, Lin Xuan displayed no change in expression as he took a seat and asked, "Zhongli Qing? I have not heard of you. Where are your guards?" "Did not bring them," Zhongli Qing replied with a disdainful pout. His overwhelming arrogance rendered the thought of bringing guards unnecessary. Lin Xuan nodded and turned to Xiantian, asking, "Have you heard of Zhongli Qing?" Reporting to the esteemed son. "I have not," Xiantian said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Truth be told, he was genuinely unaware. Zhongli Qing laughed derisively. "So you think you can bully me just because I am without guards? Behold, what is this?" He tossed his son's token into the air. Though Lin Xuan maintained a stoic facade, he inwardly recognized his miscalculation. Previously, Nangong Qian had refrained from displaying her identity token when meeting Han Kuangming, as they were master and servant. "Son's token? I do not possess one, and you can clearly discern my cultivation level." Lin Xuan spoke with unwavering composure. While Zhong Liqing was momentarily taken aback, it was evident that Lin Xuan possessed the cultivation of the soul sect, which could not possibly meet the requirements for a holy son to undertake a mission. One must be at least level 58 to be entrusted with the territory. "So what?" Zhong Liqing retorted with a cold smile. Doesn't that merely serve to prove your falsity? Lin Xuan nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words, as this would indeed further validate his deceit. However, he swiftly changed his tone, stating, I was originally out on a mission with Xiantian. Inform him of your task. The mission assigned to the Holy Sun and me is to await Lin Xuan's appearance at his birthplace. Zhong Liqing furrowed his brow, for he was aware that the Holy Spirit sect had placed a bounty on Lin Xuan, initiated by the second elder, Wang Dong, who was the most esteemed elder by the sect leader. His father, despite his formidable prowess, was excessively lecherous, and the affairs within the sect were largely managed by the first and second elders. Lin Xuan is with Nangongqian. I have yet to report this to the first elder. To prevent any collusion from Nangongqian, I first gathered Seton and others here, Xiantian declared coldly. Observing the unperturbed demeanor of Lin Xuan and Xiantian, Zhong Liqing began to harbor doubts. Perhaps these two were overly confident. Seton, still skeptical, inquired, Holy Sun, since your entrance, I have detected a scent of perfume mingled with blood. This afternoon, while I was encircling Dugu, do not tell me you were the one who rescued her? Chapter 95. A complete capture. Seton voiced all his suspicions in one breath. With Zhong Liqing present, even if there were repercussions later, he could seek refuge with him, knowing well that Zhong Liqing would eagerly welcome his allegiance. The scent of my blood and perfume, what do you think it signifies? Lin Xuan tilted his head, revealing a sickly smile, instantly causing Xiantian to adopt a pallid expression. With a grim countenance, he remarked, Saint Sun, please exercise restraint. If it were to come to light that you were consorting with Yangzheni, even he would not spare you from punishment. Yangzheni. Zhong Liqing nearly toppled from his chair in terror. Yangzheni was among the most infamous figures. After having his limbs severed, he transformed into a being of duality, perpetually craving the blood of women or infants. Even within the Holy Spirit sect, he was regarded as an outlier, with all avoiding his presence. Lin Xuan waved his hand, interrupting Zhong Liqing just as he was about to speak. Feeling something damp on his face, Zhong Liqing realized that Lin Xuan was wiping his hands with a wet tissue, and a nauseating thought crossed his mind about what Lin Xuan might have done. How infuriating. Saturn was clearly not willing to give up, yet it was evident that Lin Xuan had truly become the Holy Sun. Could he still harbor doubts? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was utterly convinced that Lin Xuan had rescued Dugu, and yet he firmly believed Lin Xuan could not be the Holy Sun. However, he possessed no evidence and had no means to inform the higher-ups. It appears you are indeed a member of the Holy Spirit sect. Xiantian cannot possibly know so much. I shall reluctantly place my trust in you, Zhong Liqing said helplessly. Lin Xuan's response was utterly impeccable. He stood up, intending to leave, but suddenly knelt at the doorway, staring incredulously at the floor. His soul power was rendered ineffective, and his body became weak. The same disbelief was mirrored on the faces of Saturn and the others, who gazed at Lin Xuan in astonishment. Lin Xuan rose, surveying the surroundings with a smile, remarking, the effect of the drug is remarkably swift. Nangongqian, what are you planning to do? Zhong Liqing glared at Lin Xuan, his face pale with anger. Little did he know, Lin Xuan wasted no time, delivering a decisive kick to Zhong Liqing's chest, rendering him unconscious in disbelief. The remaining four desperately attempted to crawl away, only to be dealt with one by Lin Xuan, who dispatched them with a swift stomp that broke their necks. Xiantian watched nearby, trembling in fear. Lin Xuan cast a sidelong glance at him, saying, why are you so terrified? You think it's so easy to kill 4 soul kings and a soul emperor? They were far too careless. With a mere poisoned tissue, I was able to incapacitate them. They can only blame their lack of defensive awareness. After sipping his tea, Lin Xuan leisurely remarked that the task had been accomplished. It was indeed fortunate that, with the assistance of Nangongqian, he had completed Xiaofeng's assessment within a fortnight. Although he had relied on many external forces not his own, it was primarily due to unforeseen circumstances each time he was about to take action. Lin Xuan cast Zhong Liqing into the ethereal stone, then surveyed his surroundings, saying, come forth. Are you not weary from lurking in the shadows? Xuan Yin remained vigilant, scanning the vicinity. During their journey, Lin Xuan had informed him of the possibility of archers hiding in the dark, and his words indicated he had indeed detected an adversary. Lin Xuan had indeed identified the foe, who was concealed upon the rooftop, the power of spatial awareness having unveiled him. This is dire. Lin Xuan's expression changed dramatically. This person had actually fled. Lin Xuan hastily tore open a rift in space and pursued, leaving Xiantian alone to survey his surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, he opted to return to the inn, unwilling to gamble on whether the escape would prove successful. To be honest, following Lin Xuan was a far better choice than aligning with the Holy Spirit sect. The opponent darted swiftly across the rooftops, leaving Lin Xuan with no trace to follow. If it weren't for the spatial power firmly locking onto the target, he would never have been able to keep pace. Ultimately, however, Lin Xuan managed to corner the adversary in a dead-end alley. Lin Xuan gasped as he stared at the figure before him, who turned out to be a mere youth, a revelation that took him by surprise. He inquired, why do you assist these evil soul masters? You are one yourself. The young man merely responded coldly, his bowstring taut. while the 3 soul rings behind him, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glimmered ominously. He was poised to release an arrow at the slightest movement from Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan raised his hand and said, "Your martial spirit is a Bao, is it not? That being the case, you are not affiliated with the Holy Spirit sect. And neither am I. Might you lower your Bao?" "I must decline," the youth replied curtly, left with no alternative. Lin Xuan harnessed the power of space to position himself behind the young man. The youth, startled by Lin Xuan's sudden disappearance, found himself engulfed in darkness the next moment, as Lin Xuan rendered him unconscious. "This lad, I expected him to be someone of significance," Lin Xuan mused. Lin Xuan observed the youth and, with a slight curl of his lips, remarked that the boy's concealed aura was indeed remarkable, reminiscent of a jungle hunter's origins. Although numerous questions lingered, it was likely that the matter concerning Wanha Tower had already come to light. The sudden demise of so many influential figures within the Starfall Empire, namely a city lord, a vice president of a merchant association, along with another deputy city lord and a brothel owner, could not have gone unnoticed. It was time to return and consult his master. Lin Xuan placed the young boy into the ethereal stone and then proceeded towards the inn, which had already been sealed off. It was indeed the work of the Lord of Blackstone City. Among the crowd, Xiao Feng spotted Lin Xuan, who in turn recognized him as well. The two stepped away from the throng and met in front of the bun shop. Behind Xiao Feng, Xian Tian, wearing a bamboo hat, stood respectfully like a devoted subordinate. "I have heard from Xian Tian about the events that transpired. It was executed flawlessly. Now, let us depart from this place." "Very well." Lin Xuan understood that it was unwise to linger in this place. He stored Xian Tian within the ethereal stone and, accompanied by Xiao Feng, tore through the fabric of space. Emerging outside Blackstone City, the city was heavily fortified, yet to Lin Xuan, it was as insubstantial as air. In merely an hour, he had led Xiao Feng out of the encirclement. "This spatial power is truly taxing on my very existence," Xiao Feng lamented upon landing. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain within the ethereal stone. The experience of traversing space was not something the average person could withstand. He recalled the last time he felt such distress was during their first journey by carriage. Once again, Lin Xuan and Xiao Feng had acquired a carriage at the border and were now making their way back towards Shrek. As they traveled, it was naturally Xiao Feng who drove the carriage. With Lin Xuan's dual identities now exposed, it would be increasingly challenging for him to undertake future training without revealing his true self. Lin Xuan was acutely aware of this, and thus, he resolved to swiftly pry information from Zhong Liqing. Unlike Xian Tian, who was merely a temporary worker, Zhong Liqing undoubtedly possessed extensive intelligence regarding the Holy Spirit sect. Lin Xuan entered the ethereal stone, where Zhong Liqing had yet to awaken. Meanwhile, Dugu leaned against the towering structure of Barbados, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the colossal island in the sky. Lin Xuan approached her and handed her the medicine he had just procured at the border. "Thank you for saving me," Dugu said softly, her eyes on the medicine lying on the ground. Lin Xuan sighed as he observed the scar on her abdomen. "In my haste to save you, I could only hastily stitch up a dozen or so wounds." Chapter 96. The Perfect Blood, Where is Saturn? My apologies. I had intended to eliminate him. I dealt with him earlier this evening, and we are now on our way back to Shrek. Is that so? Dugu suddenly smiled at Lin Xuan, finding his current demeanor somewhat amusing. In truth, she was indifferent to the scar on her belly, for she was not one to flaunt such things, aware that it could easily lead to a chill. "You saved my life. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Really?" Lin Xuan gazed at Dugu with delight. If Dugu was willing to offer assistance, there were numerous endeavors he could embark upon. Dugu playfully punched Lin Xuan's chest and smiled, saying, all right. You saved my life and dispelled the poison of the green-scaled serpent from my body. Both by emotion and reason, I shall stand by you for a lifetime. As for the rest, once I have obliterated the Sacred Spirit sect, you will be free to enjoy yourself." Lin Xuan waved his hand, pondering the implications of Dugu words. Was she truly offering herself? Dugu furrowed her brow, leaning closer to Lin Xuan with a look of confusion. "Am I really that unattractive?" "No, not at all." "Then why do you reject me?" "It's rare for a girl to be so bold and proactive." Cough, cough, cough. Dugu candid remarks momentarily caught Lin Xuan off guard, yet he managed to regain his composure. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The golden blood within his pulse radiated an insatiable desire, a craving that nearly consumed him. Perfect blood. Suddenly, for words surfaced in Lin Xuan's mind, and immediately, the golden blood within him was suppressed, allowing him to regain clarity as he gazed at his hands, breathing heavily. Beside him, Dugu, undeterred by fear, inquired, "Why do you carry the aura of the Dragon Clan?" "The aura of the Dragon Clan?" Lin Xuan pondered. "I once encountered numerous soul beasts with dragon lineage in the starry forest alongside my mother. They bore an aura identical to yours." Upon uttering this, Dugu expression shifted abruptly. Lin Xuan, exasperated, patted Dugu on the head and remarked, "I am not a soul beast." Though he remained uncertain as to why his bloodline power exuded a dragon-like essence, a hypothesis began to form. Firstly, After absorbing the poison of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, he had produced a drop of verdant blood. This indicated that the drop of green blood derived from the serpent's venom, which he could wield at will. Thus, could it not be posited that this drop of golden blood similarly stemmed from the absorption of some bloodline? The bloodline of the dragon clan? Lin Xuan stroked his chin, while Dugu cast a chilling glance at him. The expression on Lin Xuan's face was undeniably sinister. However, regardless of the nature of soul beasts, they had saved her life. Moreover, once a soul beast takes on a human form, it remains a soul beast. Dugu, there is indeed a matter I need your assistance with. Lin Xuan lifted Zhong Liqing with his left hand and said. Dugu looked at Zhong Liqing and inquired, what has happened to this fellow? He is the holy son of the sacred spirit sect. I believe you can employ your methods to extract all the information from him. Huh. Before Lin Xuan could finish his words, Dugu tossed 5 bottles at him. Pointing at each bottle, she elaborated. The first is laughter. As the name suggests, when ingested, it will cause uncontrollable laughter for an hour. The second is tears, which serves a similar purpose as the first. The third is wrath, the fourth is restlessness, and the fifth is an aphrodisiac. Your naming skills are rather lacking. Lin Xuan was at a loss for words, while Dugu glanced elsewhere and chuckled awkwardly. Ever since their first encounter, he had longed to make a jest about her peculiar 3-step fall, but that was sufficient for now. Hee. Zhong Liqing, you heard that, right? If you have anything to say, do speak up. To his surprise, Zhong Liqing tilted his head, avoiding Lin Xuan's gaze. The youthful Zhong Liqing was yet unaware of the trials that awaited him. Lin Xuan swiftly fed him laughter, sealing Zhong Liqing's mouth, leaving the latter gasping. Unable to laugh, even as he struggled for breath. You are truly insufferable. Take me somewhere else. Dugu exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. She had not anticipated Lin Xuan's cruelty and feared that Zhong Liqing might suffocate. Lin Xuan led Dugu to a floating island, a sanctuary for his belongings. Barbados had informed him that it was a place untouched by corruption, hence he had no worries about storing anything there. You possess such an impressive collection. Dugu's eyes lit up as she beheld Lin Xuan's treasures. He scratched his head in embarrassment. These were merely trinkets and curiosities he had gathered during his travels or escapes, including beautiful stones and little toys he had discreetly purchased while carrying Xiaofeng. I envy that girl, he mused, though I must admit, these items did not cost me much. I fear she might not appreciate them. Lin Xuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he spoke. He was genuinely concerned that gifting these items might diminish one's worth. Dugu shook her head and replied, not at all. A girl's sentiments are not so superficial. Your thoughtfulness is the most precious gift. Is that so? Does that mean you have had a boyfriend? I won't tell you. How stingy. Lin Xuan curled his lips and began to tidy up the items in the vicinity. Dugu surveyed the surrounding herbs and sighed. She rose, exasperated, and remarked, the materials here are far too rudimentary. I am utterly incapable of concocting any poison. Nonsense. Lin Xuan replied with a hint of annoyance. Dugu took out a pen and paper from her storage bag and said, can you gather all the materials listed here? To be honest, I am quite intrigued by your bloodline power. This potion I have can activate your bloodline, much like my Azure Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial spirit. Is that true? Absolutely. Dugu summoned her martial spirit, and 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, shone brightly. Her eyes transformed into a vivid emerald green as she gazed at Lin Xuan and declared, my martial spirit is the Azure Scale Serpent. Unfortunately, I did not inherit my mother's innate Azure Phosphor Serpent Emperor martial spirit. However, the lineage of the Azure Phosphor Serpent has long mastered the technique of acquired awakening. But the cost must be significant, right? Indeed, the materials required for awakening the bloodline are exceedingly rare. What I have provided you are merely auxiliary ingredients. The true materials must be sought at the Eye of Ice and Fire. Is it possible to return? After Lin Xuan finished speaking, Dugu gazed sullenly ahead. Indeed, his words struck a chord. Could she truly return? If so, would she require the protection of Seton to establish a small apothecary at the borders of the Star Dou Empire? She lived each day like a stray dog, even losing contact with her mother. I will definitely return, Dugu declared with unwavering determination. She knew she was still too weak, but once she grew stronger, she would surely be able to go back. Lin Xuan sighed and said, all right, if you can return, you should rest now. Do not forget, your kidneys are still in poor condition. Here are the blankets I use. Sleep well. Lin Xuan took out his bedding and carefully arranged it for Dugu, who watched his busy figure and smiled. Chapter 97, Departure. What a clumsy man. Why should it concern you? Lin Xuan sighed as he departed from the ethereal stone, while Dugu lay in her bed, enveloped by Lin Xuan's lingering scent, a sensation that was quite pleasant. Her mother had once advised her that when one encounters someone who stirs their heart, hesitation should be cast aside. Yet, she had already been deceived by her own instincts once before. For several consecutive days, despite Lin Xuan's tireless efforts to tend to Dugu's injuries, her abdomen began to fester. Upon awakening, the young man revealed that it was a poisoned arrow he had fashioned for hunting soul beasts, thus no antidote had been developed, which left him somewhat anxious. He had initially believed he was there to vanquish villains. He had caught the eye of Seton, the lord of An City, and naturally, he would serve him. After several days of explanation from Lin Xuan, he realized he had been manipulated, helplessly watching Dugu Shue's condition deteriorate. Hold on. Tomorrow we will reach Shrek, he reassured her. Dugu Shue, her complexion pale, nodded slightly. The failure of her kidneys was indeed dire. Yet the promise of reaching Shrek tomorrow brought her some solace. Lin Xuan gently caressed her long hair, sighing. The past days had been a whirlwind of activity, but he feared the irreversible consequences that might arise from her lack of treatment during this time. It's all right, at least I'm still alive. Without you, I wouldn't have made it this far, Dugu Shue said with a smile, touching Lin Xuan's cheek. The sight of her smile pierced Lin Xuan's heart with anguish. Zhong Liqing had already begun to speak, having gathered much useful intelligence, while simultaneously administering the poison concocted by Dugu Shue to both Zhong Liqing and Xiantian. Xiantian, reflecting on the time he had been spared from poisoning, felt an overwhelming regret, yet it was too late for remorse. He could only devote himself wholeheartedly to assisting Lin Xuan. Upon returning to Shrek the following day, Lin Xuan immediately caused a minor uproar. Night Star and Wang Lin approached him with concern, but Lin Xuan had no time for pleasantries. After briefing Night Star on Dugu Shue's condition, he hastily took her to the Sea God Pavilion for treatment, leaving the matters concerning the Holy Spirit Church to Elder Kong. Upon learning of the intelligence leaked by Zhong Liqing, Elder Kong requested Lin Xuan to bring Zhong Liqing to him, fearing he might conceal the truth. Lin Xuan complied, insisting that the Academy refrain from acting against Nangong Qian. Acknowledging Lin Xuan's request, Elder Kong acquiesced. The young man was naturally escorted back by Shrek's instructors, the entire affair having no bearing on him. After ensuring he had settled his thoughts, they released him. Lin Xuan was bustling about all day, meeting a plethora of individuals, to the point where he declined an invitation to dinner from Wang Tianyu and others. Ultimately, Dugu Shue accepted treatment, though it would require considerable time. Night Star informed Lin Xuan that Dugu Shue's kidneys were on the brink of failure, had he not returned swiftly. Even the seasoned elders of the Sea God Pavilion would have been unable to reverse her condition. Fortunately, they had arrived in time, albeit the aftereffects remained significantly daunting. Lin Xuan lay languidly in bed, succumbing to sleep. Throughout the day, he had not even encountered Chu Ling'er. The following morning, Lin Xuan found himself waiting downstairs for her arrival, yet after a considerable span of time, her figure remained elusive. A frown creased his brow. Despite her lack of enthusiasm for studying, Chu Ling'er was typically punctual for her classes. Shaking his head, he departed, aware that time was of the essence as he had to ascend the back mountain for training. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ling'er had emerged from the shadows. Observing Lin Xuan's retreating form, she pursed her lips in discontent. How vexing it was that he had returned after such an absence yet failed to seek her out immediately. With a frustrated stamp of her foot, she hurried off to class. Lin Xuan, having consumed a morsel of dry rations, proceeded towards the back mountain. To his surprise, despite his cautious approach, he encountered no traps along the way. Upon reaching his usual training ground, he discovered Xiao Feng tidying up his belongings. What are you up to, master? Allow me to assist you, Lin Xuan offered. No, it's quite all right. I can manage this myself, Xiao Feng replied, gesturing for Lin Xuan to come closer. The latter quickly positioned himself beside his master, who then presented him with a booklet. Lin Xuan's heart sank as he read the bold title inscribed on the cover, The Art of Assassination. As Xiao Feng continued to organize his items, he spoke. Lin Xuan, over the past fortnight, I have closely observed you. Your planning is executed with remarkable speed, yet the implementation frequently encounters obstacles. This does not reflect the qualities of a competent assassin. Particularly in your encounter with Han Kuangming, your initial instinct should have been to retreat. Yet you opted to fight relentlessly, which is not a prudent course for a killer. Lin Xuan replied, indeed. My primary concern was to shield Shrek from danger while also striving not to disappoint you, master. Lin Xuan lowered his head and spoke with a sense of dejection. Xiao Feng raised his head and offered a wry smile. This was precisely the quality he admired in Lin Xuan. A killer is not devoid of emotions. Yet those who lack emotion are certainly not the elite among killers. Master, are you about to leave? Lin Xuan trembled as he inquired. Xiao Feng, with his hands suspended in midair while tidying up his belongings, was reluctant to address the matter, yet he knew he had to leave. As a killer, one known as the Reaper, how could he possibly retire in Shrek? My foolish disciple, I have imparted all that you need to know. There are countless souls on this continent who still require my guidance. But I need you as well. There is so much I have yet to master. I am not proficient in the intricacies of assassination, particularly the first 2 steps of the 3-step strike. When faced with formidable adversaries, I may lose my composure. And slap. As Lin Xuan's words hung in the air, a sharp sound rendered his mind blank. Xiao Feng's hands remained poised in a clapping gesture before Lin Xuan's forehead. With a tone of resignation, Xiao Feng remarked, you are overly reliant, my friend. You constantly feign strength, enduring every challenge alone. Yet, once a support emerges, you revert to the demeanor of a frightened child, needing companionship to fend off the darkness at night. This habit is detrimental. As a man, the more you pretend to be strong, the more you become genuinely resilient. Thus, I have chosen this moment to depart. As I mentioned, your assassination techniques have been well rehearsed. I have even documented the third step in my book. The remaining planning and improvisation must be resolved by you alone. Furthermore, cease your preoccupation with safeguarding Shrek Academy. Do you perceive Shrek as fragile? It has stood firm for many years. If it requires the protection of a mere child like you, it would indeed be a farce. Focus on enhancing your own strength. Farewell. With a gentle pat on Lin Xuan's head, Xiaofeng shouldered his belongings and left. Lin Xuan remained rooted in place. The impact of Xiaofeng's hand stripping him of independent thought, yet every word spoken resonated within him. Was this the lesson? Tears welled in Lin Xuan's eyes. And half an hour later, he collapsed onto the grass, succumbing to slumber, tightly clutching the assassination manual penned by Xiaofeng himself. Chapter 98. The Intervention of Xue Qingtian. Lin Xuan slept through the morning, and upon waking at noon, he remained silent, leaning against a great tree. He perused the books left by Xiaofeng, which were filled with insights regarding the minutiae of Lin Xuan's life over the past half-month. As he read, tears began to flow uncontrollably. After all, he was merely a 13-year-old child. In the solitude of the back mountain, he could freely shed his tears. Yet from this day forward, he must heed Xiaofeng's words and rely solely on himself. Xiaofeng's departure stemmed from his own unwillingness to be bound by happiness. He was a killer, fundamentally different from Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan always returned to his dormitory after witnessing the sunset. After taking a shower in his room, he settled beneath the grand tree in front of the dormitory, awaiting Chu Ling'er's class to conclude. However, it was Dong Guxue who arrived first before Chu Ling'er. Who are you waiting for? She inquired. I'm waiting for my girlfriend, he replied. How is your injury? Chronic renal failure, he stated. That sounds quite dire, she remarked. Lin Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Dugu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, This injury can be healed as long as we return to the Eye of Ice and Fire, but I currently lack the means to do so. I need my mother by my side. I fear your mother may be lost to us, he replied. Lin Xuan was aware of the circumstances surrounding Dugu. If she had indeed sought refuge with Seton, her mother would have certainly attempted to confirm this with him. Yet, after residing in Blackstone City for so many years, she had not encountered her mother. It was likely that, well, it mattered little. Death was merely death, and after all, I have been saved by you. However, I have a request. Dugu spoke with an air of calmness. Lin Xuan, observing this resilient woman, found himself momentarily silent. If Dugu could embody such strength, why could he not? Noticing Lin Xuan lost in thought, Dugu waved her hand before his eyes. Hey, I am speaking to you. How rude of you. Apologies. Lin Xuan smiled awkwardly, while Dugu sighed and said, I truly do not understand why I am fond of someone like you. Perhaps it is because I saved you. Indeed, that may be the case. Therefore, I have a request, Dugu continued, rising to gaze down at Lin Xuan. I wish to have a child with you. Wait. Lin Xuan was momentarily stunned by the thunderous revelation. Dong Guxue's expression was no jest. She genuinely believed that she was beyond salvation and wished to pass on her bloodline. Lin Xuan, observing the twitch at the corners of Dong Guxue's mouth, inquired, May I ask your age, fair maiden? 21, she replied. And might I inquire about your age? He continued. 16? 18? Dong Guxue furrowed her brows slightly, contemplating, yet ultimately calculating Lin Xuan's age to be a tad older. Lin Xuan, however, was unable to articulate the fact that he was merely 13 years old. Dong Guxue, gazing at Lin Xuan, asked, What troubles you? I am 13 this year. What? Dong Guxue's mouth fell open in disbelief as she stared at Lin Xuan. 13? How can someone who stands at 180 centimeters possibly be 13? Moreover, your demeanor hardly reflects that of a typical 13-year-old. She had initially presumed Lin Xuan to be merely 19 or 20, slightly younger than herself. But this revelation was utterly unexpected. Thus, one should not view life with such pessimism. Perhaps my mother still lives, merely preoccupied with other matters. If I must face death, let it be after I reach adulthood. Lin Xuan consoled Dugu with peculiar words, suggesting that an abundance of rare and precious resources could aid in the treatment of renal failure. He assured her that once they managed to endure until they could enter the Eye of Ice and Fire, they would address the situation then. Dugu, holding her belly, chuckled through her tears and remarked, You little rascal certainly knows how to comfort others. Hey, just because I am 13 doesn't mean you can change how you address me. Lin Xuan exclaimed in anger, while Dugu chuckled and replied, All right. I shall wait for you for 5 years. But you must promise to marry me then. I would rather not. I already have a girlfriend, he retorted. Oh really? Well, I can wait until you break up, or whenever you wish to be with me, she teased. Where on earth did you acquire such indecent phrases? Lin Xuan felt quite overwhelmed. Every time Dugu spoke, she would tease him, which was rather unbecoming for a young lady. Street novels? Do you still indulge in such trivialities? How mundane, he mused. But I shall refrain from further commentary, as the class has ended, and your little admirer may be approaching. As the bell rang, Dugu departed before he could finish his sentence. Lin Xuan smiled at her retreating figure. Having a friend like her was indeed entertaining. Yet, He couldn't help but wonder why Chu Ling'er was avoiding him today. Lin Xuan quietly observed the throng of students leaving class. As a group passed by, they whispered amongst themselves. After all, Lin Xuan had been absent all semester and was under observation due to disciplinary action. It was only natural for everyone to be taken aback by Lin Xuan's sudden reappearance, as many had assumed he had withdrawn from school. Big brother Lin Xuan. Su Luoluo inquired, "What's the matter?" Lin Xuan gazed at the breathless Su Luoluo and inquired with a smile. Su Luoluo leaned closer to Lin Xuan's ear and whispered, "Sister Ling'er has been quite worried about you these past 2 weeks. Why didn't you go find her directly upon your return yesterday? There was too much going on yesterday. After everything settled down, everyone took a break, so I didn't want to disturb her," Lin Xuan explained. "Sister Ling'er must be upset. I saw her sitting in the cafeteria with a plate of food untouched, which is why I hurried back to tell you." Su Luoluo's words momentarily stunned Lin Xuan, and then he chuckled. It seemed the little girl was indeed miffed at him. No wonder she had been avoiding him today. "Thank you, Luoluo. I will go find her now. You should head off to eat," he replied, patting her shoulder. "Yes, but please don't tell Sister Ling'er it was me who said anything." Su Luoluo waved her hand and quickly returned the way she came. To create some time, Lin Xuan ambled toward the cafeteria. Inside, a minor incident unfolded. A senior student clad in a crimson robe settled himself in front of Chu Ling'er and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you eating, young lady?" Chu Ling'er cast a glance at the man and prepared to rise, but he inexplicably exerted his aura, immobilizing her legs. She glared coldly at him and demanded, "Senior, what do you mean by this? I simply noticed that my junior seems a bit lonely. How about joining me for an afternoon outing?" he suggested. "I have classes." Chu Ling'er promptly rejected without a second thought, slowly realizing something was amiss. Why was a senior from the inner courtyard in the outer courtyard cafeteria? With so many empty seats, why did he choose to sit directly in front of her? "Hey, Akita, is it really necessary to make things difficult for a junior?" Kongdijing, carrying a tray of food, interjected from afar. Behind him were Lu Qiao and Qianjun. Akita glanced at Kongdijing and coldly retorted, "Get lost." "Whoa, such a temper, senior." Lu Yang chuckled, holding a duck leg. They had approached because they noticed Akita was bothering Chu Ling. Akita surveyed the surroundings, intending to speak, when suddenly, Xue Qingtian slammed his palm on the table and declared, "This is the outer courtyard cafeteria. If you can't stand it here, why don't you just leave?" Xue Qingtian. Although Akita maintained a composed facade, he felt a jolt of surprise. Rumor had it that Xue Qingtian had a long-standing feud with Lin Xuan and a significant grudge against Kongdijing. He hadn't expected him to come to the rescue today. "Why are you making a scene over a meal?" Tang Xiao shot a glare at Xue Qingtian. Xue Qingtian sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Sorry, it's a habit. Really, I nearly got splattered. Senior, if you don't leave soon, I can't guarantee my lovely dress won't end up with soup on it," Tang Xiao remarked, her smile failing to reach her eyes. Clearly vexed by Akita's behavior of openly harassing a female classmate. Akita's expression finally shifted as he felt the mounting tension from the surrounding 5th and 6th year students. Despite being from the inner courtyard, causing a ruckus in the outer courtyard could lead to severe repercussions. He noticed Dai Ling in a corner, his expression dark as he observed those standing up for Chu Ling'er. However, Dai Ling merely gave Akita a look, silently indicating that he would take responsibility for whatever unfolded. "What are you all trying to do, threatening me?" An inner courtyard senior. Akita, reassured by the earlier nod, smiled as he surveyed the area. Kongdijing's expression shifted. If Akita was determined to harass Chu Ling'er, they would have little recourse, as he hadn't overtly crossed any lines. Just then, Xue Qingtian unexpectedly hurled his tray at Dai Ling. Dai Ling summoned his martial spirit to deflect the tray, but ended up splashed with soup. Fury contorted his features as he shouted, "Xue Qingtian. Dai Ling, I thought I was the petty one, but it seems you take the cake. Using your royal connections to harass Lin Xuan's woman. Are you even a man?" Xue Qingtian retorted, his face darkening. He had expected his intervention to intimidate Akita, but Dai Ling's relentless pursuit ignited genuine anger within him. "Snow Qingtian, should you wish to fight, I am ready at any time, but do not slander my name." Dai Ling ultimately restrained himself. He realized he could not match Xue Qingtian in combat. If a fight broke out, he would only humiliate himself. Meanwhile, witnessing his prince's indignation, Akita's face darkened as well. "Xue Qingtian, please refrain from defaming your fellow students. Be quiet, you dog. What gives you the right to speak to me?" Xue Qingtian glared at Akita with murderous intent. Akita felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Fully convinced that uttering another word would lead to his assassination, he could only retreat, his expression grim, and in doing so, collided with the smiling Lin Xuan. What a lively scene. Lin Xuan did not cast a glance at Akita, but instead directed his inquiry towards Kongda and the others. Xue Qingtian casually remarked, "Is that a dog barking, disturbing my meal?" "Xiao xiao. Indeed, although I am not fond of keeping dogs, one should at least have a well-behaved and quiet companion." The fact that Tang Xiao, such a kind-hearted girl, uttered such venomous words speaks volumes about the abhorrent actions of Akita and Dai Lin, which have clearly repulsed her. Dai Lin snorted disdainfully and left, while Zhu Lin hastily pursued him. I hope you can maintain such arrogance during the selection process. Ikeda, feeling his pride wounded, spat out a harsh retort and prepared to leave. However, Lin Xuan seized his arm, placing his other hand to his ear and asking loudly, "What did you say?" "Let go." Ikeda attempted to shake off Lin Xuan's grip, only to realize he could not even move his hand. Lin Xuan coldly regarded Ikeda and said, "You dare to provoke my girlfriend and think you can just walk away? Huh, what of your girlfriend? Do you wish to fight?" Ikeda, now genuinely enraged, could not tolerate the provocation from Lin Xuan, a mere soul master, despite his own status as an inner courtyard senior with an impressive level of 58. Lin Xuan observed Ikeda release his grip, and Ikeda, with a disdainful smile, exited the cafeteria, vowing never to return. Lin Xuan gazed at the retreating figure of Ikeda, a murderous intent stirring within his heart. After absorbing 90% of the venom from the green-scaled serpent that resided within Douluo Shui, he began to gradually digest the energy of the verdant blood pulsating within his heart meridian. Within half a month, he would likely attain the 39th level, and upon reaching the soul sect, he would probably be capable of confronting Ikeda in battle. Lin Xuan turned to look at Chu Ling'er. Just as he intended to sit down, she abruptly stood up, seemingly wanting to leave. Lin Xuan did not attempt to stop her, for familial discord should not be publicly aired. He merely nodded with a smile towards Kong Dijing and Xue Qingtian before pursuing her. Lin Xuan feels remarkably different this time, Xue Qingtian remarked, squinting his eyes. If the previous Lin Xuan was akin to a blank canvas, though at times his intentions were elusive, he could at least be somewhat comprehended. Now he exudes an aura of mystery and a newfound confidence, a certainty in his own strength. One wonders what transpired over the past fortnight, and who has been imparting wisdom to Lin Xuan. Enough of this, let's finish dinner and return to our training. Xue Qingtian replied with a nod. Regardless of Lin Xuan's transformation, at least during his absence, he had managed to win over Tang Xiao. Strangely, after his entourage was dismissed, Tang Xiao seemed to treat him much better. He had finally expressed his feelings to the person he had long yearned for. This lad has crossed paths with Ikeda. He might find himself facing obstacles during the selection, Lu Yang chuckled. Kong Dijing rolled his eyes in response, while Lu Qiao surveyed the surroundings. Enough chatter, let us disperse. Remaining here serves no purpose. Originally intending to facilitate Chu Ling'er's departure, now that Lin Xuan had returned, everyone was free to attend to their own affairs. However, Kong Dijing was taken aback by Xue Qingtian's unexpectedly fervent reaction. After all, he and Lin Xuan were not exactly on amicable terms. Ling'er, do not run away. Lin Xuan grasped Chu Ling'er's arm at the sea god lake. Chu Ling'er struggled slightly before surrendering to his grip. Lin Xuan urged her to sit down and said, "I sincerely apologize. The day I returned was exceedingly hectic, and I was concerned about disturbing your rest. I have been waiting for you downstairs since early morning. I assure you, I am not angry." Chu Ling'er turned her head, refusing to meet his gaze. Lin Xuan let out a bitter smile and continued, "Ling'er, a great deal has transpired. I was in a rush to save a friend whose abdomen was pierced by a poisoned arrow. I exerted all my strength to return and sustain her life. Had I come to see you immediately, I would have faced numerous elders seeking information about the Holy Spirit sect, and I could not allow my elders to wait in vain. Indeed, friends and elders take precedence over me. Go ahead and pursue your romantic endeavors with them. I shall not accompany you." Chu Ling'er huffed, preparing to leave. Lin Xuan grasped her arm once more and pleaded, "Please, I have prepared numerous gifts for you. Look at this." Lin Xuan continuously retrieved the trinkets he had acquired along his journey from the ethereal stone. Indeed, Chu Ling'er was captivated by these items, momentarily forgetting to feign her annoyance. After a brief conversation, she eventually realized she had been duped. All right, I now have ample time to keep you company, so do not be disheartened." Lin Xuan embraced Chu Ling'er, assuring her, while Chu Ling'er covered her mouth and smiled, "I do not believe your nonsense. A man's words are nothing but deceitful. However, you must not leave me, or else I shall be pestered daily by that insufferable fellow from today. Huh, who dares to pursue my woman? I will certainly give him a sound thrashing." Lin Xuan cheerfully waved his fist and spoke. The two engaged in conversation for a considerable time before returning to their dormitories just before the door closed. Lying on his bed, Lin Xuan couldn't help but exhale in relief. It had been quite a close call. He felt truly grateful to Dugu Shui. Without her encouragement, he would have lacked the means to charm Chu Ling'er. He resumed the process of refining the essence blood within him and had already mastered the art of utilizing the venom of the green-scaled serpent. This involved infusing his spatial power with the toxic elements. His third soul skill allowed him to transform spatial energy into various weapons. During this creation process, as long as he stimulated his essence blood and infused the blade of the weapon with the serpent's venom, any enemy struck would suffer the consequences, as the venom would infiltrate their body. If left untreated for a mere quarter of an hour, it would result in a swift demise. This was indeed a remarkable technique, alleviating Lin Xuan's concerns about insufficient output after losing the wind blade and the Xiantian shield. For now, he only needed to absorb all the soul power within his essence blood. Meanwhile, Dugu Shui leaned against the window, her soul power gradually diminishing. The reason was straightforward. Lin Xuan had helped eliminate the green-scaled serpent's venom from her body. The process of detoxifying such venom typically required rare herbs and treasures. And Lin Xuan's forceful extraction was indeed detrimental to her foundation, though she chose not to disclose this to him. Chapter 100. Breakthrough to Soul Master for her. The sacrifices made to aid Lin Xuan were inconsequential, even if they came at the cost of her own strength. The debt of gratitude she owed him was something she felt could never be repaid, especially since that venom posed a threat to her life. Although Lin Xuan's actions had caused her soul power to drop to the soul master level, she was still capable of cultivating it back to its former state. Lin Xuan was naturally unaware of such matters. Upon waking early in the morning, he had breakfast with Chu Ling'er. However, he could not attend class. With Xiaofeng having departed, he was still to face punishment. The mere recollection of yesterday's events filled him with indignation. That Dai Lin, who had initially presented himself so amiably, turned out to be a treacherous individual behind the scenes. Conversely, he was somewhat surprised by Shui Qingtian's assistance. Nevertheless, there were matters he could now address gradually. He first sought out Xiao Bei to understand the situation surrounding Du Zitong. Curiously, Xiao Bei had accompanied Du Zitong on a whim to clear her mind, only to lose consciousness and awaken to find both of them bound within a cave. Are you implying that it was senior sister Nin Gongqian who rescued you? Lin Xuan gazed at Xiao Bei and inquired. Xiaofeng nodded, which led Lin Xuan to sense a hint of conspiracy. Could it be that Du Zitong was not as simple as he appeared? It seemed implausible. However, would Nin Gongqian rescue him from within their own ranks? You should rest well. I will take my leave. Xiao Bei, oblivious to the underlying matters, merely spoke of what he knew. Yet Lin Xuan found it peculiar, though he chose not to involve himself, as the academy was surely aware of the intricacies. Perhaps, as his master had suggested, it was indeed better to remain somewhat naive. Returning to his monotonous routine, Lin Xuan's days revolved around a straight line between the dormitory and the dining hall. Occasionally, he would take evening strolls with Chu Ling'er, sharing intimate conversations. The injuries of Dugu Shui had been a constant concern for Shrek, as she was the descendant of Dugu, and it was imperative that her life be preserved. Finally, after 2 months, Lin Xuan ascended to the Soul Master realm. The essence of the blood of the blue-scaled serpent now contained only the most potent poison. Clenching his fist, he anticipated his fourth soul skill, the one he had long awaited, which Yang Zhao had asserted would determine his future path. Moreover, this soul beast was one that none could hunt. You've broken through to the Soul Master realm? Night Star, upon hearing Lin Xuan's report, was rendered speechless. Just 2.5 months prior, Lin Xuan had barely reached level 37, and now he had achieved such a breakthrough? She hurriedly examined his bone structure and meridians, which remained unchanged, yet his strength had undeniably surged, compelling Night Star to accept the truth. You are truly remarkable. Your physique is extraordinarily resilient. However, since you have broken through to the Soul Master realm, write down the soul beast you desire. The conflict between Shrek and the Spirit Hall is deepening. Although we have stated that as long as they do not hunt Shrek students, we shall not interfere, there are still many traitors within Shrek. Dean, regarding the matter of soul beasts, I require your assistance. Lin Xuan scratched his head and gazed at Yifanqing, who, momentarily taken aback, soon broke into a smile and remarked, You certainly have quite the appetite, expecting the dean of an outer academy to hunt a soul beast for you? Are you implying it is a 100,000-year soul beast? No, it is merely a 10,000-year soul beast. Lin Xuan quickly shook his head and said. Night Star glanced at Lin Xuan and asked, With a 10,000-year soul beast, do you have the confidence to withstand its soul impact? To which he replied, Rest assured, I undoubtedly possess a solution. Lin Xuan confidently declared that Yang Zhao's soul was within the sea of consciousness, so there was no need to fear the impact of soul beasts. Yifanqing was momentarily taken aback. He was uncertain of Lin Xuan's hidden cards, yet it was evident that someone was guiding him from behind, and that this individual would not be able to assist Lin Xuan for a considerable time. Young man, I am quite occupied and unable to lend you a hand. However, I will arrange for a teacher to lead the team, the dean stated. I understand you are busy, Dean, but I would like to inquire if any of the elder alumni would be willing to accompany me, as the location this time is rather unique. Lin Xuan cast an apologetic glance at Yifanqing, who, with a twitch of her lips, retorted, Let us not discuss that. Last time, Old Kong made an exception for you, and that was only because he had matters to attend to himself. I cannot disturb the elders for the sake of your soul ring. Dean, please allow me to finish, Lin Xuan interjected. This time, we intend to depart from the Douluo continent in search of soul rings. Where to? Yifanqing exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief as she regarded Lin Xuan. He nodded and, producing a map, continued, Dean Yi, this is what I discovered. This map indicates a spatial node. If I tear open the spatial rift, we can access another realm. Though calling it a world may not be entirely accurate, it is, in fact, an island that originally belonged to the Douluo continent, now exiled beyond its borders. After Lin Xuan finished speaking, he nearly broke into a sweat, as he was almost convinced by his own fabricated tale. In truth, it was Yang Zhao who, fearing the accidental demise of the last remaining 10,000-year soul beast, had concealed it. The creature still resided within the Douluo continent, merely relocated to a place where a spatial rift could facilitate direct transport. Very well, when shall we embark? Yi Fanqing inquired as she rose. Lin Xuan regarded her with an oddly quizzical expression. Hadn't she just claimed there was no time? Yet, upon hearing the prospect of venturing into another realm, her excitement had suddenly surged. Cough, cough, do not misunderstand. I've merely concluded my official duties, Yi Fanqing retorted. Her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Xuan nodded, approaching her side to flatter her. Indeed, Director Yi, your tireless dedication to your responsibilities is truly admirable. I had no idea your efficiency was so remarkable. Let us set forth tomorrow. Then, meet me in my office tomorrow morning, and we shall discreetly depart. Understood. Lin Xuan nodded and returned to make preparations. Having Yi Fanqing accompany him was undoubtedly the safest option. After all, although Elder Kong had great confidence in him, he was constantly troubling the other party. While Elder Kong would not refuse, Lin Xuan feared that the elder, already occupied with numerous responsibilities, might find it burdensome to assist him. That night, Lin Xuan briefly discussed his plans with Chu Ling'er, who merely advised him to stay safe without offering any opposition. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan arrived at Yi Fanqing's office, only to find that someone was already reporting a situation within. The argument was so intense that Lin Xuan could hear it even from outside the door. Director Yi, you're merely the head of the Outer Academy. Why do you meddle in our Inner Academy affairs? Go and find Old Man Qian. He wouldn't dare say otherwise. My decision to revoke your right to execute missions is also his intention. Your resistance is futile. Yi Fanqing's cold voice emanated from within. It was Lin Xian's first time witnessing Yi Fanqing so incensed, even daring to openly call the Inner Academy director by his nickname. The familiar female voice within belonged to Nangong Qian, indicating that the Academy had heeded his suggestion and refrained from taking action against her. Instead, they had effectively placed her under house arrest. Then I demand to withdraw from the Academy. Apologies, but students of the Inner Academy may not graduate unless they complete the graduation assessment. Suddenly, there was silence inside, prompting Lin Xuan to instinctively take a step back. Indeed, Nangong Qian stormed out, her face etched with fury, nearly colliding with Lin Xuan, who sidestepped to allow her passage before entering the office. Honestly, if she weren't of some use, I would have dealt with her long ago, Yi Fanqing remarked icily from his seat. No one from the Inner Academy, not even Wang Tianyu, had ever exhibited such an attitude towards him, regardless of their status as Inner Academy students. They all emerged from the Outer Academy and were thus obliged to respect its head. Moreover, the strength of the Outer Academy's director was on par with that of the Inner Academy's director. Calm down, director. Isn't this merely a strategy to catch larger prey? Lin Xuan comforted, and Yi Fanqing sighed before rising and said, let us depart. Very well. Lin Xuan swiftly tore open a rift in space. Yi Fanqing glanced at the rift, then hung a sign at the door indicating he was out for business. After locking the office door, he patted Lin Xuan on the shoulder and entered the rift first. Lin Xuan took a last look at the desk before following him inside. The two utilized the spatial passage to promptly arrive outside Shrek City. Yi Fanqing gazed back at Shrek City and declared, our destination is a rift on the outskirts of the Star Dou Forest. Very well, I shall lead the way. Time is of the essence. Grasping Lin Xuan, Yi Fanqing took off from the ground without hesitation. Although Lin Xuan had attempted to fly before, it had only been within the confines of the ethereal stone. In contrast, Yi Fanqing launched into a rapid ascent, and as Lin Xuan watched the blurred scenery beneath him, he couldn't help but yearn for such power. If only he could soar through the skies, reaching the Star Dou Forest would be infinitely more convenient. Currently, he was limited to moving through spatial passages, as his first soul skill, teleportation, allowed him to move rapidly only within 100 meters. However, as his strength grew, he anticipated extending this range to 1,000 meters. An hour later, Lin Xuan leaned against a large tree, retching uncontrollably from the breakfast he had consumed that morning. It was too fast, so fast that he felt dizzy. Yi Fanqing chuckled mischievously. A young person must endure some hardship. There are no shortcuts to success. Director Yi, this is quite torturous. Lin Xuan took a few sips of water and finally regained his composure. Yi Fanqing chuckled heartily, choosing to remain silent. Lin Xuan wiped his mouth with a tissue, then rose to tear open the spatial rift he had prepared earlier. This rift had been created by Yang Zhao, and it was guaranteed not to heal for a decade. In contrast, Lin Xuan's rift would automatically mend itself if left untouched for merely a minute. A stark difference indeed. Lin Xuan and Yi Fanqing traversed through the rift in space and arrived on an island, a location that Yi Fanqing immediately recognized as a tropical rainforest. Gazing at the sky surrounding them, he pondered aloud, is this still the Douluo continent? Ah, could it be that I have made a mistake? Lin Xuan feigned incredulity, his emotions and expressions impeccably crafted. Although Yi Fanqing sensed something amiss, she chose to place her trust in Lin Xuan. After a moment of perception, she remarked, there are actually people on the island. Is there any record of this in your possession? All I am aware of is that this is a lost island. Given that it is an island, could it possibly be fishermen from the Star Luo Empire or the Heaven Dou Empire venturing out to sea? Lin Xuan expressed his bewilderment, never anticipating the presence of others in this place. Yi Fanqing shook his head and remarked, they do not resemble the inhabitants of Douluo continent. For their skin is somewhat darker, and their features differ from those of the two nations. They might be indigenous people from another continent. Is it true that there are indeed other continents apart from Douluo? Lin Xuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, having learned that aside from the Douluo continent, there exist other realms. Naturally, he could not accept the notion that this world comprised solely of the Douluo continent. Yi Fanqing gently tapped Lin Xuan's head and remarked, "Do not ask too many questions, you know. A titled Douluo, if they so desire, can circumnavigate this world within a month without encountering the Sea Clan. Once you attain the rank of titled Douluo, you may embark on your own quest. Just be mindful to avoid encounters with creatures such as the Sea Devil Whale King." Lin Xuan nodded slightly. He truly wished to explore regions beyond the Douluo continent. However, for now, securing a soul ring was paramount. Yi Fanqing led Lin Xuan to the highest point of the island, where a breathtaking panorama of the entire isle unfolded before them. The verdant landscape indicated that the island was abundant with trees, and as Yang Zhao had mentioned, soul beasts resided here. It appeared that this group had also come to hunt soul beasts. Surely, there couldn't be only a single soul beast on this island, could there? Yi Fanqing, glancing at Lin Xuan with a smile, inquired, and Lin Xuan, catching the glint in her eyes, realized he had inadvertently revealed his thoughts. However, upon reflection, there was little to conceal. With a resigned smile, he replied, "There is merely one 10,000-year soul beast. Once Dean Yi locates it, we can return." "All right then. I can't believe I was deceived by you. Should you attempt to trick me again, I shall not be so lenient," Yi Fanqing declared before departing. Lin Xuan stood there, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. If today's visitor had been a teacher from the Soul Douluo, matters might have been considerably more complicated, especially since this group had likely arrived first. Lin Xuan exercised caution around this group. They are undoubtedly adept in the manipulation of spatial powers. "Master?" Lin Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Yang Zhao had awakened within the sea of consciousness. He quickly immersed his spirit into the sea of consciousness to observe Yang Zhao, who, with a furrowed brow, remarked that Wu Yisun is indeed troublesome. It appears that Wu Yisun's inheritance has been completely mastered by that individual. The island you see is actually concealed by a spatial formation I arranged, meaning only those proficient in spatial power can detect it. Any ships that inadvertently stray onto the island will be teleported away by the formation. So, that individual must have utilized spatial power to envelop the ships and enter. What could their purpose be? Perhaps they noticed the formation and sought to investigate? When I brought that little tiger in, I truly did not take the time to explore this island thoroughly. Enough of that. Your teacher has returned. Upon finishing his words, Yang Zhao fell back into a deep slumber. Lin Xuan opened his eyes just in time to see Yi Fanqing return, carrying a white tiger. Yi Fanqing tossed the tiger aside and said gravely, "Lin Xuan, can you tear open a rift in space to let me return? A grave situation has arisen." "What? What happened, Director Yi?" "There's an evil soul master of titled Douluo level on the island." "What?" Lin Xuan gazed in astonishment at Yi Fanqing, realizing that Yang Zhao's hypothesis had indeed come to fruition. The malevolent soul master who had acquired the Wu Yisun legacy, or perhaps the leader of the Holy Spirit sect, was present on the island. "Director Yi, I can tear open a spatial rift," he declared. "That is splendid. Let us hasten our return," Yi Fanqing replied anxiously. Nodding, Lin Xuan was swiftly transported back to their original location. He then tore apart the fabric of space, and the trio, 2 individuals and a tiger, returned to the Star Dou Forest. "You shall absorb soul rings on the periphery while I make a brief visit to Shrek," he instructed. Chapter 102. The Great Ones are approaching. Upon finishing his sentence, Yi Fanqing crushed a crimson medallion and tossed it into the air. Lin Xuan's gaze sharpened. It was indeed a distress signal from the Inner Academy. Within mere minutes, several figures materialized at their location, among them Lin Xuan's old acquaintance, Tyson. In disbelief, Tyson inquired, "Director Yi, what brings you here?" "Ah, Tyson, quickly return and notify the Tang sect's master to gather the elite forces. I have made a significant discovery." "What discovery?" Tyson asked, puzzled. Yi Fanqing then addressed the other 2 individuals. "You must be from the royal families of the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire, correct? Return and report to your emperors, urging them to prepare. This afternoon, we shall send envoys to your royal courts. Ensure that all titled Douluos are ready." Though taken aback by Yi Fanqing's words, the 3 complied without delay, turning to relay the message to their respective factions. Yi Fanqing suddenly directed her attention to a boy clad in Inner Academy attire, saying, "Rhoda, you are responsible for keeping a close watch on this junior. Should anything happen to him, you need not return to school." "Understood." Rhoda responded with a fist to his chest. Lin Xuan found himself in a state of confusion, and a chilling thought crossed his mind. He glanced at the trembling white tiger beside him. Its emaciated form barely resembled that of a tiger. Why would it shy away from hunting? The answer lay in the presence of formidable beings it could not confront. Could it be that the elusive headquarters of the Holy Spirit sect had finally been located? Rhoda surveyed the unfamiliar faces around them and approached Lin Xuan, whispering, "Junior, these individuals are strangers. although they have arrived due to the Inner Academy's distress signal. There may be those among them who seek to stir trouble or harbor ill intentions. We should depart. It would be unwise if the soul beasts in the core area noticed the distress signal. Indeed, you make a valid point. I appreciate your assistance, Senior. Lin Xuan carried the white tiger, trailing behind Ruoda. Indeed, Lin Xuan sensed a chilling aura emanating from behind him. At the very spot where Lin Xuan had just departed the island, a strikingly handsome man clad in a white robe, with flowing black hair, stood before the rift in space that Lin Xuan had vacated. The rift bore signs of having been torn open, something that had gone unnoticed previously. This island was truly remarkable, having been ensnared within such an extensive formation. It was fortuitous that this formation concealed our sect's growth from prying eyes. The man spoke with a sinister smile, casually sealing the rift before departing. Such spatial rifts frequently appeared on the island, and he had always managed to seal them promptly. However, upon his departure, the seal on this rift shattered effortlessly. Was it truly so simple to seal Yangzhao's spatial rift? Upon returning to Shrek, a flurry of activity ensued as teachers who had attained the rank of Star Dou were summoned. Wang Lin was no exception. As countless elders hastily left Shrek City for the Star Dou Empire, the Heaven Dou Empire, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Houghton School, and the Tang Sect, among others, a sense of unease permeated the air as many sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan had already commenced the absorption of his soul rings, remaining unfazed by the unfolding events. Even if the headquarters of the Holy Spirit cult were discovered, it bore no relevance to him, as his strength was insufficient even to stand against a blade. Half a day later, Lin Xuan opened his eyes after completing the absorption of his soul rings. Before him stood Wang Lin, visibly perplexed as he gazed at the corpse of the white tiger. Startled, Lin Xuan had not anticipated Wang Lin's presence. Upon witnessing Lin Xuan's completion of the soul ring absorption, Wang Lin inquired, "What soul beast is this? I have not encountered it in any texts." "This is a binding heaven tiger, an extinct soul beast. This 10,000-year-old creature may very well be the last of its kind." "The last? No. This is a female tiger, and it shows signs of having bred. It should not be the final one." Wang Lin shook his head, analyzing the situation. Just as Lin Xuan was about to respond, Wang Lin tossed him a translucent bone. "What is this?" Lin Xuan exclaimed, gazing excitedly at the bone in his hand. "Is this a left arm bone?" Fortunately, Ruoda had discerned the situation and promptly concealed the tiger's corpse. "You truly owe Ruoda your gratitude. Had it been anyone else, you would have perished by now." "Don't hit me." Lin Xuan clutched his head and yelled, but Wang Lin directly struck Lin Xuan's head with a punch. With his lips twitching and his expression seething with rage, Wang Lin exclaimed, "Did I not warn you to inspect the soul beast's corpse before absorbing the soul ring? If it weren't for Ruoda, you would have long been buried." Lin Xuan hastily admitted his mistake. This was his first experience absorbing a soul ring alone. Previously, he had either been under the protection of Yang Zhao or accompanied by Master Kong, allowing him to remain unconcerned about the potential dangers posed by soul bones and the threat of being killed for treasure. The events surrounding the Holy Spirit sect had preoccupied his mind today, leaving him little inclination to inspect the corpses of the soul beasts. "Teacher, what brings you here?" "Shoo. It's classified information. In any case, everyone above the rank of Spirit Douluo from Shrek has gathered here. It ultimately depends on you." "What is the matter?" After Lin Xuan spoke, a chilling realization struck him. Yi Fanqing intended to rally the continent's living forces to annihilate the Holy Spirit sect. Yi Fanqing must have discovered the location of the sect's headquarters to dare undertake such a bold maneuver. Wang Lin sighed. Observing the soul masters steadily advancing towards the periphery of the starry forest, a sense of unease gnawing at him. When the spatial rift is opened, be exceedingly cautious. The Academy will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to ensure your safety. Teacher, you must also exercise caution, for it is known that individuals with spatial abilities are present within the Holy Spirit sect. Lin Xuan gently patted Wang Lin's shoulder, infusing his spatial power into Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin gazed around in astonishment, as his comprehension of spatial force surged exponentially. "It seems you have already surmised." Lin Xuan continued. "Tomorrow we shall embark on our journey. Although the two great empires often feign indifference, this time they are evidently exerting their utmost efforts, particularly the Heavenly Dou Empire. Recently, the Spirit Hall has been inciting the lower classes, and should their rule be overthrown, there will be no remedy for regret." He added, "Just prepare yourself. When the time comes, you will merely need to tear open the rift in space." "Lin Xuan, come here for a moment," Wang Lin exclaimed. Just then, Old Kong appeared, waving his hand. After bidding farewell to Lin Xuan, Wang Lin hurried to Old Kong's side. Old Kong smiled at the soul bone in Lin Xuan's hand, saying, "Put it away. It might attract unwelcome attention." "Ah, I was just about to stow it away," Lin Xuan replied. Lin Xuan awkwardly stowed away the soul bone, realizing that he would have to return and absorb it later. Seeing Lin Xuan's demeanor, Kong Lao felt a sense of helplessness. However, the next moment, Lin Xuan's expression grew serious as he looked at Kong Lao and asked, "Kong Lao, could you enlighten me on what I am to do?" In such a grand battle, he could only open a spatial rift, and he would endeavor with all his might to tear apart the rift to shield everyone. Kong Lao paused momentarily before breaking into a gentle smile. Silly child, the methods are the concern of the adults. We are preparing to organize a vanguard team. When the time comes, we will signal you, and you shall tear open the spatial rift as wide as you can. Chapter 103, Disrupting the Formation. I will give it my all. Kong Lao, please wait a moment. Lin Xuan placed his hand on Elder Kong's shoulder, infusing him with the same spatial power as Wang Lin. He handed the map of the island to Elder Kong. Elder Kong, to be honest, I am uncertain about the intentions of that adept in spatial power from the Holy Spirit sect. However, please believe that while his spatial abilities may not be exceedingly powerful, he can indeed set up a formidable array. From the moment I arrived on the island, I sensed the presence of such an array. Therefore, I implore you to take me in to disrupt its core, to prevent needless casualties. No, absolutely not. I cannot guarantee your safety, and should we be discovered, it would be akin to stirring a sleeping serpent, Elder Kong replied. I shall accompany him. A hunchbacked elder behind Elder Kong interjected with a smile. Elder Kong promptly bowed respectfully, saying, Elder Xiao, Kong Shu, you remain overly cautious, yet this caution is not without merit. Allow me to take this young lad to dismantle the array's core. By tomorrow, I must see the reinforcements from the two great empires. Well, if you insist, Elder Kong conceded reluctantly. As the esteemed leader of the Sea God Pavilion and a limit Douluo, Elder Xiao could freely observe without restraint. Lin Xuan looked at Elder Xiao with some disbelief. The hunchbacked old man was indeed the pillar of Shrek Academy. Elder Xiao turned to Lin Xuan, smiling as he inquired, Are you disappointed? Forgive my impertinence, but I must admit, I am somewhat let down. Lin Xuan spoke candidly, prompting a chuckle from Elder Xiao, who found it rather amusing that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. He patted his back and remarked, I am old. Half my body is already buried in the earth. In my youth, I was quite handsome, but enough of that. Time is of the essence, and I must trouble you. Elder Zhao's words were met with no objection. Being from Shrek, he would not shirk from duty. The elder and the youth approached the spatial rift, where Elder Kong and Elder Long were vigilantly stationed. Just as Lin Xuan prepared to tear through the rift, Elder Long intervened, producing a black orb from his storage bag and handing it to Lin Xuan. Remember, if you find yourself in peril, throw this out. Even a titled Douluo can lose half their life with a moment's carelessness. I understand. Although puzzled by the nature of the orb, Lin Xuan was determined to proceed. As he tore through the spatial rift alongside Elder Xiao and arrived at the island, he sensed an unusual presence. Indeed, the very next moment, he felt as though he were being watched, but this sensation was swiftly nullified by a wave of Elder Zhao's hand. Indeed, the Holy Spirit cult possesses limit Douluos. You must tread carefully. Can you locate the eye of this island's formation? Elder Zhao's expression grew solemn as he sensed the intricacies of the formation's layout. Having narrowly avoided a mishap while shielding their detection, Lin Xuan took a deep breath and called upon Yang Zhao within his mind. What he sought to dismantle was the concealed formation laid by Yang Zhao, for within it lay a nurturing formation known as the Gathering Spirit Array, which absorbed the soul power from the surrounding waters to sustain the eye of the formation, ensuring its integrity for centuries. I have left a contingency plan. Strike this position with a punch, and the formation will dissipate within half a day, provided that the individual does not notice the formation's dissolution. Yang Zhao was also in a predicament. His intention had merely been to use the island to rear soul beasts, and he had not anticipated such a significant upheaval. Should Tang Sen discover this, he would surely face reproach. Lin Xuan nodded, glanced at the marked location within his spiritual sea, and then looked up to inquire, Elder Xiao, do you know where the Holy Spirit cult's headquarters is? Right beneath our feet, Elder Xiao replied with a stamp of his foot. Lin Xuan nodded in affirmation. That was fortunate. His destination was over the sea, where a spatial node lay. This time, he did not intend for Elder Xiao to accompany him, opting instead to carefully navigate through the tropical forest. Lin Xuan arrived at the edge of the forest, gazing at the boundless ocean before him, lost in a reverie. It was his first encounter with the sea, and indeed, its vastness evoked a profound sense of insignificance within him, just as he took a step forward, suspended in midair. For beneath his feet lay an invisible spatial tether crafted by the old Master Xiao. This individual's mastery of spatial manipulation surpassed my own. Lin Xuan clasped his hands together and then opened them, revealing a silvery tether that materialized in his grasp. Yet, within the blink of an eye, the tether snapped. Before him lay hundreds of these strands. The slightest touch upon any one of them would betray his presence. Escaping the spatial corridor was an impossibility, as these were spatial tethers, and even if one were to tear open a rift in space, they would still persist. However, Lin Xuan remained unperturbed. The greatest fear of such spatial tethers lay in teleportation skills. He unleashed the first soul skill of his martial spirit, seizing a seabird that soared overhead. With a deft application of his ability, he hurled the seabird into the array of spatial tethers, and in an instant, the bird was annihilated. Grasping Elder Xiao, he swiftly retreated into the rift in space. Indeed, in the next moment, a strikingly handsome man with long black hair materialized in their previous location. How did this bird enter? He mused, furrowing his brow as he approached the spot where the seabird had perished. In an unexpected turn, Lin Xuan launched an assault. Behind Elder Xiao, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black, and 3 red soul rings emerged. The man regarded Elder Xiao with incredulity, preparing to tear open the rift for his escape. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xuan activated his 4th soul skill, freezing him in place for a fleeting second. Spatial binding. Lin Xuan murmured with a glint of cold light in his eyes. The 4th soul skill, spatial binding, allows one to ensnare an opponent for a full second. Within that fleeting moment, regardless of any soul skill they attempt to unleash or any actions they prepare, escape is utterly impossible, transcending the barriers of rank. This was what Yang Zhao had spoken of regarding his most crucial soul skill, one that could even confine Lin Xuan for an instant. Die. Elder Xiao wielded a golden greatsword, cleaving through the man's body. The man, filled with resentment, gazed lifelessly at Elder Xiao as he succumbed to the depths of the ocean, devoid of any breath of life. Meanwhile, the surrounding spatial bindings dissipated entirely, prompting Lin Xuan to swiftly approach the focal point of the formation and deliver a powerful punch. Whoosh! Lin Xuan exhaled deeply as he plunged into the sea, truly a moment of peril. Had it not been for his 4th soul skill restraining Elder Xiao, he would have merely watched his opponent flee. Elder Xiao cast a satisfied smile at Lin Xuan, acknowledging that this young man could one day shoulder great responsibilities. However, unbeknownst to both Lin Xuan and Elder Xiao, the man who had fallen to the depths of the ocean suddenly opened his eyes. With a ghostly smile, he tore open a rift in space and vanished from the ocean floor, his destination unknown. Meanwhile, on the island, a burly man shouldering a gigantic axe paused momentarily before shattering a silver orb, disappearing from sight. Lin Xuan returned to the rift in space, under the protection of Elder Xiao, and made his way back to the Star Dou Forest. Upon his return, Lin Xuan briefed Elder Xiao and Elder Kong on the situation, after which Elder Long took him away from there. The subsequent discussions among the various leaders would not permit Lin Xuan, a mere minor character, to attract undue attention. Otherwise, jealousy could indeed lead to unforeseen troubles. Chapter 104. The submergence of the island. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan arrived at the location and tore open a rift in space, large enough for 3 individuals to pass through. After completing this task, Elder Kong led Lin Xuan into the island, ensuring that the surroundings were clear of any onlookers. Soon, the soul Douluos and tidal Douluos of Shrek converged upon the island, heading straight for their objective. It is now in our hands, Elder Long declared, before unleashing his martial spirit and delivering a powerful punch to the island's surface. The ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. In an instant, Lin Xuan found himself transported to the island's edge by Wang Lin, who had been assigned to protect him alongside Zhang Jinfeng. While Wang Lin remained by Lin Xuan's side, Zhang Jinfeng concealed herself in the shadows. High above, Lin Xuan beheld an endless stream of soul Douluo emerging from the rifts in space, immediately joining the fray. He was astonished by the sheer number of individuals from the Holy Spirit sect. A palpable aura of death permeated the air, as battles raged both in the skies and on the ground. The island gradually sank beneath the waves in Lin Xuan's view, with the conflict persisting for a full 3 days and nights before it began to subside. Arriving at the site of the spatial rift, the bloodied figure of Elder Long approached. There lay a male corpse, the identity of which was unknown to Lin Xuan. Yet the attire suggested he was of the royal lineage of the Heaven Dou Empire. A massive wound marred his chest, evidently inflicted by an axe. Lin Xuan, can you reopen this spatial rift? Elder Xiao is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention, Elder Kong said gravely, standing beside Lin Xuan. Nodding, Lin Xuan attempted to rend the rift anew, but he discovered that he was utterly incapable of doing so. Just then, an irate prince from the Heaven Dou Empire shouted nearby, can we expedite this process? The formation has yet to dissipate, and we cannot escape. Many of our comrades desperately need treatment. Lin Xuan cast a glance before he began to tear through the fabric of space at full speed. However, no matter what he tried, he found himself utterly incapable of opening the spatial rift in the Star Dou Forest. Just as despair began to envelop him, Yang Zhao appeared and said, do not waste your thoughts. There is someone over there continuously sealing the spatial rift. You have already lost the spatial node to the Star Dou Forest. Although that individual's mastery of space is not vastly superior to yours, you are currently unable to open it. Instead, focus on destroying the array's core to enable a return. We are not far from Douluo continent. Upon receiving Yang Zhao's words, Lin Xuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. He turned to Long Lao and inquired, Long Lao, how many individuals are stationed in the Starry Forest? 3 healing-type tidal Douluos and 1 super Douluo, came the response. It's over. Lin Xuan felt a wave of darkness engulf him. It seemed that the 3 tidal Douluo were doomed. He reiterated Yang Zhao's words and informed them of the location of the formation's core, urging them to swiftly dismantle it before returning. The people from the Tiandou Empire and the Shiluo Empire were seething with anger, simultaneously blaming Lin Xuan for his perceived ineptitude while carrying on with their tasks. Lin Xuan, do not be too hard on yourself, Elder Kong reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder as he led him away from the chaos. Naturally, Lin Xuan felt no remorse towards the individuals from the two empires. His sole concern lay with the situation at Shrek Academy. Elder Kong informed him that Shrek had been at the forefront of the initial confrontation, deploying 36 soul Douluo and 11 titled Douluo to engage with the Holy Spirit sect. Initially, Shrek had managed to hold its ground, but when reinforcements arrived, hundreds of soul saints from the Holy Spirit sect self-destructed. This was when Lin Xuan first sensed the violent tremors. Shrek suffered grave losses, with even Zhang Jinfeng unknowingly joining the fray. Thus, for the past 3 days, only Lin Xuan and Wang Lin remained to confront the crisis. Shrek Academy endured severe casualties, and in a desperate act, Elder Xiao shattered his own soul ring, utilizing a secret technique from the Haotian sect to ultimately slay the leader of the Holy Spirit sect. However, he had been reduced to an ordinary person, his fate uncertain. Elder Kong, unable to continue recounting the grim news, took a deep breath and remarked, "At the very least, the threat posed by the Holy Spirit sect has been entirely eradicated. Now, we merely need to root out those lurking within the continent, as well as the one who escaped." His tone turned icy, for that individual had prevented Elder Xiao from receiving immediate medical attention. Lin Xuan sighed as the formation in the sky collapsed, prompting a flurry of individuals to leave the island in search of healing, while another group set off towards the Star Dou Forest, prepared to confront those obstructing the spatial rift. Meanwhile, in the Star Dou Forest, a dark-haired man sensed the disruption of the formation and released the seal on the rift, intrigued by the identity of the one who had breached it. That boy certainly could not have accomplished this. Despite his strength, he remains too inexperienced, he mused. Ah, Zhongli Shang, that fool, ultimately perished due to his arrogance, chuckled the axe-wielding brute, gazing mockingly towards the island. What does it matter if he is a limit Douluo? Even the mightiest fists are powerless against a multitude. One should have anticipated this day when brazenly opposing the continent. The dark-haired man smirked. If he does not die, my plans cannot come to fruition. Indeed, let us depart. With that, the two left behind a scene of carnage, scattered limbs and faces contorted in despair. 3 hours later, Lin Xuan succeeded in opening the spatial rift. The sight of devastation left everyone speechless. The Tiandou Empire bore the brunt of the losses, with 4 of the 7 titled Douluo perishing and 2 gravely injured, while the Soul Douluo had nearly all been decimated. Strangely, the Holy Spirit sect had focused their assault primarily on the Tiandou Empire. The titled Douluo and Soul Douluo from the Tiandou and Shiluo empires swiftly separated, causing Elder Kong to feel a surge of anxiety. The two nations had previously operated in harmony, but with the Tiandou Empire's heavy casualties and the dire state of their Soul Douluo, it was inevitable that the Shiluo Empire might harbor ulterior motives, especially considering Elder Xiao's condition. Do not dwell on it. Let us return to the academy, Elder Long advised, patting Elder Kong's shoulder. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan and Wang Lin remained on the island. Wang Lin gazed at the slowly sinking landmass and remarked, "So many have perished. But has the Holy Spirit sect truly been vanquished?" "Do not overthink it, teacher," Lin Xuan replied. Though Lin Xuan verbally expressed such sentiments, he was acutely aware that the matter was far from concluded. Firstly, the individual who wielded the power of space was undoubtedly slain by Elder Xiao. However, he had miraculously resurrected, an occurrence that seemed impossible. Lin Xuan arrived at the site of the man's demise and turned to Wang Lin, inquiring, "Teacher Wang, is it possible for you to venture to the seabed?" "Indeed, as this area is in close proximity to the island, the waters are not excessively deep. I can descend. Then I would appreciate it if you could search for a corpse at the seabed. Should you find nothing, I suppose we shall let it be." Although Lin Xuan expressed such sentiments, he remained devoid of hope. Firstly, for days had already elapsed, and the fish passing by might have feasted upon the remains, rendering the search exceedingly arduous. Chapter 105. Selection of the reserve team. Wang Lin plunged directly into the sea, embarking on his descent, while Lin Xuan floated on the surface, awaiting his return. After 5 minutes, Wang Lin emerged from the depths, shaking his head at Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan inwardly mused, as anticipated. He and Wang Lin had departed from the completely submerged island through a spatial rift. This time, relying on the method provided by Yang Zhao. He had entirely obliterated the spatial rift. The method was quite straightforward. It merely required dismantling the spatial nodes in the starry forest. However, Lin Xuan's mastery of spatial manipulation was not yet sufficient to dismantle the nodes. It was Yang Zhao's assistance that enabled this success. Upon returning to school, Lin Xuan promptly sought out Chu Ling'er to express his apologies. What was initially meant to be a single day had unexpectedly stretched into 4 days and nights. 3 days prior, the entire Shrek team had mobilized, and she had feared that Lin Xuan had perished, believing they had gone to exact vengeance. After much persuasion, almost to the point of bowing, Lin Xuan finally managed to appease Chu Ling'er. The following day, before he had even settled into his seat, he received news that the selection for the reserve team was commencing. This selection was overseen by Elder Long, and Lin Xuan was the first to be informed, prompting him to arrive at the training grounds early in the morning. "Come here, little Lin Xuan," Elder Long called, waving him over upon noticing his arrival. Lin Xuan hurried over, observing Elder Long's troubled expression, and cautiously inquired, "Elder Long, how is Elder Xiao? He's not dead. But he wishes to see which young talents will comprise the reserve team. Therefore, we are conducting the selection ahead of schedule. Normally, it would take place early next year. But we must proceed now," Elder Long explained, taking a swig from his flask. Unsure of how to offer comfort, Lin Xuan fell silent. Just then, Dai Lin walked into the training ground. Elder Long turned to Dai Lin and stated, "Your first assessment is to defeat him." "Defeat him?" Dai Lin questioned. "No restrictions on methods. The battle will take place here," Elder Long affirmed with a serious nod. Dai Lin fixed a fierce gaze upon Lin Xuan, feeling an unprecedented surge of anger. He had devised countless strategies to overcome this man, and today he would engage in one final duel with Lin Xuan before leaving Shrek. Without further ado, Lin Xuan positioned himself directly in front of Dai Lin. With a furious roar, Dai Lin unleashed his martial soul, immediately activating his fourth soul skill. While simultaneously employing the abilities granted by his soul bone, Lin Xuan observed the colossal handprint looming above him, feeling the fluctuations of gravity surrounding him, and smiled knowingly. Freeze. As Lin Xuan unleashed his fourth soul skill, Dai Lin found himself immobilized as the soul bone ability was instantaneously dispelled. Just as Dai Lin's expression shifted in alarm, Lin Xuan audaciously lifted the Xiantian shield to deflect a powerful strike. Dai Lin suddenly hurled a spear from his storage pouch towards Lin Xuan. In response, Lin Xuan activated his second soul skill, space cutting, forcibly decelerating the spear's momentum. In the next moment, he seized the spear, pivoted, and hurled it back with great force. With a roar, Dai Lin transformed, entering the white tiger diamond form, effortlessly swatting the spear aside as he charged at Lin Xuan. A wave of radiant energy erupted from Dai Lin's mouth, and Lin Xuan understood that he could not hope to defeat Dai Lin head-on without facing repercussions. Thus, he released his third soul skill, conjuring a shield that absorbed the white tiger's radiant wave before shattering into innumerable shards, which then rained towards Dai Lin. Remarkably, Dai Lin disregarded defense, launching a palm strike towards Lin Xuan's crown. Concurrently, his soul bone ability activated again, and Lin Xuan's left arm glowed with white light as the binding Heaven Tiger Bone skill was unleashed. Dai Lin's white tiger spirit astonishingly passed through Lin Xuan's form. Swiftly, Lin Xuan spun around, grasping Dai Lin's arm, executing an elegant shoulder throw that sent Dai Lin crashing to the ground. Utilizing the millennial soul bone skill, Void, Lin Xuan's body melded into the ether, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. Lin Xuan afforded Dai Lin no opportunity for resistance. He directly pressed his knee against Dai Lin's neck, establishing a position of dominance. Regardless of Dai Lin's futile struggles, he could only gaze begrudgingly at Lin Xuan and the four soul rings behind him, one yellow, two purple, and one black. The disparity between them was undeniably widening. Lin Xuan emerged victorious. Long Lao announced with an impassive expression as Lin Xuan released his foot and stepped back a few paces. In a fit of rage, Dai Lin pounded the ground, heedless of the fact that his fists were already bruised and bloodied. After venting his frustrations, Dai Lin departed the training grounds in silence. The Star Luo Empire recalled all soul masters and officials stationed in the Heaven Dou Empire, and those affiliated with the royal family of Star Luo from Shrek Academy retreated entirely. "Are you implying?" Lin Xuan suddenly realized something astonishing and covered his mouth in disbelief. Elder Long nodded. There was but one reason: war. The Tiandou Empire had suffered grievous losses among its elite forces, so much so that the Star Luo Empire felt emboldened to initiate a conflict without hesitation. This siege against the Spirit Hall felt akin to a conspiracy. The Star Luo Empire had not incurred significant casualties, while the Tiandou Empire and Shrek suffered immensely. The Haoyan sect remained unscathed, yet the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect had endured considerable losses. Originally, they had chosen to seclude themselves to preserve their strength, but now they were on the brink of true isolation. The leader of the Tang sect was gravely injured, and the heads of the other four halls bore varying degrees of wounds, with the most severely affected being the master of the Apothecary Hall, who scarcely clung to life. At this moment, the Tiandou Empire seemed to be at the mercy of fate, and the Star Luo Empire was poised to wage war. Furthermore, they no longer had to consider the reputation of Shrek. The reason was straightforward. On this very day, Shrek publicly announced the appointment of the Sea God Pavilion Master as Old Kong. Old Kong was merely a 98-rank super Douluo, just like Elder Long. And to put it bluntly, they were both aging warriors whose capabilities were in question, let alone the prospect of breaking through to the ultimate Douluo level. My decision to have you duel Dai Lin was driven by selfish motives. I did not wish for your grievances with him to endanger Shrek once he ascends to the throne of the Star Luo Empire, Elder Long remarked. Gazing skyward with a sigh, Shrek was a place for education and nurturing, where individuals from all factions could cultivate their talents. They had believed that this would bridge the divide between the two great empires, yet Shrek merely provided a superficial arena for their power struggles. With these princes as the pawns, Elder Long, I will grow rapidly. When the flames of war reach Shrek, I shall devote myself wholly to its protection. Lin Xuan clenched his fists and resolutely spoke. Elder Long patted Lin Xuan on the head, and then began to engage in casual conversation. By afternoon, Dozens of individuals arrived at the training grounds, including Kong Dejing, Lu Yang, Lu Qiao, Qian Jun, and Chu Ling'er, along with others whom Lin Xuan did not recognize. Shueqing Tian, Tang Xiao, and their companions departed, as did many seniors from the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades. Elder Long gazed at the crowd and proclaimed, "Engage in a free-for-all. I require only 7 victors." With that, Elder Long vanished without a trace, and the prepared individuals immediately began to form their teams. Everyone had anticipated this moment and promptly organized themselves according to their original groups, leaving only Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er standing together, appearing rather out of place. "Lin Xuan, come here," called Kong Dejing, waving his hand. Lin Xuan nodded and joined Chu Ling'er and Kong Dejing's group, which included a woman with a notable figure whom Lin Xuan did not recognize. He felt a strong affinity for the others, especially since they had previously come to Chu Ling'er's aid. "Attack!" Kong Dejing shouted fiercely, and 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, illuminated around him. Aside from Qian Jun, who bore the same configuration as Kong Dejing, the rest were uniformly adorned with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. In stark contrast, Lin Xuan unleashed a terrifying spectacle of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black soul ring, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. As the crowd reacted in shock to Lin Xuan's display, a swell of pride surged within Chu Ling'er, who had been clinging to his arm. After all, such an exceptional man was a rare find. "All right, enough daydreaming. Let us commence the battle." Lin Xuan let out a bitter smile as he gently patted Chu Ling'er on the head before taking the initiative to strike. The remaining individuals here lacked a Soul King, and thus could hardly stand against Kong Dejing and his entourage. As Kong Dejing wielded his formidable black blade, the outcome was evidently decided, leaving only the 7 of them standing. It was truly disheartening that Dai Lin and Shueqing Tian had chosen to flee with their subordinates. Kong Dejing waved his fist, clearly feeling unsatisfied. He had anticipated that Shueqing Tian and Dai Lin would hinder the Shrek Academy's bid for the reserve team positions, yet unexpectedly, they had all vanished overnight. Elder Long addressed the eliminated individuals, saying, "Return home. Classes will proceed as usual tomorrow." "Yes," everyone replied dejectedly, their heads hung low. Elder Long reprimanded them. "What manner of behavior is this? You still have 5 years before you can become official members. In that time, you can surpass them and reclaim your positions. Must you always sulk? Are you not students of Shrek?" His words struck a chord, awakening a realization among them. Indeed, they had been overly fixated on their predicament. Logically, Kong Dejing, Lu Yang, and Qian Jun should have been in the inner academy. Their deliberate decision to repeat a year for the sake of competing for reserve positions stemmed from the knowledge that they could not compete in the inner academy. They were still young, with ample time to emulate Kong Dejing or Lu Yang's strategies. There was truly no need for despondency. "You 7 may go rest for now. Come back here tomorrow morning at the same time as your classes. As for your curriculum, do not fret. You have officially become members of the Shrek Reserve Team," Elder Long said with a smile directed at Kong Dejing and his companions. Stepping forward, Kong Dejing exclaimed, "For Shrek, we shall fulfill our duty without hesitation." "Stop your flattery. Your primary concern today is to treat your junior classmates," Elder Long replied. "Rest assured," Kong Dejing chuckled, and Lu Yang, observing Kong Dejing's demeanor, turned to Lin Xuan and remarked, "You've just arrived. Be prepared for tonight. Kong Dejing is known as the Wine Immortal, so brace yourself." "Is it truly that daunting?" Lin Xuan chuckled lightly, seemingly indifferent, but it wasn't until the evening that he realized the gravity of his mistake, an egregious error indeed. He lay helplessly on the table, while beside him, Chu Ling'er had already fallen asleep against him. Only Kong Dejing remained standing atop the table, singing merrily, as those around them had succumbed to slumber, with the exception of Lin Meng, who continued to drink. How had it come to this? Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er took a bath and then arrived at the Wanted Tower in Shrek City. There, everyone introduced themselves, and Lin Xuan also became acquainted with a woman named Lin Meng. Kong De proudly embraced Lin Meng and declared, "She is my girlfriend." How annoying. Lin Meng blushed as she pushed Kong Dejing away. After a brief conversation, they began to drink, and gradually the atmosphere shifted. Lu Qiao was the first to succumb, but Lin Xuan suspected that he was merely pretending. Soon, only Kong Dejing, Lin Xuan, and Lin Meng remained at the table, leading to the current situation. "Lin Xuan, you are the future hope of Shrek. I told Qian Jun that we are merely biding our time, but in truth, we are apprehensive. This year, I am 19. And so is Qian Jun. We can only participate in the next competition by the skin of our teeth, making us undoubtedly the oldest participants. However, you are different. At just 13, you could easily compete in 2 more competitions. I have high hopes for you," Kong Dejing said, his words laced with the scent of alcohol as he embraced Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan could only manage a wry smile as he clinked his cup in response. "Senior, you've had too much to drink. Let us call it a night. Do not try to dissuade him. This is how he is when he drinks." "Allow me to handle it," came the reply. Lin Meng pulled Kong Dejing away from Lin Xuan. Then, as if coaxing a child, she held his hand. It was then that Lin Xuan noticed Lu Qiao and Qian Jun stifling their laughter, sprawled across the table. It turned out these two were not intoxicated at all. He glanced at Chu Ling'er beside him, who was utterly inebriated and silently mourned for her. It seemed he was the only one genuinely drunk at the table. All right. Be good. Let us go back to sleep, shall we? No way. I want to sleep with you. That is not allowed. We can't have boys and girls sleeping together at school. Then let us sleep outside. Ha ha ha. When Kong Dajing uttered this line, Lu Yong, Qian Jun, and Lu Qiao erupted in laughter, rolling on the floor in mirth. Lin Xuan, utterly taken aback, felt his composure shatter. How could the seemingly authoritative Kong Dajing be such a mama's boy? You don't know, do you? Every time Kong Dajing gets drunk, he acts like this. And the next day, he has no recollection of what transpired. Then why are you all watching me like this? Lin Ming shot a fierce glare at Lu Qiao and said sharply. Qian Jun leaned closer to Lin Xuan and remarked, Lin Ming is usually incredibly shy. But after a few drinks, she becomes quite audacious. This is what one might call an endearing contrast, isn't it? Ha ha. Lin Xuan was truly at a loss for words. The two individuals were indeed embodiments of a drinking god, as their imbibing led to such peculiar chemical reactions. Before long, the gathering dispersed, with attendees merely exchanging names without forging deeper connections. Yet, on the morrow, Lin Xuan was poised to undertake a daring endeavor, one he had concealed from all but Yi Fanqing. Lin Xuan, you must exercise caution when challenging Akita, Yi Fanqing expressed with concern upon exiting the Sea God Pavilion. He had just submitted the formalities to Elder Long, and Lin Xuan was set to confront Akita the following day. A victory would secure him a spot as a core member of Akita's team, while a defeat would forever bar him from joining Shrek Academy and prevent him from aligning with any other team. This audacious move faced vehement opposition from Elder Kong. However, Elder Long recognized that despite Lin Xuan's reticent demeanor and seemingly amiable nature, he was relentless when determined to achieve his goals. Thus, he acquiesced to the challenge in front of Elder Xiao. Early the next morning, Lin Xuan arose and made his way to the training grounds, neglecting to inform Chu Ling'er. Coincidentally, Elder Long was present, as if they had synchronized their plans. Chapter 107. A choice without retreat. Elder Long. I trust the information I requested has been procured? Indeed. Elder Long accurately placed a piece of paper into Lin Xuan's hands, detailing Akita's profile, as Lin Xuan had requested. Intelligence was of paramount importance. He would not engage in a battle without certainty, especially against a senior from the Inner Academy. If Lin Xuan believed that the Inner Academy members were inept, he was gravely mistaken. Their combat experience far surpassed his own. With no path of retreat remaining, he had to triumph over Akita. Thus, he meticulously studied the information, his expression growing solemn. Akita, 24 years old, possessed a soul power of 57, and his martial spirit was the mighty Vajrabear. Although he was not a descendant of Zhao Wujuan, his soul ring configuration and soul skills mirrored those of Shrek's first vice president, Zhao Wujuan. His first soul skill was the immutable king body, followed by the mighty Vajra palm, the targeted tracking, the gravity amplification, and the gravity compression. Upon reviewing Akita's soul skills, Lin Xuan finally grasped why Dai Lin had encouraged him to provoke Akita. Was it because he believed that gravity would completely restrain him? After a brief contemplation, Lin Xuan formulated his strategy. Elder Long, I request to compete with Akita on the arena, and I stipulate that no weapons other than soul skills are permitted. Lin Xuan gazed earnestly at Elder Long, who, understanding his intentions, nodded in acknowledgement. Casually, Lin Xuan cast the parchment into the rift of space. The intelligence was secured, and now they merely awaited the arrival of both parties. Lin Xuan, why did you come here first without informing me? Chu Ling'er anxiously approached Lin Xuan, her voice laced with concern. Lin Xuan responded with a silent smile, gently ruffling her hair. Kong Dajing regarded Lin Xuan with a puzzled expression. This behavior was uncharacteristic of him. What was he truly up to? You little ones have arrived rather early. There remains half an hour until the assembly, remarked Elder Long. And what about you, Elder Long? What are you and Lin Xuan doing here? Lu Yong inquired, stroking his chin with interest. Elder Long patted Lin Xuan's shoulder before departing, leaving Lu Yang's question unanswered. Earlier, everyone had gathered around Lin Xuan, bombarding him with inquiries. With no choice but to divulge the plans for the day, Lin Xuan acquiesced. Come, strike me across the face, Lu Qiao said, staring vacantly at Qian Jun. Without hesitation, Qian Jun delivered a resounding slap, sending Lu Qiao tumbling backward. He quickly scrambled to his feet and grasped Lin Xuan's shoulder, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Indeed. Lin Xuan, do you believe that Akita is like me? He is a soul king at level 57. Even Kong Dajing was taken aback. Lin Xuan looked at the crowd, then embraced Chu Ling'er tightly, asserting, This is my affair, I do not jest. Even in defeat, I will accept the outcome. For me, the competition is merely a means to assist Shrek in achieving glory, a glory that pales in comparison to my beloved. I believe in you, Chu Ling'er smiled, having never worried throughout this ordeal, for she trusted Lin Xuan's confidence. She realized that her previous anxieties had only burdened him, and she no longer wished to add to his pressures. Trust me, Lin Xuan urged. Lin Xuan gazed earnestly at the crowd, stating that Kong Dajing was left with no options. Even he would not dare engage in such audacious actions. It was utterly insane. Not even the weakest among the main team would he challenge, let alone Akita. whose strength among the main team was formidable as well. "Kid, I never expected you to come knocking at my door," a scornful voice resonated, causing everyone to turn their heads. Ikeda loomed over them, flanked by 6 individuals clad in the Inner Academy's uniform, with Nangong Qian leading the group. Although the Holy Spirit sect had been eradicated, Shrek Academy had yet to take action against Nangong Qian, primarily because they needed to root out the remnants lurking in the continent. "Ikeda, if you lose, it will be quite the embarrassment," Nangong Qian coldly remarked to Lin Xuan. In the eyes of the Inner Academy students, Lin Xuan was considered a troublemaker for daring to challenge their prodigy, a type they notoriously disdained. Indeed, losing would pose quite a predicament, Ikeda said, his gaze towards Lin Xuan reflecting a hint of exhilaration. If he could defeat Lin Xuan and force him out of Shrek Academy, the chances of the Xinghua Empire claiming victory would significantly increase, not to mention it would pave the way for Dailin. Thus, the challenge was indeed appealing. "Stop the chatter, everyone else, disperse. We shall get acquainted after this contest concludes," Elder Long announced as he stepped into the arena. The others, not daring to delay, promptly moved to the edges of the training ground. Elder Long stamped his foot, and in an instant, a 100-meter platform rose from the ground. Lin Xuan and Ikeda stood on opposite sides of the arena, locking eyes. "Let the match begin. The use of spirit abilities and weapons beyond the martial spirits is prohibited. Any infraction will result in disqualification," he declared. "Understood," the two responded in unison. Elder Long nodded and vanished from the platform. Lin Xuan and Ikeda simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Lin Xuan's configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black spirit rings shimmered alongside Ikeda's 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. However, in the next moment, Ikeda launched an assault, activating his 3rd spirit ability, Tracking Lock, which immediately targeted Lin Xuan. Simultaneously, he released his 4th spirit ability, Gravity Amplification. Lin Xuan instantly sensed the pressure surrounding him as Ikeda leaped forward, his body hurtling toward Lin Xuan while simultaneously employing his 2nd spirit ability, the Mighty Diamond Palm, aimed directly at Lin Xuan's head. In an instant, Ikeda had completely locked onto Lin Xuan, who, under the effects of Tracking Lock, felt like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Ikeda had already envisioned the scene of Lin Xuan's defeat. Unexpectedly, Lin Xuan smiled and activated his 4th spirit ability, shattering Ikeda's Tracking Lock. Just as Ikeda sought to counter, Lin Xuan appeared behind him, unleashing his 3rd spirit ability, transforming his hand into a colossal sword aimed at Ikeda's waist. In the blink of an eye, Ikeda activated his 1st spirit ability, the Unmoving King, to withstand Lin Xuan's strike. He flew to the edge of the platform, clutching his waist in disbelief as he stared at Lin Xuan. With a furious roar, he activated his 5th spirit ability. Lin Xuan's entire body crackled with energy, feeling as though he were being dismantled. Staring in horror at Ikeda, he had anticipated the challenge posed by Ikeda's 5th spirit ability, yet he had not expected to be completely incapacitated. Die! Ikeda unleashed his 2nd spirit ability, striking toward Lin Xuan's chest. Lin Xuan, offering no resistance, was sent flying to the edge of the platform, blood spewing forth. Ikeda watched as Lin Xuan bent over, gasping for breath, not from exhaustion, but from humiliation. The pain in his waist served as a stark reminder that he had been injured by a mere child who had just reached the Spirit Master rank. Lin Xuan struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was remarkably serene. He had reached the edge of the arena, yet was firmly ensnared by Ikeda. Ikeda was unwilling to grant Lin Xuan even a moment's respite, as the 3rd soul skill once again targeted Lin Xuan. Poised to deliver the final blow. Chapter 108, Victory. Death. Determined. Lin Xuan once again unleashed his 4th soul skill, yet before he could fully manifest it, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing his martial soul to be abruptly dispelled. In that instant, Ikeda activated his 4th soul skill, Gravity Amplification, forcing Lin Xuan to kneel upon both knees. It seemed as though Ikeda's hands were destined to strike Lin Xuan's head with absolute certainty. Kongda and the others could hardly bear to witness the scene, as it appeared that Lin Xuan was undoubtedly facing defeat. Having endured a full-force strike from Ikeda, Lin Xuan found himself utterly incapable of resisting. Only Chu Ling'er remained fixated on Lin Xuan, sensing something amiss. Although Lin Xuan's physical body had withstood the Soul King's full power, she alone understood the terrifying state his body had reached. Moreover, where was the power of his bloodline? Just as Chu Ling'er pondered this, Ikeda's palm descended upon Lin Xuan's head. To Ikeda's astonishment, Lin Xuan executed a swift turn, sending Ikeda careening off the arena due to inertia. Lin Xuan cast a cold gaze at Ikeda's retreating figure, conjuring a Haotian hammer in his grasp and striking toward his back. This is bad. Ikeda, still with one foot on the arena, swiftly pivoted and raised both hands to block the impending blow. However, he fell to the ground, thus leaving the arena. Yet, Lin Xuan remained vigilant. For though Ikeda seemed to have exited the arena, Elder Long had yet to intervene and terminate the match. You almost caught me off guard, Ikeda remarked darkly as he rose to his feet, fixing a grim stare on Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's expression sharpened, for Ikeda was now levitating in midair, having nullified the gravitational force around him. Ignoring the pull of gravity, he returned to the arena, his fury directed squarely at Lin Xuan, nearly succeeding. Lin Xuan's expression remained unchanged. In the next moment, his white hair transformed into a vivid green. Two emerald daggers materialized in Lin Xuan's hands as the blood essence of the Emerald Serpent Emperor surged forth. Aside from the inability to unleash the Emerald Serpent Emperor's martial soul, Lin Xuan now bore no difference from Donggu Shui. He pivoted his body and approached Akita, brandishing the daggers. To Lin Xuan's astonishment, Akita did not flinch or evade. Instead, he unleashed his second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, aiming it directly at Lin Xuan. With a swift sidestep to evade the strike, Lin Xuan slashed a wound across Akita's body with his dagger. After Lin Xuan completed all of this, he sheathed his dagger without casting a glance at Akita. He released the blood of the phosphorescent Serpent Emperor, and his once green hair reverted to a lustrous silver. Just as Akita was about to strike again, he suddenly fell to his knees, trembling as he gazed at Lin Xuan. Poison. He was actually poisoned? He could feel his meridians rapidly deteriorating. Elder Long did not hesitate and immediately assisted Akita in stabilizing the effects of the serpent's venom. Elder Long turned to Lin Xuan and inquired, "Did you cheat?" "No," came the reply. Lin Xuan shook his head. Elder Long, observing Akita's condition, inquired, "Is this the poison of the emerald-scaled serpent?" "Indeed. Allow me to administer the antidote." Lin Xuan deftly sliced open Akita's wrist with a dagger, subsequently retracting all the venom of the azure-scaled serpent back into his own body. Long Lao, observing Lin Xuan's unexpected mastery over the serpent's poison, thought to himself, "Could it be? Do not dwell on it too much, Long Lao. It is time to announce the outcome." "No, I cannot accept this." Akita roared in fury. In response, Lin Xuan delivered a sharp slap to Akita, retorting, "Your acceptance is of no concern to me. You have been eliminated. Come now, he is still a senior. Show him some respect," Long Lao interjected, exasperated. Akita struggled, intent on battling Lin Xuan to the death, only to be rendered unconscious by a decisive chop from Long Lao. Addressing the assembled crowd, Long Lao declared, "Lin Xuan is the victor." After this proclamation, Long Lao departed with Akita in tow. Meanwhile, Kong Da and the others erupted in cheers, lifting Lin Xuan high into the air, celebrating the triumph of the Soul Sect over the Soul King. Though the contest appeared thrilling, few anticipated that Lin Xuan would achieve a double kill against Akita. Sighing in relief, Lin Xuan felt the weight of the moment. The seniors from the Inner Academy, with the exception of Nangong Qian, offered their applause generously. To triumph over a stronger opponent not once, but twice, even if Akita had been somewhat careless, was indeed worthy of respect. Moreover, Lin Xuan's techniques were nearly insurmountable, save for the Soul Emperor, of whom Nangong Qian was the only representative among them, while the rest were all Soul Kings. It was also worth noting that one individual was on the cusp of breaking through to the Soul Emperor rank within a year. "I can't believe you actually did it. When Akita struck you, I could hardly bear to watch," exclaimed Lu Yang, embracing Lin Xuan in excitement. Lin Xuan found himself unable to resist the enthusiasm of those around him, though he secretly wished it were Chu Ling'er holding him instead. Yet, Chu Ling'er merely smiled at him from a distance, not approaching. "All right, enough of this joy-killing," Lu Qiao said, pulling Lu Yang away with irritation. Lu Yang sheepishly scratched his head and released Lin Xuan. Gratefully, Lin Xuan cast a glance at Lu Qiao before making his way to Chu Ling'er. She stood with her arms crossed, a smile gracing her features as she regarded Lin Xuan. Feeling somewhat intimidated by her smile, Lin Xuan cautiously inquired, "Are you upset?" "Oh, so I am merely a vessel for your anger in your eyes?" "No, not at all." Lin Xuan hurriedly waved his hand, and Chu Ling'er, with a smile that concealed her mouth, leaned closer to his ear and said, "Silly, I am quite happy right now, Mr. Jealousy." After saying this, Chu Ling'er steadied Lin Xuan, and the two embraced in a passionate kiss, prompting cheers from everyone present. Even Nangong Qian felt her cheeks flush as she thought of Xian Yi, the little boy who had left her behind. He, too, had silver hair. The silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. However, Lin Xuan was an enemy of the Holy Spirit sect, and she knew she had to find an opportunity to eliminate him. For the repercussions could be endless if the sect remained. At that moment, Nangong Qian was still unaware of the sect's destruction, as the two empires and Shrek had chosen not to disclose the information about the Holy Spirit sect's demise to draw out its members. The two finally parted after nearly suffocating from their kiss. Lin Xuan, covering his mouth, blushed as he looked at Chu Ling'er, surprised by her boldness. Chu Ling'er made a playful face and said, "Jealousy, you must protect me well from now on. And don't always think I enjoy being angry, you blockhead." After her words, she playfully hid beside Lin Meng and made another silly face. Kongda then stepped forward and cleared his throat, saying, "All right, everyone. Let us wrap up the excitement. From now on, we are all part of the same team. Remember to support each other. If you see your companions being bullied, do not stand idly by. Indeed, we Shrek students must assist one another. I apologize on behalf of Akita for his previous behavior." A blond man stepped forward and deeply bowed to Lin Xuan and the others. They, in turn, returned the gesture respectfully. The blond man smiled and introduced himself. "I am Li Yi, the team leader of this inner court. If you encounter any issues you cannot resolve, feel free to seek my assistance." Since that is the case, allow me to introduce myself as well. My name is Li Yi, a level 59 Battle Soul King of the Control System and the captain of this team. Nangong Qian, a level 63 Battle Soul Emperor of the Assault System, Nangong Qian stated with a hint of disdain in her tone. Lin Xuan could not help but feel speechless. It seemed that Nangong Qian always maintained this demeanor, except perhaps with Xian Yi. I am Yu Xiao, a level 58 Support System Soul King. Currently the deputy chef in the inner court cafeteria. Yu Xiao's attire was quite peculiar, clad in a chef's uniform. Yet, Lin Xuan could immediately discern that he was a food system soul master, albeit puzzled by the golden badge with an emblem inscribed upon it. Noticing everyone staring at his badge, Yu Xiao proudly declared, "This is my badge. I am a gold medal chef. If you ever find yourselves hungry, you may come to me." Forget it. If the younger students discover what you cook, they might lose their appetites. A red-haired man disdainfully pushed Yu Xiao aside. He then patted his chest and introduced himself. I am Lu Yuhang, a level 56 Battle Soul King of the Agility System. Tang Yumi, a level 57 Battle Soul King of the Control System. A white-robed woman coldly interjected from behind Lu Yuhang. Judging by her aura, she appeared to be an Ice Element Soul Master, a rare find indeed, especially in Shrek. I am Mo Xiaoqing, a level 58 Battle Soul King of the Control System. I hope to receive everyone's guidance. The last to step forward was a tall youth with a warm demeanor, embodying a sunny disposition. As the inner court seniors introduced themselves, Kongda and the others began their introductions as well, concealing their ages but not their strengths, as all those present were of qualifying age for the competition. Li Yi, let us all head back and rest for the day. Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er, please stay behind. As the two sat idly chatting, Wang Tianyu arrived. Lin Xuan observed that most people regarded him with respect. Indeed, Wang Tianyu was the foremost figure in the inner court, leading by example despite being merely a soul sage. Thus considered the least impressive of the elder brothers. By the way, we will gather for further training tomorrow. Let us enjoy today. All right, everyone, except Nangong Qian, cheered and dispersed, leaving her standing still, her gaze fixed on Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu, let us spar. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. Wang Tianyu did not even glance at Nangong Qian. Knowing her identity as the Holy Spirit sect saintess, he felt an urge to eliminate her. If not for Lin Xuan's request, he would have acted without hesitation against this little sister who often sought to spar with him. Let us go. Hey, senior sister Nangong. You should head back. As soon as Lin Xuan addressed her as senior sister, Nangong Qian felt an unusual sensation. Lin Xuan maintained his composure, fully aware that Nangong Qian was scrutinizing him. Even the slightest alteration in his expression could arouse her suspicion. After Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er departed, Nangong Qian was left alone in the venue, her countenance revealing a sense of melancholy. In her hand lay a box of rusted ointment for bruises, an item bequeathed to her by Xian Yi, a cherished possession of his. Now, as she finds herself pursued by the Holy Spirit sect and compelled to remain in hiding within Shrek, a profound weariness envelopes her. The thought of retreating to seclusion in the mountains with Xian Yi crosses her mind, which is why she awaits his return at Shrek. Junior brother, what purpose do you have in keeping Nangong Qian? Hush. Lin Xuan quickly gestured for silence, but alas, it was too late. Chu Ling'er had already heard him. Lin Xuan helplessly covered his face. Wasn't it courting death to deceive the feelings of a woman, especially in front of his primary consort? He had chosen to conceal everything from Luna to Dugu Shui, simply to avoid drawing trouble upon himself, believing he could handle it all. I heard nothing. Chu Ling'er remarked with a light shrug. Wang Tianyu smacked his lips and said, Sister-in-law, I misspoke. Lin Xuan harbors no ill intentions. He is only considering the greater good of Shrek. Oh, brother, are you attempting to ensnare me? Lin Xuan wished he could sew Wang Tianyu's mouth shut. His emotional intelligence was truly lacking. Wang Tianyu scratched his head and said, let's chat another time. First, I have a question for you. Now that you have defeated Akita, what are your plans for that position? The school sent me here to inquire if you wish to become a starting player. If you do not wish to take on that role, we must find a starting player immediately. Otherwise, we shall seek a reserve player. I would prefer to remain a reserve player. Lin Xuan answered the question without a moment's hesitation. It was quite simple. Chu Ling'er was merely in the reserve team, and he was only seeking to challenge Akita. As for the position of a starting player, he had no desire for it from the very beginning. Very well. You may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave now. Before Lin Xuan could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. To his astonishment, Chu Ling'er was twisting the flesh at his side from behind. Wang Tianyu, pretending not to see, discreetly left the scene. Lin Xuan was utterly despondent, feeling as though he could weep without tears. Just moments ago, Chu Ling'er had warned him not to assume her anger was merely a fleeting emotion, yet here she was, genuinely irate. Speak honestly, she stated coldly as she settled onto a nearby wooden chair. Lin Xuan, sitting beside her, recounted the events involving Nangong Qian without reservation. The entire narrative, aside from Lin Xuan's intention to play the long game, was devoid of issues. Nevertheless, Chu Ling'er remained displeased. Oh, you are so adept at charming women. Why do you feign foolishness with me? She questioned. Not at all. My feelings for you are entirely sincere, he replied. Lin Xuan swore to the heavens, while Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes in response. It seems I must reassess you. I never anticipated you possessed such skill in deceiving the hearts of women. Speak. How many more secrets do you conceal from me? None. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, indeed, there is none. However, Dong Gushue's feelings are merely one-sided. With that, Chu Ling'er stood up to leave. Lin Xuan hurriedly grasped her arm, exclaiming, just one. You heartless flirt. In response, Chu Ling'er slapped Lin Xuan and dashed away. He chased after her, employing every possible argument and tactic, utterly exhausted by the effort. In his frustration, he began to lament about Xiao Feng, thinking that while he had taught him the art of courting, he had neglected to instruct him on how to appease women. Meanwhile, Xiao Feng, who was on a distant mission, inexplicably sneezed. Had he known of Lin Xuan's mutterings, he would have certainly wished to strangle him. He had never encouraged Lin Xuan to gallivant around, as his teachings were solely focused on the art of killing, not on cultivating a harem. Lin Xuan, I misjudged you. I once thought you were the most devoted person in the world, but it turns out you are merely a lecher. Please, let me explain. Chapter 110. Unraveling the hearts. Not will you truly listen to my explanation? Lin Xuan grasped Chu Ling'er by the arm, but she, with a frosty demeanor, turned and struck him squarely in the chest. The impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, not an act. Chu Ling'er's expression shifted momentarily, yet she quickly regained her icy composure. Gazing at Lin Xuan, she declared, your ploy of self-infliction is futile. Her anger was palpable, mingled with an undercurrent of fear. She dreaded the thought that Lin Xuan might employ the same deceitful tactics he used on Nangong Qian against her. For a girl, the experience of first love is enchanting, and to discover that this cherished individual is merely a deceiver would be akin to a death sentence. I am fine, truly. Please, allow me to finish speaking. Lin Xuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said helplessly. Chu Ling'er could only watch, unsure of how to respond. Lin Xuan recounted the entirety of his affair with Dong Gushui. After listening, Chu Ling'er felt even more disgruntled. She looked at Lin Xuan and asked, in your eyes, is Shrek more important, or am I? It must be you, he replied. Lin Xuan responded without hesitation. Chu Ling'er clicked her tongue and inquired, since I am important, why do you consider Shrek in every situation and leave me aside? Only when I am wrong do you think of me. What am I to you? A mere tool for you to regulate your emotions? You speak of Shrek incessantly. Perhaps you should marry Shrek instead? Sorry, I do not want your apology. Chu Ling'er interrupted Lin Xuan's attempt at contrition. She found his behavior utterly detestable, always offering apologies. When deceiving Nangong Qian, he was so quick-witted. Yet he could not fathom her feelings. Daily apologies yielded no change whatsoever. Lin Xuan found himself at a loss for words, apart from offering his apologies. He had no recourse. Although he had long anticipated this day's arrival, knowing that one cannot conceal fire with mere paper, he was nonetheless unprepared for the task of weaving one deceit into another. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as he no longer wished to perpetuate falsehoods. I do not wish to hide my true feelings. Indeed, I am fond of you. My affections for you were sincere before the teacher's arrival. I desire nothing more than to see you happy, never wanting our association to bring you sorrow. Every action I undertake is aimed at your joy, including my endeavors for Shrek. I may lack the time to accompany you, nor can I be with you during classes. I only appear when you are wronged, to vanquish your adversaries. My sole intention is to grow stronger, to protect you in times of turmoil. Perhaps I have erred in many ways and concealed much from you. I shall not offer excuses. I am, by nature, rather foolish. I recognize that you are genuinely upset now. The lessons imparted by my teacher revolve around gauging a person's emotions to devise appropriate responses. Yet with you, I dare not make assumptions, fearing that a misjudgment might further incite your anger. Lin Xuan lowered his head and spoke dejectedly, having prepared himself for the worst. He did not wish to part ways in such a muddled manner. Chu Ling'er had also regained her composure. Indeed, Lin Xuan had made a mistake this time. However, the previous Lin Xuan had always appeared somewhat naive, and it was precisely that quality that had drawn her to him. She had previously stated that she would not oppose him having multiple wives, yet that did not grant him the right to conceal matters from her. I am truly sorry. I am like a volatile canister ready to explode, and a burden at that, causing you undue concern. You simply do not understand what I desire. After Chu Ling'er finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Lin Xuan wished to pursue her, but his legs felt immovable. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated. He genuinely had no further words. His utterances were indeed clumsy, yet they were heartfelt. Chu Ling'er was a paragon of excellence, possessing the formidable soul power of 36 levels at the tender age of 13, enough to eclipse many a genius. Yet, in the crucible of true conflict, genius alone would never suffice. Go after her. Indeed, what are you waiting for? Just as Lin Xuan wallowed in sorrow, Kong Dujing and Lu Yong emerged from the nearby thicket, expressing their exasperation. Lin Xuan slumped to the ground in despair, stating, everything that needed to be said has been said. If she does not wish to be with me, there is nothing I can do. I know she is serious. What nonsense. Are you truly willing to let her go so easily? Can you bear a fate any more dismal? You must reveal the entire truth to her. What is wrong with a man wanting to protect a woman? Congenital exclaimed, striking Lin Xuan across the face in frustration. Lin Xuan stared blankly at him, perplexed by Congenital's urgency. Luoyang crouched beside Lin Xuan and said, if you do not chase after her, you will lose Chu Ling'er forever. Can you accept the thought of her in another man's arms? If that man can make her happy, I could accept it. Lin Xuan clutched his head and exclaimed, while Luoyang, infuriated, pounded his right fist against the ground. He urged Lin Xuan to rise, saying, what if that person is even worse than you? Don't you have feelings for Chu Ling'er? Do you believe there exists anyone in this world who can protect her? Is there anyone who could possibly love her more than you do? Go after her. At that moment, Chu Ling'er was reduced to tears. Lin Ming had long been instructed by Congenital to intercept her, and she gently urged Chu Ling'er to sit on a nearby bench, saying, do not be upset. I am not angry, replied Chu Ling'er. Just as Chu Ling'er was about to speak, Lin Xuan tore open a rift in the air and shouted. As Chu Ling'er emerged from the fissure, she cast a glance at Lin Ming, who immediately darted into the adjacent woods. Lin Xuan grasped Chu Ling'er's shoulders firmly and declared, I will not let you go. I acknowledge my mistakes and my ignorance of your feelings, yet I believe no one else could do what I have done. I admit that my words may seem domineering, but you must understand that once you are mine, Lin Xuan's woman, I will never relinquish you. I made a promise to your master. Lin Xuan, having spoken, directly pressed his lips against Chu Ling'er's. Congenital and Luoyang, concealed within the woods, exchanged a triumphant clap, celebrating their successful endeavor. Indeed, it was evident that there was no one they could not persuade. Lin Xuan's kiss was a reciprocal gesture to the one Chu Ling'er had bestowed upon him that morning. Luoyang and Congenital's words held merit. Was it reasonable to succumb to despair merely because of a sense of helplessness? Absolutely not. He must exert every ounce of his strength, for this was the most crucial lesson imparted by Xiao Feng. One must never yield, regardless of the circumstances. Fool! How could I ever bear to abandon you? Yet, you have deceived me on so many matters. You too have misled me on numerous occasions. Let us consider it even. When have I ever deceived you? Let me tally. Your deceit led to you being struck by Dai Lin. You withheld your true preferences from me. You shared your innermost thoughts without revealing whether you love me. Lin Xuan chuckled, as Chu Ling'er, wiping away her tears, playfully punched his chest. Indeed, how could Lin Xuan find solace if she remained silent? Leaning closer to his ear, Chu Ling'er whispered, what I cherish most are the gifts you give me, you silly. Chapter 111, The Meeting of Two Women. Is that so? But you must promise not to get so angry again, for I was quite upset just moments ago as well. Lin Xuan gently wiped away Chu Ling'er's tears and said, he had genuinely contemplated letting go just moments ago. Chu Ling'er's unreasonable antics were indeed difficult to justify. However, the persuasive words of Luoyang and Congenital, along with the promises made to the Wuxing Douluo, echoed in his mind. Chu Ling'er's lifespan could only extend to the soul sage level. He had to save her. Look at your performance, and why did you chase after me? After a moment of realization, they both sat on the bench, their hearts laid bare. Meanwhile, Congenital and Luoyang were utterly delighted. With Luoyang jotting down every sentimental exchange between Lin Xuan and Chu Ling'er, anticipating the amusement it would bring later. By the way, where have you hidden that Dugu you mentioned? I wish to meet her. That's fine, but her health isn't very good. She has been bedridden for quite some time. If we don't find her mother soon, it could be dire. Lin Xuan sighed at the mention of Dugu, though he still managed to smile as he playfully pinched Chu Ling'er's nose. Nevertheless, there's nothing we can do but fulfill our duties and leave the rest to fate. I have long wished to take you to see her, after all. You are to be my future wife. You know what you're thinking. Don't be jealous. Let us go. Lin Xuan held Chu Ling'er's hand as they made their way to Dugu's residence. They arrived in the northern part of Shrek City, the most desolate area designated for the impoverished. Most of the inhabitants were those who had become homeless during their quests for Shrek, with many children having lost their parents. They grew up here, awaiting the awakening of their martial spirits, hoping to be admitted into Shrek Academy. Many of Shrek's students actually emerged from this very place, with the most notable being Long Lao and Wang Tianyu. Dugu chose to reside here voluntarily, for she. Lin Xuan paused, holding Chu Ling'er back, as they observed Dugu, whose complexion was pale, teaching the children below her how to read. Dugu was a benevolent soul. Her unwillingness to provide Seton with poison was a testament to her character. She preferred a quiet shop over engaging in nefarious dealings, and her decision to sell Tian Xian grass was merely a ploy to capture Lin Xuan. The two waited until Dugu concluded her lesson before stepping out from the shadows. Upon seeing them, Dugu smiled, wiping the sweat from her brow, and inquired, what brings you here so early? This isn't like you. I would advise you to rest. There are other teachers available, and you will be assisting with medical care tonight. Lin Xuan extracted a handful of medicinal herbs from the ethereal stone and remarked. Dugu received the herbs and inquired, this must be the Chu Ling'er you frequently mention, correct? Greetings, I am Chu Ling'er, she said, gracefully bowing to Dugu. Dugu merely nodded in response. Lin Xuan then addressed Dugu. Ling'er wishes to understand the circumstances surrounding your persistent declarations of wanting to marry me. I had informed her that you typically languish in bed. I did not expect to find you here imparting knowledge. Indeed, while I could survive for a decade or two by remaining in bed, such a life of idleness is far inferior to dedicating 5 years to assist these children. Although there are many good souls at Shrek, my contribution remains invaluable, Dugu replied with a smile. This response left Lin Xuan feeling somewhat exasperated. However, with Dugu's mother still untraceable and Dugu unsure of how to return to the ice and fire duality eyes, Lin Xuan suggested, if matters do not improve in 4 years, I shall take you to the Sunset Forest, and I will see if I can employ spatial powers to return you to the ice and fire duality eyes. If 4 years is not feasible, then 3 years it shall be. Why? Lin Xuan gazed at Dugu in bewilderment. He had planned to break through to the Soul King within 4 years and then devise a strategy, but Dugu had abruptly reduced that time frame to 3. Dugu cast a sidelong glance at Chu Ling'er and smiled helplessly. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Ling'er inquired, speak your mind. Really? Dugu regarded Chu Ling'er with playful intrigue. Chu Ling'er nodded earnestly. Dugu then pointed directly at Lin Xuan and declared, because in 3 years, my body can still endure for another year. I wish to have a child with Lin Xuan. Uffed. Lin Xuan abruptly spat out his tea. Although he had previously warned Chu Ling'er about Dugu's indiscreet nature, he was still taken aback by her audacity to utter such words in front of Chu Ling'er. Hastily, Lin Xuan rose and gestured, please do not misunderstand. I have never agreed to that. With a flushed face, Chu Ling'er retorted, her voice trembling, how can you be so shameless? He is my man. How could you say such a thing? Apologies, Dugu replied, I merely spoke my mind. I know Lin Xuan prefers forthrightness over subtlety, so I always express my thoughts candidly. Hey, if you continue, I might truly find myself in an embarrassing situation, Lin Xuan warned. Lin Xuan grasped Chu Ling'er's hand and gazed at Dugu, who appeared to be embroiled in a conflict. Initially, he merely wished for a friendship between them, but it seemed they were now on the verge of a confrontation. Dugu, with a hand on her forehead, apologized, I'm truly sorry, Miss Chu Ling'er. Please know that I have no intention of vying for Lin Xuan's affection. My words are heartfelt, and Lin Xuan will not reciprocate my feelings. Is that so? Chu Ling'er inquired, turning her gaze toward Lin Xuan, who nodded earnestly. Although Dugu was indeed beautiful, Lin Xuan felt no stirrings of desire. He would only admire her beauty, irrespective of how enchanting she might be. Chu Ling'er huffed and took a seat, asserting, I doubt you would dare. All right, ladies. I must return to my studies now. There's no need for you to linger, Lin Xuan stated. Observing their affectionate interaction, Dugu felt a twinge of disappointment, lamenting that her encounter with Lin Xuan had come too late. Yet, even had they met earlier, her pride had once blinded her. And it was only through deception that she had learned humility, fearing that she and Lin Xuan might never unite. Remember to take your medicine on time. I'll bring any new medications for you, she said. Dugu nodded and departed. Lin Xuan sighed as he watched her retreating figure. She seems to have grown indifferent to the concept of death. It pains me, yet I feel powerless to save her. That's not a decision solely within your control. Especially since you have yet to find a way to save me, Chu Ling'er replied with a smile. Lin Xuan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, silly girl. Isn't there a way? If all else fails, we shall follow your master's advice, though I believe I have discovered a solution. I refuse to allow you to sacrifice yourself for my sake, Chu Ling'er retorted, playfully swatting his hand away. Lin Xuan shrugged, sensing that his bloodline powers were gradually awakening, perhaps offering a genuine solution for Chu Ling'er. Chapter 112. Chu Ling'er, I possess a method to separate the 3 souls in one body. However, her bloodline requires your assistance. After all, you absorbed Dugu's bloodline for yourself last time, which, though somewhat domineering, could prove life-saving. This conclusion arose from Yang Zhao's research on the essence of the Emerald Serpent Emperor's blood. Thus, resolving Chu Ling'er's 3 spiritual entities would suffice. Lin Xuan and Dugu strolled together, exchanging laughter. Following the demise of the Holy Spirit sect, Lin Xuan felt no lingering concern regarding the evil soul masters in Shrek City. They could neither receive commands from higher authorities, nor had the senior evil soul masters survived the ordeal on the island. Upon returning to Shrek, they found it was already noon. After their meal, they took a leisurely walk beside the sea god lake. As they ambled along, words eluded them. The day had unfolded with considerable intensity, nearly leading them to a parting. Lin Xuan, would you accept Dugu? Huh, why do you ask such a thing? Lin Xuan was startled by Chu Ling'er's sudden question. Observing her worried expression, he chuckled softly and urged her to sit on the grass beside him. Who is it that tearfully assured me they wouldn't mind if I had other women? He inquired. You believe a woman's words, but I have changed my mind. I truly wish to possess you exclusively. Chu Ling'er covered her mouth with a smile, yet the bittersweet undertone of her expression was unmistakable. Lin Xuan regarded her with curiosity, having sensed something amiss with her lately. Ever since their separation, she had become increasingly peculiar, displaying an air of suspicion. If one were to attribute it to the nature of romance, it was perplexing to see Chu Ling'er engaging in light-hearted banter with men she hardly knew. For in the past, she would never have conversed with the opposite sex so freely. You seem to have brightened up recently. Has something happened? He asked. Chu Ling'er paused, seemingly unaware of her own transformation. However, after a moment of reflection, she remarked, "Oh, I used to keep my dissatisfaction with you to myself. Perhaps I've been a bit more vocal lately." Her words prompted Lin Xuan to wipe the sweat from his brow. So, she had long harbored grievances against him? Cautiously, he inquired, "Have I truly upset you that much?" "Of course. You, foolish man, only know how to infuriate me," she retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out as if to leave. Yet, in an instant, she halted, causing Lin Xuan to nearly collide with her. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Ling'er unleashed her martial spirit and struck towards his face. Lin Xuan, refusing to underestimate her, deftly evaded the blow using spatial powers. "Tsk," Chu Ling'er turned to him, her gaze cold. Lin Xuan noticed that her dark eyes had transformed to a striking blue, her demeanor drastically altered, as though she were an entirely different person. He spoke solemnly, "Chu Ling'er, with 3 souls coexisting within you, I surmised your recent oddities might stem from the gradual merging of one of those souls with you. Your deduction is accurate. I sensed your confusion, which is why I revealed myself," Chu Ling'er replied, relinquishing her martial spirit. Lin Xuan regarded her with a hint of trepidation, and as he pondered his next move, she stated, "I am Chu Ling'er's aunt, Chu Ling'er." "What? Oh, aunt." In an instant, Lin Xuan was taken aback as Chu Ling'er sat on the bench, gazing intently at him. Lin Xuan shook his head and said, "I refuse to believe it. Chu Ling'er has never mentioned to me that she has other relatives. The old man Wuxing naturally remains unaware of my existence. For I have resided within the spiritual sea of Ling'er's mother from the very beginning. It was only after her mother's demise that I entered the spiritual realm of Chu Ling'er. Why, you ask? It is due to that soul, the soul of the nine-tailed fox." Chu Ling'er regarded Lin Xuan as if he were a fool. He cleared his throat twice and continued, "However, I have heard Elder Wuxing mention that both forces within Ling'er are aiding her in her cultivation. Even if Chu Ling'er does not engage in training, you would still offer your assistance, all for the purpose of seizing control of the body during the soul saint phase, wouldn't you? Otherwise, how could we possibly determine the ownership of the body before reaching the soul saint level? Do you wish to usurp Chu Ling'er's body?" Lin Xuan, with a grim expression, inquired, as he would not permit such a situation to transpire. To his surprise, Chu Ling'er broke into a smile and gazed at Lin Xuan, saying, "I would never engage in such actions. Although I have some conflicts with this girl's mother, she saved my life. I cannot repay her, so I can only extend my assistance to this girl. How will you assist her?" Lin Xuan pressed. "By merging our souls and spirits," she replied. "I refuse." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xuan firmly declined. Chu Ling'er, furrowing her brow, inquired, "What qualifications do you possess to refuse me? I am her beloved, her future husband. Are you a worthy suitor?" With a mocking glance directed at Lin Xuan, she continued. Unfazed, Lin Xuan chuckled lightly and approached Chu Ling'er, gently pressing his forehead against Chu Ling'er's, resolutely stating, "Your words alone do not determine the nature of our bond. I must ask her myself." Lin Xuan's spiritual entity directly entered the sea of consciousness of Chu Ling'er. Chu Ling'er was momentarily taken aback, gazing in astonishment at Lin Xuan's powerless physical form. Had he truly abandoned his body to enter Chu Ling'er's spiritual realm? "Apologies, perhaps you can inquire again next time." With a light laugh, Chu Ling'er promptly sealed the sea of consciousness, banishing Lin Xuan from it. The moment was not yet ripe. As Lin Xuan's spiritual entity returned to his body, he sought to question further, only to find Chu Ling'er clutching her head, her gaze bewildered. "Did I just fall asleep?" she asked, looking at Lin Xuan in confusion. Lin Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that Chu Ling'er had willingly allowed Chu Ling'er to take control of the body. Observing the puzzled Chu Ling'er, he smiled and inquired, "Of course, are you feeling particularly fatigued today? You should rest after lunch. A good afternoon nap is essential." "No, I want to sleep right here. Under the sun, it feels so pleasant," Chu Ling'er replied, shaking her head. She was reluctant to part ways with Lin Xuan, cherishing the rare opportunity to be together for an entire day. Left with no choice, Lin Xuan joined her on the grass to bask in the sunlight. Chu Ling'er soon drifted off to sleep, yet Lin Xuan found himself unable to slumber. The sudden appearance of Chu Ling'er had caught him off guard. He was uncertain of her intentions. Did she still plan to merge their souls? If they did, would Chu Ling'er remain the same? Perhaps she would become more forthright. But that was not what Lin Xuan wished to witness, a transformation seemingly made for his sake. Thus, he felt compelled to discuss matters thoroughly with Chu Ling'er, and he desired to summon Wuxing Douluo for a conversation. There were numerous issues he needed to clarify with Wuxing Douluo, including Chu Ling'er's past and the path he should take. Chapter 113. The bet. Thus, the day passed, filled with numerous events that made Lin Xuan feel as though several days had elapsed. From defeating Akita to mending the rift in his relationship with Chu Ling'er and encountering Chu Ling'er, the experiences were overwhelming. The following day, after gathering, Kong Dajing and his companions noted the absence of the inner courtyard senior, and the leading figure was no longer Elder Long, but Elder Kong. Elder Kong addressed the preparatory team from the outer courtyard. "The inner courtyard senior has his own methods of cultivation. As members of the preparatory team, you have only one day each month to train with them. The rest of the time, I will be responsible for your training. Understood, Kong Dijing nodded. Being the captain and the eldest among them, Elder Kong then instructed, let us begin with 50 laps, with weights. Yes, for a group of soul venerates and soul kings. 50 laps with weights was a rather simple task, akin to a warm-up, so there was little dissent. Following the 50 laps, they were to engage in combat. Lin Xuan refrained from participating, for he understood he was the strongest among them, and though Kong Dijing did not voice it, he was aware that he lacked the confidence to defeat Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, your current training will be overseen by me, and I intend to use this, Elder Kong declared, producing a puppet. Lin Xuan smiled. How could he forget? This puppet had once intimidated Du Zitong, and without it, he would not have dared to enter the Void Spirit Stone. However, the current puppet not only possessed peak Soul King strength, but was also fully armed. I am not allowing you to train with the preparatory team because you are too out of place. Elder Kong, I can integrate into the team. Lin Xuan hastily remarked that he was indeed reluctant to train alone, yet Old Kong shook his head. Your current strength is formidable, and your individual combat prowess is exceptional. Your assassination skills will render control-type soul masters in team battles anxious and uneasy. Thus, I must now focus on honing your assault capabilities. How does enhancing my assault abilities relate to my teammates? Can't we train together? Lin Xuan, puzzled, inquired as he observed the other 6 engaged in an enjoyable battle. This left him somewhat perplexed. Old Kong gently ruffled Lin Xuan's hair and said, no, you are mistaken. Your team does not lack your presence. Kong Da and Xian Jun are both excellent assault specialists. Lu Qiao and Lin Ming are control-type soul masters, while Lu Yong specializes in food-type abilities. Chu Ling'er, though also a control type, leans towards powerful assaults. The only role missing from the team is that of a swift assault soul master like you. What is the task of a swift assault soul master, you may ask? It is to harass the enemy through speed, seizing the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent's control-type soul master. Lin Xuan responded without a moment's hesitation. Although he currently appeared similar to a formidable assault-type soul master, that was solely due to his solitary battles. Old Kong pointed at Kong Dijing and the others and inquired, have you encountered a defense-type soul master up to this point? No, came the reply. Lin Xuan shook his head. He rarely encountered defensive soul masters. There had been one during the selection process whose defensive capabilities were indeed astonishing, yet in the face of an absolute disparity in strength, he was swiftly eliminated. Among the lower 4 sects, there exists a sect known as the Yutian sect, composed entirely of defensive soul masters, and they actively recruit defensive soul masters from all corners of the world. Our instruction in defensive soul mastery is certainly inferior to that of the Yutian